In the cycle of 10 lifetimes and the confinement of 9 hells, Lin Feng is reborn as the discarded son-in-law of falling Cloud City. In his moment of despair, he awakens to wield the 9 hells' divine sword, inheriting the fruits of his past life's path. With a single thought, the myriad worlds resonate with the sound of swords. With a single strike, the heavens bow in submission that he slays traitors, dismantles divine schemes, and ascends to the pinnacle of eternity to validate his swordsmanship and proclaim himself the foremost immortal. Chapter 1. Humiliation in the side courtyard. Autumn in falling Cloud City arrives with an unmistakable desolation. In the side courtyard of the Yi family, the old locust trees' leaves have turned a dull yellow, and as the wind blows, they fall like whispers onto the bluestone slabs, where they gather with dry grass in the corner. The courtyard, small and weary, houses 3 dilapidated tile-roofed rooms, with stubborn weeds sprouting between the cracks and the crumbling walls revealing dark, earthen bricks. Beneath, Lin Feng sits beneath the eaves of the main room, where a corner is missing, leaving a deep scar from years of rain. The wooden stool beneath him is uneven, propped with a piece of blue brick, causing it to wobble slightly as he sits. The pale blue cloth shirt he wears is faded and frayed at the cuffs, with rough patches sewn on his elbows. His own handiwork, in his hand, he holds half a steamed bun, made of coarse flour, its color a dull yellow, hard and cold to the touch. It was thrown at him this morning by the kitchen staff, not presented but discarded. The plump cook had tossed the bowl containing 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge onto the stone steps at the courtyard entrance, glancing at him as if he were a stray dog before turning away with a sway of her hips. The porridge was long gone, leaving only this half bun. Lin Feng does not eat. He merely gazes at the bun, his expression eerily calm. This tranquility is not the detached indifference of one who has seen through the world, but rather a numbing silence, akin to the still waters at the bottom of a deep pool, unruffled yet chilling to the bone. 3 months have passed. It has been precisely 3 months since he entered the Yi family as a son-in-law. He remembers that day vividly. It was an autumn day much like this one. Clad in the best attire of a branch family scion, which was merely a half-new blue robe, he followed his father through a small side door beside the grand red gates of the Yi family. His father, stooped and weary, forced a smile at every passing Yi servant. Lin Feng was led into the main hall, where he exchanged vows with the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Lingxi, under the curious, disdainful, and mocking gazes of numerous relatives. There were no celebratory drums, no feasts, not even red candles. After the vows, he was brought to this side courtyard. The old servant left him with a curt remark, "The son-in-law shall reside here," before hastily departing, as if lingering any longer would bring ill fortune. From that moment on, he became the nominal son-in-law of the Yi family. Yet in truth, he was relegated to a menial role, fetching water, chopping firewood, cleaning the courtyard, and even tending to the livestock in the backyard. Tasks that should have been performed by servants gradually fell to him. Payment? There was none. The meager allowance he could draw from the accounts was often withheld under various pretenses, leaving him with barely enough to purchase the most inferior rice and flour. Despite this, he continued to scrimp and save, for within that dilapidated little courtyard on the eastern edge of falling Cloud City lay his ailing mother. His father had passed away early, leaving his mother to raise him through hardship, only for her to succumb to illness 3 years ago to acquire medicine for her. He had nearly sold everything of value in their home, even pawning off the family's meager ancestral land. His entry into the Yi family had been orchestrated by his nominal aunt from the Lin family, intended to secure a bride price from the Yi family and a hollow promise of inviting a renowned physician to treat your mother. The esteemed physician, of course, never came to as for the bride price. It was said to have reached the Lin family, but what little trickled down to his mother was scarcely enough. Thus, he was left to fend for himself. In these 3 months, after completing the various menial tasks assigned by the Yi family, he would secretly take on odd jobs, copying texts, writing letters, hauling goods at the docks, and even washing a mountain of dishes at taverns. Every copper coin was meticulously saved, and once he had enough for medicine, he would hastily make his way to the Rinji Hall in the west of the city, slipping out of the Yi family under the cover of night to deliver the medicine to his mother's bedside. Last night, he finally managed to gather enough for the last prescription. It was a new formula from the elderly physician at Rinji Hall, rumored to be remarkably effective, yet costly. As he returned with the warm package of medicinal herbs in his embrace, it was already past midnight. The city gates had closed, and he had to scale the wall to enter. In doing so, he twisted his ankle, and it now throbbed with a dull pain. The medicine lay on the rickety wooden table inside, carefully wrapped in oiled paper. He had intended to have someone deliver it first thing in the morning, or perhaps Maybe he could request the steward for a half-day leave, though the hope seemed slim. Ah, is that not our Lin, young master? Have you grown weary of the Yi family's delicacies and resorted to gnawing on this awful unfit for dogs? A mocking voice suddenly echoed from the courtyard entrance. Lin Feng's grip on the bun tightened almost imperceptibly. He did not raise his gaze, still fixated on the bun in his hand, as though it were a rare treasure. Footsteps echoed chaotically. At least 3 or 4 people entered. The leader, dressed in luxurious attire with a jade pendant at his waist, fanned himself nonchalantly, but the sneer on his face shattered the pretentious elegance of his outfit. Lin Yun, the eldest son of the second branch of the Lin family, and his cousin. During their time in the Lin family, this cousin took pleasure in tormenting him, snatching his food, ruining the ink and brushes he had painstakingly saved for, and even publicly shoving him into a muddy pit for amusement. He had hoped to escape such cruelty by marrying into the Yi family, only to find it had followed him here. Why the silence? Lin Yun stepped closer, snapping his fan shut with a sharp crack, poking Lin Feng's shoulder with the fan's ribs. Have you forgotten your manners, young man? You've become a mute, I see. Is it the Yi family that has made you forget basic etiquette? Lin Feng slowly lifted his head. His gaze remained calm, but deep within that calmness, something cold was coalescing. He did not respond, merely observing Lin Yun, this cousin who had never known hardship, and the 3 burly servants he had brought along, all with their arms crossed, wearing expressions of mockery as they watched the unfolding scene. Tut, what's with that look? Lin Yun felt slightly uncomfortable under Lin Feng's gaze, then became enraged, raising his fan to point directly at Lin Feng's nose. Lin Feng, do not think that entering the Yi family has elevated your status. You are but a son-in-law, a pet dog raised by the Yi family. The Lin family has brought shame upon itself with a waste like you. My father sent me to see if you were dead or alive, and I see you are quite well, still enjoying your bun. His gaze swept over the coarse bun in Lin Feng's hand, then to the coarse pottery bowl on the stone table that had held clear water for him to drink with the bun. Finally, his eyes landed on the old wooden table within. The oiled paper-wrapped medicine lay quietly there. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips. What's that? He pointed with his fan toward the inside. Lin Feng's body tightened almost imperceptibly, and he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. It's medicine. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Does the Yi family even provide you, a son-in-law, with medicine? Lin Yun feigned astonishment, then, as if realizing something, exclaimed, Oh, I see. It's for your sickly mother, isn't it? TSK, what a dutiful son. Even in such a miserable state, you still think of fetching medicine for your mother? He sauntered over to the stone table, glancing at the bowl of clear water, then suddenly raised his foot, and with a loud crash, kicked the coarse pottery bowl, shattering it. Against the bluestone slabs, water splattered everywhere, soaking Lin Feng's already faded trousers. What's so good about this dog food? Lin Yun brushed off non-existent dust from his boots, his tone dripping with disdain. Lin Feng's grip on the bun turned white at the knuckles, yet he remained seated, motionless. He could not move. His mother was still waiting for the medicine. He could not afford to confront Lin Yun here. The Yi family would not come to his aid, and neither would the Lin family. The consequence of a confrontation would only result in him being brutally beaten, and that package of medicine, the one he had painstakingly saved for 3 months to acquire. Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? Lin Yun seemed somewhat surprised. Then his smile turned more malicious. It appears that during these 3 months at the Yi family, while you may not have learned much, your ability to be a coward has certainly improved. He waved his hand, instructing a servant behind him, Go fetch that package from inside. I wish to see what miraculous remedy has captured our young master Lin's attention so keenly. Yes, young master, the servant replied and strode towards the house. Lin Feng suddenly stood up. The wooden stool was knocked over by his abrupt movement, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. That medicine is for my mother's life. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, enunciating each word, his voice finally carrying a hint of suppressed tremor. The life-saving medicine? Lin Yun scoffed. Your mother's illness has long been beyond salvation. What a waste of silver. It would be better to show some filial piety towards your cousin. I might then speak a few good words on your behalf in front of the Yi family, making your life a bit easier. As he spoke, the servant had already emerged, holding out the package of medicine to Lin Yun. Chapter 2. Are we to perish? Lin Yun took the package, weighed it in his hand, and brought it to his nose, wrinkling his brow in distaste. What a wretched thing. It reeks of something foul. Is this truly worthy of being called medicine? He pinched a corner of the oiled paper, shaking it slightly, and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood rigidly in place, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He could feel the surge of blood rising within him, a buzzing echoing in his ears. That package of medicine was something he had waited for 2 long hours outside the Rinji Hall to acquire. As the shopkeeper had finally gathered the necessary herbs, the shopkeeper had cautioned him about the potent nature of the remedy, insisting it must be simmered slowly for an hour before it could be returned to him. He heard his own voice, hoarse and strained. "Return it to you?" Lin Yun laughed, his smile dripping with mockery. "Very well, kneel down and bow 3 times, uttering, 'Cousin, I was wrong to covet this wretched medicine, and I shall return it to you.'" Laughter erupted from the servants behind him. Lin Feng remained frozen, his body taut like a drawn bow. The autumn wind howled through the courtyard, stirring the disheveled strands of hair across his forehead. He could see the unabashed malice glimmering in Lin Yun's eyes, witness the merciless derision on the faces of the servants, and hear the heavy thumping of his own heart within his chest. "Kneel, bow, for the sake of that package of medicine." The pale, haggard visage of his mother flashed before his eyes. She lay in bed, grasping his hand, her voice barely a whisper as she implored, "Fenger, do not worry about your mother. Live well, live well." How was he to live? Like a dog, groveling on the ground, begging for mercy from those who tormented him? It seemed he was unwilling to submit. Lin Yun shook his head in feigned regret, his expression turning icy. "Since you refuse to recognize your own worth, then this wretched medicine is of no use to me." With a flick of his fingers, the oiled paper package plummeted to the ground. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his body instinctively lunging forward. Yet the pain from his injured ankle, twisted the previous night, delayed his movement. Thud! The medicine package landed on the bluestone slab with a dull thud. The oiled paper unfurled, scattering dried herbs across the ground, Cotinopsis, Astragalus, Angelica, and various roots and leaves that Lin Feng could not name, mingled with dirt and gravel, strewn about chaotically. Lin Yun raised his foot, his boot callously grinding the herbs beneath it, back and forth, repeatedly. The dry herbs crunched underfoot, ground into a pulp, merging with the earth, their original forms indistinguishable. Lin Feng lunged forward, his hand reaching out into the air, but freezing mid-motion. He gazed at the chaotic scene around him, at the pulverized herbs, and at the brown residue adhering to Lin Yun's boot. The world seemed to still for a moment. Then, all sounds rushed back, the wind whistling through the eaves, the distant laughter of the servants, and the heavy rhythm of his own breath. "Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on it," Lin Yun feigned surprise, retracting his foot and brushing his hands together as if discarding some filth. "It seems this medicine is beyond use now. Lin Feng, you cannot blame me for this misfortune. Had you caught it sooner, none of this would have transpired." He leaned in closer, whispering maliciously into Lin Feng's ear, "A waste is merely a waste. Unable to even catch a package of medicine. If I were you, I would have hanged myself long ago to spare the shame of living, burdening your sickly mother with the scorn of others." Upon concluding his words, he straightened his posture and with a flourish of his folding fan declared, "I shall take my leave from this wretched place. Lingering here brings nothing but misfortune." He strode towards the courtyard entrance with an air of arrogance, accompanied by 3 servants. As he reached the threshold, Lin Feng glanced back at Lin Yun, who remained frozen in place, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention. The matriarch of the Yi family seems rather displeased with your recent frequent outings. Wishing you the best of luck, dear cousin." Ha ha. The jarring laughter gradually faded into the distance. In the courtyard, only Lin Feng remained. The autumn breeze continued to blow, swirling the fallen leaves and remnants of herbs. Slowly, he crouched down, extending a trembling fingertip toward the remnants of herbs mingled with the earth. Yet, his hand hesitated in midair. It was futile. Everything was in vain. The wages earned over 3 months, the sprained ankle from last night, the peril of scaling walls at midnight, and the desperate, yearning gaze of his mother, all were lost. He remained there, motionless, like a petrified statue. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened, the remnants of the setting sun casting a sorrowful golden-red hue over the dilapidated courtyard. A drop of icy liquid landed on the back of his hand. Confused, he looked up. The once clear sky had become shrouded in thick clouds. Rain began to fall. Initially, it was a gentle drizzle that quickly transformed into a torrential downpour, hammering against the tiles, the bluestone slabs, and his very being. The rain mingled with the earth, washing away the remnants of herbs, seeping into the crevices of the stones, and vanishing without a trace. Lin Feng made no attempt to seek shelter. He remained there, crouched in the rain, allowing the cold droplets to soak him through. The thin fabric of his shirt clung tightly to his frame, outlining his gaunt ribs. His hair, damp and matted against his forehead, allowed the rainwater to trickle down his cheeks, blurring the lines between rain and tears. Cold, a chill that seeped deep within his bones. And beneath that, a more profound sensation churned within his chest, igniting a pain that consumed his very insides. It was not merely anger or despair, it was a suffocating feeling. A grip around his throat that rendered him breathless. Why? By what right? Was it merely because he was born into the Lin family's lesser branch? Because his father had died young, leaving the family in decline? Because he lacked wealth, power, and talent, merely a pitiful waste at the initial stage of blood realm? Thus, was he destined to be trampled upon, bullied, deprived even of the right to procure medicine for his mother? The rain blurred his vision. In a daze, he seemed to hear his mother's feeble cough, the mocking laughter of his relatives, the whispers behind his back from the Yi family's servants, and Lin Yun's piercing laughter. And then, there was Yi Lingxi, his nominal wife. In the past 3 months, he had encountered her thrice. Once on their wedding day, a fleeting glimpse of her profile beneath the bridal veil, cold as the moon. Once when he was chopping wood in the backyard, she passed by with a maid, not even pausing to acknowledge him. And once more, when he was outside the accounting room, arguing over a deducted payment. She emerged surrounded by several young ladies of the Yi family. She cast him a glance, one that resembled the way one might regard a stone by the roadside, icy, indifferent, devoid of any ripple of emotion. A stranger. No, even less than a stranger. At least strangers would not regard him with such a filthy gaze. The rain intensified, and Lin Feng's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The cold, hunger, the sharp pain in his ankles, and the seething resentment deep within him intertwined, assaulting his already precarious consciousness. He attempted to rise, but his legs buckled, and he fell back to the ground, splattering mud all over himself. Struggling to get up again, his limbs felt as heavy as lead. His vision blurred, a buzzing filled his ears, and the sound of rain seemed to drift further away. Was he destined to perish? To die here in the Yi family's secluded courtyard, like a wild dog? Perhaps it was for the best. Death would bring liberation. Mother, I am sorry. Just before his consciousness faded, he seemed to glimpse, in the depths of the endless darkness, something glowing. It was a massive chain, rusted and piercing through the void, entwined with an indescribable aura of chaos. At the end of the chain, something appeared to be suppressed. A mournful, piercing sound of a sword, as if transcending the ages, suddenly resonated deep within his soul. Chapter 3. The accusation of the accountant Lin Feng was jolted awake by a series of forceful knocks on the door. His awareness broke free from the chaotic darkness, akin to a drowning man surfacing abruptly. Upon opening his eyes, he first beheld the familiar, cobweb-laden beams above him. The rain had ceased, and the paper windows let in the faint morning light, infused with the unique chill of post-rain humidity. His entire body ached, as if his bones had been dismantled and haphazardly reassembled, every joint protesting in agony. His throat burned, and his lips were parched and cracked. The cold of last night's rain seemed to have seeped into his very marrow, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Bang! 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 The courtyard door was pounded upon with a resounding thud, accompanied by an impatient call. Lin Feng. Open the door. The mistress summons you to the accounting room for questioning. The mistress? His mother-in-law Zhao? Lin Feng braced himself and struggled to rise from the cold, damp ground. His garment was still wet, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He glanced at his hands, which were smeared with mud, mingled with the dried blood from where he had scraped himself during his fall, now forming dark scabs. The chaotic visions and the piercing sword sound from the previous night now seemed vague, like a surreal dream. Only the tangible pain in his body and the burning hunger in his stomach reminded him of the harshness of reality. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? The impatience from outside grew more pronounced. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the itch in his throat and the pain in his body, and staggered to the courtyard door, pulling back the latch. Standing outside were 2 burly guards from the Yi family, clad in matching blue attire, with swords at their waists. The foremost, Zhao Hu, a distant nephew of his mother-in-law, possessed a notable position among the guards. The other was unfamiliar, yet his gaze was equally unfriendly, appraising Lin Feng with undisguised disdain. Upon seeing Lin Feng open the door, Zhao Hu frowned, especially at the sight of Lin Feng's drenched and disheveled state. His disdain intensifying. The mistress awaits you in the accounting room. Make haste. May I inquire what the mistress requires of me? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, but he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. You'll find out when you arrive. Zhao Hu, feeling impatient, waved his hand briskly, urging Lin Feng to hasten and not keep the matriarch waiting. Lin Feng refrained from further inquiries, aware that his questions would yield no fruitful answers. The disdain that his mother-in-law, Mrs. Zhao, harbored for him as a son-in-law was almost palpable. Over the past 3 months, he had faced incessant harassment, both overt and subtle. Yet, it was the first time he had been summoned so early in the morning by 2 guards. A sense of unease lingered within him. Following closely behind Zhao Hu, they traversed the winding corridors and courtyards of the Yi family estate. The aftermath of rain rendered the Yi residence particularly refreshing, with its rockeries and flowing waters, pavilions and towers, all exuding the essence and grandeur of an illustrious family. The early rising servants and maids were already engaged in their chores, sweeping the grounds and tending to the flora. Upon seeing Zhao, who was escorting Lin Feng, many paused in their tasks, casting glances that ranged from curiosity to mockery or indifference. Whispers floated through the air. Isn't that the son-in-law from the west courtyard? What a disheveled sight. I heard he spent all night in the rain. Surely he has lost his mind. The matriarch summons him to the accounting room so early. It can't bode well. Humph. What good could possibly come from a leech like him? Just watch. Lin Feng kept his head lowered, avoiding any eye contact, as if those gazes and murmurs were non-existent. Yet, the fists clenched within his sleeves turned pale once more. The accounting room, situated on the eastern side of the Yi estate, was a small, independent courtyard, adorned with a plaque that read integrity and rectitude. At that moment, the door stood ajar, with the distinct sounds of abacuses clicking and hushed conversations emanating from within. Zhao Hu halted at the entrance and instructed Lin Feng, "Go in, the matriarch is inside." Lin Feng stepped across the threshold. The accounting room was well lit, flanked by towering rosewood shelves, neatly lined with account books, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of ink and the unique scent of paper. Directly opposite the entrance stood a wide rosewood desk, behind which sat a woman clad in a dark red satin dress with a gold hairpin. Appearing to be in her 40s, her features well maintained, but her eyes betraying a sharpness tinged with malice. It was none other than the matriarch of the Yi family, his mother-in-law, Mrs. Zhao. Beside Mrs. Zhao stood a bespectacled accountant with a goatee, holding an open ledger with a look of reverence. In front of the desk stood Luoyun, the estate's steward, a slightly portly middle-aged man with a fair complexion, currently bowing slightly, his expression one of perfectly measured deference. Alongside them, 3 or 4 guards stood silently at either side, their expressions stoic and eyes keen. The atmosphere seemed far from ordinary. Lin Feng's unease intensified as he stepped forward, halting before the desk. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and quietly greeted. Lin Feng pays his respects to the esteemed matriarch. Mrs. Zhao did not respond immediately. She lifted a celadon teacup, deftly skimming the surface with the lid to remove any froth, and leisurely took a sip before finally raising her gaze to Lin Feng. Her eyes, cold as steel, scrutinized him from head to toe, lingering momentarily on his damp, soiled garments, revealing her disdain without reservation. "Lin Feng," she set down the teacup, her voice low yet laced with an imperious chill, "I have a matter to discuss with you today." "Please proceed, esteemed matriarch," Lin Feng replied, his gaze cast downward. 3 days prior, during an inventory check in the storeroom, a certain item was discovered to be missing. Zhao spoke slowly, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Feng's face. It was 3 qi-nourishing pills. Qi-nourishing pills. Lin Feng's heart jolted. Despite his meager cultivation, being merely in the early stages of blood transport, he understood the significance of qi-nourishing pills. They are commonly used by cultivators to solidify their foundations and assist in their training, particularly beneficial for those in the blood transport and qi-gathering realms. In Luoyun City, even the most ordinary quality qi-nourishing pill commands a market price of 50 taels of silver, often hard to come by. 3 pills amount to 150 taels, a sum sufficient to sustain an ordinary family of 3 for several years. How could such a valuable item go missing from the storeroom? The storeroom, being a crucial location, is always guarded by dedicated personnel, with clear accounts maintained. Zhao continued, her tone steady yet each word piercing, noting that 3 days prior, someone had seen you loitering near the storeroom. The timing of the pill's disappearance coincided precisely with those days. "Lin Feng, do you have anything to say about this?" Lin Feng suddenly looked up, meeting Zhao's gaze. "What do you mean, mother-in-law? I did indeed pass by the storeroom 3 days ago. But that was only because Steward Lu instructed me to fetch some potted plants from the backyard, and I merely walked past the outer wall of the storeroom. I did not approach the storeroom's main entrance, let alone enter it. The act of stealing the pills is certainly not my doing." His voice rose slightly, tinged with urgency and indignation, echoing distinctly in the quiet accounting room. "Oh, just passing by." Zhao's lips curled into a smile that was not quite a smile. How fortuitous. With so many paths available, you just happened to pass by the storeroom? And precisely on the days when the pills were stolen? "Mother-in-law, please see reason," Lin Feng began. But Zhao abruptly interrupted him, her voice turning sharp. "At this juncture, you still wish to evade responsibility." Chapter 4. I did not steal. She slammed her palm onto the desk, causing the teacups to tremble. "Did you think you were being inconspicuous?" Zhao stood, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "The guard, Li, witnessed you lurking suspiciously outside the storeroom side wall around the 3rd watch of the day, and shortly thereafter Steward Wang discovered the pills had been stolen. The time, the place, and the witness all align. What further defense can you offer? Lin Feng was taken aback. Then exclaimed, I do not even know this Li. Why would he frame me? Mother-in-law, though I may be insignificant, I am well aware of propriety and honor. I would never commit theft. Please, I implore you to see the truth and restore my name. Restore your name? Zhao scoffed coldly, turning to the accountant beside her, Mr. Chun, show him the records of the inventory during the days of the theft, along with the accounts of Lin Feng's withdrawals from the storeroom over the past 3 months. Mr. Chun promptly complied, flipping to a certain page in the ledger, then picking up a few other volumes. He approached Lin Feng and monotonously recited, Please observe. This is the detailed account of the medicinal items in the storeroom. 3 days ago, on the 7th day of the month, the records indicate that there were supposed to be 15 qi-nourishing pills. However, upon inspection on the 8th, only 12 remained, with 3 missing. Both the inventory and the previous records are accurate. The loss indeed occurred between the night of the 7th and the early hours of the 8th. He then opened another ledger. This contains the records of your withdrawals since you entered the residence 3 months prior. Every month, the designated allowance is 5 taels of silver. However, upon actual disbursement, various deductions frequently occur. Over the past month, you have withdrawn funds 3 times, totaling 1 tael and 3 qian. Furthermore, there are no records of any elixirs, weapons, or cultivation resources being withdrawn. Mr. Chun, having finished reading, closed the ledger and stepped aside, maintaining a serene composure. His gaze fixed within. Madame Zhao regarded Lin Feng with an undeniable authority in her voice. Lin Feng, your monthly allowance is but a trifling sum, insufficient even to purchase a single inferior qi-nurturing pill. Your cultivation has stagnated at the initial stage of blood transformation for several years, urgently necessitating elixirs for advancement. Discovering the qi-nurturing pills stored in the warehouse, it is only natural that one might succumb to temptation and take risks. Is that not a reasonable conclusion? I did not. Lin Feng's chest heaved violently, fueled by anger and a sense of injustice, his eyes reddening. Mother-in-law, to conclude that I am a thief based solely on the one-sided account of a guard, and mere coincidence is exceedingly rash. Why not thoroughly investigate all individuals who entered and exited the warehouse that day? Why not question the guarding personnel regarding their negligence? Why single me out? Rash. Targeting you? Madame Zhao seemed to find amusement in his plight, her expression growing more derisive. Lin Feng, what is your standing? Merely a dependent son-in-law. The Yi family provides for your sustenance and shelter, yet you show ingratitude by pilfering valuable family resources. Now, with both witnesses and evidence against you, you dare to weave clever words to turn the tables? Truly, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, ungrateful and impossible to nurture. Witnesses? Evidence? Lin Feng was engulfed in a swirl of indignation. Is the guard's solitary statement considered a witness? The loss of elixirs serves as evidence pointing to me? What kind of logic is this? If my mother-in-law believes me guilty, why not report to the authorities? Let them uncover the truth. Report to the authorities? Madame Zhao's countenance darkened. Family shame must not be aired publicly. The Yi family cannot afford such disgrace. Moreover, the evidence is irrefutable. There is no need to involve the officials. The family law is sufficient to deal with a traitor such as you. She no longer afforded Lin Feng the opportunity to speak, waving her sleeve imperiously. Bring them forward. Zhao Hu and another guard immediately stepped forward. Lin Feng, the son-in-law, has stolen family elixirs. The evidence is irrefutable, yet he still dares to argue, obstinately defiant. Madame Zhao's voice was icy as she rendered her judgment. According to family law, take him to the ancestral hall and impose a 3-day kneeling punishment to serve as a warning. When he shows remorse, we shall decide on further actions. Yes, Zhao Hu affirmed, reaching for Lin Feng's shoulder. Instinctively, Lin Feng attempted to evade, but his weakened state rendered him slow. And Zhao Hu's iron grip clamped down on his shoulder blade, sending waves of pain coursing through him. The other guard seized his other arm. Release me. I did not steal. Madame Zhao, you are wronging me. Lin Feng struggled, shouting hoarsely. Yet, his resistance appeared feeble against the 2 robust guards, both endowed with cultivation prowess. Zhao Hu tightened his grip, a hidden force coursing through, rendering Lin Feng's body numb, stripping him of strength. Take him away, Zhao Hu barked, turning with his companion to escort Lin Feng out of the accounting office. Dragged along, Lin Feng stumbled forward. He glanced back, fixing an intense gaze upon the cold countenance of Madame Zhao, the expressionless accountant, and Luoyun, the steward, as well as the indifferent guards observing from within the office. Not a single voice was raised. Not a solitary soul spoke in his defense. It was as though he truly was the deserving thief. Anguish, resentment, powerlessness, and icy despair intertwined within him, threatening to rend his chest asunder. Why? Why was it him? Was it merely because of his frailty? Because he was easy to bully? Dragged from the small courtyard of the accounting room, he traversed the corridor, where more servants and maids of the Yi family paused to gawk, whispering amongst themselves, their murmurs buzzing like persistent flies that refuse to dissipate. Look, he has indeed been dealt with. How audacious to secretly cultivate an energy elixir. A mere son-in-law. Does he truly deserve such a thing? Bah. The matriarch is wise. Such a parasite should have been eradicated long ago. Those gazes, those words, pierced his already battered heart like icy needles. The ancestral hall lay at the innermost part of the Yi family estate, a solitary and solemn structure of blue bricks, seldom visited except during rituals. At this moment, the hall's grand door stood resolutely shut, ancient trees looming before it, casting an atmosphere of grave foreboding. Zhao Hu and another man forced Lin Feng down the stone steps leading to the hall. Enter Neil. Zhao Hu commanded coldly, releasing his grip. Lin Feng's steps wavered, nearly causing him to falter. He gazed at the imposing dark door before him, the gilded characters of Yi clan ancestral hall glimmering coldly in the morning light. I did not steal, he rasped, clinging to the last remnant of defiance. Zhao Hu, growing impatient, shoved him again. What nonsense. The matriarch's word is law. If she commands you to kneel, then kneel you must. Lin Feng stumbled, his knees striking the unforgiving stone steps, a sharp pain shooting through him. He stifled a groan, nearly toppling over. At that moment, faint footsteps emerged from the moon gate to the side of the hall, drawing their instinctive attention. A graceful figure approached along the garden path behind the gate. It was a young girl, around 18 years of age, clad in a pale green dress, draped with a moon-white gauze robe. Her dark hair flowed like clouds, held partially in place by a simple jade hairpin, the rest cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Her features were exquisitely delicate, skin fair as snow, exuding an ethereal grace that suggested she was untouched by the mundane world. Indeed, she was Yi Lingxi, the eldest daughter of the Yi family and Lin Feng's nominal wife. She seemed to have just returned from a stroll in the garden, a fragment of an unknown green leaf delicately held in her hand. Upon noticing the scene before the ancestral hall, her steps hesitated momentarily, her cool gaze sweeping over the surroundings. It lingered on Lin Feng, who was being restrained and appeared utterly disheveled, then glided over the steps and the tightly shut door of the hall. Her expression remained tranquil and unperturbed, devoid of surprise, anger, pity, or even the slightest flicker of emotion. It was as though she regarded a stone by the roadside, a falling leaf, or a complete stranger. Then, as if she had seen nothing, as if nothing had transpired, she resumed her graceful yet indifferent stride, passing by the hall, her figure swiftly vanishing at the far end of the corridor. Not once did she pause, nor utter a single word. Lin Feng remained frozen in place, half kneeling, his gaze fixed on the direction of her departure. The last vestige of his strength seemed to evaporate entirely with the departure of her indifferent gaze. The smoldering fire of indignation within him was doused by a deluge of icy water, leaving behind an eerie silence, coldness, and numbness. Zhao scoffed, forcefully pushing Lin Feng deeper into the ancestral hall. What are you staring at? Kneel. The heavy doors of the hall slammed shut with a resounding thud, cutting off all external light and sound. Inside, the dim ambience was illuminated only by a few shafts of sunlight seeping through the high window slits, casting light upon the dancing motes of dust in the air. A row of dark ancestral tablets stood solemnly in the grand shrine, overlooking him in silent authority. It was cold, austere, and suffocating. Lin Feng was thrust down beside the mat before the tablets. Zhao Hu delivered a brutal kick to the back of his knee, causing him to collapse, his knees crashing onto the unforgiving, frigid stone floor. Kneel here and reflect. Acknowledge your guilt and repent, and perhaps you might endure a little less suffering. Zhao Hu spat this out as he and another guard turned to leave the hall, shutting the door behind them and locking it from the outside. The click of the locking mechanism echoed eerily in the silence of the hall. With the light severed, the darkness deepened, leaving Lin Feng alone on his knees, facing the silent row of tablets that embodied the authority and history of the Yi family. A chilling pain radiated from his knees, but the deeper cold resided within his heart. The unjust conviction of theft of the qi gathering pill, the rough escort by the guards, the indifferent stares of the servants, and Yi Lingxi's gaze, which felt like that of a stranger observing mere dust, all intertwined to form an invisible net, ensnaring him within this frigid hall. Trapped in the humiliating prison of being a son-in-law, he knelt there, yet his spine remained erect, akin to a rifle that refused to bend. In the darkness, his eyes fixated on the blurred outlines of the tablets ahead, his teeth clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. Chapter 5. The penitential kneeling in the ancestral hall. Time in the hall was thick and slow, like congealed ink. Lin Feng knelt upon the cold stone, his knees long devoid of feeling, shifting from sharp pain to numbness, and now to a recurrent throbbing ache akin to needles. The hall was devoid of light, with only a few slender beams of moonlight squeezing through the high window slits, casting faint, ghostly shadows on the floor that barely outlined the grotesque contours of the shrine and tablets. The air was thick with the mingled scents of aged incense and decaying wood, accompanied by the acrid sensation of dust. Each breath was steeped in a penetrating chill. He had lost track of how long he had been kneeling. From the moment he was thrust inside at dawn to the sun's rise and fall, and now to the moon's zenith, he had been without water or food, not even permitted to shift an inch. The old servant watching over the hall would occasionally peer through the crack of the door to ensure he remained kneeling before silently retreating, like a specter. The physical pain was bearable. The true torment lay in the boundless darkness, the utter silence, and the uncontrollable flood of memories surging within his mind. 3 years prior, on a similarly crisp autumn night, the wind carried the same chill. In the dilapidated courtyard of the Lin family, the air was thick with an indelible medicinal aroma. The mother lay in bed, her complexion a sickly yellow, her sunken eyes barely clinging to life. He knelt by the bedside, grasping her frail, icy hand, which remained cold despite his desperate attempts to warm it. The wind whispered through her feeble breaths, and her murky eyes struggled to focus on his face. "Do not worry about me, my dear. This illness is beyond hope. You must take care of yourself. Mother, please refrain from speaking. Conserve your strength. The medicine will be ready soon, and it will bring you relief." Lin Feng's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. He dared not cry, fearing that his tears would only deepen her worries. With great difficulty, his mother managed to pull the corners of her mouth upward, as if attempting a smile. But it was more heartbreaking than tears. "We cannot afford the medicine. I am a burden to you. You are not a burden. Please, do not say such things." Lin Feng's heart felt as though it were being torn apart. He was the illegitimate son of the Lin family, his father long deceased, and both he and his mother faced scorn and neglect within the household. The matron was cruel, and his cousins bullied them. The meager monthly allowance they received was pitifully insufficient. In his desperation to treat his mother, he had already exhausted all their resources, even pawning the few relics left by his father. Yet her condition only worsened with each passing day. That night, unexpectedly, his aunt, the head matriarch of the Lin family, visited their humble abode. Dressed in luxurious silk, her golden hairpin glinted coldly in the dim light of the oil lamp. She scrutinized Lin Feng with the gaze of a merchant assessing goods, then glanced at his ailing mother before speaking slowly. "Lin Feng, your mother's illness cannot be cured by ordinary physicians. You are aware of the Yi family in Luoyun City, are you not?" Lin Feng nodded, bewildered. The Yi family was one of the 3 prominent families in Luoyun City, powerful and affluent, a stark contrast to the declining Lin family. Recently, the elder of the Yi family had fallen gravely ill, and despite all remedies attempted, none had proven effective. A wise individual had suggested that a young man with a compatible destiny could be brought into the family to counteract the misfortune. His aunt continued in a matter-of-fact tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "I had someone investigate your birth chart, and it happens to align perfectly. Marry into the Yi family? Change fate?" Lin Feng trembled at the thought. "The Yi family has stated that if you accept this proposal, the bride price will be substantial, and they will immediately send the 9 turns soul recovery pill and summon the finest physician in Luoyun City to treat your mother." She paused, her gaze turning slightly coercive. "Lin Feng, this is your mother's only chance at salvation. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Lingxi, is said to possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty. For a son of a concubine like you, to marry into the Yi family would be a stroke of fortune beyond your wildest dreams." "Fortune?" Lin Feng gazed at his mother, whose breath was now but a faint whisper, her eyes reflecting the last flicker of hope for survival. He understood that if he did not agree, she might not survive the winter. I accept." He heard his own voice, rough and dry like sandpaper. "Good," his aunt replied, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face, before she turned serious once more. "But remember, once you enter the Yi family, you are theirs. Always prioritize the Yi family above all else, and do not entangle yourself with the Lin family or your mother, lest you incur their displeasure. Do you understand?" In that moment, Lin Feng comprehended the truth. This so-called fortune, this supposed change of fate, was merely a transaction, selling him off like a commodity to procure the Yi family's bride price and a meager semblance of support. His and his mother's lives were, in their eyes, less significant than a mere financial exchange. Yet, he found himself with no other choice. 3 days hence, a marriage certificate, a pill reputed to prolong life, and a bride price tightly clutched in his aunt's grasp. He was conveyed in a humble sedan chair through the side gate of the Lin family and delivered to the Yi family. The efficacy of this auspicious event remained a mystery to him. He had merely heard that the elder of the Yi family seemed to stabilize somewhat after the event. Within the Yi household, he encountered the renowned young lady, Yilingxi. With a fleeting glance, she appeared ethereal, as if descended from the celestial realms. Her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, suggesting that this union bore no significance to her, nor to him, the unwelcome son-in-law. After his mother consumed the pill, her condition indeed showed temporary improvement. He clandestinely returned several times to check on her, noting her health had considerably brightened. She grasped his hand with a mixture of relief and concern, repeatedly urging him to exercise caution in the Yi household and to avoid causing trouble. Yet, such bliss was fleeting. 6 months later, his mother's illness struck with renewed ferocity. He implored the Yi family to summon a physician once more, only to be met with the cold retort that the auspicious event had concluded, and the Yi family owed the Lin family nothing. He beseeched his mother-in-law, Madame Zhao, but she coldly remarked, "A consumptive wretch can be saved once, but not for a lifetime. The resources of the Yi family are not to be squandered in a bottomless pit." Desperately, he took on work, saved money, and procured medicine, yet ultimately, his mother could not survive that winter. In her final moments, he remained at her bedside. She could no longer speak, but with her last ounce of strength, she caressed his face, her eyes brimming with love and sorrow, before her hand fell limp. From that moment forth, he was left bereft of kin in this world. In the Yi household, he became a drifting weed, a son-in-law even lower than swine or dogs. Memories surged like icy tides, relentlessly battering Lin Feng's already wounded heart. The chill of the ancestral hall seemed to seep into his very soul, intertwining with the memories of his mother's cold sickbed. Did he feel hatred? Hatred for the Lin family's indifference, for the Yi family's cruelty and ingratitude, for the injustices of the world, for his own weakness and powerlessness. Yet, beneath the veil of hatred lay a deeper fatigue and emptiness. Just as his mind wandered in despair, a sudden rustling sound broke the stillness outside the ancestral hall, followed by the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. With a click, the door creaked open slightly, and moonlight flooded in, casting a long shadow that crept ahead. Chapter 6. The abandonment of power. Lin Feng squinted against the harsh light, forcing himself to raise his gaze. He beheld the familiar figure of Lin Yun, who squeezed through the door with an unsettling smile that mingled pride with malice. He held a flickering lantern, its dim glow casting distorted shadows across his face. With a soft click, Lin Yun gently closed the hall door, leaving a narrow gap. He approached Lin Feng, surveying him from a height with a condescending gaze. "Goodness, my dear cousin, how is it that just one day apart has left you in such a state?" Lin Yun exclaimed dramatically, shaking his head as the lantern's light danced upon his features. "Look at your face, pale as a ghost. Kneeling all day must have been quite uncomfortable, eh?" Lin Feng lowered his eyelids, choosing not to engage. He had no desire to enter into any futile argument with Lin Yun. "Hey, are you trying to act all high and mighty with me?" Lin Yun crouched down and placed the lamp on the ground, its light illuminating his face from below, rendering his smile even more sinister. "Cousin, I came to visit you out of goodwill. I hear you have pilfered the Yechi Dan from the Yi family. Quite audacious, aren't we?" "I did not steal it," Lin Feng replied, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. "Did not steal it?" Lin Yun scoffed. "The matriarch of the Yi family has already condemned you. Witnesses and evidence abound. Do you dare to deny it?" He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, laced with a malevolent allure. "Tell me, cousin, why resist? It's merely 3 Yechi Dan. What harm is there in admitting it? Do you truly believe the Yi family would kill you over such trifles? Own up, endure a punishment, and perhaps this matter will simply fade away. Why persist in this stubbornness when it is you who will ultimately suffer?" Lin Feng suddenly raised his gaze. Locking eyes with Lin Yun, "It was you." "What?" Lin Yun was taken aback. "You colluded with the Zhao family, did you not?" Lin Feng's eyes ignited with a cold flame. "There was no witness named Li, no evidence to speak of. You merely seek an excuse to dispose of me, to force me into confessing this baseless charge. Why? Because I appear easy to bully? Or is it that you wish to bury me so deeply that I can never rise again?" Lin Yun's smile faltered momentarily before transforming into a more profound malice. He had not anticipated that his usually submissive cousin would dare to confront him so openly. And what if it is so? What if it is not? Lin Yun rose to his feet, kicking the mat beneath him with a chill in his tone. "Lin Feng, you must face reality. In the eyes of the Yi matriarch, you are worth less than a mere dog. To extinguish your life is no different than crushing an ant. I advise you to be wise, to obediently admit to the theft of the Dan, and we can all avoid unnecessary troubles. Otherwise," he flexed his wrist, the joints cracking ominously. Otherwise what? Lin Feng knelt upright, gazing up at him without a hint of fear, only an icy stillness. Then, dear cousin, Lin Yun grinned menacingly. I shall have to assist you in recalling where you have concealed those 3 Yechidan. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a vicious kick to Lin Feng's chest. Having already been weakened and kneeling for an entire day, Lin Feng had no chance to evade this powerful blow. Thud! The dull sound of impact reverberated throughout the empty ancestral hall. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming force strike him, pain surging through his chest as darkness clouded his vision. He was propelled backward, crashing hard against the cold blue bricks, causing his insides to feel as though they had shifted. Coughing violently, he curled into himself, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Have you remembered yet? Lin Yun approached leisurely, prodding Lin Feng's arm with the tip of his boot. Where are the Yechidan? Lin Feng clenched his teeth, remaining silent, his bloodshot eyes glaring intensely at Lin Yun. Seems you have not recalled. Lin Yun shook his head, squatting down to seize Lin Feng's hair, compelling him to raise his head. Then allow me to help you think. With that, he balled his other hand into a fist, a swift wind accompanying it as he struck Lin Feng's cheek with brutal force. Bang! The sound of fist meeting cheekbone was a painful resonance that sent shivers through one's teeth. Lin Feng's head jerked aside, his lips splitting instantly, blood mingling with saliva. Half of his face began to swell visibly. Will you confess or not? Lin Yun grasped his hair, lifting him slightly while locking his gaze onto his eyes. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression still cold and unyielding. I did not steal, nor will I admit to it. How resolute. In a fit of rage, Lin Yun let out a mocking laugh, releasing his grip on Lin Feng's hair, and then delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Lin Feng's body curled up abruptly, resembling a boiled shrimp, his stomach churning violently, nearly on the verge of vomiting. However, due to a day without sustenance, only bitter bile emerged. The strikes fell like torrential rain upon him, shoulders, back, ribs, thighs. Lin Yun seemed adept at inflicting pain without rendering him unconscious. He strategically targeted the fleshy areas, avoiding vital points. Each punch and kick carried the force of a mid-stage blood-moving realm, enough to send Lin Feng into excruciating agony, yet not enough to extinguish his life immediately. The muffled sounds of impact and suppressed groans echoed continuously within the silent ancestral hall. Lin Feng, like a rag doll, was tossed about on the cold brick floor. He gritted his teeth, and aside from a few initial groans, he uttered no cries for mercy or screams of despair. His hands clutched the ground fiercely, his nails bending backward and drawing blood. Time became indistinct, and eventually, Lin Yun appeared to tire, pausing to catch his breath. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his clothes disheveled, covered in dust and blood, his face a grim tapestry of bruises, with a split lip and one eye swollen shut. He curled up, his body shaking uncontrollably from the pain, his breath faint. Lin Yun prodded Lin Feng's face with his boot, his tone laced with the satisfaction of a tormentor mixed with a barely perceptible irritation. Your bones are quite resilient. But no matter, tomorrow is the main event. The head of the Yi family will personally oversee the public trial. Then, in front of all, we shall see how firm your tongue remains. He leaned down, whispering into Lin Feng's ear, with a voice only they could hear, chillingly menacing. I forgot to mention, the executioner who will strip you of your powers has already been arranged. They say they will waste your abilities, but a mere early-stage blood-moving realm waste has little ability to waste. However, severing a few of your major meridians, rendering you a complete cripple, is quite effortless. Once you are cast out of the Yi family like a dead dog, how many days do you think you can survive? Lin Feng's body shuddered imperceptibly. Lin Yun straightened, satisfied, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, and picked up the lifeless wind lantern from the ground. Enjoy this last night well, my dear cousin. Think of the glory awaiting you tomorrow, and the days you will spend begging for scraps. He laughed derisively, turning to exit the ancestral hall, pulling open the door and merging into the night's shadows. The door gently closed once more, the sound of the lock clicking almost inaudibly. Within the hall, darkness and silence returned. Only the curled figure on the floor trembled slightly in the faint moonlight. After a long while, Lin Feng struggled to move, attempting to turn over. Each motion brought searing pain. He lay on the cold brick floor, staring up into the profound darkness above. Lin Yun's words slithered into his ears like venomous serpents. Public trial, stripping of powers, severing of meridians, cast out like a dead dog. Was there despair? It seemed he had become numb to it all. Yet, within the depths of this numbing silence, the chaotic imagery from the stormy night before, the 9 chains piercing the void, the mournful echo of swords transcending eternity, once again flickered indistinctly in his mind. Was it an illusion? or merely a dying vision. He could not discern. All he knew was that the icy hatred in his chest had never been as vivid and penetrating as it was at this moment. It was akin to a dormant volcano, harboring the power to annihilate everything beneath the frigid layers of ice. Chapter 7. The public trial consciousness drifted amidst boundless darkness and excruciating pain. Lin Feng could not ascertain if he had truly succumbed to sleep. The cold, blue bricks of the ancestral hall chilled him to the bone, and waves of agony surged through his body, akin to countless needles piercing his flesh. When the first pale rays of morning light slanted through the high window, casting their glow upon his swollen eyelids, he realized that a new day had dawned, one that might determine his fate. Outside the hall, the heavy sound of footsteps and the metallic clinking of keys resonated. With a loud crash, the door was forcefully flung open, and the sudden influx of light compelled Lin Feng to instinctively close his stinging eyes. Two towering figures stood silhouetted in the doorway, Zhao Hu and an unfamiliar guard, both wearing expressions of impassive formality. The time has come. Take him to the main hall. Zhao Hu's voice was devoid of warmth, reminiscent of someone assigning a trivial task. The two guards advanced, one on either side, yanking Lin Feng from the ground as if he were a mere sack. Their rough handling disregarded his numerous injuries. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan. Feeling the wounds inflicted by Lin Yun tear open once more, the agony causing his vision to blur, nearly rendering him incapable of standing. Will you walk on your own? Or shall we assist you? Zhao Hu inquired coldly. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the dizziness and excruciating pain as he summoned every ounce of strength to steady his trembling legs. He understood that any display of weakness at this moment would only invite further humiliation and torment. He was half-dragged, half-carried out of the ancestral hall. The chill of the morning breeze struck him sharply, imbued with the essence of late autumn, sending a shiver down his spine, yet invigorating his foggy mind. As they traversed the corridors, they encountered more servants from the Yi family than the day before. Many had evidently heard the rumors. Having paused their tasks early to stand at the roadside or hide behind the pillars, their gazes fixed upon him with curiosity, mockery, and a sense of schadenfreude, yet devoid of any trace of sympathy. Look, there's the son-in-law who stole the elixir. TSK, he has been beaten to a pulp. His face is swollen like a pig's head. Deservedly so. Living off the Yi family while daring to steal? The matriarch is astute. Such a parasite deserves harsh punishment. I heard today as public trial is presided over by the patriarch himself. He might very well be stripped of his cultivation and expelled. Good riddance. He has a bad omen to behold. The discussions were unreserved, penetrating Lin Feng's ears with clarity. He lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the cobblestone path beneath him, which he stumbled along, his expression void of emotion, as though the words uttered were not directed at him. Only his battered hands, already marred with scars, dug their nails once more into his palms, eliciting a sharp pain that barely sustained his awareness. The main hall serves as the core venue for discussions, receptions, and significant ceremonies within the Yi family. It is situated along the central axis of the estate, characterized by grand architecture, soaring eaves, and a solemn atmosphere. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Feng, in his capacity, would never be permitted entry here. At this moment, a considerable gathering had convened in the expansive courtyard before the hall. In attendance were several clan elders and stewards of the Yi family, along with numerous distant relatives and prominent servants who had come upon hearing the news. Every individual held their breath, their gazes converging upon the open vermilion doors of the main hall. The ambience was so tense it felt suffocating. Lin Feng was dragged to the steps before the hall. Zhao Hu and his companion released their grip, causing him to sway precariously, nearly collapsing. Yet he managed to brace himself with his less injured leg. He lifted his gaze towards the interior of the hall. The hall was brightly lit, and at the prominent seat directly facing the entrance sat a middle-aged man. He wore a dark purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, his countenance exuding authority, complemented by a neatly trimmed beard and a gaze that was both grave and imposing. This was Yi Qingshan, the patriarch of the Yi family and his father-in-law. To his left sat his mother-in-law, Madame Zhao. She was dressed with particular solemnity today, her hair meticulously arranged and adorned with a golden hairpin, her expression austere. Yet a faint glimmer of satisfaction flickered beneath her composed exterior. Standing behind her were several trusted maidservants. To the right were several elderly clan members, their hair and beards white, their expressions grave. Further down the line were several notable stewards and officials, alongside individuals who appeared to be esteemed guests. Yi Lingxi was conspicuously absent. This realization extinguished the last flicker of hope in Lin Feng's heart, a hope he had scarcely acknowledged himself. Kneel. Zhao Hu barked from behind, simultaneously delivering a kick to Lin Feng's leg, already strained. Lin Feng could no longer maintain his balance and fell heavily to his knees on the cold, hard stone steps. The sharp pain from his injured leg caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, yet he merely swayed slightly, resolutely striving to keep his back straight. Silence enveloped the hall and courtyard alike, all eyes fixated on the disheveled, bloodied son-in-law kneeling at the foot of the steps. Yi Qingshan's gaze slowly swept over Lin Feng, resembling one examining an inanimate object, devoid of any emotion, scrutinizing and assessing. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice, his words resonating clearly throughout the courtyard. Lin Feng, do you acknowledge your crimes? Lin Feng raised his head to meet Yi Qingshan's gaze. Despite the haze clouding his vision, he made an effort to widen his eyes and replied hoarsely yet distinctly, Lin Feng is innocent. Preposterous. Madame Zhao slammed her hand against the armrest of her chair, her voice sharp and commanding. The evidence is irrefutable, with witnesses and tangible proof. Do you dare to quibble before the patriarch? Yi Qingshan gestured for silence, halting Madame Zhao's tirade. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, his tone calm and unwavering. 3 days ago, 3 qi-nourishing pills were stolen from the storeroom. The guard on duty, Li Meng, testified that he saw you lurking outside the storeroom during the time of the theft. The accounts are clear. The pills have indeed gone missing. Lin Feng, what do you have to say in your defense? Patriarch, Lin Feng strained against the dryness in his throat, articulating each word with care. 3 days ago, during the hour of shun, Steward Luoyun instructed me to transport flowers and plants from the backyard. I did indeed pass by the outer wall of the storeroom, but I merely passed by. I did not approach the main door, much less enter. The words of the guard Li are nothing but slander. Lin Feng has never stolen a single thread from the Yi family. I implore the head of the family to discern the truth and restore my honor. Slander? Yi Qingshan's gaze flickered as he turned to a burly man resembling a chief guard standing below. Where's Li Meng? A robust guard with an unremarkable appearance immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists, saying, I am here. Repeat what you witnessed that day in front of everyone. Yes. Li Meng raised his head, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the Zhao family before he spoke aloud. 3 days ago, around the third watch, I was patrolling near the west side of the storeroom when I saw the son-in-law, Lin Feng, lurking by the wall, his demeanor anxious. I was filled with suspicion, but due to my duties, I dared not approach the storeroom's entrance to inquire. About a quarter of an hour later, when I changed shifts, I reported this matter to Steward Wang. After an inquiry by Steward Wang, it was revealed that 3 qi-nurturing pills had been stolen from the storeroom. The time and place coincide perfectly, and I would stake my life on the veracity of my words. There is absolutely no falsehood. His words were resolute, his gaze unwavering. Lin Feng, did you hear that? Yi Qingshan looked at Lin Feng. One person's testimony is insufficient to be conclusive. Lin Feng's chest heaved, his breath somewhat unsteady from agitation. May I ask the head of the family, aside from the words of guard Li, is there any other evidence? Have the records of all entries and exits from the storeroom on that day been examined? Have other guards on duty been questioned? Where are the missing pills? How can one person's words alone condemn me for theft? You dare. An elder seated on the right could no longer restrain himself and scolded. You, a mere son-in-law, dare to question the head of the family's judgment? Li Meng has been a loyal guard of the Yi family for many years. How could he falsely accuse you without reason? Clearly, it is you who feels guilty for your thieving intentions, resorting to clever words. Indeed, another elder concurred. Your monthly allowance is but a few taels. How could you afford qi-nurturing pills? You must have coveted the treasure, engaging in thievery. Now that there are witnesses, do you still wish to deny it? Chapter 8. The sword's cry of the primal chaos. The onlookers below began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes at Lin Feng filled with disdain. Stubborn until the end. With witnesses present, does he still wish to overturn the verdict? The head of the family is merciful, granting him a chance to defend himself. Truly, he does not know what is good for him. Yi Qingshan listened to the discussions below, observing Lin Feng, who, despite his disheveled state, still stood tall. An almost imperceptible frown crossed his brow. He did not entirely believe Li Meng's one-sided account. Yet this matter involved the sacred storeroom of the Yi family and the family's reputation. It needed to be resolved swiftly to serve as a warning. An inconsequential son-in-law, compared to the dignity of the Yi family and adherence to rules, which holds more weight, is self-evident. Furthermore, the attitude of the Zhao family had already made everything clear. This son-in-law was nothing but an eyesore. With this thought, Yi Qingshan reached a decision in his heart. He slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. An invisible pressure permeating the air, instantly silencing the clamor. Son-in-law Lin Feng, Yi Qingshan's voice, imbued with unassailable authority, echoed throughout the hall. Having entered the Yi family for 3 months, You show no ambition and possess dubious character. Today, Guard Li Meng has testified that 3 days ago, at the time of the theft of the qi-nurturing pills from the storeroom, your behavior was suspicious, placing you under significant suspicion. Upon investigation, it is clear that you lack the means to purchase such pills, yet possess a pressing need, revealing a distinct motive. The evidence and motives are all present. Although there is no physical evidence, the defense is feeble and hard to believe. He paused, each word striking Lin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer, resonating in the ears of everyone present. In order to purify the family's reputation and uphold justice, according to the family laws of the Yi clan, Yi Qingshan's icy gaze fell upon Lin Feng as he pronounced the final verdict. Your cultivation shall be abolished, and you will be expelled from the family. Boom. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, the proclamation echoed in the courtyard. Although it had been anticipated, the moment the patriarch declared it, a ripple of unrest swept through the crowd. To be stripped of one's cultivation and cast out. For a cultivator, especially one already of low status like a son-in-law, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Losing one's cultivation, becoming a mere shell of a person, and being expelled from the Yi family meant he could not possibly survive in Falling Cloud City. Zhao's lips curled into a barely suppressed smile, a fleeting spark of satisfaction glinting in her eyes. Lin Feng knelt on the steps, his body trembling almost imperceptibly, not out of fear, but from a tempest of indignation and icy despair that threatened to burst from his chest. Truly, it was as he had suspected. The so-called public trial was merely a formality. The alleged evidence was nothing more than a pretext for framing him. Abolishing his cultivation? As a cultivator in the early stages of blood transformation, the scant power of lifeblood within him was nearly negligible. The term abolishing cultivation was merely a grandiloquent phrase. The true intention was to sever his meridians as Lin Yun had revealed last night, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Patriarch, Lin Feng is innocent. He shouted with his last ounce of strength, his voice piercing and anguished. I refuse to accept this. Take him away and execute the sentence, Yi Qingshan stated, turning away without a glance, returning to his seat with the indifference of one addressing a trivial matter. Zhao Hu and another guard immediately advanced, seizing Lin Feng from either side, callously dragging him toward the prepared execution rack on one side of the courtyard. The rack, constructed from hard wood, bore dark red stains that had long since dried. The onlookers parted to form a pathway. Their expressions varied, some relishing in the misfortune, others indifferent, and a few displaying the slightest hint of compassion, yet no one uttered a word. Lin Feng was forcibly restrained on the execution rack, the coarse ropes biting into his already battered flesh. A particularly burly executioner, with a face full of brutish features and a fierce glare, approached. He wielded no sword or knife, only a pair of dark, metallic rods, their tips ominously protruding with sharp points. Was this the so-called tool for abolishing cultivation? It was clearly an instrument designed to shatter meridians and torment the body. The executioner loomed over Lin Feng, revealing a set of stark white teeth as he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only audible to the two of them. Don't worry, kid. It will be over soon. The matriarch and young Master Yun instructed me to take good care of you. With that, he raised the black rods high. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, fixed on the descending shadow. Thud! The first strike landed heavily on his lower abdomen. A vicious, penetrating force surged within him. Rather than destroying the already meager lifeblood, it slithered through his body like a venomous serpent, targeting the major meridians in his abdomen. An indescribable agony surged through Lin Feng's entire being, and he could no longer contain himself, releasing a suppressed, heart-wrenching howl. His body convulsed violently, akin to a shrimp, as darkness and golden stars enveloped his vision. This was not merely a loss of cultivation. It was a form of torture. Thud, thud, thud. The black rod fell like rain, striking precisely at Lin Feng's vital points and the junctions of his meridians. Each impact was accompanied by the faint cracking of bones and the excruciating sensation of torn meridians. The executioner, evidently skilled in this art, wielded the rod with meticulous precision, inflicting maximum torment without snuffing out his life immediately. Blood oozed from the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, ears, and even his pores. His old wounds reopened while new ones emerged, swiftly transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. His consciousness floated in an ocean of relentless pain, teetering on the brink of collapse. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, punctuated only by the dull thuds of the rod against flesh and the increasingly faint, beast-like wails. Many onlooking maidservants and servants turned pale, unable to bear the sight. Even some distant relatives displayed expressions of compassion. Zhao Shi sat calmly within the hall, holding a teacup and gently blowing away the froth, her eyelids lowered as if the events unfolding outside held no relevance for her. Yi Qingshan observed with an impassive expression, his fingers lightly drumming on the armrest of the chair, lost in thought. Time stretched on, feeling like an eternity, until the strikes finally ceased. The executioner stepped back, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, nodding to Zhao Hu. Lin Feng hung limply on the rack, his head drooping weakly, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Every part of him throbbed with pain, particularly within, where it felt as though countless red-hot blades churned and sliced through his meridians. He could no longer sense the feeble vitality within him. Instead, an emptiness consumed him, a chilling void where even his life force swiftly ebbed away. His meridians were indeed severed. Even if he survived, he would be rendered utterly useless. Throw him back to the auxiliary courtyard, Zhao Hu commanded with a dismissive wave, treating him as though he were refuse. 2 guards untied the ropes, and Lin Feng crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. They carelessly seized his ankles and dragged him along, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the flagstones as they made their way toward the auxiliary courtyard. The crowd silently parted to make way, their gazes following the tragic figure until he vanished at the end of the corridor. In the main hall, Yi Qingshan rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter is concluded. You may disperse. The Yi family's laws were strict, and he hoped they would take heed. The crowd nodded obediently, bowing as they departed. The public trial appeared to have drawn to a close. Yet the blood trail left behind shone vividly in the morning sunlight, silently recounting the cruelty that had just transpired. In the auxiliary courtyard, within the woodshed, Lin Feng was unceremoniously discarded onto a pile of hay, treated like tattered cloth. The guards departed, locking the door from the outside. Darkness, dampness, and a heavy scent of dust and mildew enveloped him. Lin Feng lay motionless, each feeble breath pulling at the tearing pain throughout his body. His consciousness struggled on the precipice of complete oblivion. Was he to perish? Is it to meet one's end like a wild dog, dying in this squalid woodshed? Perhaps it is acceptable. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness succumbs to eternal darkness, a resonating hum reverberates from the depths of his soul, an echo of a sword-esque cry that had lain dormant for a day and night, as if it had emerged from the primordial chaos. This time, it rings with greater clarity, greater sorrow, and an even more profound sense of unwillingness. Chapter 9, 50 Strikes of the Cane Darkness. An eternal, suffocating darkness. Then, a piercing light shatters the void. The sound is not one of the tangible world, but a tremor that resonates deep within the soul, reminiscent of an ancient, rusted sword long concealed in dust. Stirred by an indomitable will, issuing forth its first faint yet tenacious sound after eons. Lin Feng abruptly opens his eyes. There is no light. The woodshed remains shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the musty odor of decaying wood and the dust of hay. A wave of excruciating pain engulfs him once more, each bone wailing in agony, especially where his meridians have been severed, as if countless searing iron needles are repeatedly piercing and twisting within him. Yet he is still alive. Amidst the torment that threatens to tear his very soul apart and the chilling cold, he is acutely aware of this fact. Furthermore, the sword's cry from the depths of his soul is no mere illusion. He struggles to move his fingers, attempting to sense his internal state. The once feeble yet undeniably present vitality has dissipated entirely, leaving his dantian void, replaced by an overwhelming weakness and a burning pain at the severed meridians. He has truly been rendered a cripple, at least in a physical sense. But why did that sword cry resonate at this moment? What could it signify? Does it relate to the chaotic visions he witnessed during those 2 near-death experiences, the 9 chains? His tumultuous thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from outside the woodshed. Bang! Bang! A harsh knocking echoes, accompanied by Zhao Hu's impatient shout. Lin Feng, get out here. The master has commanded you to report to the main hall courtyard immediately for punishment. Punishment? Lin Feng's muddled consciousness grasps this term. Has he not already lost his cultivation? What more punishment is there to be administered? The door is flung open with great force, daylight flooding in and causing Lin Feng to squint. Zhao Hu and another bodyguard stand at the entrance, their faces bearing a peculiar expression, a mix of disdain and something else. Still playing dead? Get up. Zhao Hu strides in, dragging Lin Feng from the hay pile as though he were a dead dog. Lin Feng submits to their handling, the agony in his body robbing him of the strength to resist. He is half dragged, half carried away from the woodshed towards the core of the Yi family estate. Along the way, he faintly overhears the hushed conversation of the 2 bodyguards. It's quite strange. Wasn't it said that he'd be expelled for losing his cultivation? Why has it been changed to 50 strikes of the cane and 3 months of house arrest? I heard the second young lady pleaded with the master after the public trial. The second young lady? Miss Lingo? How could she possibly? Shoo, lower your voice. The matriarch looked quite displeased at the time. Yi Lingo? A timid image of a girl, often hiding behind Yi Lingxi, surfaces in Lin Feng's hazy consciousness. The second young lady of the Yi family, sister to Yi Lingxi, gentle in nature, starkly contrasting her cold and icy sister. She would plead on his behalf. In the courtyard outside the main hall, the crowd had yet to disperse completely. Many individuals were still engaged in hushed discussions regarding the public trial that morning and the brutal scene of the punishment. As Lin Feng was brought forth once more, the murmurs grew louder, and the expressions of the onlookers became more complex. In the center of the courtyard, a long wooden bench for execution had been prepared. Two burly guards, wielding bludgeons, stood firmly at either side, their faces stern and unyielding. Seated at the front were Yi Qingshan, the Zhao family members, and several clan elders. Though the atmosphere seemed subtly different from the morning's proceedings, Lin Feng was pressed down onto the cold wooden bench, his cheek pressed against the rough surface. Where dried blood, his own from earlier, was still visible on the ground. Zhao Hu expertly bound his hands and feet with ropes. Yi Qingshan surveyed the assembly and spoke in a deep voice. The son-in-law Lin Feng is guilty of stealing elixirs, with irrefutable evidence against him. He should face severe punishment. Considering he is a first-time offender and appears to show some remorse, he paused, as if struggling with his own words, and since no irreparable damage has been done, I shall exercise discretion in reducing the sentence. His voice resonated throughout the courtyard. The sentence is hereby modified to 50 lashes and 3 months of house arrest in the woodshed to observe his future conduct. I urge you all to take heed and uphold the family rules. 50 lashes, 3 months of house arrest. This ruling, compared to the earlier sentence of expulsion and cultivation deprivation that was practically a death sentence, was indeed considerably lenient. Though 50 lashes could take half a life from an ordinary person, at least he retained his cultivation, though diminished, and his place within the Yi family, albeit confined to the woodshed. A wave of suppressed commotion rippled through the crowd, with many shifting their gazes, furtively glancing toward the side of the main seat. Lin Feng, restrained on the bench, struggled to lift his swollen eyelids, following the covert glances. Behind the screen near Yi Qingshan's seat, a new figure had appeared. It was a young girl, clad in a pale yellow dress, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, with her hair styled in 2 buns. Her features bore a resemblance to Yi Lingxi, yet she lacked the latter's coldness, instead embodying a softer, more innocent demeanor. At that moment, she held her head slightly bowed, anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her eyes evasive, unwilling to meet Lin Feng's gaze or that of her parents seated in the main position, fixating instead on her shoe tips. She was indeed the second young lady of the Yi family, Yi Ling. A mere half-step away stood another figure silently, dressed in white. As serene as the moon, it was Yi Lingxi. Her expression was indifferent, as if all that transpired before her had no bearing on her. Merely standing there like a delicate yet cold statue, her gaze was fixed in the void, not directed at anyone, including the bound Lin Feng or her anxious sister beside her. At that moment, Yi Linger seemed to muster her courage. Quickly lifting her gaze to glimpse Lin Feng's pitiable state, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. Her lips moved, almost inaudibly, as she murmured to Yi Lingxi, or perhaps to herself, "Sister, do you think 50 lashes is too harsh for him? He is already so badly hurt." Her voice was faint, yet in the currently somber and oppressive courtyard, it was still discernible. "Liner," Zhao's voice suddenly cut through the air, sharply interrupting Yi Linger's timid words. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing like ice picks directed at her younger daughter, her face betraying unmasked anger and a warning. "How dare you, a mere child, interrupt the discussion of your elders? Withdraw at once." At her mother's reprimand, Yi Linger trembled in fear, her complexion turning pallid in an instant. Her eyes reddening as tears of grievance welled up, she lowered her head, afraid to utter a word, instinctively shrinking closer to her sister. Throughout the scene, Yi Lingxi remained unmoved, not even lifting her eyelids. She merely extended her delicate, jade-like fingers to gently lift the cup of tea presented by a maid. Bringing it to her lips and taking a shallow sip, her gaze cast downwards. Her movements were graceful and unhurried, as though the surrounding shouts, "Please," and the impending punishment were mere cacophony from a stage, entirely unrelated to her as an observer. Lin Feng's gaze traversed the cold wooden bench, scanning the throng in the courtyard, fixating intently on the figure clad in white. He observed her lowered eyelashes, the calmness with which she sipped her tea, and the chilling aura that seemed to isolate her from the world. In that fleeting moment, a faint corner of his heart, one he had not fully acknowledged even to himself, seemed to shatter quietly, leaving a profound sense of emptiness and an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. So it was. The last vestige of unrealistic hope, one he had scorned even within himself, dissipated entirely. Execute the punishment. Yi Qingshan's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. The guard holding the punishment stick responded affirmatively, raising the dark, gleaming rod, unmistakably stained with countless traces of blood. Whoosh! The first strike, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, landed heavily on Lin Feng's back. Crack! The dull thud was followed by the faint sound of fabric tearing. A fiery pain erupted instantly, causing Lin Feng's body to stiffen, his teeth sinking deep into his lower lip, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood. He remained silent. 1. The enforcer's voice was cold and unyielding. Whoosh! Crack! The second strike fell precisely on a slightly lower position, overlapping with the wound from the first blow. Flesh felt as if seared by a branding iron, akin to being sliced by a dull knife. 2. A low groan escaped Lin Feng's clenched jaw. Veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat mingling with the blood that had not yet dried from the morning, trickling down his temples. The shadows of the rod danced, the sounds of impact resonating in a dull, rhythmic cadence. 3, 4, 5. With each strike, new layers of pain compounded upon him. Soon, his back was lacerated, blood soaking through his tattered garments, leaving dark red stains on the ebony rod. The wooden bench seemed to quiver slightly. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Save for the sounds of the rod striking flesh and the enforcer's cold, unfeeling counts reverberating in the air. Among the onlookers, many had turned away or bowed their heads in silence. Yi Linger had already covered her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly. Zhao Shi watched impassively, a flicker of gratification crossing her gaze. Yi Qingshan's expression was solemn, revealing no hints of pleasure or anger. Some elders stroked their beards in silence, while others shook their heads slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi continued to stand quietly, her gaze lowered, observing the tea leaves swirling within her cup, as if admiring some exquisite spectacle. Occasionally, she would gently blow away the froth on the surface of the tea, her movements slow and composed, devoid of any disorder. 21. 22. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur. The agony washed over him like an endless tide of black, repeatedly attempting to engulf him. The injury on his back had grown numb, replaced by a searing heat, as if his entire back were ablaze. A dull buzzing filled his ears, and his vision flickered into darkness, the count of the executioner receding into the distance. Yet he remained silent, refraining from cries or pleas for mercy. Instead, he clenched his teeth fiercely, his nails digging deeply into the edge of the wooden bench, blood seeping through the spaces between his fingers. With his eyes wide open and gaze unfocused, he stubbornly fixed his sight upon a single direction, the one where a figure in white, as pure as snow, sipped tea with lowered eyes. It was as if he sought to imprint this scene, along with the bone-chilling cold, deep within his soul. 48. 49. With the final few blows, the executioner seemed to falter slightly, his strength diminishing, yet each strike upon the already mangled flesh of Lin Feng's back still pierced his heart with pain. 50. The last blow fell, and the counting ceased abruptly. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Lin Feng lay motionless upon the wooden bench, his back a horrific mess, bloodied and raw, with patches of skin curling back to reveal dark red tissue beneath. His breath was faint, and his body involuntarily convulsed from the excruciating pain. The execution was complete. The executioner stepped back, clasping his hands to report to the master. Yi Qingshan slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, who resembled a pitiful heap of mud, then over the silent onlookers. Before he spoke with indifference, drag him back to the side courtyard's woodshed and confine him for 3 months. No orders for anyone to visit, nor shall he step out of the woodshed. Yes. Zhao Hu and another stepped forward once more, untying the ropes and dragging Lin Feng down from the wooden bench. As his body scraped against the rough wood, the terrible wounds on his back were agitated, causing Lin Feng to convulse violently, a sound escaping his throat that was stifled to the extreme, almost inhuman, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. He was dragged away, leaving behind another winding, thicker trail of blood on the bluestone path, gradually distancing from the main hall, away from the scrutinizing gazes, heading towards the side courtyard. In his final fading vision, it seemed he caught a glimpse of that pale yellow figure taking a half-step forward, only to be gently stopped by a figure in white beside her. Then came the eternal darkness and excruciating pain. Chapter 10. High fever and near death. The door to the woodshed in the side courtyard was once again slammed shut with brutality, the sound of the lock echoing painfully in the silence. Lin Feng lay curled up like discarded refuse in the corner, atop a pile of hay stained and marred by his own blood. This time, even Zhao Hu and his companion, who had brought him back, could not be bothered to ascertain his state, their footsteps fading swiftly away, leaving behind only the faint murmur of guards conversing outside and the distant, indistinct clamor from the Yi family estate. The world seemed to be severed from this dilapidated wooden door. No, perhaps it was he who had been cast out from the world. The excruciating pain remained the sole reality. The wound on his back burned fiercely. The exposed flesh twisted in the air thick with dust and the musty scent of decay. With each faint breath, a tearing pain radiated from that area. The meridians shattered by the earlier assault felt like countless venomous serpents lurking within, occasionally biting and delivering a deep, bone-aching agony. The cold seeped from the stone floor and damp walls, enveloping his blood-drained body in an icy grasp. The thin, blood-soaked garment clung to his skin, bringing an uncomfortable stickiness and stealing away what little warmth remained. Lin Feng lay there, utterly motionless, his consciousness teetering on the brink of clarity and oblivion. He attempted to summon the once familiar flow of vital energy, only to be met with the emptiness of his dantian and the searing pain of severed meridians. He was undeniably a man devoid of strength, a true invalid, with all his channels broken and cultivation lost. Time had lost its significance. The room lacked windows, with only a sliver of faint light seeping through the crack beneath the door, marking the passage of time as day turned to night. He could not comprehend how long had passed, perhaps several hours or perhaps an entire day. The wound on his back began to manifest a peculiar sensation. The initial burning pain gradually yielded to a deeper, dull ache, while the skin surrounding the injury felt scalding hot. The wound itself began to ooze a murky, yellowish fluid, mixed with dark red blood, emanating a faintly nauseating stench. It had become infected. Without cleansing or medication, in this filthy environment, the wound was inevitably tainted. Accompanying this was a more intense physical reaction. Lin Feng began to shiver uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. Yet simultaneously, his forehead, neck, and palms burned with an alarming heat, as if embers were igniting within him. The alternating sensations of cold and heat tormented him, causing his awareness to grow increasingly hazy. A high fever, like an invisible flame, swept through his body, scorching his very mind. He fell into a semi-conscious state, fragmented and surreal images flashing through his thoughts. His mother's frail hand caressed his face, her gaze tender yet sorrowful. "You must take care, my dear." In the Lin family ancestral hall, the indifferent faces of the elders, the mocking smile of his aunt, the humble wedding at the Yi household, flickering red candles failing to warm the chill in the air, a fleeting glimpse of a beautiful profile beneath a bridal veil, distant as the cold moon on the horizon, the harsh gaze of his mother-in-law, Zhao, and the undeniable verdict in the account room. In the main hall, Yi Qingshan's authoritative pronouncement, the sound of the black rod descending, the muffled thud of flesh tearing. And there stood a figure, always to the side, clothed in white like snow, gazing down at her tea, seemingly detached from the world. Her indifference pierced deeper than Zhao's cruelty, more despairing than Yi Qingshan's authority. It was a complete and utter disregard for his existence. Why? By what right? Hatred, like a rampant vine, spread unchecked under the searing heat and the near-death illusions, entwining around his shattered heart, tightening with each pulse. Yet beneath that hatred lay a deeper sense of powerlessness and coldness. He could not even move a finger. What could he truly hate? What could he change? Perhaps, to die in such a manner may indeed be a form of liberation. This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, taking residence with quietude. The fever intensified, and he felt as if his internal organs were ablaze, his throat parched like a cracked earth, each swallow delivering a searing agony akin to a blade-esque cut. The festering wound on his back seemed to radiate a spreading poison, transmitting decay and heat throughout his body. Hallucinations began to torment him. At times, he fancied he heard his mother's voice calling his name from afar, ethereal and filled with urgency. At other moments, he perceived Lin Yun's triumphant laughter, the cold reprimands from the Zhao family, and the cacophony of murmurs from bystanders in the courtyard. Words like waste, son-in-law, thief, and deserve to die intertwined into a buzzing noise that tormented his already beleaguered nerves. Amidst this tumult of chaos and suffering, he perceived a faint sound of footsteps outside the woodshed, delicate and slow, imbued with a sense of caution, halting just beyond the door. In his fevered stupor, Lin Feng's nearly disintegrated consciousness barely registered this presence. Following that, a barely audible sound of metal brushing against the keyhole reached his ears. Then, the rickety wooden door of the woodshed was pushed open just a crack. No light flooded in. It seemed to be night outside, shrouded in darkness. Only a dim, lantern-like glow seeped through the narrow opening, casting a small patch of golden light onto the ground. A slender, elongated shadow slipped through first, landing upon the hay not far from Lin Feng. The silhouette hesitated momentarily at the threshold before a figure clad in simple moon-white attire, draped in matching sheer fabric, quietly entered and swiftly closed the door behind her, leaving a narrow gap. The woodshed was once again enveloped in darkness, save for the gentle, faint glow emitted by the small lantern she held, which struggled to dispel a fragment of the gloom. In the dim light, one could discern the newcomer. Adorned in a plain moon-white dress, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, loosely secured with a jade hairpin. A sheer veil obscured much of her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold and clear as a frozen spring, which retained their brightness even in the dim light, as if harboring ageless ice. It was Yilingxi. She stood at the entrance, her gaze resting upon the almost formless figure huddled in the corner amidst the hay. The woodshed was suffused with the heavy stench of blood, the foul odor of festering wounds, and the musty air of decay. Yet, she merely frowned slightly, then stepped forward with a graceful demeanor, approaching Lin Feng. Her movements were light and untroubled, as if she were a celestial being descending from the moon, wholly out of place amidst the sordid environment. Stopping a few paces from Lin Feng, she refrained from advancing closer. The lantern's glow enveloped him, illuminating his pallid face. Lips cracked and oozing blood, tightly shut, yet trembling with pain, and the disarray of his back, stained with pus and blood. Her gaze swept over the scene calmly. Without surprise, pity, disgust, or even the slightest fluctuation of emotion, she observed as if witnessing a matter entirely unrelated to her, a mere coincidence that caught her gaze. In the delirium of his high fever, Lin Feng seemed to sense a shift in the light, or perhaps a faint, cool fragrance that contrasted with the foul air. With great difficulty and extreme slowness, he managed to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision was a blur, revealing only a hazy, warm halo and a shadowy white figure within it. Who could it be? A dream? Or perhaps a hallucination before death? He struggled to focus his sight to discern the visitor, but the fever and weakness rendered his efforts futile. Before him lay only a swaying, warm light and a glimmer of white, pure to the point of near emptiness. At that moment, he seemed to hear a faint, delicate sigh. The sound was barely perceptible, akin to autumn winds rustling through withered leaves or the gentle drip of night dew into a cold pool, so light it was nearly elusive. Imbued with an indescribable and complex significance, it resembled sorrow, yet also resignation, embodying a sense of detached acceptance. It must be an illusion. How could Yilingxi possibly be here, and how could she sigh? Lin Feng's fading consciousness thought this, and then, with great reluctance, his barely opened eyelids closed once more. The last remnants of blurry light vanished, plunging him back into boundless darkness and searing heat. In the cottage, only the feeble light of the lantern remained, accompanied by the silent breaths of two people, one weak and hurried, the other shallow and nearly inaudible. Yilingxi stood quietly in place, gazing at the unconscious Lin Feng for a moment. Then, she gently lifted her left hand, her palm facing upwards, fingers long and delicate like jade. A faint, ice-blue glow materialized in her palm, no larger than a grain of rice, yet exuding a pure and cool essence. The light slowly ascended, akin to a firefly, drifting towards Lin Feng, and finally, it silently merged into the gruesome wound on his back. At the instant the ice-blue light entered, Lin Feng's body quivered imperceptibly, his brow seemingly relaxing just a touch, and his hurried, agonizing breaths appeared to ease ever so slightly. But that was all. The faint ice-blue glow was but a drop in the ocean against his severe injuries and fever. Yilingxi withdrew her hand, the light dissipating. She cast one last glance at Lin Feng, her gaze still cold and unwavering. Then, she turned and, lantern in hand, silently approached the door, slipping out and gently closing it behind her. The faint click of the lock echoed softly. Inside the cottage, darkness and silence reclaimed their reign. Only in the corner, amidst the pile of grass, the dying figure, unseen in the shadows, instinctively curled its fingers slightly in response to the faint coolness that had seeped into the wound on its back. Outside, the night sky was inky black, devoid of stars and moon. A gust of night wind swept through the courtyard, stirring up a few withered leaves, swirling them past the tightly shut door of the cottage, producing a sound akin to a lament. It seemed, once more, to herald the onset of rain. Chapter 11. The Sword of the Nine Hells sings. Eventually, the rain descended. Initially, it was but a sporadic drizzle, tapping lightly on the dilapidated roof of the woodshed, producing a soft sound akin to the delayed tolling of a clock. Soon, the rain intensified, merging into a continuous, urgent cacophony reminiscent of a celestial river cascading down, determined to cleanse the world of all its impurities and injustices. The frigid dampness seeped through the gaps in the door and the cracks in the walls, intertwining with the already pervasive stench of mold, blood, and pus, creating a suffocating, mire-like atmosphere. Lin Feng lay upon a pile of straw, utterly oblivious to the cold that enveloped the outside world. A high fever ravaged within him like a wildfire, and his consciousness floated like a shattered vessel upon a scalding, dark sea of pain, at times colliding with the jagged rocks of reality, jolted awake by sharper pangs, and at other times consumed by the whirlpool of unconsciousness, plunging deeper into a chaotic abyss. The wound on his back had long since succumbed to numbness. But this was no sign of improvement. He could feel decay spreading, vitality ebbing away with the exudate and fever. His throat was parched, as if sandpaper had scraped it raw. Each attempt to swallow brought excruciating pain, a stark reminder of his existence in an agonizing manner. Cold, a shivering chill emanating from the marrow of his bones, causing his very soul to tremble. Heat, a searing intensity rising from within, as if his blood were on the verge of boiling. These two diametrically opposed sensations, akin to the tortures of ice and fire, relentlessly tore at his battered body and consciousness. The sound of the rain grew louder, akin to a multitude of drums beating against his heart. Amidst this monotonous yet grand backdrop, fragments of the past surged uncontrollably, quickly contorted by the fever into grotesque shapes. He beheld his mother's pale hand, tenderly caressing his cheek, only for it to suddenly transform into a withered bone, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. He witnessed Yi Qingshan's indifferent visage in the Yi family hall, Zhao's mocking smile, which widened into a gaping black hole, ready to consume all. He saw Yilingxi, clad in white, standing amidst a hazy glow, sipping tea, then slowly lifting her gaze towards him, her eyes devoid of indifference or serenity, filled only with an unfathomable, eternal void. A faint groan, nearly drowned by the rain, escaped Lin Feng's cracked lips. With the last remnants of his will, he struggled against the force that sought to drag his consciousness into the depths of darkness. No, I cannot succumb like this. I refuse to yield. Why must this be so? Hatred flickered like the final, feeble ember amidst the dying ashes, defiantly refusing to extinguish completely. Yet this struggle appeared futile in the face of his crumbling body and the surging fever. Darkness, like a tidal wave, surged forth once more, gradually submerging his ankles, knees, chest, and ultimately, drowning him entirely. The last vestige of Lin Feng's consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to shine one final time before it was extinguished. An infinite expanse of darkness enveloped him, pure, devoid of time, space, light, sound, or sensation. It felt as though he had returned to the very origin of life, or perhaps plummeted into the eternal embrace of death. Nothingness reigned. It was all devoid of meaning, uncertain how much time has passed, perhaps merely a fleeting moment, or an eternity. Within this absolute void, a subtle anomaly quietly emerges. It is neither sound, nor light, nor tactile sensation, but rather an awareness of existence. Much like a slumbering individual who, in the depths of a dreamless sleep, faintly perceives an unfathomably vast entity suspended above the realm of consciousness. Then, the darkness begins to flow, swirl, coalesce, and dilute, gradually revealing an indistinct outline. Chaos. This is the first concept that Lin Feng perceives upon awakening. This place is not a pure void, but rather suffused with an expanse that is both primordial and tumultuous. Gray currents of air gently spiral, occasionally coalescing into indistinct mountain-like phantoms, only to dissipate into finer particles. There is no up or down, no past or future, only an endless, all-encompassing chaos. His consciousness, if it can still be termed as such, drifts at the heart of this turmoil, akin to a speck of dust. In this murky, near-eternal state, a piercing sound reverberates, a metallic tremor so profoundly haunting that it seems capable of piercing through the annals of time, tearing apart the very soul. Without warning, this reverberation erupts at the center of chaos. It is not a sound perceived through the ears, but rather a direct impact upon existence itself. Resonating with the core essence of the soul, Lin Feng's ethereal consciousness is struck as if by an invisible hammer, instantaneously freezing in place. As if all chaotic currents have likewise come to a standstill. In the next moment, he sees it, right before him, or rather, at the core of this chaos, 9 colossal chains of indescribable magnitude manifest, piercing through every inch of the surrounding void. These chains exhibit a hue that is neither black nor white, neither gold nor stone, a chaotic color that is robust as a celestial pillar, adorned with mottled rust. As if weathered by countless epochs, Countless intricate glyphs, so complex that a mere glance induces a sense of disorientation, flicker in and out of visibility upon the surface of the chains. Each glyph seems to harbor the terrifying might to suppress the heavens and imprison myriad paths. The 9 chains extend from the chaotic realm in defiance of reason, not static, but rather alive, slowly writhing and intertwining, converging towards a singular point at the heart of chaos. At the core, ensnared and suppressed by these 9 celestial chains, lies a sword of unimaginable size, its surface marred by rust, as if it has languished through countless reincarnations in the river of time. The blade is dim and devoid of luster, covered in dark red stains reminiscent of dried blood, along with countless fine cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Wrapping around the guard are additional, smaller rusted chains, connected to the 9 primary chains. The hilt is submerged deep within the chaotic currents, obscured from view. Thus, this sword is eternally bound by 9 chains that seem to originate from the very essence of the universe, firmly anchored at the center of this boundless chaos. An indescribable aura, imbued with an ancient desolation, boundless solitude, overwhelming resentment, and a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of indomitable struggle, emanated from the rusted blade. Enveloping the entire chaotic expanse, Lin Feng's consciousness trembled, not from fear, but from an instinctive shudder that arose from the very depths of life itself. In the presence of a supreme existence, before this sword and the 9 chains, he felt smaller than mere dust. At that moment, a low humming began to resonate. The suppressed ancient sword quivered ever so slightly, rhythmically. Initially, it was an almost imperceptible tremor that caused the delicate chains entwined around it to emit a faint rustling sound. Soon, the tremors intensified, and the frequency escalated. The sword's wail grew more piercing, more elevated, and filled with an unyielding spirit, akin to the roar of a ferocious beast imprisoned for eons, echoing once more throughout the chaos. Upon the blade, the dark red rust appeared to be activated by the violent tremors, faintly emanating a dim, sanguine light. At the hilt, an extremely subtle, nearly undetectable gleam flickered and vanished in an instant. The 9 celestial chains seemed to be enraged, tightening suddenly. The bizarre runes on the chain's surface flared to life, radiating a chaotic brilliance that suppressed all, as an even more formidable binding force pressed toward the ancient sword at the center. With a clang, the sword's tremors were forcibly subdued, its humming transformed into a painful, intermittent lament, yet within that sound echoed a more fervent defiance and fury. The resonance of the sword pierced through the chaos, penetrating Lin Feng's drifting consciousness. In that moment of fiercest clash between the sword's cry and the chain's oppressive force, Lin Feng sensed that beneath the endless rust and fissures of the suppressed ancient sword, there existed a faint, yet piercing gaze, sharp as the first light that cleaves through the void of creation, penetrating the annals of time and layers of suppression, resting upon his inconsequential consciousness. An ineffable resonance, or perhaps a call sealed for countless ages, flowed through this intangible gaze. It was neither language nor thought, but rather an instinctual attraction born of a shared origin, a familiar feeling transcending the cycle of life and death. Who am I? Who is this sword? These 2 absurd yet startlingly clear thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's fragmented consciousness. However, before he could ponder further, the violent impact of the sword's cry and the terrifying pressure of the chain's suppression collided like 2 surging torrents, crashing violently against his fragile awareness. Boom! It felt as though his soul was being utterly torn apart. The boundless chaos, the majesty of the celestial chains, the lament of the rusted ancient sword, all shattered like a broken mirror, fragmenting into myriad bizarre pieces that spiraled into the depths of his consciousness, rushing towards him in a frenzied torrent. Chapter 12. Fragments of Memory. Boom. As if the Milky Way were flowing backward and time itself were reversing, the shattered visage of chaos, entwined with the mournful wails of the 9 hells sword and the tremendous force of the celestial chains, transformed into countless scintillating fragments radiating chaotic light, striking relentlessly into Lin Feng's fragile core of consciousness. This was not merely a visual spectacle, nor an auditory experience, nor any perceivable sensation that could be articulated. It was memory, an overwhelming torrent of recollections that transcended time and space, bridged the realms of life and death, shattered and sealed by an unparalleled force, now forcibly ignited at this moment. Lin Feng's consciousness, in the wake of this deluge of memories, was like a solitary leaf adrift in a tempest, instantly torn apart, submerged, and crushed, yet under the aegis of a deeper, more profound power. It stubbornly clung to the faintest glimmer of self, compelled to endure this overwhelming infusion that far surpassed his comprehension. Countless bizarre and fragmented images flickered madly before his eyes, intertwining and overlapping. He beheld an awe-inspiring palace complex, majestic beyond description, suspended above an infinite sea of stars. The palaces, crafted from an ethereal substance neither gold nor jade, shimmered with a misty radiance. Their soaring eaves and intricate brackets pierced the heavens, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters etched with myriad sword-shaped runes. Each palace resembled a peerless divine sword, exuding an unrivaled intent to cleave through the cosmos. Sword energy stretched across countless miles, carving the surrounding void with innumerable fine black fissures. Above the grand entrance of the palace hung a colossal plaque, seemingly forged from the core of stars, inscribed with 3 ancient characters that, despite their fragmentation, still emanated a chilling brilliance that sent shivers through the soul. Sword Palace. The third character was incomplete among the shards, yet the overwhelming aura of swordsmanship was sufficient to render any being breathless. In the next instant, the scene shattered, shifting to a desolate, frigid expanse of starry sky. Yet this celestial vista was no longer tranquil and resplendent. Countless stars imploded, transforming into a torrential rain of meteoric fire, trailing long, burning tails of various hues of blood and energy, plunging into the depths of darkness. The river of stars was stained in murky shades of dark red, pitch black, and sickly green, an amalgamation of the blood of gods and demons, the remains of celestial beings, and the grievances of myriad souls, creating a tapestry of death. Shattered artifacts and broken weapons, colossal debris floated like refuse amidst the starlit ocean, silently narrating the tale of a devastating war that spanned countless realms. At the heart of this blood-drenched star river, a grotesquely vast rift in space, a scar of eternity, lay stretched across the cosmos, its edges suffused with an unfathomable intent of destruction, as if even the laws of the universe had been cleaved asunder by a single stroke of the sword. Then, the image shifted once more. The backdrop of the blood-stained star river receded swiftly, blurring, as the focus coalesced in the deepest recesses of the cosmos, before that immense rift. A solitary figure stood with his back to the observer, proudly poised upon the shattered stardust, clad in a tattered robe stained with dark gold and filthy blood. His long hair billowed wildly in the turbulent stellar winds. In his grasp, he held an ancient sword, now exuding a chaotic brilliance that pierced the void. The contours of this sword bore a faint resemblance to the rusted ancient sword suppressed by 9 chains in the chaos, yet it appeared far more complete, more radiant, and more fiercely untamed. The figure slightly tilted its head, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the rift, where a terrifying presence emanated an aura of world annihilation. Even though it was merely a silhouette, even through the fragmented shards of shattered memories, Lin Feng could distinctly sense the resolute and lofty demeanor that seemed to look down upon the heavens, with a sword pointed towards the firmament, embodying the unwavering spirit that would march forth regardless of the multitude. Then, that figure moved. There were no extravagant gestures, no earth-shattering roars. It simply thrust the long sword, which exhaled chaotic radiance, into the depths of the rift, towards that world-destroying entity, towards a fate seemingly beyond resistance. With a decisive stab, it pierced the heavens. Boom! In that instant, the fragments of memory trembled violently, as if they could not bear the ultimate sword intent and profound Dao contained within that simple thrust, instantly fracturing further. Yet, before they shattered completely, Lin Feng, in a daze, seemed to hear a cold and aloof whisper that transcended eons. Or perhaps the final imprint left by that figure in the fabric of time and space. My name is Songjun. The shards erupted with a thunderous blast. Songjun. These 2 characters struck Lin Feng's consciousness like primordial chaos thunder, forcefully breaking through the last bastion of his awareness. The boundless sword intent, infinite majesty, and the profound desolation and solitude embedded in those words instantaneously ignited a torrential flood of memories. Oh, in reality, on the straw pile in the woodshed, Lin Feng's curled body convulsed violently, his throat emitting a beast-like, hoarse yet soundless wail. Deep within his consciousness, the agony transcended the realm of flesh. It was the soul being forcibly inundated with boundless information akin to a sea of stars. An instinctual fear and repulsion arising from the confrontation of a minuscule existence with the monumental imprints of a grand past. His head felt as though it would split. No, it was not merely his head. It was the entirety of his consciousness, the very essence of his existence, being sliced, washed, and reassembled by countless shards of memory. Each fragment of memory was like a glowing rasp, fiercely scraping against his soul, leaving behind searing and chaotic imprints. The immense pressure of the towering sword palace. The bloody carnage staining the starry river, the supreme sword intent of the solitary figure, and the immeasurable weight of the named Song Jun. All these intermingled, creating a terrifying storm powerful enough to obliterate any mortal soul in an instant, rampaging within the core of his consciousness. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. No, it was more like total dissolution. Lin Feng's self was teetering on the edge in this tempest, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment, to be wholly consumed and assimilated by these foreign, overwhelming memories, leaving no trace of Lin Feng, only a chaotic monster pieced together from these fragments of memory, just as his consciousness was about to shatter completely. Perhaps it was the last instinct for survival on the brink of death, or perhaps a faint glimmer resonating with the named Song Jun deep within his soul, or perhaps a faint, indomitable guidance transmitted by the suppressed ancient sword, Lin Feng's faltering awareness, amidst the whirlwind of chaotic memories, instinctively grasped at one of the countless flickering fragments, like a drowning person clutching desperately for a straw, expending the last vestige of clarity and strength. This was not a conscious choice, but the primal yearning of life in the face of despair, yearning for order, for foundation, for the possibility of survival. What he grasped was not the grand and magnificent imagery of the sword palace and the star sea, nor the astonishing strike of that solitary figure, much less the supreme majesty embodied in the words Song Jun. Instead, he seized upon a fragment that appeared the most unassuming, the most stable, and radiated the softest glow amidst all the shards. The moment his consciousness entwined with this fragment, a stream of information, cool, balanced, and imbued with an ancient rhythm, flowed gently into the desiccating ocean of his awareness like a trickling brook. The tempest of chaotic memories seemed to experience a fleeting stillness due to the infusion of this serene stream. The remnants of Lin Feng's consciousness greedily absorbed the information conveyed by this fragment. It was not a specific image, but rather a method, a principle, a means to guide the life energy within one's body through the most fundamental cycles of expelling the old and embracing the new, solidifying one's essence. The term fundamental breathing method naturally surfaced within his perception. The content of this method was not complex. One could even describe it as the most rudimentary, elementary practice in the realm of cultivation, detailing how to adjust the rhythm of one's breath and how to consciously direct the subtle flow of energy and blood within the body along specific, simple pathways, gradually circulating within the embryonic forms of the 12 meridians to achieve the goals of strengthening the body, nourishing the meridians, and solidifying one's foundation. Compared to the fragments of sword palaces, star rivers, and those figures that could cleave the heavens, this fundamental breathing method seemed utterly trivial, akin to a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Yet, at this moment, that seemingly insignificant speck became the sole anchor, the only semblance of order, the last lifeline amidst Lin Feng's tempestuous consciousness. He clung tenaciously to the information transmitted by this fragment, channeling all his remaining focus onto that simple yet clear rhythm of breath and the pathway for guiding energy and blood, repeatedly reciting and simulating it in his mind, striving to counter the chaotic, overwhelming, and deadly flood of memories surrounding him. The pain in his head persisted fiercely, his consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, and the impact of the memory fragments showed no signs of abating. However, with the fundamental breathing method serving as a fulcrum, his self-awareness finally ceased to drift aimlessly. Though still adrift in suffering, he managed to maintain a tenuous thread of clarity, avoiding complete collapse or engulfment. Outside the cottage, the torrential rain had, at some point, begun to wane. The cacophony of raindrops transformed into a gentle patter, eventually leaving only the rhythmic and distinct sounds of water droplets falling from the eaves onto the bluestone slab below. Thud, thud, thud. This monotonous yet life-infused sound of dripping water from the real world seeped through the cracks of the door, faintly reaching Lin Feng's remaining sense of hearing, struggling amidst the infinite storm of memories and the fundamental breathing method. Chapter 13. The rain ceases, a new birth. Thud, thud. The last few drops of rainwater fell from the broken edge of the eaves, striking the depressions in the bluestone slab below, producing a crisp and solitary echo. Within the cottage, the final remnants of the night's darkness receded quietly like the ebbing tide. A faint glimmer of light, tinged with the pale hue of dawn, struggled to pierce through the cracks of the door, slanting inwards and casting a narrow, luminous beam onto the dust-laden floor. In this beam of light, countless minuscule particles of dust danced silently. On a pile of hay, Lin Feng's curled body trembled ever so slightly. He did not awaken immediately. His consciousness seemed to float on the brink of a chaotic abyss interwoven with fragmented memories, occasionally touched by a refreshing order brought forth by the foundational breathing technique, only to be pulled back by the remnants of headache and confusion. Yet, an instinctive, faint longing for life, perhaps a warmth quietly instilled by the foundational breathing technique operating within his subconscious, slowly and tenaciously drew his awareness from the brink of death's mire. Inch by inch, his eyelids felt as heavy as if weighed down by two mountains. After several attempts, he finally managed to pry them open just a sliver. In his blurred vision, the first thing he perceived was the glaring light streaming in, followed by the swirling dust motes. Then the rough texture of the hay on the ground nearby, and finally, his hand resting on the edge of the haystack, smeared with dark red blood and grime. He was not dead. This realization struck him like a cold stone cast into the lake of his muddled consciousness, sending ripples of astonishment. He was indeed alive? After enduring the searing heat that scorched his insides, the bone-deep chill, the agonizing pain from the festering wound on his back, and the torrent of memories that nearly rent his soul apart, he had survived? Lin Feng slowly, with great effort, attempted to move his fingers. A slight, tangible sensation registered at his fingertips, the rough friction of the hay. Although his entire body still throbbed with an indescribable soreness and weakness, particularly in his back and the ruptured meridians within, where every subtle movement sent sharp pangs akin to needles. This pain was a stark contrast to the numbness that had led him toward death the previous night. He was still alive. In what could only be described as a miracle, amidst the desolation of an unattended woodshed, he had emerged from the dual despair of grave injury and fever, as well as the onslaught of memories. He gradually, bit by bit, adjusted his position, attempting to shift from lying on his side to a more restful supine posture. This simple act consumed nearly all of his strength, and the strain on his back wound caused darkness to encroach upon his vision, his forehead beading with cold sweat. At last, he managed to lie flat on his back, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. With each inhalation, he could detect the fetid air of the woodshed, mingling with the faint metallic scent emanating from the scabbed wounds on his body. Wait, scabs? Lin Feng suddenly became aware of something. He strained to turn his head, using the corner of his eye to glance toward his back. Although he could not discern the precise condition, the previously slick and sticky sensation of festering wounds seemed to have lessened considerably. In its place was a taut, dry, and even somewhat itchy feeling. This was far from the typical state following severe injury and infection. By all logic, he should have succumbed to sepsis and fever the previous night. Was last night's chaotic scene, with its 9 chains, the rusted ancient sword, the myriad fragments of memories flooding in, and the foundational breathing technique he clutched at the end, merely a dream? This thought struck him like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the fog of his mind. He closed his eyes, striving to recollect. Those images remained fragmented and tumultuous. The towering sword palace, the blood-stained river of stars, the solitary silhouette. And the oppressive weight of the two characters Tsang Jun brought upon him a throbbing headache, rendering him hesitant to delve deeper. Yet, the foundational breathing technique was indelibly etched in his consciousness. The rhythm of each breath, the pathway of the circulating energy, felt instinctively familiar, as if woven into the very fabric of his being. It was not a dream. At the very least, that technique was no illusion. An ineffable emotion surged within him, a mixture of relief at having survived calamity, bewilderment at the unknown, and a faint glimmer of hope, so subtle that he himself had yet to fully perceive it. He once more closed his eyes, choosing to dismiss those grand and terrifying memories, concentrating entirely on the foundational breathing technique. According to its teachings, he first slowed his breath, striving to make each inhalation and exhalation prolonged, even, and profound. Initially, due to his physical pain and weakness, his breathing remained hurried and shallow, difficult to control. Yet, he persevered, repeatedly attempting to forcefully guide the rhythm of his breath with his will. Gradually, as the cadence of his breathing adjusted, a peculiar sensation began to emerge. Within him, the once entirely dormant and nearly exhausted energy, rendered feeble by the severance of his meridians, stirred ever so slightly. It was akin to the last remaining pool of stagnant water at the depths of a parched riverbed, stirred by an almost imperceptible breeze, creating faint ripples. This fluctuation was so subtle that, were his entire focus not directed inward at that moment, it would have gone unnoticed. Yet, this slight disturbance invigorated Lin Feng's spirit. Although his cultivation had been rendered ineffective and his meridians fractured in numerous places, the foundational essence of energy, rooted in the very source of life, had not been entirely obliterated. It merely lay scattered and obstructed, inaccessible. At that moment, under the guidance of the foundational breathing technique, signs of reconvergence and flow began to manifest. He stifled his excitement and, with heightened concentration, meticulously followed the technique's guidance, cautiously coaxing that faint energy to traverse along the simplest and most fundamental path described within, an embryonic route akin to the initial segment of the Tianlong meridian in the 12 primary meridians. The process proved immensely arduous. The energy was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, while the severed meridians resembled a treacherous pathway strewn with rubble and cliffs. Each push of intent felt like moving through a quagmire, fraught with obstacles and accompanied by sharp pangs emanating from the ruptured meridians. Sweat once again dampened his disheveled hair. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persisted. The technique seemed to possess an extraordinary allure. With each synchronized breath, it infused the feeble energy with an inexplicable vitality, rendering it more docile and resilient. Time passed, though it felt to Lin Feng as if an entire century had slipped by. Perhaps only the duration of a single tea session. At long last, through his relentless efforts, that faintest glimmer of vital energy, moving with excruciating slowness and in intermittent bursts, traversed a rudimentary pathway to complete a minuscule cycle. Although this cycle encompassed only a minuscule portion of his body and the energy was so feeble it could almost be disregarded at the moment of its completion, Lin Feng seemed to hear an exceedingly delicate hum within him, akin to the gentle plucking of a string. It was not a sound perceived by the ears, but rather a resonance emanating from the depths of his being. Immediately thereafter, a weak yet undeniably real warmth burgeoned forth from the area that had just completed the cycle. This warmth resembled the breath of hot air exhaled on a winter's day. Though diminutive, it carried a vibrant vitality and began to slowly permeate and spread through his cold, stiff, and pained torso. Where it flowed, though it could not instantly mend the ruptured meridians or the grave injuries, it bestowed an ineffable sense of relief. It was akin to parched earth, cracked and barren, finally receiving a modicum of moisture, or like frozen limbs, submerged in warm water, experiencing a tingling sensation akin to needles, heralding the return of life. What stirred Lin Feng's heart most profoundly was that under the nurturing of this feeble warmth and the continued operation of that peculiar technique, he distinctly sensed that the barrier of the mid-stage of blood-moving realm, which had ensnared him for years and was as solid as rock, had indeed begun to loosen. Not a breakthrough, merely a loosening. It was akin to a long-sealed, rusted iron door, gently nudged from within, emitting a reluctant creak as a sliver of external light seeped through the crack. For Lin Feng, who had stagnated in the early stages of the blood-moving realm for countless years and endured ridicule, this sensation was akin to catching the first glimmer of dawn in the midst of darkness. He abruptly opened his eyes, his chest rising slightly with excitement. The morning light had brightened considerably since earlier, and the interior of the firewood shed came into clearer view. Dust danced in the beams of light, and dewdrops clung to the cobwebs in the corners. Everything appeared unchanged from yesterday, the day before, or the past 3 months. Yet Lin Feng understood that everything was different now. He slowly raised his dirt-streaked hand before his eyes, fingers gently curling. His strength remained feeble, his body still gravely injured, and his situation perilous. But all that transpired last night was no mere illusion. The chaos, the chains, the ancient sword, the fragments, the named Song Jun, and this foundational breathing technique that had saved his life, stirred his vital energy, and loosened the barrier, all were undeniably real. A world of profound secrets and vastness, far beyond his imagination and overturning his understanding, seemed to unveil a mere thread of an opening at the brink of his demise. What shone through this crevice? Was it light? Was it fire? Was it a deeper darkness? Or a thorny path leading to unknown possibilities? He did not know. Yet he was acutely aware that he could no longer live as he once did. He must seize this thread of vitality, comprehend all that transpired the previous night, and strive to grow stronger. Within Lin Feng's eyes, where a long-dormant, nearly extinguished spark resided, a flicker of weak, yet resolute flame quietly ignited. He closed his eyes once more, turning away from the squalid, dilapidated woodshed, and ceased to dwell upon the indifference and humiliation of the Yi family. Instead, he directed all his focus inward, guiding the faint pulse of his vital energy along the pathway of the foundational breathing technique, embarking on a second, more concentrated cycle of practice. Outside the woodshed, the day broke brilliantly anew. Chapter 14. The cycle of 9 lives. As dawn and dusk intertwined, shadows danced and shifted. In the corner of the woodshed, the pile of hay had been smoothed considerably by Lin Feng's body. It was the 10th day, since that night when the rain ceased. When he clawed his way back from the brink of death and confirmed the authenticity and efficacy of the foundational breathing technique, Lin Feng had begun an almost self-imposed regimen of arduous training within this constrained prison. He no longer pondered when the guards outside would change shifts, nor did he heed the distant murmurs regarding his perceived worthlessness or thievery. He even ceased to recall the frigid faces and gazes within the grand hall of the Yi family. He devoted all his mental faculties and remaining strength to two endeavors: executing the life-saving breathing technique and organizing the fragmented memories that, though still chaotic, had ceased to spiral completely out of control. Each day, apart from the most basic sustenance necessary for survival, a coarse, tooth-jarring flatbread and murky cold water thrown in by the guards through the door, and the brief moments of forced slumber due to exhaustion, he maintained the same posture in the driest corner of the woodshed, leaning against the cold earthen wall, sitting cross-legged in quiet meditation. Initially, the practice of the technique remained arduous. The faint pulse of energy within him was as delicate as a thread, and the pain from the severed meridians shadowed him relentlessly. Each small cycle of the technique was accompanied by torrents of sweat and subtle tremors throughout his body. Yet, Lin Feng's heart was more tranquil than ever before. The sights and sounds from that night of chaos, the ancient sword suppressed by 9 chains, and the impact of the two characters Tsang Jun acted like a heavy whetstone, grinding away the last remnants of restlessness and self-pity from his heart. To survive, to comprehend, to grow stronger, this simple thought became the driving force that enabled him to endure all manner of suffering. As the breathing technique was practiced day after day, the effects began to manifest gradually. The most immediate change was in his injuries. The ghastly wound on his back began to itch at the edges of the scab, a sign of new flesh forming. Although the internal meridians had yet to heal, the external wounds were astonishingly mending at an extraordinary pace. Within his body, the pulse of energy was also slowly and steadily strengthening, growing from the initial thread-like delicacy to a gentle stream, still feeble, yet flowing more smoothly through the limited pathways designated by the technique. The barriers of the mid-stage of blood mobilization were becoming increasingly pliable. He could even faintly sense that with just a bit more vigor, he might break through that veil at any moment. A more significant transformation, however, unfolded deep within his consciousness. Those memories, once shattered like a broken mirror, chaotic and excruciatingly painful to touch, began to undergo a slow, spontaneous reordering and integration as his focus sharpened and his awareness solidified. Initially, only 2 or 3 similar fragments of images quietly pieced together in the corners of his consciousness. For instance, concerning the fragments of the majestic sword palace, which were originally scattered in various places, some remnants of eaves, some faded inscriptions, and areas where sword energy surged, they now seemed to be drawn together by an invisible magnetism, slowly converging. Their blurred edges gradually merged, forming a somewhat complete and breathtaking impression of the sword palace. Following this, images of the blood-stained starry river emerged, shattered stars, remnants of divine beings, and terrifying fissures left by sword marks. These heart-stopping fragments also began to coalesce, piecing together an iceberg of a war that had ravaged the heavens. One so brutal it was beyond imagination. At the core of it all was the memory of a solitary, proud figure and an ancient sword pointing towards the firmament. These fragments shone the brightest yet bore the heaviest weight. Each touch sent tremors through Lin Feng's heart and mind. Yet, through his persistent and careful contemplation and organization, these fragments gradually became clearer and more coherent. By the 10th day, after the guard tossed in the day's food and water, the footsteps faded away, leaving the woodshed in silence once more. A sliver of daylight seeped through the door's crack, illuminating the slowly settling dust in the air. Lin Feng swallowed a hard biscuit, drained the cold water, wiped the moisture from his lips, and returned to his corner to sit cross-legged. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, calming his mind completely. Within him, the now robust flow of vital energy began to circulate spontaneously along the path of his breathing technique, bringing warmth that nourished his battered body. His primary consciousness, akin to a patient artisan, once again plunged into the memory sea, which was no longer turbulent, yet remained vast and profound. Today, he sensed a portent of fulfillment. Between the larger, preliminarily assembled memory segments, the still vague and missing links appeared to flicker with countless delicate points of light, flowing like a river of stars, striving to connect all the scattered islands into a cohesive continent. He no longer sought to grasp or observe a specific image. Instead, he emptied his mind, entering a state of almost introspection to feel the pulsation of the entire memory sea at that moment. Time flowed in absolute silence. After an indeterminate duration, it felt as though a silent thunderclap erupted deep within his consciousness. All the floating memory blocks, points of light, and phantoms were suddenly drawn towards a singular center by an invisible force emanating from the essence of his soul. Not a violent collision, but an incomprehensibly profound unity. An unprecedented, clear, and complete scroll unfurled before his eyes. The scroll was not static. It flowed like the river of time, revealing a truth long sealed by endless ages. He saw, in an immeasurable distant past, a figure who, through the sword, attained enlightenment and reigned over the heavens, compelling all realms to bow before the sword's edge. This individual, the master of the supreme sword palace, was revered by countless sword cultivators and bore the title of sovereign of the celestial sword. He witnessed the sovereign at the pinnacle of the great Dao, glimpsing the eternal gate, striving to transcend the cycles of epochs, testing eternity with his sword, launching an assault upon that supreme realm of eternity. That single sword strike encompassed his lifetime of cultivation, insights into the sword path, and even the essence of his life, representing the ultimate challenge against fate. He beheld the manifestation of the eternal gate, yet beyond it lay not the imagined transcendent paradise, but rather an infinite cycle of tribulations, myriad retaliations, and obstructive forces from an ineffable existence beyond comprehension. To challenge eternity is to defy the heavens, inviting divine jealousy and human calamities. In that battle, the stars shattered. The great Dao lamented, and though the master of the Zhangjuan sword cleaved through countless tribulations, he himself faced the shattering of his Dao fruit at the final moment. His soul beset by a force of taboo originating from the very essence of reincarnation, tearing him asunder. He witnessed that his soul had not been utterly annihilated. Instead, under the influence of that forbidden power, it dispersed into the endless cycle of reincarnation. Within this cycle existed 9 chaotic chains that traversed life and death, binding the true spirit, ever present like a shadow. At the end of these chains lay an ancient sword, kin to his fated sword, yet corroded by the relentless forces of tribulation, bearing the marks of time and seemingly encapsulating all his reincarnated memories and powers. A profound realization, born from the imprint of his soul, dawned upon him like the first light of dawn, dispelling all mists. These 9 chains and the ancient sword were taboo artifacts accompanying his cycles of rebirth, known as the 9 prison swords. The chains confined his past, while the sword embodied his Dao fruit and tribulation forces. Only by shattering the chains could he gradually reclaim his former powers and memories, simultaneously unlocking the calamities that accompanied him. In this 9th life, the fragment of the master of the Zhangjuan sword, after enduring 8 indistinct cycles, seemingly unable to escape the bindings of the 9 prisons, was reborn in the Xianhuang star realm, within the Lin family of Luoyun City, as a humble, illegitimate son, later becoming the bullied son-in-law of the Yi family. His name in this life was Lin Feng. As the scroll of destiny gradually faded, it ultimately transformed into a point of brilliance, dazzling yet heavy, deeply imprinted at the core of his soul. Seated in the corner of a wood shed, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. No longer was there the numbness, pain, or confusion of yore. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped him, beneath which flowed the currents of an ancient cosmos and the essence of a sword intent capable of piercing through the dark heavens. No cries of shock, no frenzied gestures. He simply sat in silence, digesting this astonishing yet seemingly destined truth. The 9th life, the master of the Zhangjuan sword, the 9 prison swords, the son-in-law of Luoyun City. The stark contrast between past and present, exalted and humble, sword master and mere insect, absurdly yet inevitably unified within him at this moment. He slowly lowered his gaze, revealing his hands, calloused yet still somewhat frail. These hands had once wielded the supreme sword capable of cleaving through the starry rivers. This body had endured the fists and rods of the Yi family's guardians. This fragment of spirit had once gazed down upon myriad realms, yet had also been as humble as dust. A soft sigh, indistinguishable as either self-mockery or sentiment, escaped Lin Feng's lips. He finally comprehended why he had seen the 9 prison swords on the brink of death that night, why fragments of memory surged forth, and why the foundational breathing technique that had saved his life originated from that which was innately his. He also grasped that all the humiliation, injustice, and bullying he had endured over the past 3 months paled in comparison to the grand cycle of reincarnation and tribulations spanning 9 lives, appearing both trivial and yet profoundly real. The details of his previous 8 lives have faded from his memory. However, in this life, he is Lin Feng. He is the one who willingly entered into a marriage of convenience to save his mother. He is the Lin Feng who endured scorn and beatings in the Yi family. He is the Lin Feng whose meridians were severed, facing death by the rod. The chains of the 9 prisons' swords still bind the past, and the rusted blade remains sealed with power and calamity. Yet, having awakened and gained awareness, he can no longer allow others to dictate the course of his existence in this life. Lin Feng closed his eyes once more. This time, His consciousness did not sink into the sea of memories nor merely guide the faint flow of his vital energy. Instead, his awareness, akin to the most sensitive antennae, began to cautiously probe the deepest recesses of his being. It sought that indistinct shadow of a sword, reminiscent of what one sees in chaos, which had subtly emerged since the awakening of his memories, lying dormant at the intersection of his soul's essence and corporeal flesh. Chapter 15. The initial manifestation of the sword sutra, the silence of the woodshed, seemed to take on weight. Dust particles drifted slowly through the beam of afternoon light that filtered in through the crack of the door, their paths as clear as the threads of fate. In the corner of the cobwebbed wall, a fly struggled in vain, the minute vibrations traveling along the silver threads, ultimately succumbing to a futile calm. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the corner, his back straight as a spear against the cold, rough earthen wall behind him. His eyes were gently closed, his expression serene, and every sound around him had been reduced to a whisper. Even the rise and fall of his chest became imperceptible. Within him, the stream of vital energy, which had barely strengthened after 10 days of breathing exercises, continued to circulate slowly and resolutely along the path outlined by the foundational techniques, bringing a subtle warmth that countered the lingering pain from his severed meridians and the frailty of his body. Yet, his spirit had long departed from this place. Since the moment on the 10th day when he realized the connection between his past and present lives and became aware of the existence of the nine-prisoned sword, a call originating from the very essence of his soul awakened within him, a faint sense of the power that had been confined, like a seed buried deep within his heart, quietly sprouting. He understood that the sword, intertwined with his destiny and bearing the weight of past glories and tribulations, existed within him in a state that transcended the physical, straddling the line between reality and illusion. At this moment, all of his consciousness coalesced into a singular, pure, and focused thought, gradually descending into the depths of his being, sinking toward a realm that was both ethereal and undeniably real. This was neither a chaotic space nor the sea of memories, but rather a crevice between the corporeal and the spiritual, between reality and the ephemeral, a dim, gray void. There was no up or down, no passage of time. Only the faint luminescence emitted by his own awareness illuminating the limited surroundings. His thoughts cautiously explored and extended within this inner void, akin to a blind man feeling an elephant or a barefooted wanderer probing the depths. Initially, he could only sense the faint traces of warmth and light generated by the flow of his vital energy, along with the black hole-like blockages and the sharp pains of the severed meridians. However, he did not feel disheartened. Following the subtle guidance emanating from the essence of his soul, he continued to delve deeper into the more profound and essential layers of existence. Time became irrelevant. Perhaps only a moment had passed, or perhaps a millennium had slipped away. At long last, within the very heart of that hazy void, a point of utmost chaos, where it seemed all origins and conclusions converged, he beheld it. It was an exceedingly indistinct and dim apparition, as if it could dissipate at any moment. The silhouette barely suggested the form of a sword, yet it appeared minuscule and infinitely more obscure compared to the rusted ancient sword seen amidst the chaos, which was restrained by 9 celestial chains. This ethereal image manifested a translucent grayish-black hue, its blade riddled with countless minuscule fissures, so delicate that a mere touch could shatter it into motes of light. At the hilt, 9 almost imperceptible dark threads entwined, extending into the endless depths of the void, a faint reflection of the 9 infernal chains. Was this the projection of the 9 hells soared within my being? Lin Feng's consciousness lingered 3 feet away from the sword's spectral outline, hesitant to draw any nearer. Even at such a distance, he could still perceive a tremor emanating from his very soul, steeped in an overwhelming desolation, an indomitable struggle, and a trace of familiarity that intertwined within its complex essence. It was as if this sword's shadow was inextricably linked to his life and soul, yet had been forcibly torn apart, imprisoned, and worn down by some dreadful power. Steeling himself, Lin Feng summoned all his courage and will, guiding that thread of consciousness to cautiously and gradually reach out toward the sword's ghostly trace. There was no tangible sensation of contact. When his thought finally brushed against the edge of the ephemeral halo surrounding the shadow, a faint hum resonated, a sound that seemed to reverberate directly within the core of his soul. It did not emanate from the sword shadow, but from one of the gray threads extending into the void, corresponding to the first of the 9 celestial chains. Accompanied by this soft vibration, the touched gray thread suddenly illuminated for an instant. Although the radiance remained dim and muted, it appeared to activate a mechanism that had lain dormant for eons. In an instant, an indescribable essence, vast, ancient, and solitary, sharp to the extreme, surged forth, like a torrent breaking through a dam or the initial eruption of a dormant volcano, rushing towards Lin Feng's consciousness with overwhelming force. Lin Feng, seated in the corner of the woodshed, felt his body tremble violently, a suppressed groan escaping his throat. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat poured down, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. Pain, not the pain of the flesh, but the excruciating agony of the soul being forcibly thrust into an entity of supreme sharpness, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart and shredded. It was more pure, more tyrannical, and more inescapable than the previous influx of fragmented memories. In an instant, his consciousness was entirely engulfed and enveloped by this vast and sharp essence. It was formless and intangible, yet it felt as if it were composed of countless minute, razor-sharp blades, frantically scouring, slicing, and imprinting upon the core of his awareness. Yet amidst this excruciating torment, Lin Feng's remaining clarity perceived that this essence, though domineering, bore no malice. It resembles an innate outpouring, long sealed, that has finally found its rightful place, a transmission that transcends the barriers of reincarnation. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being swept away by this pure sword intent, a transformation occurred. The surging torrent of vast sword intent abruptly receded. All sharpness, dominance, and overwhelming sensations vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. In their stead, there emerged a scripture composed of countless ancient runes glimmering with a faint golden hue, strange patterns, and profound rhythms, quietly suspended within the core of his consciousness, which, though battered, had unexpectedly become more solid and resilient. At the scripture's beginning, for ancient characters, seemingly carved directly from sword energy and exuding the essence to sever all and refine all, came into view. Song Jun, Sword Canon. Following this was the title of the first volume of this grand scripture, Volume 1, Blood Transport and Body Refinement, without the need for verbal explanation. The moment Lin Feng's consciousness beheld these words, every essence, cultivation method, route of qi and blood circulation, body refinement techniques, and even the nuances of each critical point were naturally comprehended and mastered, akin to a sudden enlightenment. This was not merely a simple textual inheritance. It was a direct imprinting of principles and truths deep within his soul. In comparison to the life-saving foundational breathing technique prior, this Song Jun Sword Canon, blood transport and body refinement, was undoubtedly exquisite beyond measure. It no longer merely guided the circulation of qi and blood. Rather, it amalgamated the transportation, compression, and refinement of qi and blood with the nourishment and strengthening of every sinew and bone in the body in an almost rigorous manner, harmonizing with the initial resonance of the celestial energies in a perfect system, efficient and brimming with untold potential. If the foundational breathing technique was a mere canal for directing water, then this sword canon's body refinement was the supreme method of carving a great river, transforming flow into dragon. Upon merely grasping the essence of the opening lines of this first volume, Lin Feng felt a profound shock and exhilaration emanating from his very soul. He sensed that the qi and blood cultivated from this sword canon would no longer be the loose and murky essence characteristic of ordinary blood transport realm martial artists. Instead, it would be refined to a purity akin to mercury, blazing like flame, imbued with a touch of vast sword intent. In the humble abode, beneath Lin Feng's tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs trembled slightly. The look of anguish on his face had long faded, replaced by a complex expression intermingled with enlightenment, shock, and boundless anticipation. His consciousness gradually withdrew from the void, regaining control of his physical form. The cold earthen wall against his back remained unchanged. The rough straw beneath him still coarse, and the air laden with dust and mildew continued to be uncomfortable. Yet, everything was different now. He slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, a faint yet sharp glimmer, as piercing as a newly forged sword, flashed fleetingly. He raised his hand, observing his still slender palm, marked with thin calluses. That Song Jun Sword Canon, blood transport and body refinement, had loosened the first minuscule gap in the first chain of the Nine Hells sword, bestowing such an astonishing inheritance. Then, what spectacle would await when the chains are completely shattered, and the complete Nine Hells sword and all memories of its power are reclaimed? Lin Feng gradually clenched his fist, the knuckles turning slightly white from the exertion. A faint yet icy smile, as unyielding as iron and steadfast as a mountain, graced his lips. House arrest, injuries, the stigma of being a discarded son. From this moment forth, all of these shall fade into the annals of history. He once more closed his eyes, this time not to sense the inner landscape, but to commence the initial posture of the Tsangjuan sword classic, blood transportation and body tempering. which was indelibly imprinted in the depths of his soul. He adjusted his breath and focused his mind, preparing for the first genuine practice of sword technique. Outside the woodshed, the sun hung low in the west. A new chapter, silent yet profound, quietly unfurled. Chapter 16. Breaking through in 3 days, the tranquility of the woodshed was disrupted by a new rhythm, a deep, elongated breath imbued with an eerie resonance. Each inhalation and exhalation echoed in an unsettling interval, as if every intake and release were engaging in a profound exchange with some colossal entity lurking in the unseen. The dust motes suspended in the air seemed to swirl and settle in harmony with the cadence of this breath. Sitting cross-legged like a stone, Lin Feng's consciousness had fully immersed itself in the enigmatic realm of the Zhangjuan sword classic, blood transportation and body tempering. Compared to the rudimentary breathing techniques he had previously practiced, the methods of sword cultivation were a stark contrast. No longer merely guiding the vital energy through a few principal meridians in a simple cycle, it refined the will to an exquisite degree. Akin to the most masterful craftsman wielding the mind as a hammer and breath as a bellows, meticulously forging every trace of vital energy within. According to the sword classic, he first needed to visualize. He envisioned himself as a furnace, with his dantian as the base, and the fire of intent blazing fiercely. Each breath drawn in was no longer mere air, but infused with the most subtle essence of the universe. This essence, upon entering his body, was ignited by the fire of intent, transforming into an intangible force that infused the furnace of vital energy. Next came the transportation. His will moved with precision, deftly guiding the streams of vital energy that had undergone initial tempering, no longer following simple, broad routes, but traversing a network of intricate micromeridians. As documented in the sword classic, that was more than tenfold in complexity. This network nearly reached the most minute corners of his physical being, with many pathways that Lin Feng had never perceived or even imagined. Initially, progress was excruciatingly slow, bordering on despair. Disrupted meridians resembled ravines, obstructing the flow of vital energy. His feeble mind struggled to maintain such refined control for extended periods, and the visualized fire of intent flickered unpredictably, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Yet Lin Feng's heart, as if cleansed by an icy spring, remained devoid of any impatience. Although his memories from a past life were not fully restored, the resilient will forged through 9 cycles of reincarnation, undiminished by the failures of eternity, seemed to have left a faint imprint that transcended through the lineage of his soul. He cast aside all distractions, patiently attempting, adjusting, failing, and then trying again, time losing its significance in the depths of his focus. On the first day, he managed to complete his first full, albeit faltering, cycle of the sword classic's small circulation of vital energy. As that strand of energy was redirected, after traversing the intricate network with great effort, the flow of vital essence ultimately returned to the furnace of the dantian. A faint yet remarkably clear warmth blossomed from the depths of the dantian, instantly radiating throughout the limbs and bones. This warmth was distinctly different from the gentle currents induced by the foundational breathing techniques. It was purer, more concentrated, as if imbued with a barely perceptible edge. Where it passed, it not only nourished but also seemed to possess a peculiar refining effect on the flesh and tendons, even alleviating the sharp pains at the fractured meridians. Efficiency surged. If the previous transportation of vital essence could be likened to carrying burdens upon one's shoulders, then at this moment, it was akin to erecting a water wheel and carving out channels. Lin Feng felt invigorated, immersed in this experience without rest. By the second day, he had become increasingly adept at the operation of the sword cannon, with the harmony between his mind and vital essence gradually enhancing. The efficiency of transportation improved once more. The heart fire within the furnace of the dantian stabilized significantly, and the conversion rate of absorbed spiritual essence noticeably increased. The stream of vital essence within him grew robust and dense at a visible rate, its hue shifting from a pale red to a deeper, richer crimson. The barrier of the mid-stage of the blood transportation realm, which had merely been loosened, was now repeatedly battered by the surging flow of vital essence. On the verge of collapse, within the cottage, the peculiar rhythm of breathing became even more pronounced. Each protracted inhalation seemed to forcibly seize some invisible essence from the surrounding air. Each slow exhalation carried with it the subtle impurities refined from within. The flow of air appeared to be subtly influenced. On the third day, at dusk, as Lin Feng guided the now formidable stream of dark red, near-brown vital essence, imbued with a faintly sharp aura, through the completion of the 9th full cycle of the day, it surged into the furnace of the dantian like rivers returning to the sea, with a resounding boom, audible only to him. originating from the very core of his life essence. An explosion reverberated within. At the Dantian, the imagined furnace erupted with flames that soared high. All the gathered vital essence was instantly ignited, compressed, and refined. A layer of invisible membrane, solidified over several years, quietly melted away under the impact of the torrential flow of vital essence, honed through the sword cannon, far surpassing that of an ordinary blood transportation realm warrior. Like snow dissolving in sunlight, the barrier shattered. A torrent of searing heat, several times more intense than before, erupted from the Dantian, sweeping throughout his body along the pathways delineated in the sword cannon. Where it passed, the flesh and bones emitted faint cracking sounds, as if celebrating, rejoicing, undergoing a profound transformation and enhancement. Lin Feng's pores involuntarily opened, expelling faintly murky breaths intermingled with vital essence. Meanwhile, a delicate, healthy flush surfaced on his skin, and his previously gaunt, sunken cheeks, a result of severe injuries and malnutrition, appeared to regain some fullness. He had ascended to the late stage of the blood transportation realm. In just 3 short days, through the supreme mysteries of the Zhangjuan sword cannon, he not only solidified his previously unstable realm, but also leapt from the mid-stage directly into the late stage. The speed of cultivation displayed here is indeed astonishing. Not only within the confines of Falling Cloud City, but even in the vast expanses beyond. At the very moment Lin Feng achieved his breakthrough, a transformation in his vital essence occurred, enhancing his resonance with the ethereal forces of the universe. A wave of spiritual energy, albeit feeble, emanated from the pores of his body, pure and refined, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating an imperceptible ripple. This fluctuation was so subtle that even nearby martial artists might not perceive it. However, just outside the woodshed, beneath the shadow of an ancient locust tree, 2 guards assigned to monitor the situation were suddenly jolted, lifting their heads in unison towards the direction of the shed. Both were mid-stage blood-moving realm practitioners, skilled within the ranks of the Yi family guards, possessing a heightened sensitivity compared to ordinary individuals. "Brother Wang, did you feel that?" inquired the younger guard, rubbing his eyes, uncertainty lacing his voice. It seemed like something stirred within that room, though not a sound, just a feeling. The older guard, known as Brother Wang, wore a solemn expression. His eyes narrowed as he fixated intently on the weathered wooden door. With a slightly higher cultivation level, his perception was sharper. In that fleeting moment, he did indeed sense a faint, yet profound, wave emanating from the shed, causing a subtle stir of his own vital essence. This sensation bore an ineffable purity, far beyond what a typical blood-moving realm warrior could produce, and certainly not the aura of a critically wounded individual. "Something is amiss," Brother Wang murmured, his gaze flickering. "We both know how Lin Feng was when he was confined. 50 strikes plus the prior injury to his cultivation, surviving 3 days would be miraculous. Yet, listen to that breathing," he said, tilting his ear to catch the long, deep cadence of breaths that seemed to resonate. Unlike that of a mortally wounded person, more akin to someone engaged in cultivation. "Practicing?" the younger guard exclaimed in shock. "That can't be possible. Wasn't his cultivation destroyed? And in a place like this, without food, water, or medicine, precisely. That's what makes it so peculiar." Brother Wang interrupted. A mixture of greed and vigilance etched across his face. "Have you forgotten the mistress's instructions? We must keep a close watch to see if he harbors any secrets or possesses anything that should not be there. That wave we just felt is far from ordinary. Perhaps this lad truly has some hidden treasure or secret that allows him to cling to life, even restore his cultivation." The younger guard's eyes brightened at the thought, but concern soon clouded his expression. "What shall we do now? You remain here, vigilant. Keep your eyes sharp and your ears attuned." Brother Wang quickly decided. "I shall report this to the mistress immediately. Remember, signal at the first sign of anything unusual." "Understood." Brother Wang cast one last meaningful glance at the silent shed, imbued with an inexplicable aura, before turning and hastening away, his footsteps deliberate yet light as he vanished down the path. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, within the inner chambers of the Yi family, in the side hall where the Zhao family resided, Brother Wang stood respectfully, recounting his observations in detail, embellishing the account with emphasis on the peculiar and pure wave of spiritual energy and the seemingly uninjured rhythm of Lin Feng's breathing. Zhao sat gracefully on a carved zetanwood chair, delicately twisting a string of jade prayer beads in her hand as she listened to the report. Her initially indifferent expression gradually darkened, and her gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity. "Spiritual fluctuations?" A deep breath? Zhao let out a cold laugh, her fingers quickening their movement on the beads. "A critically injured waste of space practicing in the woodshed? Wang Mang, do you truly believe that is feasible?" Wang Mang felt the sweat bead on his forehead and hurriedly replied, I too find it utterly implausible, yet that surge indeed exists. I would never dare to deceive you, my lady. Moreover, in the past 3 days, aside from the hard biscuits and cold water provided, there has been no other contact. Yet his injuries remain stable. It is inherently suspicious. Suspicious of what? Zhao's eyes flashed like lightning, locking onto Wang Mang. Wang Mang clenched his teeth and lowered his voice. I suspect that this young man may possess some sort of treasure that can heal wounds or even assist in cultivation. His adamant denial of having stolen the elixir. Could it be that he knows he has such an item, giving him confidence? Or perhaps, this treasure was acquired externally, and he keeps it secret? Treasure. The glint in Zhao's eyes intensified, a mingling of greed and murderous intent rising within her. Her disdain for Lin Feng was already profound, and the resentment that brewed within her during the public trial when Yi Lingyer pleaded for him, followed by Yi Qingshan's altered judgment, only fueled her anger. If Lin Feng indeed harbored some secret or treasure, it would present a fortuitous opportunity. She could rid herself of this troublesome son-in-law while simultaneously claiming the treasure for herself. 2 birds with 1 stone. Is there anyone else aware of this matter? Zhao inquired in a low voice. Only I and Li Si, who is on duty with me, are privy to this. I have instructed him to keep it a secret and to continue monitoring, Wang Mang affirmed. Well done. Zhao nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Relay my orders. Double the manpower and tightly encircle the woodshed in the courtyard, maintaining round-the-clock surveillance. No outsiders are to approach, especially during the night. Keep a close watch. Should there be any further fluctuations, or if that young man makes any move, report immediately. She paused, her tone turning ominous. Additionally, investigate whether this waste of space had any contact with unusual items before becoming a part of the Lin family, or if there have been any abnormal activities within the Yi family in the past 3 months, particularly interactions with suspicious individuals. Remember, this must be done discreetly. Do not alert the enemy. Understood, Wang Mang replied, spirits lifted as he took his leave. In the side hall, Zhao leaned back against the chair, her fingertips pressing so hard on the jade beads that they almost shattered. She gazed out towards the courtyard, her eyes cold and menacing. Lin Feng, whether you possess a secret or have merely stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity within the Yi family, you will not rise above me while I watch. If it is a treasure, it must be surrendered. If it is a secret, let it accompany you to the grave. Within the woodshed, Lin Feng, having just broken through to the late stage of blood transformation, was deeply attuned to the changes within his body when he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He slowly opened his eyes, peering through the crack in the door. The sky had nearly succumbed to darkness, silence enveloping the surroundings. Yet, he sensed that the unseen eyes lurking within the dark had grown more numerous and colder than before. Chapter 17. Moonlight tempering the sword. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent. The darkness outside the woodshed felt heavier than on any previous night. It is not the celestial phenomena that have changed, but rather the prying eyes concealed within the shadows of trees, corners, and eaves, which have more than doubled. The orders from the Zhao clan have been thoroughly executed. For guardians, each at least in the mid-stages of blood manipulation, are strategically positioned like lurking night owls, firmly locking the dilapidated woodshed within their vigilant gaze. They hold their breath, focused intently, suppressing even the slightest cough, their eyes ablaze, ears perked, not allowing any suspicious sound or movement to escape their notice. Inside the woodshed, Lin Feng sits cross-legged in his accustomed position. Compared to the surging vitality experienced 3 days prior during his breakthrough, his aura now appears almost entirely contained. His cultivation at the late stage of blood manipulation has been initially stabilized by the Zhongjuan Sword Classic, with his vital energy flowing silently through intricate and exquisite channels. Warm and refined. However, he refrains from further pushing towards a higher realm, as the Sword Classic's body tempering section clearly states that the essence of blood manipulation lies in refining rather than speed. One must repeatedly forge their foundation, purifying their vital essence to be as fluid as mercury and their flesh as resilient as iron, thus laying an unparalleled foundation for subsequent realms. He merely circulates the Sword Classic, maintaining the profound rhythm of breath and energy, while immersing most of his consciousness in introspection, meticulously observing the changes in the ethereal silhouette of the 9 Hells sword within him. Since the day the legacy manifested, this silhouette seems to have solidified ever so slightly, with the fine cracks and phantom markings appearing to have faded somewhat. Its connection to Lin Feng has also grown closer and clearer. At this moment, it is the hour of the rat. The interplay of yin and yang in heaven and earth has begun, and all is gradually quieting. A single beam of moonlight, cold as frost, pierces through a damaged tile in the roof of the woodshed, cascading down like a slender silver thread, silently illuminating a patch of ground before Lin Feng, forming a luminous spot of palm-sized brilliance. This moonlight feels distinct from usual. It is exceptionally pure and crisp, imbued with a subtle essence that cleanses impurities and nurtures the spirit. In that very instant when the moonlight appeared, the previously dormant Nine Hells sword silhouette quivered slightly. This was not a resonance triggered by prior consciousness interaction, but rather an instinctive attraction emanating from the sword shadow itself, as if it had sensed the allure of divine nectar. Accompanying this tremor was a faint yet remarkably clear pulling force that quietly emerged from the center of the sword's ethereal trace. This force did not target Lin Feng's internal vitality or spirit. Instead, it penetrated through his physical barriers, directly affecting the external stream of moonlight. Before his eyes, the radiant moonlit patch on the ground suddenly grew nebulous, its crystalline silver points, pure and cold, appearing as if drawn by an invisible hand, rising languidly, disregarding the tainted air of the woodshed, and drifting directly towards Lin Feng's body. Finally, it penetrated through his skin and flesh, directly entering his being. What is this? Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. The icy moonlight points, upon entering his body, did not disperse into his limbs and bones, but were precisely captured by the pulling force emanating from the Nine Hells sword silhouette, gathering like rivers converging into the sea, all flowing toward the dim sword shadow in the internal void. The moment the first beam of moonlight touched the sword shadow, a faint yet melodious chime, as clear as the sound of jade striking against jade, resonated from the depths of his soul. The dim silhouette of the sword, marred with cracks and imperfections, suddenly radiated a delicate yet unmistakable silvery luminescence, akin to a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. This silvery glow swirled around, and the minute fissures upon the sword shadow appeared to be infused with vitality, gradually smoothing and mending at an imperceptible pace. Though the transformation was subtle, Lin Feng could distinctly sense that the essence of the sword shadow had solidified, its aura of desolation and resilience seemingly cleansed, becoming purer and sharper. More wondrously, as the sword shadow absorbed and refined the moonlight, a stream of silver energy, filtered and transformed through the sword's essence, emerged in return, akin to a refreshing spring, quietly melding into Lin Feng's circulation of the Tsang Jun sword cannon. The moment this energy, imbued with the moonlight's sword aura, was integrated, Lin Feng's vitality surged as though invigorated by a new life force, accelerating his circulation speed and markedly enhancing the process of refining his flesh and bones. With each cycle, he felt his vitality becoming more condensed, a tingling sensation coursing through his body, signaling profound enhancement and restoration. Under the assistance of this moonlight energy, Lin Feng's mastery of the sword cannon began to rise steadily and appreciably. It became evident to him how the Nine Abyss sword could indeed draw in moonlight, refine itself, while simultaneously nurturing the sword aura to aid his cultivation. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. This was undoubtedly a timely boon. In a context of scarce resources and perilous circumstances, the moonlight available each night would be pivotal for his rapid growth. He immediately focused his mind, fully cooperating, while maintaining the operation of the sword cannon to absorb and transform the nurturing moonlight sword aura to the fullest. He also gently directed his consciousness towards the ethereal image of the Nine Abyss sword, attempting to actively guide and enhance its attraction to the moonlight. Gradually, the beam of moonlight cascading through the gaps in the roof appeared to brighten and concentrate, drawing forth more essence of moonlight, forming a subtle silver stream that continuously flowed into Lin Feng. Within the cabin, an unusual aura, cool, pure, yet concealing a latent sharpness, began to permeate the air. Time flew by as he immersed himself in cultivation. With the moonlight's ongoing refinement, the silver brilliance of the Nine Abyss sword shadow gradually became more restrained and stable. Lin Feng also discerned that his perception was undergoing an imperceptible yet profoundly clear transformation. Initially, he merely felt his hearing had sharpened, enabling him to discern the distant rustling of garments as guards changed shifts outside, even distinguishing the subtle differences in their footsteps. Then, closing his eyes, he found he could sense the movement of air within a certain radius around him, tracing the trajectory of the gentle breeze seeping through the door's crack, the disturbances caused by his own breath, and even the faintest ripples in the air when a spider stealthily traversed the corner. This sensation was neither visual nor purely auditory, but rather a comprehensive awareness, synthesized from various senses and processed through a deep-seated instinct for combat embedded in his soul. 10 feet. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, effortlessly entering a state of tranquility, his thoughts as clear as a mirror, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement within a tinjong radius of the woodshed. To his left, 7 steps away, in the corner, a spider had just ensnared a moth and was injecting it with venom. To his right, 5 steps away, a woodlouse emerged from beneath a pile of hay, its antennae exploring the ground. Outside, beneath the northeast corner of the eaves, a guardian seemed weary, shifting his foot ever so slightly, the sole of his boot making an almost inaudible sound against the bluestone pavement. In the southwest, an old locust tree released a dry leaf, which twirled gracefully to the ground, its trajectory vividly etched in his perception. He could even sense the subtle fluctuations in the purity of energy within the moonlight streaming through a crack in the tiles. This was not merely an enhancement from his cultivation, but rather the awakening of a long-dormant instinct, a keen insight and immediate response to his surroundings honed through countless blood-soaked battles. A sensibility belonging to the master of the Zhangjuan sword. The revival of his combat instincts from a past life filled Lin Feng with solemnity. While this heightened perception might currently serve only for vigilance and exploration, if it could further develop alongside his cultivation and instincts, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in actual combat. As he pondered this newfound ability, a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Through his tinjong perception, he distinctly observed the guardian at the northeast corner of the woodshed, who had just shifted his stance, tilting his head slightly, his gaze filled with curiosity as he stared toward the woodshed, particularly at the damaged tile seam on the roof. The guardian seemed instinctively perplexed by the unusually bright and concentrated moonlight. Although this guardian possessed limited cultivation and might not grasp the secrets of the moonlight's activation, such an anomaly could very well be reported. A warning bell rang in Lin Feng's mind. He promptly focused his thoughts, actively diminishing the 9 Hells Sword's phantom's pull on the moonlight. Instantly, the moonlight outside became scattered and faint, the peculiar brightness swiftly fading, returning to its ordinary state. The guardian outside furrowed his brow, gazing intently for a few breaths before ultimately shaking his head, seemingly dismissing his concerns and resuming his vigilant posture. Within the woodshed, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting silver glimmer appearing and vanishing within his gaze. He raised his head, peering through the crack in the tiles toward the resplendent moon in the sky. The moonlight continued to cascade in its cold, silent manner. Yet within his heart, a cluster of icy yet fervent flames had ignited. Every night at the hour of the rat, the moonlight tempered his sword, his cultivation advanced, and his instincts awakened. The Zhao family's surveillance? The Yi family's cage? This humble woodshed could not imprison the dragon yearning to ascend, nor could it confine that Zhangjuan sword intent that would once again roar across the heavens after traversing 9 lifetimes. Chapter 18. Turmoil by the well. 3 months had passed, the period of confinement coming to an end, when the dilapidated wooden door of the woodshed, closed for 90 days, creaked open from the outside. Blinding daylight surged in, prompting Lin Feng, accustomed to the dimness, to instinctively squint. Standing outside was no longer the guardian responsible for monitoring him, but rather Luoyun, the steward, whose face bore a harsh expression. He pinched his nose and cast a disdainful glance inside, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Feng's old, patched, and faded shirt, which, despite its age, had been washed clean. He sneered, "You're lucky to have survived in there." Luoyun's voice was sharp and laced with undisguised contempt. Now that the 3-month confinement had come to an end, as per the family head's orders, he could no longer allow this idle person to remain unproductive. From today onward, you will assist in the kitchen, fetching water, chopping firewood, cleaning the courtyard, whatever needs doing. As for your wages, he elongated the last word, it will depend on your performance. If you dare to be lazy again, HM. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, his movements deliberate and unhurried. After 3 months of arduous training, combined with the tempering of the Zhangjuan sword manual and the nurturing of moonlight, his injuries had long since healed. Even the broken meridians had been partially restored under the nourishing influence of pure sword qi. Yet, to the untrained eye, he still appeared gaunt and calm, seemingly unchanged from the day he was dragged into the woodshed. However, his eyes had grown deeper and more serene, betraying no emotion. "I understand," Lin Feng replied softly, his voice steady, devoid of any trace of joy or anger. Luoyun was momentarily taken aback by his indifference. He had intended to berate him further to assert his authority, but the tranquil depth of Lin Feng's gaze unnerved him for reasons he could not comprehend. With a huff, he dismissed him with a command to report to the kitchen and hurried away. The kitchen of the Yi family was situated on the western side of the estate. A separate courtyard comprised of several spacious cooking rooms, storage areas, and a patch of land cluttered with firewood and miscellaneous items. Just past the hour of chun, It was the busiest time in the kitchen. Servants scurried about, fetching water, chopping wood, washing vegetables, and stoking fires. The sounds of their shouts, the clattering of pots and pans, and the sizzling of ingredients blending into a cacophony of activity, with smoke and steam filling the air. As Lin Feng stepped into this bustling realm, it was as though a stone had been cast into hot oil. Suddenly, all noise ceased, and numerous eyes turned toward him, a mix of astonishment, curiosity, scorn, schadenfreude, and indifference flickering in their gazes. Look, is that Lin Feng from the West Courtyard? He is still alive? I heard he was confined for 3 months. I thought he would be dead by now. Living is just suffering. The family head has punished him to do menial labor in the kitchen. TSK. A once prominent son-in-law reduced to working alongside us commoners. What a disgrace. Whispers buzzed like mosquitoes, intentionally hushed, yet distinctly audible to Lin Feng, paying them no mind. He scanned the courtyard and walked straight toward a plump cook in charge of the kitchen, Zhang Ma, who was standing at the door with her hands on her hips, directing the others. Zhang Ma had evidently received word of his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, her slanted eyes scrutinized him from head to toe, her smile devoid of warmth. "Ah, the esteemed Lin Gongzi has graced us with his presence," she remarked. "Our kitchen may be small, but there is no shortage of work. Do you see those large vats over there?" She gestured toward a row of tall, empty water barrels in the corner of the courtyard. "Fill them up first. The well is at the back, and the buckets are by the wall. If you don't fill them, don't expect to eat lunch today." Her tone was commanding, treating Lin Feng as if he were the lowest of laborers. Lin Feng nodded slightly, refraining from uttering a single word, as he approached the corner of the courtyard to retrieve an old wooden bucket and a yoke. He then turned and made his way toward the well in the backyard. His posture was erect, and his steps were steady, as if the piercing gazes and whispers surrounding him were of no consequence. This silence and composure rendered the onlookers, who had anticipated a spectacle, somewhat disappointed, and their chatter gradually subsided as they busied themselves with their tasks, though their glances still occasionally flickered in his direction. The ground beside the well was slick with moss, and the well rope was worn with age. Lin Feng secured the wooden bucket and lowered it into the well, exerting a steady force with his wrist. Soon, he had drawn 2 full buckets of clear water, which he balanced effortlessly on either end of the yoke. After 3 months of practicing the sword technique to refine his physique, he had not specifically trained for strength. Yet his body now surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist at the blood realm, making the task of lifting the 100+ pounds of water seem effortless. With the buckets in hand, he traversed the bustling courtyard with assured strides, heading towards a row of empty water jars. 1 trip, 2 trips, gradually. The water level in the jars began to rise. His movements were methodical and efficient, his focus unwavering, as if he were engaged in an endeavor of utmost importance. Sweat gradually dampened his forehead and the coarse fabric of his shirt, yet he remained oblivious to it. As he prepared to make his 5th trip to the jars, a mocking voice cut through the air. "Oh, I wonder who is being so industrious here." It turns out to be the illustrious Lin Dejiu of the Yi family. The voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for the nearby busy servants to hear, prompting them to pause their tasks and cast curious glances. Lin Feng continued his task, pouring water into the jars, before finally setting down the yoke to face the intruders. They were 3 young men clad in brocade, with the leader appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. His demeanor was somewhat frivolous, and his haughty gaze scrutinized Lin Feng with a smirk of derision. This young man was named Yi Ming, a distant relative of the Yi family who had recently entered the early stages of the gathering Qi realm. Although he was not particularly distinguished within the clan, he relished in bullying those of lower status or the less fortunate, seeking to assert his own sense of superiority. His 2 companions, equally disdainful, stood behind him. "So, Lin Dejiu, how is the task of fetching water treating you?" Yi Ming sauntered closer, circling Lin Feng, his gaze sweeping over the coarse clothing and the water-stained, worn shoes. "Look at this outfit, this efficiency in labor. One might mistakenly think you were a servant," he teased, deliberately elongating his last words. "Oh, but you are indeed a servant now, a thief who pilfered the master's elixirs. And yet they have shown you mercy by allowing you to live and perform menial tasks." His companions immediately echoed his laughter with low snickers. The surrounding servants pricked up their ears, observing the scene. Some displayed pity, a rare few, while the majority wore expressions of detached amusement. Lin Feng regarded Yi Ming quietly, his expression remaining impassive, as he simply asked, "Is there something you need?" Yi Ming was incensed by Lin Feng's calm demeanor. He had intended to provoke the once esteemed relative of the family, now reduced to a lowly servant, to satiate his own meager vanity. Yet he found his attempts utterly futile against Lin Feng's indifference. Is it that one cannot converse with a person of your stature during idle moments? Yi Ming's expression darkened as he stepped forward, closing the distance to Lin Feng, lowering his voice with a tone laced with menace. Lin Feng, do not presume that 3 months of confinement have rendered you unscathed. Within the Yi family, you shall forever remain a disgraced son-in-law, a thief. Be wise. When you encounter me henceforth, bow your head and walk around me. Do you understand? Lin Feng raised his gaze, casting a glance at him. His eyes, calm and unyielding, inexplicably sent a chill through Yi Ming's heart, as if a frigid presence had swept over him. Yet, he quickly chastised himself for this fear. After all, he was a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm, while the other was merely a perceived waste of the blood transformation realm. How could he possibly be intimidated? With fury surging within him, Yi Ming disregarded his reservations. A flicker of menace ignited in his eyes as he suddenly tightened his right fist, enveloping it in a faint white aura, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, and directed it forcefully toward Lin Feng's chest. In the initial stages of the Qi-gathering realm, one's vital energy could begin to detach from the body and enhance the power of their strikes. Although this punch was not delivered with full force, Yi Ming believed it possessed sufficient strength to send a mere disgraced son-in-law reeling, offering him a much-needed release of pent-up rage. A few low gasps resonated around them, with some timid servants even closing their eyes in anticipation. The wind from the punch rushed toward Lin Feng. In a flash, he moved. His actions appeared leisurely, almost dismissive, just as the fist was about to make contact. He naturally leaned back, akin to willow catkins swaying in the breeze, simultaneously shifting his foot to the left by half a step. The movement was minimal, yet impeccably timed. Yi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as his seemingly certain punch merely grazed Lin Feng's clothing. The vital energy surrounding his fist only stirred the coarse fabric of Lin Feng's shirt, failing to even brush against his skin. In contrast, Yi Ming, having exerted too much force and entirely unprepared for the miss, lost his balance and stumbled forward several steps. By sheer coincidence, the very spot Lin Feng had slipped to allowed Yi Ming to collide with a large earthen water jar that had just been filled to the brim. Helplessly, he watched as the jar loomed larger before him, attempting to twist and halt his momentum, but it was already too late. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a cacophony of splashing water, Yi Ming plunged headfirst into the water jar. The jar was sufficiently deep, and the water surged over his head, leaving only his legs flailing wildly above the surface. From within the jar came the muffled sounds of struggle and bubbling. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire kitchen courtyard, as if time itself had been suspended. All witnesses to this scene, be they servants or Yi Ming's 2 lackeys, stood agape, mouths agog, incredulously gazing at the jar still swaying, water spilling over its rim, and at Lin Feng, who stood calmly by, his attire scarcely disheveled. He evaded it? A punch from the initial Qi-gathering realm was so effortlessly sidestepped? Or was it mere happenstance? Lin Feng cast a glance at the floundering Yi Ming in the water tank, then briefly surveyed the spot where he had just been standing, his brow furrowing ever so slightly in mild surprise at having inadvertently vacated the tank's vicinity. Without uttering a word, he bent down to retrieve the yoke and water bucket from the ground, turning towards the well to continue his 6th trip for water. His steps remained steady, his posture upright, as if the recent commotion had no bearing on him whatsoever. It was not until his silhouette disappeared through the moon gate leading to the backyard that the courtyard erupted in chaos. Oh my, young Master Yi, hurry, quickly pull him out. Just how did Lin Feng evade that? Did anyone see clearly? I didn't catch it. It seemed like he just swayed a bit. To dodge a punch from someone at the gathering Qi realm like that? Surely young Master Yi exerted too much force and lost his balance? What a coincidence. The crowd scrambled to extract the drenched and spluttering Yi Ming from the tank, who emerged coughing and crimson-faced, overwhelmed with humiliation and fury, particularly upon hearing the surrounding whispers. He wished he could vanish into the earth. He glared venomously in the direction Lin Feng had departed, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he dared not approach. Instead, he seethed at his 2 lackeys. What are you staring at? Help me back to change clothes. The uproar seemed to conclude with the provocateur in a state of disarray, temporarily subsiding. Yet, many gazes turned back towards the now empty moon gate, imbued with newfound suspicion and scrutiny. This son-in-law appeared to have changed in some manner compared to 3 months prior. Chapter 19. Zhao Hu's test. The incident by the kitchen's water tank rippled through the household like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, though the waves were not tumultuous. They spread swiftly and subtly, inevitably reaching certain ears. Within the Yi family's inner courtyard, in the main hall side chamber, afternoon sunlight streamed through intricately carved window frames, casting mottled shadows upon the polished golden brick floor. Zhao, reclining on a soft-cushioned rosewood couch, rested her eyes, absent-mindedly manipulating a string of jade prayer beads that emitted a soft, rhythmic clicking sound. A well-dressed maid stood respectfully to the side, her voice low as she recounted the recent events from the kitchen with meticulous detail. Her tone bore an unmistakable hint of incredulity. Though young Master Yi hails from a collateral branch and possesses some skill within the gathering chi realm, he was easily evaded by that Lin Feng, the son-in-law. Instead, he ended up falling into the water tank, creating quite the spectacle. The servants present claimed they did not see how Lin Feng moved. It appeared he merely swayed slightly. The rhythm of the beads faltered imperceptibly. Zhao slowly opened her eyes, devoid of weariness, revealing a chilling depth of suspicion and coldness. She straightened, her fingers tightening around the beads. Easily evaded? Her voice was low, yet imbued with a disquieting chill. A waste of a man, recently injured and barely healed, can evade the fist of a gathering chi martial artist? Do you believe that, maid? The maid quickly bowed, her demeanor trembling with trepidation. I too find it peculiar, my lady. However, many witnesses were present, and they all affirmed that young Master Ye's punch indeed missed. Emptying the Zhao family, she repeated those 3 words, her gaze flickering uncertainly. After 3 months of meticulous surveillance, aside from the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy during the initial breakthrough, no further anomalies had been detected. In the woodshed, Lin Feng behaved like a true waste. Resigned to his fate, she almost began to doubt her own suspicions. Perhaps that fluctuation was merely a last gasp of a severely injured body. Or perhaps that young man truly was resilient. Yet, the matter of the kitchen lingered like a venomous thorn, deeply embedded in her doubts. It was too coincidental, crafted like a meticulously choreographed performance. Could it be that the young man had encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the woodshed, not only preserving his life, but even regaining some of his cultivation? If so, how else could one explain his effortless evasion of that punch? If this were true, then the so-called treasure or opportunity was likely far more extraordinary than anticipated. The dual forces of greed and murderous intent, akin to entwined serpents, surged once more within her heart. Go, Zhao instructed coldly, her voice resolute. Summon Zhao Hu for me. Yes. The maid dared not inquire further and hurriedly withdrew. Before long, a tall and robust figure clad in the attire of the Li family's chief guard entered the side hall with purposeful strides. His steps were steady, his breath long, and a faintly scorching aura surrounded him. This was Zhao Hu, Zhao's trusted confidant and head of the guards, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the nourishing furnace realm, placing him among the top 3 in strength within the Li family's guards. Madam, you summoned me? Zhao Hu clasped his hands in salute, his voice booming with the distinctive straightforwardness of a martial artist. Zhao dismissed those around them, leaving only Zhao Hu in the hall. Her gaze sharpened as she recounted the events in the kitchen succinctly, culminating in a low, grave inquiry. Zhao Hu, what do you think of this matter? Zhao Hu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face before it morphed into disdain. That Li Ming is merely newly initiated into the gathering chi realm. His foundation is unsteady, and his temperament is restless. It is only natural for him to lose balance and falter. That Lin Feng is merely a fortunate fool. Why should the madam concern herself? Fortunate fool? Zhao's cold laugh pierced the air. Once could be luck, but what about twice or thrice? Do not forget the fluctuations of spiritual energy from 3 months ago in the woodshed. Zhao Hu, I cannot shake the feeling that there is something peculiar about this waste. Before marrying into the Lin family, he was merely an inconspicuous illegitimate son. What depth could he possibly possess? Yet he survived such grievous injuries and managed to evade an attack from the gathering chi realm. This defies reason. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's expression grew solemn. Having served Zhao for many years, he understood her meticulous mind and ruthless methods. She would not act without purpose. The madam's intention is, I want you to test him. Zhao's eyes glinted coldly. Find a pretext to approach him and personally probe his abilities. Remember, do not use your full strength. Only 3/10. No. 2/10 of your power will suffice. Do not truly kill him. After all, the family head has just lifted his confinement, and it would be unwise to strike too hard. However, this blow must be enough to reveal every secret of a waste. Let us see if he is truly useless or merely pretending to be. Zhao Hu understood her meaning, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Rest assured, madam, I comprehend. A mere son-in-law, whether true or false, will soon be revealed. My subordinate will exercise caution, allowing him to unveil his true nature while leaving no incriminating evidence behind. Excellent. Zhao nodded in satisfaction, reminding him to act naturally. Under the pretense of guiding a junior in cultivation. Go forth, I await your news. Yes. Zhao Hu clasped his fists and accepted the command, turning to depart with vigorous strides, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. In the afternoon, The clamor of the kitchen courtyard gradually subsided, as most of the servants rested or attended to miscellaneous tasks. Lin Feng had filled the water vat halfway and was now carrying an empty bucket towards the well in the backyard. The well's edge was slick with moss, and sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dancing patterns on the ground. Just as Lin Feng secured the wooden bucket to the well rope, a steady footfall echoed behind him. He continued his task, seemingly oblivious. Lin Feng, came Zhao Hu's voice from behind, neither harsh nor demanding, yet imbued with an air of superiority. Lin Feng slowly turned, regarding the newcomer. Zhao Hu's imposing figure and distinctive attire as the head of the guard stood out starkly in the kitchen's mundane setting. Nearby, a few resting servants fell silent, casting furtive glances, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in their eyes. Head Zhao, Lin Feng lowered the well rope and inclined his head slightly, his expression calm, devoid of fear or sycophancy. Zhao Hu scrutinized Lin Feng, noting his gaunt frame, tranquil demeanor, and a sense of steadiness that seemed somewhat improved since 3 months prior. Yet, there remained an absence of the vigor or martial essence one would expect from a warrior. Could it be that the matriarch was overly suspicious? Indeed, Zhao Hu nodded, hands clasped behind his back as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the water bucket and yoke Lin Feng carried. With a hint of concern in his voice, he inquired, "Now that your confinement has ended, are you accustomed to performing such laborious tasks?" "I have adjusted," Lin Feng replied tersely. For a practitioner, physicality is fundamental. Engaging in physical labor is not without merit. Zhao Hu shifted his tone, a seemingly benign smile gracing his lips. "After all, I have watched you enter the Yi family. Though you are now, well, you were once my family's son-in-law. I perceive a steadiness in your aura that was lacking before. Has your condition improved?" A chill ran through Lin Feng. Zhao Hu was a formidable figure with profound cultivation, a trusted aide of the Zhao family. His sudden appearance and feigned concern were anything but benign. Maintaining his composure, Lin Feng replied, "Thanks to the Yi family, I have barely salvaged my life. My injuries have indeed improved somewhat, yet my cultivation has long been rendered useless. I merely persist in a state of survival." "Oh, one must not speak in such a manner," Zhao Hu interjected, stepping closer, now within 5 feet of Lin Feng. "In the martial path, perseverance is paramount. Even if one's meridians are damaged, one can still harness residual vitality through willpower to nourish the body. There may yet be a day when you rise again. I too have endured severe injuries in my youth and possess some insights." Suddenly, he extended his hand, seemingly intending to clap Lin Feng on the shoulder. His tone earnest. "Relax your mind. Let me sense the condition of your internal energy. Perhaps I can offer you some rudimentary guidance to aid in your recovery, thus fulfilling a debt of gratitude to the Yi family." Yet, as his hand was about to make contact with Lin Feng's shoulder, its trajectory shifted abruptly. A crimson hue suddenly emerged in the palm, radiating a heat akin to that of a blazing furnace. The speed escalated abruptly, accompanied by a heavy gust of wind pressure. No longer a mere tap, it transformed into a fierce strike aimed squarely at Lin Feng's vulnerable back. This blow, seemingly casual, was in truth precise and ruthless, crafted at an angle that sealed off all avenues of escape for Lin Feng. The scorching energy contained within the palm wind was the unique furnace chi of a cultivator in the refining furnace realm. Although it utilized merely 30% of Zhao Hu's estimated strength, it was sufficient to shatter the heart meridians of an utterly untrained individual. A lethal move capable of instant death. Under the guise of inquiry, it served the sinister purpose of probing and silencing. The scorching breath of the attack had already begun to singe the coarse fabric of Lin Feng's clothing. In a flash, Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Chapter 20. The sword chi protects the master. The scarlet palm imprint, infused with the unique scorching furnace chi of a refining furnace realm cultivator, had already grazed the coarse fabric of Lin Feng's back. The material instantly turned a charred yellow, curling up, while the terrifying heat emanating from it was sufficient to melt gold and iron, accompanied by the imminent threat of the concentrated power breaking through the skin and shattering the heart meridians. Zhao Hu's eyes glinted with malevolence, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. This strike, even at merely 30% strength, was enough to incinerate the internal organs of a true waste, resulting in immediate demise. If Lin Feng indeed harbored any hidden capabilities, he would undoubtedly reveal his true colors in this life-or-death situation. However, just as the crimson palm force was about to breach the fabric, making contact with flesh and invading the vital core of Lin Feng, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz! A sound erupted not from the ears, but from within Lin Feng himself. A clear and mournful sword cry that resonated from the depths of his soul, bursting forth without warning. This sword cry, akin to the chaotic resonance that filled the air 3 months prior during a rain-soaked night on the brink of death, was now infinitesimally weaker, as if the ancient sword, long suppressed, had sent forth a faint echo from an unfathomable distance under dire circumstances. Yet, this faint echo caused Lin Feng's entire spine to quiver with sudden intensity. It felt as if some dormant entity, sharp beyond measure and symbiotic with his spine, was roused by the imminent external threat. In the next moment, Lin Feng sensed a chilling, desolate, proud, and incomprehensibly sharp energy surging through the central line of his spine. Along the governor vessel, this energy, utterly unexpected, erupted like a primordial beast awakening from slumber, surging upward through the gaps in his vertebrae, piercing through to the base of his skull. This energy was exceedingly fine, thinner than a strand of hair, yet terrifyingly pure and concentrated. The intent it carried resonated with the sword intent of the Tsang Jun sword manual, yet it was far more ancient, primal, and untamed. It seemed destined to cleave the heavens and obliterate all laws, unyielding against the palm power of a mere refining furnace realm cultivator that dared to defile the vessel it inhabited. Sizzle! A barely audible sound erupted, causing Zhao Hu's scalp to tingle with alarm. There, at the spot on Lin Feng's back where the palm force was about to strike, a faint, almost imperceptible grayish-white glimmer emerged, piercing through the fabric without warning. This glimmer appeared so abruptly, devoid of any sign of true qi fluctuations or the traces of circulating blood. As if conjured from thin air, yet it carried a sharpness that pierced the very soul. The pale gray radiance collided head-on with Zhao Hu's fiery crimson palm strike. Instead of a thunderous roar, there was only a brief and peculiar sizzling sound, akin to a heated iron brand plunging into icy water. The cruel, twisted smile on Zhao Hu's face abruptly froze, replaced by an unparalleled astonishment and disbelief. He felt acutely that his formidable palm strike, capable of shattering stone and melting metal, dissolved and fragmented the moment it met that pale gray light, as if ice and snow were plunged into boiling soup. No, it was not merely melting. It felt as though the incomprehensible, higher-level sharpness and coldness contained within that light severed and shattered his force, leading to its obliteration. After dispersing his palm strike, the pale gray radiance flickered briefly before silently vanishing into the air, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the residual sword intent, which pricked Zhao Hu's palm and stirred his soul, was like a maggot burrowing into his bones, sending shivers down his spine. Was this sword energy? Protective sword energy? How could this be possible? How could a discarded waste, with severed meridians, possess such pure and terrifying sword energy that even he found unsettling? A tempest of emotions surged within Zhao Hu as he instinctively pushed off the ground, retreating 3 paces like a startled tiger, his fierce gaze fixated on Lin Feng's back, filled with wariness and shock. At that moment, Lin Feng, as the sword energy erupted from his spine and shattered the palm strike, felt a tumultuous surge of blood and energy within him, akin to water disturbed by a falling boulder. Although the sword energy protected him, the impact of its explosion, coupled with the residual heat from Zhao Hu's palm strike, penetrated the gaps in the energy shield, causing his already precarious blood flow in the later stages of the blood mobilization realm to spiral into chaos. His internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by raging flames and pounded by a colossal hammer, delivering excruciating pain. With a sudden pallor, Lin Feng staggered forward, bracing himself against the ground. He spat a mouthful of crimson blood, mingled with dark clots, splattering onto the damp moss by the well, a sight both shocking and gruesome. He knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his chest, coughing violently. Each cough aggravated his injuries, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. His breath dwindled visibly, his complexion pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if the very essence of his life was dissipating with each spurt of blood. Lowering his head, he gasped for air, yet a glimmer of icy clarity flickered in his eyes. In that fleeting moment of the sword energy's eruption and his blood surging, he forcefully invoked a particularly obscure counterflow technique from the Tsang Jun sword classic, deliberately injuring several recently connected, fragile meridians, while expelling a small amount of stagnant blood from his body and disguising his energy as tumultuous and on the brink of collapse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from Zhao Hu's sudden strike to the sword energy's automatic defense shattering the palm strike, and finally to Lin Feng's bloodied and weakened state. Only 2 or 3 breaths had elapsed. The servants who had been resting near the well were utterly terrified by the sudden turn of events, shrinking into a distant corner, afraid to even breathe. They witnessed Captain Zhao seemingly about to instruct Lin Feng, only for Lin Feng to suddenly cough up blood and collapse, while Captain Zhao recoiled in horror. his expression a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Zhao Hu, still shaken, scrutinized Lin Feng with the keen eyes of a hawk. He sensed Lin Feng's chaotic aura, weak, intermittent, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, indicative of someone grievously injured, on the brink of death, with their cultivation utterly depleted. The blood he expelled was undeniably dark red, laced with clots, clearly a sign of severe internal injury. However, what was the source of that strange grayish-white sword energy? Suppressing his shock, he approached slowly, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the kneeling Lin Feng, solemnly inquiring, "What transpired just now? How could there be sword energy erupting from within you?" With great difficulty, Lin Feng lifted his head, blood staining his lips, his eyes vacant and pained, his voice barely audible. "Sword energy? What sword energy, Captain Zhao? Why did you suddenly resort to such brutality? I am already a cripple. Do you wish to eradicate me completely?" His words brimmed with sorrow and confusion, as if he had no inkling of the events that had just unfolded. Zhao Hu furrowed his brow, fixated on Lin Feng's eyes, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet, all he found was the anguish of a wounded man, bewilderment, and indignation at being attacked without cause, devoid of any hint of guilt or evasion. Could it be that the sword energy had not been summoned by Lin Feng himself, but rather was a protective artifact? Or perhaps it was a remnant of some life-preserving restriction passed down from his ancestors, triggered automatically in the face of mortal danger? This explanation seemed far more plausible than the notion of Lin Feng concealing his true prowess and harboring extraordinary sword energy. After all, if he possessed such terrifying sword cultivation, why endure the humiliation at the Yi family for 3 months? Why masquerade as a cripple and suffer the indignities of a menial? Furthermore, the sword energy had appeared without warning and dissipated swiftly, hardly resembling something controlled by a martial artist, but rather akin to a passive, one-time defensive measure. With this line of reasoning, Zhao Hu's initial astonishment began to wane, though his wariness remained intact. He approached the spot where Lin Feng had bled, carefully sensing the residual energy in the air. Aside from the lingering traces of his own true qi and Lin Feng's disordered, feeble life force, the grayish-white sword energy had completely vanished, leaving only a faint, uncomfortable sharpness that was rapidly being assimilated by the natural spiritual energy of the surroundings. It appeared indeed to be a one-time protective measure. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhao Hu's eyes, quickly followed by a subtle glimmer of greed. If it was truly a treasure or a restriction, had it already been consumed upon its activation, or did it still lie hidden within this young man? However, he dared not probe further at this moment. Although the sword energy had been weak, it had imparted an overwhelming sense of danger, had it manifested more than once. The consequences could have been dire. The matriarch had only instructed him to test the waters, not to engage in a fierce confrontation. Humph. Zhao Hu let out a cold snort, his expression once again assuming a distant and condescending indifference. "I merely wished to test the extent of your recovery. My actions were measured. Who would have anticipated that you harbored a foreign sword aura within you, causing a backlash? It seems that, despite your shortcomings, you possess some fortuitous opportunities. Alas, it is ultimately external forces that may save you momentarily, but they cannot secure your existence indefinitely." He shook his slightly numb and tingling right palm, his tone turning icy. "Consider yourself fortunate today. Attend to your duties diligently, and refrain from provoking trouble. Otherwise, you may not be so fortunate next time." With that, he averted his gaze from Lin Feng and strode away, his pace quicker than before, his silhouette revealing a hint of urgency. Only after Zhao Hu's figure vanished beyond the moon gate did the distant servants dare to approach. They regarded Lin Feng, still kneeling on the ground, barely clinging to life, their expressions complex, yet none dared to offer assistance. Lin Feng coughed violently several times before laboriously rising to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced in the direction Zhao Hu had departed, the icy clarity in his gaze fleeting like a wisp of smoke. He slowly bent down to retrieve the yoke and water bucket from the ground, his movements sluggish and strained, as if he might collapse at any moment. With painstaking effort, he made his way to the well, continuing to tie the rope and draw water, but each action was several times slower than before. With every exertion, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing the depths of his torment. Blood silently dripped from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the moss at the well's edge. Unbeknownst to all, within him, the Tsang Jun sword scripture was operating in an exceedingly covert manner, meticulously rectifying the subtle meridians that had been deliberately injured by disguise, soothing the tumultuous flow of his vital energy. Furthermore, hidden within the depths of his soul, the faint shadow of the Nine Hells sword, having instinctively protected its master and unleashed a strand of primordial sword aura, or a minuscule crack that seemed to have quietly healed a trivial fissure. The first dark chain binding the sword shadow appeared to have experienced an almost imperceptible loosening, spurred by this act of guardianship amidst crisis. Chapter 21. The resurgence of the sword scripture. The dying rays of the sun cast an exquisite orange-red hue over the western courtyard of the Yi family. Yet they could not dispel the increasingly oppressive chill and watchful gaze surrounding the woodshed. Lin Feng, hunched over, one hand clutching his chest, staggered back to the woodshed. His complexion appeared even more pallid under the sunset's glow, the dried blood at the corner of his mouth revealing a dark brown hue in the twilight. Each step a monumental struggle, as if he might collapse at any moment. The few servants he encountered along the way kept their distance, their expressions a complex mixture of fear and schadenfreude. News of Zhao Hu's brutal beating of the son-in-law, which had left him spitting blood, had already spread through the kitchen like wildfire. With a soft thud, the decrepit wooden door of the woodshed closed behind him, sealing off the last vestige of light and scrutiny from the outside world. Darkness, mingled with the familiar scent of mold and dust, enveloped him in an instant. The precariousness of Lin Feng's form straightened abruptly at the moment the door shut. The pain and despondency etched on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a tranquility as deep as water. He wiped away the remnants of blood from his lips, a fleeting glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, rendering him no longer a mere portrait of a grievously wounded man. He approached the accustomed pile of hay in the corner, sitting cross-legged, and did not immediately commence his healing. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated, quietly extending his perception to a distance of 10 zhang. Outside the cabin, for auras belonging to the guardians drew closer than before, almost pressing against the wall, their breaths elongated, indicating they were indeed skilled practitioners, their vigilance heightened to the utmost. Beneath the eaves in the northeast corner, there lingered an even more subtle, yet profoundly powerful presence. Zhao Hu remained cautious, maintaining a more concealed watch. Or perhaps he himself was not far away. Indeed, a tentative probe did not grant Zhao's clan complete reassurance. Rather, it provoked a tighter surveillance. Lin Feng smirked inwardly, betraying no emotion outwardly. He gradually regulated his breathing to render it faint and intermittent, resembling the labored breath of a gravely injured person. Simultaneously, the heart method of the Tsang Jun sword scripture, specifically the blood refinement chapter, began to operate in an exceedingly restrained manner, almost imperceptibly invoking any external spiritual essence. His consciousness sank into an internal landscape. The first sight that greeted him was the state of his body. To feign severe injury, he had deliberately inflicted damage to several minor meridians. At this moment, these meridians resembled broken strings of a musical instrument, twitching slightly and eliciting a persistent but bearable sting. Although the residual force from Zhao Hu's palm had been largely dissipated by the 9 prisons sword qi, a lingering, searing true qi still infiltrated, akin to tiny sparks, coursing through his blood vessels, bringing a sensation of burning. However, this affliction paled in comparison to the complete severance of his meridians and the brink of death he had faced 3 months prior. In fact, these newly wrought, manageable injuries had, in a certain sense, become a whetstone for tempering his flesh. Lin Feng's mind fortified, he began to guide the now robust, dark red with hints of brown, and subtly sharp blood essence within him, slowly operating according to a secret technique known as 100 Forging's furnace recorded in the body refinement chapter of the sword scripture. This method did not directly mend the injuries but transformed his blood essence into the fire of a furnace, treating the invading true qi, meridian damage, and impurities within his flesh as ore, subjecting them to repeated smelting and refinement. Initially, the process was slow and excruciating. The furnace's true qi was scorching and domineering, clashing with the attributes of the sword scripture's blood essence. Each cycle of refinement stirred up small tempests within his body, causing the injured meridians to tremble. Yet, Lin Feng's resolve was as solid as rock. He endured silently, meticulously controlling the temperature and flow of the blood essence fire with his supreme will. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Gradually, peculiar changes began to manifest. The invading furnace true qi, under the repeated cleansing and refinement of the more pure and resilient blood essence from the sword scripture, was gradually stripped of Zhao Hu's original imprint, decomposed, and transformed into the most pristine fire attribute energy, which was then greedily absorbed and assimilated by the sword scripture's blood essence. Meanwhile, the damaged meridians, under the purifying fire of the blood essence, not only did not deteriorate, but, akin to iron being repeatedly hammered, had their impurities eliminated, resulting in a denser and more resilient structure. The 100 Forging's furnace exhibited such miraculous efficacy. Not only could it refine foreign true qi, but it could also utilize injuries as a catalyst to further temper one's own body. Lin Feng's heart enlightened, realizing the boundless profundity of the Tsang Jun sword scripture, which far surpassed ordinary techniques. He no longer hesitated and fully activated the secret method. Time passes silently in cultivation. Outside the firewood room, the night deepens, and the stars emerge. The hour of the rat approaches. As the last trace of Zhao Hu's furnace fire true energy is completely refined and absorbed, and the final injured meridian, under the tempering of the blood and fire, becomes even more resilient and expansive than before, Lin Feng's entire being trembles with vitality. The total amount of blood and energy, already at the pinnacle of the late stage of blood mobilization, breaks through an invisible limit after absorbing the refined furnace fire true energy and undergoing the ultimate tempering of the 100-forge furnace. Boom. In the Dantian, the imagined furnace shadow suddenly expands, flames soaring to the heavens. All blood and energy surge like rivers converging into the sea, rushing in wildly, and then are compressed and refined to the utmost in the furnace fire. The color of the blood and energy transitions from a dark red-brown to a deeper, more reserved dark golden hue. Both quality and quantity leap forward simultaneously. Blood mobilization, perfection achieved. Everything comes to fruition, without any hindrance. At the very moment of breaking through to the perfection of blood mobilization, an unexpected change occurs. Deep within his consciousness, in the void of inner scenery, the first dim chain connected to the phantom of the nine, Hell's sword trembles violently, as if sensing Lin Feng's breakthrough and the growth stimulated by this crisis. Buzzing. This tremor is more intense than any prior occurrence. The bizarre runes flickering on the chain flash erratically, as if fiercely contending against some invisible force. Lin Feng's mind is instantly drawn to it. He observes that the first chain's ethereal mark, amidst the violent tremor, begins to exhibit the slightest hairline cracks. Though these fissures are negligible and the chain remains as solid as a mountain, they undoubtedly signify an intensifying loosening. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of information, vaster and more profound than that experienced during the inheritance of blood mobilization, erupts from the cracks in the chain, from deep within the phantom of the nine Hell's sword, directly flooding into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Once again, it is the ancient sword energy runes, the esoteric patterns of Dao rhythm, yet the content is entirely different. The opening 4 ancient characters announce, Sword Energy Ascending to the Heavens, Volume 2 of the Tsang Jun Sword Classic, the chapter on gathering qi and opening meridians. Lin Feng's spirit quakes, and he hastily concentrates to read. This second volume, astonishingly, addresses how to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after achieving the perfection of blood mobilization, transforming it into one's own true energy, and using this true energy to connect, expand, and reinforce the meridians throughout the body. It not only contains the exquisite techniques for sensing, attracting, and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also elaborates in detail on how to forge the unique Tsang Jun sword energy of the Tsang Jun Sword Classic, using sword intent as a guide and blood and energy as a foundation. Furthermore, it describes how to utilize this exquisite, pure, and unmatched sword energy to break through the barriers of the meridians, dismantle cultivation shackles, and even repair damaged old meridians. Compared to the first volume, which focuses on tempering the physique and refining blood and energy, this second volume truly marks the threshold of energy cultivation and serves as the cornerstone to a higher realm. Its intricacy and profoundness once again leave Lin Feng in awe. If the Tsang Jun sword energy cultivated according to this method is achieved, its power and purity would undoubtedly far exceed those of the true energy cultivated by ordinary practitioners of the gathering qi realm by 10-fold, 100-fold. The transmission of information has concluded, and the tremors of the first chain gradually subside. The subtle cracks on the surface remain, yet they cease to expand, as if this loosening and bestowal have reached their current limit. Lin Feng slowly withdraws from the inner realm and opens his eyes. The room is shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of distant lantern light seeping through the door's crevice. He spreads his palm, sensing the surging vigor within him. Having attained the pinnacle of blood mobilization, alongside the profound essence of the qi gathering meridian scripture swirling in his mind, his heart swelling with emotion. In just a single day, he faced the peril posed by Zhao Hu, which was followed by an opportunity to heal and break through, ultimately leading to the further loosening of the 9 prisons, sword's chains, thus acquiring the critically important next volume of the sword scripture. All of this, while seemingly coincidental, appears to resonate with a certain underlying law. The first acquisition of the sword scripture occurred in a life-and-death predicament, where his consciousness brushed against the ethereal shadow of the 9 prisons sword. The second acquisition transpired after a breakthrough in cultivation, following a brush with mortality. Albeit resolved by the sword's aura, practical experience or the impetus of pressure stirred Lin Feng into a low murmur, his eyes glimmering with newfound enlightenment. The chains of the 9 prisons sword do not seem to loosen merely with the enhancement of cultivation or the passage of time. Instead, they appear to function as a test or activation mechanism. Only when the host faces sufficient pressure, crisis, practical trials, or achieves a significant breakthrough in their cultivation do the chains respond by loosening and releasing the corresponding legacy. This might be due to the understanding that the true path of the sword is never forged in a greenhouse. It demands tempering through blood and fire. Insights gleaned on the brink of life and death, and an unwavering will to challenge limits and transcend oneself. With this realization, Lin Feng's heart was enlightened. While solitary cultivation is undoubtedly important, to unlock the mysteries of the 9 prisons, sword more swiftly, and reclaim greater power and memories from his past life, he must actively embrace storms, welcome challenges, and even create pressure. The seemingly stagnant pond of the Yi family, with its undercurrents swirling fiercely, may indeed serve as the finest whetstone for his sword at this stage. The suspicions and surveillance from the Zhao family, Zhao who's probing and greed, and even the provocations from the side relatives in the kitchen, in Lin Feng's eyes, are no longer merely threats. They are also the sharpening stones for his blade. Lin Feng slowly closes his eyes, beginning to delve into the newly acquired qi gathering meridian scripture. The pressing task is to solidify the foundation of his perfected blood mobilization to the utmost, and then attempt to draw qi into his body, condensing the first strand of Zhangjuan's sword qi. Outside the room, the night is deepening and silence reigns. Yet beneath this tranquility, new power is quietly gestating. Chapter 22. The conspiracy of the birthday feast. As autumn deepens, the atmosphere within the Yi family's courtyard grows increasingly boisterous and celebratory. With merely half a month remaining until the patriarch Yi Qingshan's 50th birthday, the entire Yi family operates like a finely tuned mechanism at full throttle. Each cog turning in preparation for the forthcoming grand event. From the main entrance to the inner courtyard, every corridor, garden, and hall has been meticulously cleaned and adorned. The vermilion pillars have been freshly painted, the carved window grills polished to a shine, damaged roof tiles replaced. And even the moss on the stone path has been carefully scraped away. Crimson silk lanterns hang in strings, while colorful banners inscribed with the character for longevity adorn the doorways. Servants bustle about, transporting exquisite porcelain, sandalwood furniture, and crates of fine provisions from the storeroom. The air is infused with a melange of paint, fresh silk, and subtle spices, replacing the former tranquility. The shouts of the overseer, the rhythmic hammering of craftsmen, and the subdued laughter of maidservants intertwine to create a tapestry of bustling yet orderly clamor. Prominent families in Falling Cloud City begin to send their congratulatory gifts, which are respectfully recorded and stored in designated warehouses. The Xiao family presents a pair of pearls from the East Sea, the Wang family offers a century-old ginseng, while the Li family contributes renowned artworks. Each gift signifies the Yi family's increasingly solidified status and connections within the city. Beneath the surface of this festive and industrious facade, however, turbulent currents surge in certain corners. Outside the firewood shed, the watchful eyes have not relaxed their vigilance due to the banquet preparations. Rather, they have intensified. Although Zhao, who has not personally appeared, Lin Feng can distinctly sense that at least 6 guards are on duty, rotating in shifts to monitor the area continuously for 12 hours. They resemble patient hounds, waiting for any whiff of suspicion. Inside the shed, Lin Feng remains oblivious to the external clamor and the covert scrutiny. After completing his assigned menial tasks in the kitchen each day, he returns to this confined space to continue his cultivation. The foundation of his perfected blood-transforming realm, under the repeated forging of the Zhangjuan sword classic, has solidified like iron, with his vital energy robust and refined, exuding a dark golden luster. He begins to explore the profound mysteries of the gathering qi and unblocking meridians chapter. Although he has yet to formally draw qi into his body, his connection with the spiritual essence of the cosmos has become exponentially clearer than before. His heart is as tranquil as still water, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, calm on the surface, yet accumulating the power to break forth. Meanwhile, within the Yi family's inner courtyard, in the main hall where the Zhao clan resides, an atmosphere of cold calculation starkly contrasts with the external festivities. In the study, the doors and windows are tightly shut, illuminated only by a dim bronze lamp. Zhao sits behind the writing desk, a dense list filled with fine print spread before her, the guest list for the banquet, the itinerary, and the responsibilities assigned to various households. Yet her thoughts are evidently elsewhere. The jade prayer beads in her hand are twirled at a much quicker pace than usual, producing a slightly hurried clicking sound that betrays her inner turmoil. The flickering candlelight casts shadows across half her face, revealing a complex glimmer in her eyes, a blend of ruthlessness, delight, and greed. "Madam," a deliberately lowered voice calls from outside the door. It is Zhao Hu. "Enter." Zhao Hu pushes the door open, firmly shutting it behind him, and approaches the desk with a respectful bow. "What have you found?" Zhao queries bluntly, her tone cold and firm. Replying to "Madam, I have thoroughly investigated. That Lin Feng lad has shown no unusual behavior aside from his kitchen duties and returning to the firewood shed. He has had no contact with the outside world." Zhao Hu continues, "After reflecting on that day by the well, I increasingly believe that the sword energy was not inherently his, resembling instead a sort of temporary protective talisman or a relic left by his ancestors, which has since been exhausted." Zhao Hu reported in a deep voice, his tone resolute. Each day his breath remained faint, and his labor appeared strenuous, lacking the demeanor expected of one with cultivation. The Zhao family remained noncommittal. Yet the fingers that played with the prayer beads hesitated momentarily. "What of the Lin family? Have there been any discoveries?" Zhao Hu hesitated slightly, revealing that his subordinates had discreetly inquired with several servants and lesser scions of the Lin family, all of whom were familiar with Lin Feng, albeit having once bullied him. They all asserted that prior to his marriage into the family, Lin Feng held a position of utmost insignificance. When his mother fell gravely ill, their household was destitute, leaving no opportunity to conceal any treasured possessions. The only item of monetary worth was an ordinary iron sword left by his father and a few rudimentary martial arts books, which had long been divided or sold by others in the Lin family. Truly a pitiful wretch. Zhao's lips curled into a cruel smile, though doubts lingered in her eyes. Even in the absence of ancestral treasures, how could one explain the bizarre sword energy and his astonishing recovery ability? Yet these concerns seemed trivial for the moment. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades, fixing them upon Zhao Hu. "How goes the preparation for the birthday banquet?" Zhao Hu perked up, aware that the true focus of his mistress had arrived. "Everything has been arranged as per your directives. The guest list is finalized, and the prominent heads of families in Luoyun City, as well as young talents, will be in attendance. The banquet's itinerary has also been confirmed, featuring songs, dances, tributes, and well-wishing segments. The head of the family regards this celebration with great importance, seeking to showcase the prestige of the Yi family." "Excellent," Zhao nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. "The more extravagant the affair, the greater the throng, the more opportune the moment." She leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice, each word laced with venom. "Zhao Hu, do you recall that day of public judgment? Although he was found guilty of theft, due to that loquacious girl Linger, he was merely sentenced to corporal punishment and house arrest, failing to be thoroughly eradicated from the Yi family." "I remember." Zhao Hu's eyes glimmered with ferocity. "Was the matriarch planning to act during the banquet?" "Indeed." Zhao's tone was resolute. "On the day of the banquet, in the sight of all, it shall be the perfect opportunity to resolve this calamity once and for all. I intend to trample this wretch into the mud before all prominent figures in Luoyun City, ensuring his disgrace is absolute, leaving him no chance for redemption, even should the Lord harbor some lingering sentiment or linger a plead on his behalf. In front of the assembled guests, he must provide an explanation for the sake of the Yi family's reputation." Zhao Hu felt a surge of excitement, yet hesitated. "Mistress, how exactly should we proceed? The evidence from the last public judgment was somewhat flimsy. The last time was hasty. This time shall be different," Zhao scoffed, withdrawing a folded paper from her desk drawer and sliding it toward Zhao Hu. "Take a look at this." Zhao Hu accepted it, and, upon unfolding, discovered a transcribed fragment of accounts alongside a signed testimony. The records clearly indicated expenditures of 5 qi-nourishing pills from the storeroom on a certain date for the cultivation of an elder, yet beside it, in red ink, were notations stating that only 3 had been dispensed, with 2 pending verification, the handwriting remarkably resembling that of the storeroom steward, Wang Bo. The testimony in question comes from a servant named Li San, not the previously identified guard, Li Meng, who claims to have witnessed Lin Feng surreptitiously pocketing 2 wax seals just days prior to the theft of the elixir, exhibiting a most suspicious demeanor. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted. "Madam, this account and testimony, the financial records are merely an old error made by Wang Bo 3 years ago, which I have discreetly amended. As for Li San, a mere discarded servant expelled from the Yi family for theft, a sum of money will suffice to persuade him to provide the testimony I require, after which he can temporarily vacate Luoyun City. What difficulty is there in this?" Zhao Hu inhaled sharply, realizing that the madam intended to fabricate evidence to solidify Lin Feng's reputation as a thief, and with even greater certainty than before. Moreover, Zhao continued, her tone grave. At the birthday banquet, I shall publicly compel him to sign the annulment of his engagement. His betrothal to Lingxi has long been a farce. Dragging on for 3 years, it is time to conclude it. I aim to showcase to all that this useless son-in-law is not only morally corrupt and a thief against his own family, but also a wretched toad aspiring to court a swan, shamelessly unwilling to relent. Thus, both new and old grievances will be addressed, with theft and insubordination combined. I wonder who will then be able to protect him. Zhao, who listened, captivated by the brilliance of the plan, with this series of calculated strikes. Lin Feng would be utterly disgraced before all the guests, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Once he signs the annulment, he will have no further ties to the Yi family. Once theft is confirmed, the Yi family can justly punish him, whether deemed a waste or executed. It will be at the madam's discretion. Furthermore, such actions will be conducted in public, leaving no room for dissent. The family head, concerned for the Yi family's reputation, will have no choice but to acquiesce or even support this course of action. Madam, your wisdom is unparalleled. Zhao, who sincerely praised, then inquired. But what if Lin Feng stubbornly denies it or resists in public? Resist? Zhao scoffed, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. What can a discarded waste with depleted powers do to resist? You are in full charge of the banquet security. Ensure ample personnel are arranged, particularly in areas he may traverse. If he is wise enough to confess and sign, perhaps his life may be spared, with limbs broken and cast out of the city. But if he proves uncooperative— She paused, her fingertip lightly tracing the forged testimony, her tone casual, yet laced with a chilling intent. At the banquet, with so many guests present, it would be entirely reasonable for this waste to suffer a relapse of old injuries, or a sudden ailment, or even take his own life out of guilt, would it not? Zhao, who felt a shiver down his spine, comprehending the madam's underlying message, should the need arise. He could be eliminated on the spot, an unfortunate accident manufactured. I understand, my lady. Zhao, who clasped his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. Rest assured, I shall ensure every detail is meticulously arranged, leaving no escape for that son-in-law. Go, prepare diligently, and do not let any whispers escape. Zhao waved her hand, leaning back against her chair, closing her eyes as her fingers resumed the steady rhythm of the prayer beads, as if the earlier ruthless scheming was merely casual conversation. Zhao, who bowed and exited, gently closing the study door behind him. Inside, only the faint crackling of the bronze lamp and the rhythmic, cold clinking of the jade prayer beads remained. Outside, the moonlight was veiled by thin clouds, and the starlight dimmed. A meticulously plotted and malevolent conspiracy aimed at Lin Feng has been quietly woven beneath the celebratory facade of the Yi family's birthday banquet, lying in wait for the opportune moment to ensnare him. In the secluded courtyard, Lin Feng, immersed in meditation on the principles of gathering energy and unblocking meridians, suddenly experiences an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He slowly opens his eyes and gazes at the closed wooden door, his eyes deep and tranquil as a still lake. The storm is brewing. Chapter 23. A night visit with medicine. Preparations for the birthday celebration are in full swing, the jubilant clamor akin to a surging tide. Yet it seems to deliberately bypass this remote courtyard on the western side of the Yi family estate. The courtyard remains silent, the firewood shed still dilapidated, as if it were a forgotten relic lost in the annals of time. As night deepens, the distant noise of the day gradually fades, leaving only the last feeble chirps of autumn insects, intermittent and adding a touch of desolation. A cold crescent moon hangs in the sky, casting a pallid silver glow, projecting the gnarled shadows of the old locust tree onto the ground, resembling a monstrous creature with outstretched claws. Within the firewood shed, Lin Feng sits cross-legged in the corner. He is not practicing, merely resting his eyes, the vigorous blood of his perfected realm flowing silently within him, warm and robust. His awareness extends silently for Tenjiang, discerning the breaths of 4 guards outside the shed like torches in the night, clear yet weary from days of surveillance. Their vigilance, though still unwavering, shows a hint of fatigue, yet they remain steadfastly focused on this direction. There are still 10 days until the birthday banquet. Although the full extent of the Zhao family's scheme remains shrouded in mystery, the oppressive sense of an impending storm and the sudden increase in surveillance make Lin Feng acutely aware that this so-called birthday banquet will not be a celebration for him, but rather, potentially a guillotine. His heart is as still as an ancient well, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. Having traversed 9 lifetimes and bearing the memories of his failures in achieving eternity, he may not have fully regained those memories, but the resilience and pride emanating from the depths of his soul enable him to maintain an almost frigid calm in the face of any crisis. He is both waiting and preparing. At that moment, a subtle disturbance at the edge of his awareness captures his attention. It is not the sound of guards changing shifts or the usual passing of servants. Rather, it is an exquisitely light footfall, almost melding with the night breeze, yet imbued with a unique, crisp rhythm, approaching from the narrow path outside the courtyard towards the firewood shed. Lin Feng's heart stirs. Yet he does not immediately open his eyes. He merely focuses his awareness and peers quietly. In the moonlight, a slender and graceful figure clad in white glides through the dilapidated moon gate of the courtyard, stepping lightly within. She moves with a delicate grace, as if an ethereal spirit wandering under the moonlight, entirely out of place in this desolate environment. Dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned with a matching light veil. Her long, dark hair is loosely gathered with a simple white jade hairpin, the rest cascading gently down her shoulders, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Her visage is exquisite, with features like a painting, yet her eyes, resembling a deep pool of frozen ice, reveal no flicker of emotion. Yilingxi. To think she would come alone to this remote courtyard in the dead of night, to stand before the shed that has confined her nominal husband for 3 months. Lin Feng slowly opens his eyes, his gaze profound, reflecting the faint moonlight seeping through the door's crack, as he calmly watches the entrance. Yilingxi paused 3 steps away from the door of the woodshed. She neither knocked nor pushed the door open. Instead, she quietly stood there, her cold gaze seemingly penetrating the worn wooden door, landing upon the person inside. The moonlight outlined her slender figure, casting a chill and lonely shadow on the ground. A moment of silence ensued, broken only by the rustling sound of the night breeze brushing through the leaves. Then, she raised her right hand. Her fingers, pale as jade, delicately held a palm-sized, archaic blue porcelain vase. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the vase sliced through the air, smoothly gliding through a wider crack beneath the door, landing precisely upon the haystack before Lin Feng, producing a faint thud sound. The vase felt warm and slightly cool to the touch, devoid of any label or decoration, merely sealed with a cork at the mouth. This was the blood coagulation and flesh regeneration powder, known for its miraculous efficacy in treating both external injuries and internal ailments. Yilingxi's voice emerged from outside, as cold and tranquil as her demeanor, devoid of any warmth. As if merely stating an unrelated fact, apply it to the wound to expedite healing. Ingest a small amount to stabilize your energy and blood. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the vase to the hazy white figure outside, refraining from retrieving the medicine or speaking. After a brief silence, Yilingxi's voice resonated again, maintaining her unruffled tone, yet delivering a statement that would astonish an ordinary person. After the birthday banquet, seek an opportunity to leave on your own. Depart from Luoyun City. The farther, the better. She paused, seemingly weighing her words, or perhaps merely fulfilling a routine obligation. At that time, I can ensure your safe departure from the Yi family, without obstruction. Upon utterance of these words, the air inside and outside the woodshed seemed to freeze momentarily. Ensure his safe departure? Without obstruction? A subtle flicker of emotion crossed Lin Feng's eyes. He gazed at the figure outside, attempting to discern any underlying intention from her icy countenance and words. Was it pity? Charity? Or something more sinister? After 3 months of confinement, public humiliation, and the Yi family's cold indifference, she had, even in the main hall, averted her gaze while sipping tea, treating him as mere dust. Yet now, on the eve of the Zhao family's conspiracy poised to strike during the banquet, she suddenly visited in the dead of night, delivering healing remedies and promising him safe passage. Why now? Why after the banquet? Countless questions flashed through his mind. Yet Lin Feng maintained an expression of tranquility. He slowly spoke, his voice low but clear as it pierced through the door's crack. Why speak now? His inquiry was straightforward, yet it struck at the core. Why, during his time of utmost humiliation and despair, had she remained indifferent? Only to extend kindness at such a sensitive juncture as the banquet? This sudden goodwill appeared alarmingly abrupt and perplexing. Outside, Yilingxi's form seemed to momentarily stiffen, almost imperceptibly. Bathed in moonlight, the lines of her cold, ice-like profile appeared to flicker with the slightest tremor, yet it vanished swiftly. So quickly one might believe it an illusion cast by light and shadow. She did not respond immediately. The night breeze swirled, stirring the delicate fabric on her shoulders and a few stray strands of hair. She stood silently in the moonlight, like a goddess carved from jade, beautiful yet distant and frigid. Within the humble shed, Lin Feng could distinctly sense that the presence outside remained steady, his heartbeat unquickened, suggesting that his inquiry had stirred no emotional ripples within her. However, that fleeting silence might well serve as an answer in itself. After a few breaths, Yilingxi slowly turned away, seemingly intent on neither responding to his question nor uttering another word. "Remember my words," she left him with, her tone as indifferent as ever, as if their brief exchange had never transpired. Then, she took her leave, retracing her steps, departing silently. Her white silhouette soon melded into the night, vanishing beyond the moon gate, leaving behind a faint, cool fragrance that lingered delicately in the air. The shed returned to stillness. Lin Feng's gaze lingered upon the azure porcelain vase, unmoving for a long while. The blood-condensing ointment had largely healed his wounds, and with the enhancement of the Tsang Jun sword scripture, it held little practical value for him. This gift bore more symbolic weight than tangible benefit. The promise of safety should he depart after the banquet brought a slight, cold smile to Lin Feng's lips. Did she genuinely wish to save him from the impending peril? Or was there another agenda at play? Perhaps she intended for him to leave voluntarily, making it easier for the Zhao family to strike from the shadows. Or was it merely an attempt to rid herself of an unwelcome blemish, preferring to keep her sights clear? Yi Lingxi's motivations, much like her persona, were cloaked in a veil of cold, elusive mist, difficult to penetrate. Yet one thing Lin Feng was certain of. Her choice to express such sentiments on the eve of the banquet indicated that she was far from ignorant regarding the potential events that might unfold. It was even possible that she had a vague awareness of the Zhao family's schemes, but felt powerless or unwilling to intervene, resorting instead to this subtle offering of what appeared to be an escape route. This gesture, whether sincere or not, arrived too late and felt rather trifling. Lin Feng refrained from touching the vial of medicine. He closed his eyes once more, delving into his inner self. In the brief confrontation with Yi Lingxi, his thoughts had raced, and he had keenly sensed that within him, the illusory form of the Nine Hells sword had stirred with an exceedingly faint, yet unmistakably clear, movement. The disturbance did not originate from the first chain, but rather from the sword's shadow itself, as if it had been touched by a kindred essence that was even colder and more solitary, evoking an indescribable resonance and repulsion. Yi Lingxi seemed to harbor some secret. Yet, at this moment, that was not the most pressing concern. Lin Feng pulled his thoughts back to the present. The banquet was merely 10 days away. The Zhao family's conspiracy loomed like a sword suspended above him. Yi Lingxi's sudden warning and promise did not instill a sense of security. Rather, they reinforced his conviction that a tempest awaited him at the banquet. He required greater strength, a swifter breakthrough. The arcane runes of the Tsang Jun sword scripture Qi gathering and meridian unblocking chapter began to materialize in his mind. Departing on his own? No. His path had never been one of evasion. Lin Feng inhaled slowly, then exhaled gently. In his eyes, a glint of sharpness akin to a newly forged blade coalesced quietly. He reached for the vial of blood-condensing ointment on the ground, casting it a glance only to place it beside a dusty, broken pot in the corner of the shed. Then, he once again closed his eyes, delving deeply into the profound essence of the Qi gathering and meridian passage chapter. The night grew ever darker, with the crescent moon tilting to the west, its cold silvery glow silently observing the fate that was about to converge within this residence. In Chapter 24, Qi Gathering and Meridian Passage, the ripples caused by Yi Lingxi's nocturnal visit to deliver medicine soon settled into silence within Lin Feng's heart. The bottle of blood coagulation and muscle regeneration powder, carelessly placed in a corner, served as a chilling footnote, hinting at a lurking crisis and estrangement. Yet it could not disturb him in the slightest. The storeroom returned to an absolute stillness and focus. Only 7 days remained until the birthday banquet. Lin Feng's heart resembled an ancient well, purging all distracting thoughts. His spirit was entirely immersed in the vast and mysterious realm of the Tsang Jun sword canon. Volume 2, Qi Gathering and Meridian Passage. Unlike the previous efforts of refining blood and fortifying the body, this chapter directly addressed the fundamentals of cultivation, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, refining it into true Qi, and opening the gateway to higher realms. The intricacies of this method far surpassed any Qi-attracting techniques known to Lin Feng or even within the bounds of Luoyun City. It was not a crude and forceful plunder of spiritual energy, but rather an artful engagement, drawing it through intent, heart, and sword. The first step was to sense the Qi. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens. Following the teachings of the sword canon, he expanded and diluted his thoughts infinitely, akin to mercury spreading upon the ground, silently merging with the surrounding universe. He did not seek the spiritual energy. Instead, he endeavored to become one with the cosmos, listening to the pulsations of the intangible yet genuinely existent spiritual currents in the air. Initially, there was only chaos, darkness, and silence. But as his thoughts grew increasingly ethereal and clear, he gradually began to perceive countless minuscule, vividly colored points of light emerging in the surrounding void. Fiery red, deep blue, vibrant green, golden yellow, and platinum white. They were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, yet mostly inert, quietly suspended and difficult to stir. This was the microscopic manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Typical chi-attracting methods often relied on one's attributes or the characteristics of their techniques to forcibly attract and capture corresponding spiritual light points into their bodies. However, the method of the Zhongjun sword cannon was entirely different. With a subtle shift in his intent, Lin Feng ceased attempting to capture any light points. Instead, he envisioned the shadow of the Nine Hells sword, imprinted deep within his soul. Though merely a vague outline, the desolate and proud sword intent, capable of severing all, permeated silently through his consciousness. When this faint yet fundamentally potent sword intent brushed against the inert spiritual light points, a sudden transformation occurred. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into boiling oil, or a sovereign had arrived, causing the populace to bow. Those originally motionless and difficult to provoke points of spiritual light quaked in unison, as if summoned by an exalted call. They ceased to be inert and instead became extraordinarily lively, rushing toward the direction of Lin Feng's consciousness, regardless of their attributes. Willingly submitting to the dominion of this strand of sword intent. This was the allure of the sword. With the supreme sword intent as bait, it beckoned all spirits to converge. Lin Feng was astonished yet dared not let his focus waver, immediately proceeding to the second step of drawing qi into his body. He meticulously retracted that thread of intent imbued with the essence of the sword, akin to a fisherman drawing in his net, gathering the vast, once tempestuous, now considerably subdued, points of spiritual energy that had converged around him. Slowly, he drew them through the pores of his skin and into his body. The instant the spiritual energy entered, an indescribable sensation of fullness and swelling surged through his limbs and bones. This feeling was not one of comfort. Rather, it bore a sense of rejection and pain as an external force intruded upon him, particularly in those delicate meridians that had yet to fully mend, sending waves of tearing agony coursing through him. Lin Feng steadfastly anchored his mind, channeling the third step of the sword cannon to refine the energy into its true form. His intent sank into the dantian, envisioning a furnace ablaze with fierce flames. All the diverse spiritual energy drawn into his body was cast into this cauldron, fueled by his vitality and ignited by the essence of the sword. Crackle! Within the furnace, the flames surged, and the myriad points of spiritual energy, under the baptism of the sword's fire, spun wildly, colliding, decomposing, and merging. Impurities were mercilessly incinerated, transforming into wisps of black smoke expelled from his body, while the essence was continuously purified and compressed, gradually shedding its original attributes, evolving towards a more refined and pure form, subtly radiating a grayish-white brilliance. This was the unique true qi of the Zhongjun sword cannon. However, this refinement was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay in the fourth step, the unblocking of the meridians. Although the Zhongjun true qi had been initially refined, it resembled rootless water, swirling aimlessly within the furnace of the dantian. Lin Feng needed to guide this newly birthed, sharp-edged true qi to strike, penetrate, and traverse the 12 principal meridians of the human body. This process was tantamount to turning his body into a battlefield, with true qi as his weapon, engaging in a grueling internal campaign of expansion. On the first day, Lin Feng chose to commence with the Han-Tying Lung meridian. This meridian begins at the middle jiao, connects to the large intestine, ascends to the chest, and then descends along the inner edge of the upper arm, reaching the radial side of the thumb. He directed that thread of true qi, slender yet immensely sharp, from the dantian, slowly piercing into the initial gateway of the first meridian. Boom! The moment the true qi made contact with the meridian S barrier, it reacted violently, akin to a red-hot needle piercing frozen grease. The barrier proved far more resilient than anticipated. While the sharpness of the Zhongjun true qi was utterly domineering, each impact brought forth excruciating, piercing pain. Lin Feng trembled all over, cold sweat instantly soaking his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining unwavering focus. With an indomitable will, he guided the true qi, inching forward, exploring and expanding. Wherever the true qi traversed, the meridians were forcibly opened and torn, yet were gradually restored, widened, and reinforced by the subsequent resonance of the sword intent and the nourishing vitality. From destruction emerges rebirth, painful yet transformative. After 2 full hours, Lin Feng managed to push the true qi a mere 3 inches, utterly exhausted, needing to pause for rest. On the second day, he resumed his assault on the Han-Tying Lung meridian. With the previous day's experience, he progressed slightly faster, though the agony remained unrelenting. By evening, he had barely managed to connect 1/3 of the first meridian. The flow of true qi within, though not smooth, allowed him to faintly sense an enhanced connection between himself and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. On the third and fourth days, Lin Feng persevered like the most resilient of artisans, tirelessly honing his craft, day and night. Apart from fulfilling the essential minimal duties to maintain his guise, he devoted all his time to this tedious and arduous endeavor of channeling. The hand Tying Lung meridian was connected. The hand Yangming large intestine meridian was connected. The foot Yangming stomach meridian was connected. With each meridian successfully opened, the pure and profound true energy within his dantian grew stronger, and its circulation became increasingly agile. The gray-white true energy, imbued with a sharp sword intent, became ever more pronounced, occasionally emitting a barely perceptible, clear sound reminiscent of a sword's hum as it flowed within him. Outside the dilapidated cottage, the guards responsible for surveillance sensed that the aura of this son-in-law seemed somewhat steadier than before, no longer appearing so weak and desperate. But that was the extent of their observation. They could not perceive the meticulously restrained fluctuations of true energy, nor could they fathom the astonishing transformation taking place within this crumbling abode. On the fifth day, while channeling the foot Tying spleen meridian, he encountered his first significant obstacle. At a particular acupoint known as Sanyinjiao, where the three meridians converge, the barrier was exceptionally formidable. Lin Feng summoned all his newly acquired true energy, combining it with the robust vitality from his perfected blood circulation, and relentlessly struck for 3 hours until cracks appeared in the barrier. A surge of pure spiritual energy rushed in, merging with the profound true energy, finally allowing him to connect the meridian. Instantly, his true energy expanded by nearly 30%. On the 6th and 7th days, the hand Xiaoyang heart meridian, hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, foot Taiyang bladder meridian, foot Xiaoyang kidney meridian, hand Juyan pericardium meridian, and hand Xiaoyang sanjiao meridian were all successively channeled, expanded, and reinforced under the sharpness of the profound true energy and Lin Feng's indomitable will. Within his body, it seemed as though a network composed of gray-white rivers of true energy, imbued with a piercing sword intent, was being constructed. On the 7th day, deep into the night, at the hour of the rat, as the moonlight once again cascaded through the cracks of the tiles and the ethereal shadow of the 9 prisons soared absorbed and refined, Lin Feng guided the now significantly enhanced profound true energy within him to launch his final assault on the last meridian, the foot Juyan liver meridian. This meridian traverses the inner side of the lower limbs, ascending to the summit, and is the final link in the cycle of the 12 meridians, serving as a crucial connection throughout the body, bridging the upper and lower realms. With a resounding boom, at the moment the final barrier was shattered by the accumulated profound true energy at its peak, Lin Feng's 12 primary meridians vibrated simultaneously, emitting a thunderous roar akin to the mighty Yangtze River in full flow. The profound true energy within all the meridians flowed without obstruction, instantaneously merging into a flawless, unceasing cycle. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no longer requiring deliberate guidance, surged into Lin Feng's every pore at a speed 10-fold, even 100-fold, greater than before. As if summoned by a sovereign, within the Dantian's furnace, it was instantly refined into pure gray-white true energy, merging into the roaring cycle. He had reached the initial stage of the gathering Qi realm. The process was seamless, without any hindrance. Moreover, as he had established his foundation using the supreme method of the Zhangjuan sword cannon, guided by the intent of the 9-prisoned sword, the core of true energy now coalescing within Lin Feng's Dantian was not the loose vortex typical of ordinary gathering Qi realm warriors, but rather an exceptionally refined seed of sword intent, continuously exuding a sharp gray-white radiance. Though this sword type is diminutive, it harbors a terrifying energy that far surpasses mundane true Qi, infused with a trace of the supreme sword intent derived from the 9 Hell sword and the Lord of the Azure June sword, exquisite, pure, and unparalleled in sharpness. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, 2 minuscule, needle-like beams of gray-white sword light flickered and vanished, piercing through the darkness before him for a brief moment. He gradually raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. With a mere thought, a strand of true Qi, as delicate as a wisp yet astonishingly substantial, surged forth from his fingertips, silently gliding past a piece of blue brick used for support. With a soft sound, a cut appeared on the brick, half an inch deep and as smooth as a mirror, its edges exhibiting a crystalline state as if it had been subjected to intense heat followed by rapid cooling. Such sharp true qi, such domineering sword intent. This is the true qi of Azure June. Lin Feng could distinctly sense that he was now, at this moment, more than tenfold stronger than he had been 7 days prior when he reached the pinnacle of blood transformation. If he were to confront Yi Ming, who was in the early stages of gathering qi, he would not even need to employ his movement techniques. With merely this strand of fingertip true qi, he could easily inflict grave injury upon him. He rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. A series of subtle crackling sounds echoed around him, akin to popping beans, signaling the resonance of his bones, a sign of rebirth. A faint luminescence coursed over his skin, and though he endeavored to restrain his aura, it still exuded a profound and serene gravitas. After 7 days of arduous cultivation, he had connected the 12 primary meridians, stepping into the early stages of gathering qi and refining the Azure June sword seed. Outside the woodshed, the night was deep and silent. Yet Lin Feng's perception was sharper and clearer than ever before, attuned to every movement within a Tinjiang radius, the rustling of grass in the wind, the chirping of insects, the falling of leaves, and even the distant, slightly intensified breaths of the weary guards were all within his grasp. He approached the dilapidated wooden door of the shed, his gaze seemingly penetrating the wood, peering into the depths of the Yi family compound where lights illuminated the area, buzzing with last-minute preparations for the upcoming birthday banquet. The banquet was set for tomorrow. Zhao's conspiracy, the gathering of guests, Yi Lingxi's vague warnings, and the hidden gazes lurking in the shadows, all weighed heavily on Lin Feng. He gradually clenched his fist, the joints producing a soft crack. Within his palm, a strand of gray-white true qi swirled quietly, imbued with a chilling intent to sever all. Endurance? Concealment? No. At tomorrow's banquet, he would unleash this newly birthed Azure June sword energy to tear apart all hypocrisy and schemes. The title of the Yi family's son-in-law, the humiliation and confinement endured over these past months. It was time to bring a decisive end to it all. Chapter 25. The storm of the birthday banquet. As the morning light began to break and the thin mist lingered, the Yi family compound had already awakened, bustling with unprecedented noise and activity. When the first rays of dawn pierced the dimness of the woodshed, illuminating Lin Feng's tranquil visage, urgent knocks at the door and boisterous shouts erupted. Lin Feng, get out here. Today is the birthday banquet. All servants must perform their duties. You are assigned to serve in the front courtyard corridor. Move quickly. It was the voice of Steward Luoyun, laced with an undeniable authority and a hint of malicious glee. Anticipating the unfolding spectacle, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the remnants of his cultivation brilliance retracting in an instant, returning to a tranquil state. As calm as an ancient well, he rose to his feet, brushing off his faded and patched old shirt, which was the most respectable garment he could possess in the Yi family. Pushing open the door to the woodshed, the cool morning air greeted him. Luoyun stood in the courtyard with his hands on his hips, flanked by 2 guards, casting a hostile gaze over him. Upon noticing Lin Feng still clad in his tattered attire, Luoyun frowned and snatched a neatly folded set of gray coarse cloth attire from one of the guards, hurling it at him with disdain. Change into this. Today's guests are esteemed visitors. Do not tarnish their eyes with your ragged clothing. Remember, your task is to stand at the corner of the eastern corridor in the front courtyard, guiding the guests and serving tea. You are not to wander, lift your gaze, or utter a word that might disturb the esteemed guests. Do you understand? Luoyun spoke rapidly, his tone sharp. The gray attire was the standard garb worn by the lowest-ranking servants of the Yi family, made from rough fabric, starched to a stiffness, and even faintly carrying the scent of the previous wearer, in stark contrast to the brand-new, resplendent servant attire donned by the Yi family for the birthday banquet. This outfit represented a silent humiliation and a mark of disdain. Look, this is the son-in-law who steals from the Yi family, reduced to wearing the garb of a mere servant. Lin Feng accepted the clothing, his expression unchanging, merely nodding slightly. Understood. Humph, as long as you understand, Luoyun remarked, finding Lin Feng's compliance somewhat dull, and added with malice, Captain Zhao specifically instructed you to perform well. If anything goes amiss today, the consequences will be yours alone. With that, he ceased his words and, accompanied by the guards, turned to leave, leaving Lin Feng standing alone in the dilapidated courtyard. Lin Feng returned to the woodshed, silently changing into the gray attire. The coarse fabric rubbed against his skin uncomfortably, and the size was ill-fitting, slightly oversized, further enhancing his sense of dishevelment. He glanced into a dusty, tarnished mirror in the woodshed, where his reflection appeared calm, his gaze tranquil. Yet the incongruity of the servantess' clothing spoke volumes of deliberate humiliation. Paying it no mind, he adjusted his collar and pushed open the woodshed door. walking towards the front courtyard. As he made his way, the Yi family estate had transformed entirely. The last batch of red silk lanterns hung from the night before swayed gently in the morning breeze. And new colorful banners hung from the highest pavilion down to the ground, the golden character for longevity sparkling in the sunlight. The bluestone path was washed to a shine, reflecting silhouettes, while the autumn chrysanthemums in the flower beds were meticulously pruned, exuding their final fragrance. The servants moved about like butterflies among the flowers, their steps hurried yet orderly. Most wore a uniform of visibly finer indigo or deep teal new garments, their faces displaying a mixture of excitement and caution. Upon seeing Lin Feng, dressed in the gray attire and walking alone, many initially wore expressions of surprise, which quickly shifted to realization, disdain, or pity, before hastily averting their gazes as if proximity to him might bring misfortune. The front courtyard was bustling with activity. In the center of the spacious courtyard, a grand stage had already been erected, with a red carpet laid down and brocade draping elegantly. Opposite the stage stands a temporary outdoor banquet area, capable of accommodating hundreds of guests. Elegantly arranged are rows of Zeton with 8 immortals tables, adorned with festive crimson silk tablecloths and embellished with exquisite celadone tea sets and platters of delicacies. Dozens of charming maidens, clad in matching pink skirts and sporting twin hair buns, flit about, finalizing preparations and conducting checks. The air is suffused with an intoxicating melange of wine, fruit, powder, and a subtle hint of sandalwood, coalescing into a luxurious atmosphere unique to grand banquets. The faint strains of orchestral music waft from the depths of the inner residence, where the hired musicians are making their final rehearsals. Following instructions, Lin Feng arrived at the corner of the eastern corridor in the front courtyard. This position is somewhat delicate, situated at the edge of the banquet area, rendering it inconspicuous, yet affording a view of most guests as they enter. While also being close to the path leading to the inner quarters, it is indeed a station of service, or perhaps a backdrop for display and humiliation that does not truly offend the eye. He stood silently, head slightly bowed, minimizing his presence like the other standing servants. His Tinjong perception quietly unfurled, absorbing the subtle movements around him. Guests began to arrive in succession. The first to arrive were mostly the smaller families affiliated with the Yi clan in Luoyun City, shopkeepers, and various individuals engaged in business with the Yi family. Dressed in respectable brocade garments and bearing generous gifts, they entered the courtyard with beaming smiles, guided and introduced by the Yi family's steward, and were promptly seated. The sounds of greetings, congratulations, and polite exchanges during the gift-giving flowed in waves. Master Lu from the west of the city has arrived. Gift, a pair of jade rui. Master Chen from South Street has arrived. Gift, a century-old coral tree. As time passed, the identities of the arriving guests grew increasingly distinguished. Around the third watch of the day, a somewhat raucous yet deliberately subdued commotion emanated from the direction of the main entrance. A group of several individuals, personally led by a direct steward of the Yi family, strode confidently into the courtyard. At the forefront were 2 composed middle-aged men, both clad in opulent brocade robes, their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of long-held positions of power. Behind them followed several spirited young heirs, brimming with confidence. Master Wang has arrived. Gift, 10 deep-sea luminous pearls, and a pair of purple jade peaches. The announcement resonated with exceptional clarity. It was the Wang family, one of the 3 prominent families in Luoyun City, thriving on mineral and medicinal businesses, and endowed with substantial wealth. The slender man with 3 strands of long beard was none other than Wang Zhanshan, the patriarch of the Wang family. Beside him, the haughty youth scrutinizing the Yi family's arrangements was his son, Wang Chong, reportedly having reached the later stages of the Qi gathering realm and highly regarded among the younger generation of the Wang family. After exchanging pleasantries with an elder from the Yi family who came to greet him, Wang Zhanshan was ushered to his seat in the front row. Wang Chong, meanwhile, gathered with several peers from the Yi family, engaging in hushed laughter while casting glances at the maidens standing by and the incoming guests. No sooner had the Wang family settled in than another stir arose. A group of individuals entered, their demeanor exuding an air of sharpened precision. At the forefront stood a stern-faced elder clad in black robes, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, accompanied by a tall, strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat aloof young woman, along with several robust guards. The head of the Li family has arrived. A congratulatory gift, 100 pounds of black iron fine gold, and 3 century-old snow lotuses. The Li family, one of the 3 prominent families of Luoyun City, is renowned for their weapon forging and protective services, boasting the highest proportion of martial artists and formidable combat prowess. The elder in black robes is Li Zhan, the head of the Li family, reputed for his unfathomable cultivation. Beside him is his granddaughter, Li Muxue, a prodigy who has already reached the mid-stage of qi gathering at a young age and is said to possess remarkable talent in forging. Thus favored greatly by the Li family. Li Zhan merely nodded slightly to the approaching members of the Yi family before taking his seat with his granddaughter. His words few yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority that suggested a desire for distance. Li Muxue quietly sat beside her grandfather, her calm gaze sweeping across the courtyard, refraining from excessive interaction with those around her. With the arrival of the Wang and Li families, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew palpably more vibrant and subtly charged. The conversations among the guests instinctively lowered in volume, their glances frequently darting toward the two prominent seats at the front. The three great families, often engaged in both cooperation and rivalry, undoubtedly elevated the prestige and underlying currents of this celebratory feast. However, it was moments later that the atmosphere truly reached a crescendo, when a young figure clad in a moon-white brocade robe, adorned with exquisite jade, entered the courtyard, accompanied by a retinue of formidable followers. The entire front yard fell momentarily silent. Countless gazes, particularly from the younger generation, converged upon him, filled with awe, envy, jealousy, and even admiration. The young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Chun, has arrived. A congratulatory gift, a piece of Millennium Warm Jade, and a low-grade, Xian-level martial arts manual, flowing cloud steps. The exclamations were nearly shouted with excitement. The Xiao family, the foremost among Luoyun City's three great families, heralded the young master Xiao Chun, who, although barely over 20, had already attained the late stage of furnace nurturing, rightfully regarded as the pinnacle of the younger generation in Luoyun City. With unparalleled talent, a profound background, and striking looks, he is the object of admiration for nearly all young men and women in the city. The value of his gifts was astonishing. Millennium Warm Jade is known for its ability to nurture the spirit and aid in cultivation, while the Xian-level martial arts manual is a treasure capable of inciting fierce competition throughout Luoyun City. The Xiao family, this time, undeniably provided the Yi family with ample face. With a perfectly measured smile of modesty and confidence, Xiao Chun raised his hands toward the main seat, his voice resonant. I am Xiao Chun, here to convey my father's congratulations to Uncle Yi, wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. This humble gift is but a token of respect. Yi Qingshan, seated at the main position and engaged in conversation with several clan elders, revealed a genuine smile. Gesturing amiably, nephew, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. Xiao Qin nodded with a smile, and amidst a sea of envious gazes, he was guided to the front row, closest to the main seat. His arrival seemed to carry a radiant aura, instantly establishing him as the focal point of the gathering. The youthful gazes of Wang Chong, Li Muxue, and others fell upon him with a complex mixture of emotions. Lin Feng stood in the shadow of the corridor's corner, his eyelids gently lowered, absorbing it all within his heart. The opulence of the Wang family, the sternness of the Li family, and the resplendence of the Xiao family. Today, the pinnacle of power in Luoyun City convened at the Yi family. The stage prepared by the Zhao family for him was on the verge of unveiling itself before the watchful eyes of the crowd. He sensed that more than one pair of eyes scrutinized his presence, including the cold gaze of Zhao Hu, the mocking glances from certain informed members of the Yi family, and perhaps even a curious glance from the young master of the Xiao family, tinged with an air of superiority. The longevity banquet had yet to formally commence. Yet the invisible tensions had already begun to coalesce above the elaborately decorated courtyard, filled with guests. Lin Feng took a slow breath and exhaled gently. The newly sprouted seed of the Zhangjuan sword within him quivered slightly, exuding an intangible sharpness. He remained standing with his head bowed, like the most unassuming backdrop, though his fingertips quietly curled beneath the coarse gray fabric of his sleeves. Chapter 26. Public Challenge. The auspicious hour had arrived, and the longevity banquet officially began. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, as a troupe of elegantly dressed dancers gracefully ascended the stage, moving in harmony with the music, their flowing sleeves fluttering, captivating the guests with their enchanting performances. The sounds of clinking glasses, laughter, and congratulations mingled with the aromas of exquisite dishes, enveloping the entire courtyard and elevating the atmosphere to a first climax. At the head table, Yi Qingshan donned a dark golden robe adorned with longevity characters, a jade crown atop his head, his face beaming with a smile as he received rounds of toasts and well wishes from the guests. Beside him sat a member of the Zhao family, also resplendently attired, surrounded by jewels, her face radiating a modest yet dignified smile, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations with nearby noble women. exuding the grace of a matriarch. Xiao Chun, Wang Jinshan, and Li Zhan, prominent figures from the three major families, naturally occupied the most distinguished seats in the front row. Xiao Chun maintained a composed demeanor, sipping leisurely and engaging effortlessly with the young heirs who approached him, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the head table with a hint of subtle scrutiny. Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan, in contrast, remained relatively silent, quietly enjoying their drinks and observing the performances, exchanging whispers only occasionally. Lin Feng continued to stand in the shadowy corner of the eastern corridor, resembling a forgotten specter. He slightly bowed his head, his gaze fixed upon the ground 3 steps ahead, seemingly oblivious to the bustling grandeur around him. Only the Zhangjuan sword seed within him slowly circled, clearly reflecting every subtle movement within a Tinzhong radius. He could hear Zhao Hu's breath from the shadows, slightly hurried, and sensed several malevolent or curious gazes lingering on him before shifting away. He could discern whispers among certain guests discussing the Yi family's son-in-law, referring to him as a thief of elixirs. As the wine circulated and the dishes were served, the performances on stage transitioned from gentle melodies to fervent displays. The guests, with spirits lifted by the wine, began to glow with warmth, their laughter growing louder, the atmosphere becoming increasingly vibrant. Many young heirs left their seats to toast one another, forging new acquaintances, creating a scene of harmonious revelry. At that moment, Lady Zhao, seated at the head, gently set down the ivory chopsticks held in her hand. This subtle gesture seemed to signal something profound. Zhao Hu, who had been standing attentively behind her, suddenly stiffened, his gaze sharpening and posture straightening. From the shadows, several previously scattered presences silently shifted towards pivotal spots in the courtyard. Lady Zhao picked up a pristine silk handkerchief, delicately dabbed at the corners of her mouth, and her previously composed smile gradually faded, replaced by a heavy expression interlaced with sorrow, disappointment, and resolve. She slowly rose to her feet. As she did so, the nearby noble women engaged in hushed conversation immediately ceased their chatter, turning to her with surprise. Guests at adjacent tables also took notice, their conversations unwittingly quieting, casting bewildered glances in her direction. Yi Qingshan, who was in the midst of toasting a distant cousin, sensed his wife's unusual demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly as he glanced over. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments had, unbeknownst to anyone, come to a halt. The dancers gracefully withdrew, leaving the stage momentarily vacant. The previously boisterous atmosphere in the courtyard oddly quieted, a stillness settling in response to this brief intermission and the anomaly at the head table. Countless gazes converged on the standing Lady Zhao, taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a significant revelation. She scanned the assembled guests before finally locking her eyes on Yi Qingshan, her voice trembling with deliberate restraint as she spoke. "My lord, esteemed guests, today marks your 50th birthday, a day that ought to be filled with familial joy and merriment. It is with great reluctance that I must address a matter that might dampen the spirits of this celebration." Her words echoed clearly in the now somewhat hushed courtyard, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Many guests placed their cups down, curiosity etched on their faces. Yi Qingshan's brow furrowed even deeper as he replied in a low tone, "Madam, what is it?" Lady Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice growing increasingly poignant. "As the matriarch of the Yi family, it is my duty to diligently uphold the peace of our household and adhere to our family's strict customs. However, misfortune has befallen our home, marred by a disreputable and ungrateful individual. I have reflected deeply on this matter, which concerns the reputation of the Yi family and, more importantly, your honor. If I do not clarify and resolve this in front of our esteemed guests today, I would be remiss in my duties to our ancestors and unworthy of your trust." Her declaration sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the assembly. Marred reputation? Ungratefulness? Public resolution? Almost all the guests leaned in, whispering and exchanging opinions. Yi Qingshan's expression darkened, clearly realizing what Lady Zhao was about to unveil. Yet, in the presence of so many prominent figures, he could not directly intervene, only responding in a grave tone, "Madam, what is the matter? Please, clarify." Lady Zhao seemed to gain permission, wiping away non-existent tears with her handkerchief. She abruptly turned, pointing towards a silent gray figure lurking at the corner of the eastern corridor, her voice rising with unfathomable sorrow and indignation. "It is he, the son-in-law of the Yi family, Lin Feng." In an instant, as if an invisible hand had swept through the courtyard, hundreds of gazes followed the direction of Lady Zhao's pointed finger, landing on the young man clad in humble servant's attire, who had been standing with his head bowed. Shock, curiosity, disdain, realization, and schadenfreude mingled in the expressions of those watching. The corner that had been deliberately overlooked suddenly became the center of attention. Lin Feng remained standing with his head lowered, as if the hundreds of piercing gazes and Zhao's sharp accusations were entirely irrelevant to him. Only the fingertips hidden within his sleeves moved imperceptibly. Seizing the moment to capture everyone's focus, Zhao continued her performance, her voice tinged with a sob. 3 years ago, this young man, faced with the grave illness of his elderly mother and left with no options, implored to join the Yi family to bring good fortune. The master, compassionate and recognizing his filial piety, disregarded the disparity in social standing and permitted him to enter as a son-in-law, providing for his needs. Our Yi family treated him with utmost kindness and generosity. Who could have anticipated that he would not only lack gratitude, but also display a fundamentally flawed character, steeped in laziness? Since his arrival at the manor, he has made no progress in his cultivation, idling his days away, and shockingly, even developed thieving inclinations. Zhao's voice suddenly turned harsh, infused with deep-seated hatred. 3 months ago, our Yi family's storeroom was robbed of 3 invaluable qi-nourishing pills. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this scoundrel was responsible. At that time, there was both testimonial and material evidence, but the master, considering it a first offense and recognizing signs of remorse, merely imposed a punishment of corporal punishment and house arrest, a minor reprimand meant to encourage reform. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the guests who appeared bewildered and nodded in agreement, lamenting, "I felt the punishment was too lenient, fearing he would not know the path to repentance." As it turns out, during his house arrest, not only did he show no signs of reflection, but he also grew bolder. Today, in front of you esteemed guests, I must present new evidence to thoroughly expose this villain's true nature, lest our Yi family's reputation be further tarnished. With this declaration, she abruptly drew a folded sheet of paper from her sleeve, unfurling it and holding it high for all to see. This is a record of an old account from 3 years ago in the storeroom. It clearly documents that a certain elder of the clan withdrew 5 qi-nourishing pills, but beside it, the steward Wang Bo personally noted, only 3 were issued, while 2 remained unaccounted for. Zhao's voice rang out powerfully, pointing at the red ink on the ledger, stating that the missing 2 pills had been tampered with, concealing their whereabouts. And the only person who had access to the old account and the motive to cover it up, aside from this scoundrel, who was already in the manor and desperately sought the pills, could be no one else. She then produced another document bearing a fingerprint. This is a testimony. Witness Li San, formerly a guardian of the Yi family, was dismissed for reasons unknown. He has had a change of heart and is willing to testify. He personally witnessed Lin Feng lurking near the storeroom days before the pills were stolen, stealthily pocketing 2 wax seals. Initially intimidated by this scoundrel's status as a son-in-law, he dared not speak out until he was expelled from the manor, at which point his conscience compelled him to provide this testimony. Both testimonial and material evidence are present. Zhao forcefully slammed the 2 papers onto the table beside her, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Master, esteemed guests, you must judge for yourselves. Our Yi family provided him with sustenance, offered him a status, and yet he, with a wolf's ambition, pilfered our family's treasures, showed no remorse after his misdeeds, and even conspired with a disgraced servant to cover up his crimes. Such an ungrateful and morally corrupt individual, if allowed to remain within the Yi family, where's the justice? Where are our family's regulations?" Her barrage of accusations, coupled with the irrefutable ledger evidence and the heartfelt testimony of the witness, instantly ignited a tremendous reaction among the guests. Is this true? It appears that after the last public trial, he was still scheming. The accounts and testimonies have been presented. How could there be any doubt? The Yi family has truly raised a treacherous wolf. How disgraceful for a son-in-law to pilfer from his own family and remain unrepentant. Madame Zhao embodies integrity and righteousness, striking down kin for the greater good. Such scoundrels must not be shown mercy. The murmurs surged like a tide, with the overwhelming majority firmly believing in the Zhao family's accusations, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with disdain and revulsion. In the front row, Xiao Chun wore a bemused smile. Wang Jinshan shook his head slightly, while Li Zhan maintained his inscrutable expression. The elders and younger members of the Yi clan cast furious glares at Lin Feng. Yi Qingshan's complexion turned ashen, his chest heaving slightly. The Zhao family's sudden public assault during the banquet caught him off guard. However, the evidence, testimonies, and the guest reactions cornered him. As the head of the family, he had to take a stand at this moment. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhao pointed once more at Lin Feng, her voice sharp. "Lin Feng, the evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say? Before all the esteemed guests today, if you possess even a shred of decency, you will admit your guilt, sign the annulment, and leave the Yi family." Otherwise, do not blame the Yi family for their merciless laws. All eyes once again focused on the silent figure cloaked in gray. Awaiting him was either confession and disgrace, or Lin Feng slowly lifted his head. This simple gesture, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, bore an almost peculiar weight. His countenance betrayed none of the panic, fear, or twisted resentment Zhao had anticipated. There was not even the slightest ripple of emotion. On his face, which had grown slightly gaunt from months of hardship, there was only a near indifference. His eyes, deep as an ancient well, reflected the brilliant lights and varied figures in the courtyard, yet seemed to absorb nothing, as if they comprehended everything. He met Yi Qingshan's gaze, filled with fury and pressure, as well as Zhao's malicious and triumphant eyes, and the varied reactions of the guests, some scornful, some curious, others indifferent, with unyielding calm. This tranquility stood in stark, almost eerie contrast to Zhao's tearful accusations, the uproar of the crowd, and the undeniable evidence presented. It was as if the epicenter of the storm engulfing the banquet was not him. He was merely an outsider observing the chaos. This unusual calm caused an unexpected twinge in Zhao's heart, quickly overwhelmed by her mounting rage and the satisfaction of imminent triumph. To her, it was merely the last pretense of composure from a useless individual, a numbness born of desperation. However, this calm only fueled Yi Qingshan's already simmering anger. How dare this son-in-law, at this juncture, still regard him with such a look? Did he truly believe he would not dare to deal with him under the scrutiny of so many? The murmurs in the courtyard faltered momentarily due to Lin Feng's abnormal serenity, then grew even louder. He would not defend himself? Had he been rendered speechless? Still putting on an act, even when death loomed? The head of the Yi family could not afford to show leniency to such a madman. Certain representatives from small to medium-sized families, eager to curry favor with the Yi clan or to display their loyalty, took the opportunity to vehemently denounce Lin Feng, as if such actions were the only means to showcase their solidarity with the Yi family against a common enemy. In the front row, Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow with keen interest, his fingers gently caressing the smooth edge of a jade cup, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Feng's unnaturally calm face. A smirk of amusement deepening at the corners of his mouth. Wang Zhinshan shook his head slightly, seemingly lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen the Yi family. Li Zhan remained expressionless, though his eagle-like eyes seemed to cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng. The elders of the Yi clan could no longer contain their agitation. One elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, suddenly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng as he thundered, "Lin Feng, the evidence presented by the matriarch is irrefutable. In front of all the esteemed guests, what further words do you have to say? Hurry and confess. Perhaps the clan leader might show mercy and spare your life due to past ties. Indeed, such a parasite is of no use. They tarnish our Yi family's century-old reputation." Another elder echoed angrily. The pressure mounted like an invisible mountain, bearing down on Lin Feng from all directions, simultaneously pressing upon Yi Qingshan, who occupied the main seat. All eyes ultimately converged on Yi Qingshan, eagerly awaiting his final verdict as the clan leader. Seeing this, Zhao Shi seized the moment to speak once more, her voice hoarse and resolute as if laced with the remnants of tears. "My lord, you have witnessed this. This scoundrel is obstinate and shows no remorse. If we do not impose severe punishment today, how can our Yi family maintain its dignity in Luoyun City? What family rules can we uphold? I implore you, my lord, for the sake of our family's legacy and honor, act decisively." Her words ignited the smoldering fury within Yi Qingshan, amplifying his concerns for the family's reputation and his long-standing disdain for Lin Feng, the stain upon their name, especially in this public setting, under the scrutinizing gaze of many. His authority as the clan leader and the dignity of the Yi family were pushed to the precipice. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, causing the cups and dishes on the table to leap. Yi Qingshan sprang to his feet, his wide sleeves knocking over a wine cup, the fragrant liquid spilling across the crimson tablecloth, swiftly creating a dark stain. His face turned a deep shade of gray, veins protruding on his forehead. His eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on Lin Feng in the corridor, his chest heaving violently with anger. The courtyard fell into an immediate silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was struck by Yi Qingshan's sudden rage, instinctively softening their breaths. Yi Qingshan extended a slightly trembling finger, pointing directly at Lin Feng. That finger seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, as if to pin Lin Feng to the pillar of shame. His voice, thunderous and filled with unassailable authority, resonated in the hushed courtyard. "Useless son-in-law." These 4 words struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present, shattering the last remnants of shame. The Yi family has provided you with sustenance, granted you a name, and rescued your ailing mother. Yet, instead of gratitude, you harbor the heart of a wolf, engaging in treacherous acts. First, you stole our family's elixirs, then colluded with wicked servants to cover it up. The evidence is irrefutable. The proof is solid as a mountain. Now, you remain obstinate and show no sign of repentance. Yi Qingshan's voice rose in pitch, his anger swelling as if he were about to unleash the pent-up frustration of 3 months, his discontent regarding the marriage, and all his disdain towards Lin Feng. The blemish upon his family's honor. What face do you, a thankless, morally bankrupt wretch, have to remain in the Yi family's domain? What right do you possess to further tarnish the Yi family name? He waved his hand forcefully, as if to sweep away some loathsome filth, his voice resolute and unyielding, bearing the weight of an irrevocable decree. Today, before the esteemed guests of Luoyun City, in order to purify the family's reputation and serve as a warning to others. According to the Yi family law, the son-in-law Lin Feng, who has repeatedly stolen from the family and shown no signs of reform, is guilty beyond pardon. He paused, each word emerging as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, icy and piercing. Publicly forfeit your cultivation and be eternally expelled from the Yi family. From this day forth, your life, wealth, and status shall no longer be associated with the Yi family. The decree to forfeit his cultivation and be cast out echoed through the courtyard like a final tolling bell, sealing Lin Feng's fate in the eyes of all present. The guests bore varied expressions, some sighed, others remained indifferent, yet many displayed an understanding that this was to be expected. To forfeit one's cultivation, for a cultivator, was a fate more agonizing than death. To be expelled meant losing the protection of the Yi family, even nominally, in a world where the strong reigned supreme. How long could a cripple survive? This decision, seemingly lenient, effectively severed all avenues for survival. Zhao's eyelids drooped, yet a cruel smile crept upon her lips, as if she could hardly contain her delight. It had been accomplished. The master had finally uttered those words publicly. To render him powerless and cast him from the Yi family, whether he lived or died, would be in her hands. Indeed, she could make it even more decisive. Yilinger, seated among the ladies, turned ashen, her small hands clutching the edge of her garment tightly. She wished to rise and speak, but an elderly matron beside her firmly restrained her, shaking her head slowly, her gaze imbued with stern warning. Meanwhile, beneath the corridor, Lin Feng stood silently, having received his sentence. Yi Qingshan's tirade and judgment seemed but a whisper in the breeze, failing to stir even a ripple in his demeanor. Yet, if one could peer beneath his lowered eyelids, they would glimpse a chilling, piercing brilliance deep within his pupils, gathering like a cold star, as if honed by an invisible hand, preparing to unsheathe its blade. Zhao, Yi Qingshan no longer glanced at Lin Feng, as if even a moment's gaze would tarnish his vision. He commanded sharply, "At your service." Zhao, who had been waiting in the shadows, surged forward like a shark catching the scent of blood, his imposing figure radiating a menacing aura that instantly captivated everyone's attention. A cruel smile danced across his face as he clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Execute the family law." Yi Qingshan turned his back, waving his hand, his voice cold and merciless. "Forfeit his cultivation and cast him out." "Understood." Zhao responded loudly, pivoting to fix his tiger-like gaze upon Lin Feng in the corridor, his eyes glinting with a predatory mockery and bloodlust. He advanced step by step towards Lin Feng, his footsteps heavy and deliberate, each thud resonating like a drumbeat upon the hearts of those who listened. In the midst of the mid-stage cultivation of the furnace-nurturing realm, an intense and oppressive aura began to permeate the air, causing even the closest guests to feel a slight suffocation in their breaths. The full force of the perfected chi-gathering realm was unleashed. Although it was a significant level below the furnace-nurturing realm, it was more than sufficient to deal with a discarded son-in-law whose cultivation had been rendered null. To all present, it seemed an exercise in overkill, with the outcome utterly predictable. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was taut to its limits. Every gaze followed Zhao's imposing figure, directing their attention toward the young man clad in gray, seemingly condemned by fate. Was there a hint of pity? Perhaps a minuscule trace? Curiosity? A desire to witness the final reaction of this discarded son-in-law? Indifference? A sense of detachment, merely witnessing a spectacle unfold? Zhao halted 5 steps before Lin Feng, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, a grin exposing his stark white teeth. "Lin Feng," he declared, "the family head has issued an order, which you have undoubtedly heard. In consideration of your former status as a son-in-law, I shall grant you a swift end." He gradually raised his right arm, fingers coalescing into a fist. An inferno-like crimson glow enveloped his fist, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and warp under the intense heat, emitting a faint sizzling sound. This was the unique, domineering furnace fire true chi characteristic of a practitioner in the furnace-nurturing realm. Without further ado, Zhao Hu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he twisted his waist, launching his power-infused crimson fist toward Lin Feng's lower abdomen with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Akin to a cannonball, this strike was devoid of embellishments. Its sole intent was to shatter Lin Feng's dantian with absolute force, obliterating the foundation of his cultivation and executing the family's decree of nullification. As the wind from the punch surged, even the tiniest dust particles on the ground were swept into the air. It was over. Once the dantian shattered, even divine intervention would be futile. What a pity. For though he was deemed a waste, the Yi family was resolute in their intent to cleanse their ranks. Countless thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. Nearly all envisioned the imminent scene of Lin Feng's dantian shattering, blood spewing forth as he crumpled, dragged from the Yi family's gates like a lifeless husk. Xiaoqin set down his wine cup, leaning slightly forward, eager for a closer view. Wang Zhinshan sighed softly, closing his eyes. Li Zhan's gaze remained tranquil, though a faint glimmer seemed to flicker deep within his pupils. Zhao's family member clutched a handkerchief tightly, her knuckles whitening, her eyes betraying unmasked anticipation and delight. Yi Qingshan stood with his back to the courtyard, hands clasped behind him, his posture rigid as if struggling to maintain the dignity of the family head. Yet unable to bear the sight before him, the crimson silhouette of the fist loomed larger in Lin Feng's calm eyes. The searing energy had already brushed against the coarse fabric of his gray garment. In this critical moment before the fist even landed, the scorching and violent gust of wind it generated rushed towards Lin Feng, causing a few strands of hair on his forehead to dance wildly behind him. The coarse gray fabric of his short outfit rustled sharply against his skin, outlining his slender yet remarkably erect figure. In the courtyard, time appeared to stretch infinitely. Suspended in this moment, all gazes were intensely fixed upon that fist, ablaze with a crimson aura, and the gray figure before it, seemingly paralyzed by fear, forgetting to evade. The air was thick with a suffocating sensation, a blend of heat, the metallic tang of blood, and a cruel anticipation. Zhao Hu's grin grew increasingly ferocious, his eyes sparkling with a cat-and-mouse delight, tinged with a barely perceptible malice. Though he did not employ the entirety of his strength from the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm, his power was far beyond what an ordinary Qi gathering realm warrior could withstand, let alone a son-in-law whose cultivation had been crippled and meridians damaged. His aim was not merely to incapacitate Lin Feng, but to utterly crush this annoying insect in the most domineering and humiliating manner before the crowd. The force of his punch concealed a sinister shockwave, potent enough to shatter the dantian while thoroughly disrupting the remnants of life within Lin Feng's body. Even if he miraculously survived, his later years would be plagued by illness, living a life worse than death. With a low growl, reminiscent of a beast's exhalation, Zhao Hu aligned his waist and legs, driving his fist forward with even greater urgency. The crimson aura intensified, and the air around his fist warped under the searing heat, even manifesting faint red ripples. A wave of blistering energy radiated outward from his fist, causing guests several paces away to feel their skin flush with heat, involuntarily leaning back. The overwhelming momentum of the perfected Qi gathering realm, combined with the ferocity of his true fire energy, was displayed in all its glory at this moment. In the crowd, a barely audible sigh escaped from an unknown source, tinged with a hint of sympathy for the plight of another. Yet more prevalent was a numb acceptance of the predetermined outcome. Among the women, Yiling bit her lip tightly, the metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth as she closed her eyes, afraid to witness the unfolding scene. Beside her, the matron held her tighter, her gaze icy. At the main seat, Zhao's demeanor shifted slightly as she raised her chin, her gaze fervent, as if savoring the imminent climax of a long-awaited spectacle. She could vividly envision the moment when Lin Feng would collapse like a rag doll, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes extinguished of all light, a pitiful sight. The unease that had stirred within her, due to Lin Feng's calm demeanor, was now submerged beneath the tide of impending satisfaction. Yi Qingshan remained turned away from the courtyard, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette as cold and unyielding as stone. He sensed the fierce wind of the punch and felt the scorching wave of energy, his brow furrowing imperceptibly before returning to its steely resolve. Having made his decision, there was no turning back. The reputation of the Yi family could not be tarnished. It was time to eliminate this son-in-law once and for all. In the front row, Xiaoqin leaned forward slightly, his grip on the wine glass faltering for a moment, and a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes, which were typically filled with playful amusement. He yearned to witness whether this perpetually unervingly calm son-in-law could maintain that damned tranquility in the face of a genuinely lethal assault, or if he would reveal despair, fear, or a grotesque semblance of unwillingness. Wang Zhinshan let out a soft sigh, keeping his eyes closed, seemingly reluctant to bear witness to such a cruel spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Zhan's gaze remained composed, though a flicker of light deep within his pupils seemed to shimmer momentarily, akin to a delicate ripple on a placid lake disturbed by the toss of a stone, unnoticed by anyone else. The other guests, however, widened their eyes and held their breath, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Among them, some may have felt sympathy, while others remained indifferent. Yet all were captivated by the stark disparity of power and the inevitable outcome of this execution. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are devoured by the strong. Today, the Yi family dealt with the son-in-law, and perhaps tomorrow, another family would cleanse its ranks. Such occurrences were far from novel. Yet to unfold at such a grand birthday banquet rendered it sufficiently intriguing. Would that punch not likely penetrate directly through? Zhao Hu, the leader, was a master of the furnace realm. Why bother with a mere cripple? The Yi family sought to establish their authority, to kill the chicken, to frighten the monkey. Alas, though he was a useless son-in-law, he was still alive. Hush, tread carefully with your words. Do you wish to offend the Yi family? A low, suppressed murmur flowed quietly along the edges of the crowd, soon overshadowed by the increasingly imminent whoosh of the approaching fist. At the corner of the corridor, Lin Feng remained rooted in place, as if his feet had taken root. The scorching punch wind, potent enough to blanch the faces of ordinary gathering Qi realm warriors and sear their meridians, brushed against his face, yet failed to alter his serene countenance in the slightest. He did not even adopt any defensive or evasive posture, merely raising his gaze slightly to observe the rapidly enlarging fist, ablaze with destructive force. To outsiders, this undeniably appeared as a display of surrender, a resignation to fate and death. However, none could perceive that beneath the coarse gray fabric of his sleeves, the hands hanging by his sides were subtly trembling with an unusual rhythm. With each tremor, the nascent Songjuan sword seed within him resonated, as strands of grayish-white genuine qi, condensed to their utmost, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, silently slithered down his arms, gathering at his fingertips. Moreover, none could sense that deep within his tranquil, ocean-like eyes, a sharp glimmer akin to a cold star was rapidly coalescing, shining brilliantly. It was neither fear nor despair, but rather an indifference born of eons of turbulence. Gazing down upon the struggles of ants, coupled with a sliver of an icy killing intent ignited by utter provocation, belonging to the sword, the dantian, the cultivation, Zhao Hu's objective was never merely to render him devoid of power. The venomous shock concealed within that punch could evade the notice of others. Yet it could not escape Lin Feng's acute awareness, honed from his past life's battle instincts, nor the piercing intuition cultivated from the Songjuan sword classic, which discerned every peculiar fluctuation in his body with clarity. This punch aimed to utterly extinguish all traces of his vitality. What a malevolent intention! What a ruthless enforcement of family law! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng felt no hesitation, nor any reservation left within him. Endurance? Concealment? At the moment when the opponent has revealed his fangs, intent on delivering a fatal blow, any retreat would be sheer folly. The profound essence of the Song-Jun sword classic surged wildly within him, as the Song-Jun true energy coursed through the 12 meridians, reaching an unprecedented peak. The gray-white sword seed nestled in the center of his dantian suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Yet, all these transformations were impeccably contained within him, with not a hint of aura escaping. To an outsider, he remained the lamb awaiting slaughter. The crimson fist loomed perilously close. The searing true energy nearly grazed Lin Feng's abdomen, the fabric of his garments emitting the acrid scent of scorching. Zhao Hu's eyes gleamed with ferocity, exhaling forcefully as the crimson glow emanating from his fist surged once more, resembling a miniature sun, poised to engulf Lin Feng entirely. Die! A thunderous roar accompanied the momentous force of his fist, striking down with unrestrained vigor. The target of his blow was the critical dantian, situated merely 3 inches below Lin Feng's lower abdomen. Should this strike land, even a martial artist in the Qi-gathering realm, let alone Lin Feng's fledgling strength, would suffer catastrophic injuries if caught off guard. In the courtyard, nearly every onlooker envisioned the same gruesome scene, the sickening crack of shattering bones, blood gushing forth in a tragic display, and the gray figure being hurled through the air like a severed kite. Some of the more tender-hearted women had already turned their heads away. The curve of Zhao's lips stretched to its utmost. Yi Qingshan's silhouette seemed to relax slightly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Chen's eyes, as if he found the spectacle losing its allure. However, just as Zhao Hu's fist, gathering all his strength and intent, was about to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Feng's dantian, the seemingly petrified Lin Feng stirred. Chapter 29. Fingers like swords time appeared to be gripped by an invisible hand, halting its pulse at the moment Zhao Hu's fist, ablaze with crimson true energy, was a mere 3 inches from Lin Feng's dantian. The force of the punch had already scorched the coarse gray fabric of Lin Feng's abdomen to a curled, charred yellow, his skin almost tangible to the destructive heat and penetrating force. In everyone's perception and anticipation, the next instant would be the shattering of the dantian, blood spewing forth, and the ultimate demise of his cultivation. Even Zhao Hu himself reflected Lin Feng's dazed visage in his pupils, a cruel grin splitting his face, as he poured all his might into this singular blow, already envisioning the exhilarating sensation of his fist piercing through that fragile body, shattering every meridian. Yet, in this fleeting moment of life and death, the seemingly immobile Lin Feng abruptly lifted his head. This movement was not swift. It bore a certain rhythm of calmness. Yet it precisely coincided with the pivotal moment when Zhao Hu's power peaked, his old strength waning while new energy had yet to arise. It was as if he had calculated the timing of this infinitesimal moment. As he raised his head, his once downtrodden, tranquil eyes ignited with a disquieting brilliance. It was not despair, nor fear, nor madness, but rather the glimmer of a sword. A shard of gray-white, exquisitely pure. Piercingly sharp light erupted from the depths of his gaze, a fleeting flash that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. As if a beacon of clarity had suddenly illuminated the profound abyss of silence, a light that severed all illusions. Though its brilliance lasted but an instant, it caused Zhao Hu, who stood directly opposite, to experience a jolt in his heart, an instinctual chill emanating from the essence of life itself, akin to a venomous serpent slithering up his spine. Not only Zhao Hu, but also Shao Chun, Li Zhan, and even the usually closed-eyed Wang Zhinshan widened their eyes in astonishment at that moment, revealing genuine shock for the first time. Such a gaze was far from that of a mere invalid, nor could it be possessed by an ordinary martial artist. In the next moment, Lin Feng moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced, as Zhao Hu's fist, capable of shattering stone and melting metal, nearly brushed against his garment. Lin Feng did not attempt to evade or block. Rather, he stepped forward, with a deft sidestep. He narrowly evaded the lethal punch aimed at his dantian by mere millimeters. The crimson fist aura grazed his side, scorching the fabric of his clothing and leaving a charred tear, yet it did not harm his flesh in the slightest. This seemingly simple maneuver concealed profound mastery of body technique and combat instinct, executed with unparalleled finesse. It was as if he had already anticipated every trajectory and variation of Zhao Hu's punch. Simultaneously, while sidestepping the punch, Lin Feng's right hand, which had been hanging at his side, shot upward like lightning. His fingers converged, with the thumb pressed against the palm, the index and middle fingers extended straight, and the remaining 2 fingers slightly bent, forming a standard yet deceptively sharp sword gesture that exuded an unmatched aura of lethality. His arm moved with an enigmatic grace, not to block the heavy punch, but to directly point at the core of Zhao Hu's exposed fist, where his vital energy was most concentrated and solid, arriving later, yet striking first. In the fleeting moment when Zhao Hu's punch had missed, his spirit momentarily shaken, and his momentum had momentarily stagnated. Lin Feng's converging fingers had already found their mark right at the center of Zhao Hu's crimson fist aura. A strange humming erupted, reminiscent of countless fine metals vibrating in unison, emanating from the very air just before Lin Feng's fingertips. No, it was not from his fingertips alone, but from the space just beyond them. To the astonishment of onlookers, Lin Feng's fingers unleashed 2 slender streams of sword energy, each as fine as a hair and approximately 3 inches long, exhibiting an extraordinary density and a grayish-white hue. The moment this sword energy manifested, it radiated an extreme sharpness that pierced the very essence of the soul. They were not static. Instead, they pulsated and trembled at high speed, their edges indistinct, as if even the air were being sliced, producing a subtle yet excruciating hissing sound. More astonishingly, with the undulation of the sword energy, a low, rumbling sound akin to distant thunder rolled forth from that minuscule space. Though faint, the sound carried an undeniable essence of destruction and annihilation. Sword energy. Thunderous sound. How could this be possible? Countless incredulous gazes were riveted upon those 2 strands of gray-white sword energy. Within the courtyard, a collective gasp echoed, accompanied by uncontrollable exclamations of astonishment. The manifestation of true energy, adhering to weapons and strikes, is characteristic of the gathering Qi realm. Yet, the extraordinary concentration of true energy, transforming into visibly distinct sword chi that ebbs and flows with an eerie aura, is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner in the gathering chi realm. Moreover, the profound, ancient, and unparalleled sharpness contained within this sword chi instills a visceral dread. Zhao Hu's sinister grin froze, instantly morphing into an unparalleled expression of horror and trepidation. Positioned closest, he felt the intensity most acutely. Although the two strands of gray-white sword chi were slender, they presented an imminent threat akin to facing an invincible divine weapon. Particularly, the essence within the sword chi provoked an instinctive tremor and retreat in his own, typically dominant and fiery, furnace-like true energy cultivated over many years. He yearned to change his approach, to retract his fist, to retreat violently. However, with his momentum spent and strength depleted, the two rapidly advancing sword points had already reached him. Break for me. In a surge of panic, Zhao Hu's ferocity ignited, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he roared, channeling all the furnace true energy within his fist, along with a sinister shockwave, in a frenzied attempt to amplify his crimson fist light. Striving to collide with the enigmatic sword chi through sheer force, he refused to believe that a discarded son-in-law, whose cultivation had been crippled and confined for 3 months, could unleash such terrifying power. It must be some form of dark sorcery or a life-draining forbidden technique. If he could withstand this blow, his opponent would surely suffer a backlash. However, his assessment was utterly misguided in the face of the sword chi refined from the Songjun sword cannon. Lin Feng's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, his pointed finger unwavering. Within him, the gray-white sword seed spun at an unprecedented velocity, surging the Songjun true energy through the 12 meridians like a raging torrent, flooding into his poised sword finger. The Songjun sword intent breaks all laws. Whispering the true mantra of the sword cannon in his heart, Lin Feng completely fused the profound sword intent, stemming from the depths of his soul and the ethereal shadow of the 9 Hells sword, into the sword chi at his fingertips. With a sharp sound, the gray-white sword chi met the crimson fist light in a straightforward clash. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a piercing sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunging into icy water, akin to a dull blade slicing through thick leather. In the next instant, an unforgettable scene unfolded. Zhao Hu's crimson fist light, condensed with all his might and capable of shattering refined iron, was effortlessly cleaved as the fragile gray-white sword chi made contact. It was as if snow under a scorching sun or paper meeting the sharpest of blades, split apart with ease. Indeed, it was cleaved. Where the gray-white sword chi passed, the crimson fist light dispersed as if it were a tangible entity, succumbing to the onslaught. That searing true energy, potent enough to melt gold and iron, could not withstand even a fraction of the sword chi, which severed and obliterated it with a higher-tiered sharpness. The sword chi sliced through the fist light, maintaining its velocity as it unerringly struck the very center of Zhao Hu's fist, encased in crimson true energy, precisely at the most solid joint of his finger. With 2 faint yet spine-chilling sounds of penetration, the impact resonated almost simultaneously. Chapter 30. The sword chi shatters the veins. The sound of piercing, a faint yet distinctly chilling noise, resonated like a fine needle puncturing thick leather, cutting through the silence of the courtyard with an unsettling sharpness. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Countless gazes shifted from Lin Feng's poised finger, which exhaled wisps of gray-white sword energy, to Zhao Hu's fist, enveloped in a crimson glow. The 2 strands of slender, yet nearly tangible gray-white sword energy effortlessly sliced through the searing red aura surrounding Zhao Hu's fist, akin to a red-hot needle penetrating soft butter, without the slightest hesitation, directly piercing through the last line of defense formed by his furnace fire true energy. Then came a more profound, gut-wrenching sound of tearing emanating from within Zhao Hu's fist. As the gray-white sword energy breached the skin of his knuckles, it did not dissipate. Rather, it surged forth like a venomous serpent, violently burrowing into the depths of Zhao Hu's palm through the newly formed opening. A shriek, so piercing it seemed inhuman, erupted from Zhao Hu's lips, filled with unimaginable agony, terror, and disbelief. The audience beheld as Zhao Hu's once unstoppable fist, radiating fierce crimson light, began to tremble violently the instant the sword energy infiltrated it. The red glow encasing his fist flickered like a candle in a tempest, rapidly dimming and disintegrating before their eyes. As Zhao Hu's entire right hand convulsed, his skin began to bulge with numerous tiny, writhing protuberances reminiscent of worms. A manifestation of the sword energy wreaking havoc within his arm's meridians, slicing and strangling mercilessly where the gray-white sword energy traveled. The veins that had been cultivated over many years, robust and expansive, designed to harness and circulate furnace fire true energy, were as if subjected to the relentless scraping of the sharpest razor or thrust into a high-speed meat grinder. Crack, crack. The sound, delicate yet reminiscent of glass or dry wood splintering, echoed from within Zhao Hu's arm, a sound faint yet discernible to the seasoned martial artists present, sending shivers down their spines. It was the sound of meridians being utterly obliterated by the sword energy. The Tsang-Jun sword energy, derived from the Tsang-Jun sword classic, was tempered with supreme sword intent, its sharpness, refinement, and destructive power exceeding that of ordinary true energy by 10-fold, 100-fold. It also contained a fragment of the annihilative sword intent birthed from Lin Feng's very soul, a legacy belonging to the master of Tsang-Jun's sword. How could Zhao Hu, merely in the mid-stage of furnace cultivation, practicing a technique not deemed exceptional, withstand such a force? Once the sword energy invaded his body, it was akin to maggots burrowing into bone, or a searing hot iron traversing through his blood vessels. It not only obliterated all primary meridians along its path in an instant, but also seared the unmatched sharpness, imbued with annihilative properties, deeply into the shattered remnants of the meridians and the surrounding flesh and bone. This signified that even if Zhao Hu were to find miraculous elixirs to mend his severed meridians in the future, the residual sword intent would act as an eternal curse, continually eroding and obstructing the flow of his true energy, rendering his arm incapable of returning to its former state and significantly diminishing his cultivation from that day forth. No, my arm, my cultivation. The fierce and menacing visage of Zhao Hu had long since vanished, replaced instead by an abyss of suffering and despair. He could distinctly feel his right arm's intricate network of meridians, cultivated over many years, crumbling inch by inch. The life-sustaining essence of furnace fire surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, violently spilling from the shattered meridians and dissipating into nothingness. More alarmingly, a cold, sharp presence, imbued with an aura of destruction, had burrowed deep into the very marrow of his arm, relentlessly corroding his vitality and foundational cultivation. Half paralyzed, merely these two strands of sword energy had nearly incapacitated the primary meridians of his right arm, causing his cultivation to plummet from the mid-stage of the furnace-nurturing realm to a state of near obliteration. Without years of arduous practice and rare elixirs, recovery would be nearly impossible, perhaps even leading to an eternal stagnation. With an agonizing sense of weakness stemming from both the excruciating pain and his plummeting cultivation, Zhao Hu could no longer maintain his footing. He pressed his left hand tightly against his contorted and twitching right arm, his face contorted in agony, emitting strange gasps from his lips as he staggered backward in utter disarray. Each retreat left a bloodied, damp footprint upon the stone floor, the result of blood oozing from the gaping wound in his right fist, mingling with sweat that dripped down. After stumbling back 7 or 8 steps, he finally halted his retreat when his back collided with a crimson pillar. Yet the relentless torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing and the sensation of being flayed by 1,000 blades, combined with the hollowness and dread brought on by his diminished cultivation, nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Leaning against the pillar, he gasped for breath. His complexion as pale as parchment, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, cold sweat streaming down like a flowing brook, instantly soaking through his inner garments. His gaze towards Lin Feng was rife with horror, resentment, and a hint of fear he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the courtyard, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The air, once filled with a cacophony of discussions, gasps, and sighs, seemed to have been suddenly siphoned away by an invisible hand. All present, whether the esteemed guests from the 3 prominent families seated in the front, the representatives of smaller families situated at the back, or the members of the Yi family and their servants standing around, were frozen in place as if under a spell. Wide-eyed and slack-jawed, their faces etched with incredulous shock and bewilderment. Their eyes darted between Zhao Hu, who was in a pitiful state with his right arm rendered useless and his anguished cries echoing, and Lin Feng, who remained tranquil, slowly retracting his sword finger, his demeanor as serene as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. What had transpired? Zhao Hu, the head of the Yi family's guardians and a formidable practitioner of the mid-stage furnace-nurturing realm, had been tasked with crippling the cultivation of a mere son-in-law, only to find himself undone by the sword energy unleashed from that very son-in-law's fingertips? With a single move? No, it hardly qualified as a complete move. Just a sidestep, a raising of the hand, an a pointed finger. The energy unleashed was beyond the capabilities of mere gathering chi realm. It had directly shattered the mid-stage furnace-nurturing realm's furnace fire punch, pierced through his palm, and obliterated the meridians of his entire arm, leading to his near incapacitation. How could this be possible? Countless questions erupted in their minds like boiling bubbles, each one more bewildering than the last. What lay before them utterly shattered their understanding and assaulted their common sense. How had Lin Feng, the once lowly son-in-law clad in tattered gray garments, who had been publicly humiliated and beaten just 3 months prior, suddenly acquired such terrifying power? What arcane technique had bestowed upon him that grayish-white sword energy? Resonating with the sound of thunder? He had been rendered powerless and confined to a woodshed, awaiting his demise. Seated in the main position, the smug, triumphant, and expectant smile on Zhao's face froze entirely, crumbling like a shattered mask. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in shock. As the hand that clutched her silk handkerchief tightened to the point of tearing it apart, she glanced from the howling Zhao Hu to the eerily calm Lin Feng, her mind buzzing in a void of confusion. The anticipated scene had not unfolded. Instead, her most trusted confidant, the one she had placed her hopes upon, had been effortlessly cast aside like a discarded rag doll. A chilling sensation, mingled with incredulity and a panic born from the chaos of the situation, slithered up her spine like a venomous serpent, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Yi Qingshan, who had remained rigidly turned away from the courtyard, suddenly trembled at this moment. He slowly, with great difficulty, turned to face the scene. Upon seeing Zhao Hu, leaning against the pillar, moaning in agony with his right arm limp and breath feeble, and then gazing at Lin Feng, who stood tall despite his tattered clothing, his calm demeanor chillingly unnerving, Yi Qingshan's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Shock, bewilderment, confusion, and a flicker of rage at being deceived flooded his chest in an instant. The meticulously orchestrated purge he had planned had devolved into this farce? No, it was not a farce. It was a blatant slap to the face, in front of all the prominent figures of Luoyun City. The leader of the Yi family's guards had been incapacitated by a son-in-law who was supposed to be powerless, with just a mere gesture. The dignity of the Yi family, and Yi Qingshan's authority, was trampled into dust at that moment. In the front row, Xiao Chun had unknowingly halted his playful manipulation of a jade cup. The playful smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and curiosity. He fixated on Lin Feng, particularly on the right hand that had just been withdrawn, now resting naturally by his side, as if seeking to uncover some earth-shattering secret hidden within. That sword energy was surely not a heritage one would expect to find in a remote place like Luoyun City. This son-in-law was intriguing, exceedingly so. Wang Zhinshan had already opened his eyes, his face devoid of any trace of sighing. Only deep shock and seriousness remained. He leaned toward Wang Chong, whispering something quickly, while Wang Chong, equally astonished, nodded repeatedly. In Li Zhan's previously tranquil eyes, a noticeable ripple finally emerged. He leaned slightly forward, like a hawk spotting its prey, his gaze sharp as a blade, repeatedly scanning Lin Feng as if trying to perceive every facet of him. Did the intent within that sword energy evoke a sense of caution even in him? Silence endured for a full 10 breaths. After those 10 breaths, the courtyard began to thaw like a frozen river, resonating with the first wave of suppressed, trembling gasps and hushed whispers. Did I not see correctly? What was that sword energy from Captain Zhao Hu? How could one at the Gathering Chi stage wield such sword energy? Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be rendered powerless? Has he been concealing his true strength all along? This is nothing short of monstrous. A mere flick of his finger has incapacitated a practitioner in the refinement stage. The Yi family has truly brought shame upon themselves this time. Just look at the expressions on the faces of the family head and matriarch. The murmurs spread like a plague, each individual attempting to lower their voice, yet collectively creating a buzzing cacophony. The gazes directed at Lin Feng have transformed from initial scorn, indifference, and malicious glee to sheer astonishment, fear, curiosity, and a profound sense of trepidation. This man, who has long been regarded as a waste, a disgrace to the Yi family, turns out to be a ferocious beast clad in sheep's clothing? Lin Feng appeared indifferent to his surroundings. He slowly lowered his right hand, the unsettling grayish-white sword aura dissipating into nothingness. He even bowed his head to gently brush away the tattered, charred hem of his garment, torn by Zhao Hu's fist, moving with an air of calmness as though the earth-shattering finger strike had merely been a casual gesture. He then raised his gaze once more, his eyes calmly traversing over the groaning Zhao Hu, the ashen-faced Yi Qingshan, and the speechless Zhao clan members, ultimately resting upon the 2 pieces of evidence and witness testimonies laid out on the table before him. A barely perceptible, yet icy cold, smile graced his lips. An eerie silence enveloped the venue, pressing down heavily upon the courtyard of the Yi family's banquet like a thick, gelatinous substance. Only Zhao Hu stifled, intermittent groans of pain. Alongside his ragged, chaotic breaths, served as a reminder of the brutal reality that had unfolded in the blink of an eye, shattering everyone's perceptions. Hundreds of eyes, as if guided by invisible strings, vacillated between the pitifully groaning Zhao Hu, whose right arm hung limply like a dead snake, and Lin Feng. Though his attire bore signs of damage, still stood tall like a solitary pine against the wind. The air was thick with the lingering warmth of the recently unleashed fist, a faint smell of blood, and an unspoken haze of absurdity and shock. At the head of the table, the color had drained entirely from the Zhao matriarch's face, her heavily powdered skin twitching slightly. Her eyes, usually sharp and cunning, were now wide with disbelief and horror, pupils dilated. How could her meticulously planned, thunderous strike, her seemingly foolproof method of clearing the way, have turned into this? Zhao Hu, in the mid-stage of the refinement realm, her most capable enforcer, reduced to a mere puppet by the very man she deemed an ant, a filthy son-in-law, with just 2 fingers? A chilling sensation surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, causing her to shudder involuntarily, the torn silk handkerchief slipping from her grasp unnoticed. She opened her mouth, as if to voice a reprimand, to question Lin Feng about his sorcery, but her throat felt constricted by an unseen hand, allowing only a faint, wheezing sound to escape, akin to a deflating balloon. Yi Qingshan's complexion could no longer be described as merely ashen. It had transformed into a purplish hue, a blend of fury, astonishment, embarrassment, and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. The process of him slowly turning around seemed to exhaust every ounce of his strength. Beneath the voluminous sleeves of his robe, his fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening and trembling slightly. He gazed at Lin Feng, his nominal son-in-law, the very individual he had just publicly condemned as a waste, stripped of his cultivation, and cast out. Yet, at this moment, Lin Feng stood before him like a freshly unsheathed sword, having tasted blood, exuding an aura that sent shivers down Yi Qingshan's spine, a cold and lethal brilliance. How could this be? 3 months prior, during the public trial, this youth had exhibited feeble cultivation and a waning aura, his meridians damaged. How could he have recovered not only his injuries, but also gained such terrifying combat prowess in such a short span? What kind of technique was that grayish-white sword energy? Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Or did he stumble upon some extraordinary fortune during his confinement? Countless questions clashed within Yi Qingshan's mind. But what unsettled him even more was the myriad of complex gazes directed at him from the assembled guests, some filled with shock, others with scrutiny, some with schadenfreude, and many with unabashed mockery. Look at the head of the Yi family, who had just declared someone to be rendered useless, only to find that very person had now incapacitated the Yi family's chief guardian. The slap to his face was resoundingly loud. The dignity of the Yi family and the authority of Yi Qingshan lay shattered at that moment, as if trampled underfoot like fragile glass. In the front row, Xiao Chun had entirely set aside his wine cup, leaning slightly forward, his eyes, usually imbued with a playful glint, now sharpened like an eagle's, fixated intently on Lin Feng. His curiosity and desire for inquiry had reached a fever pitch. That sword energy was unlike any known legacy from Luoyun City or its surrounding regions. Its level of refinement, its sharpness, even sent a faint sense of threat rippling through him. This Lin Feng was certainly not the weak and inept son of the Lin family as reported. He was not the discarded son-in-law of the Yi family. He must be harboring a monumental secret. Wang Zhinshan and Li Zhan exchanged glances, both perceiving the same weight of seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. The situation had completely exceeded their expectations. The internal strife within the Yi family seemed poised to evolve into an unpredictable upheaval. This suddenly ascendant Lin Feng, regardless of the support he may have, had undeniably become an undeniable variable. The murmurs within the courtyard swelled like the tide, still tinged with oppression, yet irrepressibly spreading. My heavens, am I dreaming? Zhao Hu has truly been rendered useless? That sword energy is terrifying. Just a glance makes my eyes ache. What cultivation level does Lin Feng possess? The Gathering Qi realm? It cannot be. The Yi family has truly encountered a formidable obstacle. This is bound to be an exhilarating spectacle. The words of the Yi family head just now. Countless gazes, after the initial shock, began to refocus on Lin Feng, filled with scrutiny, reverence, and curiosity. This young man, clad in the most humble servant's attire, had now been cloaked in a veil of mystery and power in the eyes of the assembly. Amidst this gathering of attention, with thoughts diverging and an undercurrent of tension swirling, Lin Feng, who had remained still, finally spoke again. His voice was not raised, and it carried a near indifferent calmness that seemed to possess a peculiar power, clearly penetrating the low murmurs of the courtyard, reaching every ear. Madam Mother, he began, directing his gaze towards the pallid Zhao, who appeared lost in thought at the head of the table. His tone is flat, as if he were recounting a trivial matter unrelated to himself. You just now, with unwavering conviction, accused Lin Feng of stealing 3 qi-nourishing pills from the Yi family treasury. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 2 pieces of so-called evidence on the table, accounts and testimonies that appeared irrefutable, solid as a rock. Zhao felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest under his calm scrutiny, an ominous premonition suddenly rising within her. She attempted to maintain her composure, wanting to retort, yet her lips quivered and could not produce a coherent sound. Lin Feng did not wait for her response. Continuing in that same straightforward manner, you claim that due to my limited cultivation, I was unable to purchase, thus I was tempted by the treasure and resorted to thievery. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards in an almost imperceptible, yet chillingly sharp arc. Little did she know, regarding the 3 pills stolen from the Yi family treasury. He slowly raised his left hand, reaching into the coarse gray garment that clung to his chest, which bore an inconspicuous patch. Under the watchful, questioning, and even wary gazes of all present, his fingers gradually emerged from the depths of his attire, delicately pinching 3 pills the size of longan fruits, meticulously sealed with a pale yellow wax. The wax seal was ancient, its surface smooth, faintly revealing the rounded outlines of the pills within. As these 3 wax-sealed pills were fully exposed to the air, an exceptionally fresh and pure medicinal fragrance, vibrant with life, rippled through the surroundings, swiftly dispelling the lingering stench of blood and heat in the atmosphere, invigorating all who inhaled it. But what is this? Lin Feng gently flicked his wrist. The 3 wax-sealed pills resting steadily in his palm, presented for all to see. The courtyard fell silent once more. All gazes quickly shifted from Lin Feng's face to the 3 pills in his hand, many with knowledge of medicinal pills, including representatives from the 3 prominent families in the front row, instinctively focused their attention. Upon inspection, several faces instantly revealed expressions of astonishment and doubt. The wax sealing technique differed slightly from the common pill packaging methods in Luoyun City, appearing more ancient and refined. Through the semi-transparent wax layer, one could vaguely discern the pill's hue, a warm, jade-like milky white, rather than the slightly impure pale yellow typical of the qi-nourishing pills stored in the Yi family treasury. More crucially, faint yet exceptionally clear and flowing pale golden patterns could be seen on the surface of the pills, resembling rippling water or celestial clouds, embodying a unique essence of Dao. This was strikingly different from the ordinary qi-nourishing pills circulating in Luoyun City's markets. The common qi-nourishing pills bore rough, indistinct patterns and uneven colors, with a hint of a smoky, coarse scent. In contrast, the 3 pills in Lin Feng's possession, merely in their wax-sealed state, already emanated such a pure and refreshing fragrance, their intricate patterns speaking of a quality that was evidently superior. Is this a qi-nourishing pill? Someone could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Observing the intricate patterns and exquisite hues of the elixirs reveals their extraordinary nature. I have encountered the qi-nourishing pills from the Yi family storeroom, and none possess such remarkable quality. Could it be that he did not steal them? The murmurs of speculation began to resonate once more, yet this time, the tide of opinion subtly shifted. Doubtful and inquisitive gazes began to cast themselves upon the Zhao family and Yi Qingshan. Upon witnessing the 3 pills, Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. As the overseer of the Yi family's internal affairs, she was no stranger to these medicinal concoctions, judging solely from their appearance and the fragrant aroma they exuded. The quality of the 3 pills in Lin Feng's possession far surpassed the ordinary wares of the Yi family storeroom. It was impossible for them to have been pilfered from there. A chilling panic seized her heart in an instant. She had calculated every possible scenario, anticipating Lin Feng's inability to prove his innocence and confident that fabricated evidence would suffice to confuse the truth. Yet she had never expected Lin Feng to produce pills of superior quality. This was akin to tearing an enormous rift in her most cherished evidence. From where did you acquire these pills? Zhao suddenly rose, her voice sharp and laced with a barely perceptible tremor, attempting to seize the initiative. You must have stolen them from some other place. Or perhaps you exchanged them for stolen goods. Are you trying to obfuscate the truth? Lin Feng regarded her with a glint of icy derision in his eyes. He refrained from directly addressing Zhao's accusations, instead slowly rotating his palm, allowing the 3 wax-sealed pills to catch the sunlight and shimmer with a gentle glow. Why the urgency, esteemed mother-in-law? His tone remained calm, yet bore an invisible weight. The items stolen from the Yi family's storeroom were mere ordinary qi-nourishing pills. In contrast, the 3 in my possession, in terms of wax seal, intricate patterns, and aromatic qualities, differ vastly from those stored within your repository. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the assembled guests, his voice resonating with clarity. Among us, there are many seasoned individuals, well-versed in the art of alchemy. I urge you to examine them closely. He slightly extended his hand that cradled the pills. Is there even the slightest resemblance between these qi-nourishing pills and those that were stolen from the Yi family's storeroom? As his words echoed, all eyes once again focused intently on the 3 pills. In the front row, Wang Jinshan squinted, Li Zhan's gaze sharpened, and Xiao Chun unabashedly displayed his interest. Representatives from numerous smaller families craned their necks, scrutinizing closely. Indeed, they are different. A voice, slightly aged yet robust, suddenly broke the silence. It emanated from an elder in the guest seating, clad in a simple, gray robe, his hair and beard grizzled. He was the owner of a well-established apothecary in Luoyun City and had some knowledge of alchemical practices. I have previously handled the Yi family's qi-nourishing pills. They are characterized by a yellowish hue, disordered patterns, and a somewhat coarse aroma. In contrast, the 3 pills in the hands of this young master are creamy white, possess naturally formed patterns, and a pure, lingering fragrance. This clearly indicates a superior refining technique and higher quality materials. They are not from the same batch of pills. Though the elder's voice was soft, it rang clear in the stillness, and his esteemed status lent significant weight to his words. Upon hearing this, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a serene lake. Even Elder Zhou attests to this. It seems he truly did not steal from the Yi family. Could the accusations by the matriarch of the Yi family be entirely unfounded? This is becoming intriguing. The Yi family pressed for evidence of wrongdoing, only for the accused to present something far superior. Whispers surged like a rising tide, filled with suspicion and inquiry directed at the Zhao clan and Yi Qingshan. In mere moments, the situation had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Zhao's complexion had turned ghastly, alternating between shades of green and white, her body swaying slightly, as if she could scarcely maintain her footing. Her gaze was fixated on the 3 elixirs in Lin Feng's palm, brimming with resentment, unwillingness, and a burgeoning panic. She could hardly believe that the meticulously crafted trap she had devised had been so easily dismantled by her adversary. Yi Qingshan's chest heaved violently, his face ablaze, as though he had been publicly slapped numerous times. The ironclad evidence presented by Zhao appeared utterly feeble and laughable in the face of Lin Feng's 3 superior quality elixirs. The reputation of the Yi family and his judgment had both become a mere jest. Lin Feng observed the reactions of Zhao and Yi Qingshan with a cold indifference. Gradually, he withdrew his hand that held the elixirs, his gaze returning to Zhao, his tone remaining flat, yet resonating like a hammer. Esteemed mother-in-law, you repeatedly accuse me of stealing the Yi family's elixirs, claiming irrefutable evidence. Might I now ask you to clarify whether it is the ordinary qi-nourishing pills from the Yi family's storeroom that you allege I pilfered, or these 3, which I personally refined? The words personally refined struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present, igniting waves of astonishment. Following a brief silence, a tumultuous uproar erupted, more fervent and chaotic than before. Countless gazes, drawn by an invisible magnet, were riveted on the 3 jade-like, intricately patterned elixirs in Lin Feng's palm, before abruptly shifting to his disproportionately calm visage, and then to Zhao, whose face had turned a ghostly white, her form swaying precariously. Shock, disbelief, incredulity, and a hint of absurdity spread wildly through the crowd. What did he say? Personally refined? Qi-nourishing pills? He made them himself? How could this be? How old is he? Even if he had learned alchemy from the womb, he could not possibly produce elixirs of such quality. Yet, the elixirs were undeniably different from those in the Yi family storeroom. Even Elder Zhou had confirmed it. Could it be that the matriarch of the Yi family was truly slandering him? If this were indeed a false accusation, then the spectacle staged by the Yi family today would be. The discussions bubbled like boiling water, every gaze filled with inquiry and skepticism. The public sentiment, which had slightly leaned towards the Yi family due to Zhao's compelling evidence and Lin Feng's astounding abilities, now began to tilt dramatically and irreversibly towards Lin Feng with the earth-shattering revelation of his personal craftsmanship. If presenting a higher quality elixir serves merely as a robust rebuttal to the accusations of theft, then the act of personally concocting it is akin to a searing iron brand, indelibly marking the tearful and righteous denunciation of the Zhao family. How could one capable of crafting a qi-nurturing pill of such superior quality, far surpassing that of the Yi family's storeroom, stoop to pilfering inferior wares? The very logic is absurdly laughable. Zhao felt a wave of darkness engulf her vision, her ears ringing as Lin Feng's calm, yet cutting words reverberated in her mind. The meticulously woven web of deceit she believed to be flawless was, in this moment, effortlessly unraveled by the mere presentation of 3 pills and the utterance of 4 words. She clutched the edge of the table beside her, her crimson-painted nails nearly digging into the hard rosewood as she struggled to steady herself against the overwhelming tide of impending collapse. The thick layer of makeup could not conceal the pallor that washed over her face, her lips trembling as she yearned to refute, to accuse Lin Feng of deceit, to assert that the pills were surely acquired from elsewhere under false pretenses. Yet, all words lodged in her throat, morphing into a frantic and disordered gasp. She sensed the gazes of the guests, once filled with sympathy or agreement, now transformed into stark skepticism, mockery, and even pity. Yi Qingshan's complexion shifted from a deep purple to an uncomfortable shade of ashen gray, his face betraying a hint of despair. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng with renewed intensity, his chest heaving as he came to a shocking realization about this son-in-law he had deemed a disgrace to the family for 3 years. The very notion that this supposed worthless parasite could possess the terrifying capability to incapacitate Zhao Hu, coupled with the skill to refine pills of such exceptional quality, was incomprehensible. How could this be? Had he been masquerading right under Yi Qingshan's nose all along? Or did the Lin family harbor some clandestine legacy of which he was unaware? A tempest of rage, humiliation, and a tinge of trepidation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. The Yi family had lost face today, and as the head of the family, he had become the greatest joke of all. In the front row, Xiao Chan's earlier amusement was replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and curiosity. He leaned forward further, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Alchemy? The ability to produce such high-quality qi-nurturing pills? This was far more captivating than mere martial prowess. In the Xianwang Star realm, a skilled alchemist's worth far exceeded that of an equally ranked warrior. What other secrets did this Lin Feng conceal? Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan exchanged solemn glances, the weight of the situation settling heavily upon them. The events had escalated beyond a mere familial dispute. Should Lin Feng's claims hold any truth, his value would necessitate a complete reassessment. The Yi family, it seemed, had picked at a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon, or rather, had cast aside pearls for mere fish eyes. Amidst the uproar in the courtyard, as the Zhao family fell silent, and Yi Qingshan felt a sense of unease, Lin Feng once again spoke up. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable conviction, clearly cutting through the cacophony around him. It seems that esteemed mother-in-law still harbors doubts. His gaze swept across Zhao's contorted face, then gradually surveyed the assembled guests. No matter. The authenticity and quality of the elixir cannot be determined through mere words. I trust there are esteemed elders present, well versed in the art of alchemy. He raised the elixir slightly, proclaiming, I, Lin Feng, humbly request a highly respected and skilled alchemist to examine this elixir on the spot, to demonstrate that my words are not unfounded and to restore the Yi family's reputation. He placed particular emphasis on the word reputation, laced with a hint of derision, which pierced through Zhao and Yi Qingshan's hearts like a cold needle. Lin Feng's words were reasonable and positioned him in a place of integrity, unafraid of scrutiny. Instantly, he garnered the silent approval of many bystanders. Indeed, wouldn't the truth be revealed through examination? Excellent. Young Master Lin speaks frankly. I am quite curious about this elixir. May I have the honor of viewing it? A robust yet aged voice, imbued with a unique soothing rhythm, suddenly resonated from the audience. The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman clad in a faded blue cotton robe, with a matching scarf adorning his head. His gaunt face was framed by 3 strands of silver beard, and he rose slowly from his seat. Although he appeared to be around 70, he exhibited remarkable vitality. His eyes bright and gentle, supported by a smooth purple bamboo staff. At the sight of this elder rising, a wave of low gasps and increasingly respectful murmurs rippled through the courtyard. It is Elder Chen, the foremost alchemist of Luoyun City, Master Chen Xianjing. To think Elder Chen has also come. Elder Chen, revered for his unparalleled alchemical skills, was a figure of utmost credibility. His interest in the matter was unexpected. This distinguished Chen Xianjing was known throughout Luoyun City, respected by all. Unlike any familial guest, he operated a modest herb shop, renowned for his exceptional medical skills and extraordinary alchemy. It was said that in his youth, he traveled far and wide, gaining a wealth of knowledge. Many prominent families in Luoyun City had sought to recruit him, but he had always politely declined. His disposition was unassuming, avoiding conflict. Yet he was known for his integrity and held in high esteem. His voice, now a clarion call, undeniably elevated the authority of the elixir's examination to the highest level. Even Yi Qingshan, seated at the head, could not help but temper his anger. Reluctantly offering a respectful gesture to Elder Chen, "It would be wonderful if you could assist in the appraisal, esteemed elder. We are in your debt." Zhao's lips trembled. seemingly attempting to voice objections. Yet his elder Chin's calm, yet penetrating gaze swept over her. All words retreated, leaving only a chilling sense of dread within her. Lin Feng looked towards Elder Chun with a tranquil expression, slightly inclining his head in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder. With that, he cradled the elixir and walked gracefully from the corridor to a more open area of the courtyard, demonstrating his transparency. Elder Chun, leaning on his purple bamboo staff, approached with measured steps. As he passed, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, each face reflecting reverence. When he reached Lin Feng, Elder Chun first scrutinized him intently, his gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Feng's tranquil visage and his humble gray attire. A flicker of subtle surprise and admiration briefly crossed his eyes, yet he refrained from uttering a word. His attention swiftly shifted to the 3 wax-sealed pills nestled in Lin Feng's palm. Rather than immediately grasping them, he slightly bent forward, drawing closer to inhale the pure medicinal fragrance that wafted around the pills. A glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes as he nodded. The aroma was pure and enduring, imbued with vitality, devoid of any harshness or impurities. From merely the scent, it was evident these were extraordinary concoctions. He extended his slender, yet steady fingers, delicately picking up one of the wax pills and holding it before his eyes for careful examination. Sunlight filtered through the pale yellow wax, subtly illuminating the internal pill's milky hue and the intricate, flowing golden patterns. The ancient and meticulous sealing technique ensured a perfect seal, preserving the medicinal potency intact. As he observed, he murmured softly to himself, as if appraising a work of art. The pill's patterns were naturally formed, harmonious and fluid, suggesting a certain rhythm that could not have been achieved by any ordinary alchemist in haste. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully pricked the edge of the wax seal, creating a minuscule opening. Instantly, a rich and pure fragrance, exponentially more intense than before, wafted forth like a tangible essence, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Those closest to him felt invigorated, as if their very life force had awakened. Such exquisite potency. Someone could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Elder Chin's expression grew even more focused as he gently peeled back the wax seal, revealing a pill the size of a longan. Its surface a warm milky white adorned with clear golden patterns, all perfectly smooth and seemingly radiant. He did not hasten to taste it. Instead, he leaned in once more, deeply inhaling the intensified aroma that emanated from the broken seal. Then, extending his index finger, he summoned a gentle, almost imperceptible strand of pale green true qi, carefully caressing the surface of the pill as if cradling an infant. As his qi penetrated, the faint golden patterns on the pill appeared to shimmer momentarily. As if in response, Elder Chin closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to some subtle sensation. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, all present holding their breath, awaiting the final judgment from this esteemed authority. Zhao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain, fervently praying for an unexpected turn of events. Yi Qingshan's expression was taut, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. After a prolonged silence, Elder Chin finally opened his eyes slowly. His gaze, filled with astonishment and disbelief, settled on the pill in his palm. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the tense faces of the onlookers before finally resting upon Lin Feng's serene countenance. His aged voice, tinged with palpable emotion, resonated clearly as he proclaimed, I am Chun Xianjing, and I vouch for the integrity of this pill with my lifelong reputation in the art of alchemy. He paused momentarily, as if to calm the tumult within his heart, and then his voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. This elixir is undoubtedly a qi-nourishing pill. Yet, the finesse of its refinement, the purity of its ingredients, and the meticulous control of its heat have reached an extraordinary realm. Through my discerning technique, I ascertain that this pill harbors an unparalleled potency with minimal impurities. Its purity is at least 90%, if not higher. 90%. The courtyard erupted in an uproar. Countless gasps filled the air. Those present possessed varying degrees of knowledge regarding medicinal pills. Typically, a qi-nourishing pill available in the market boasts a purity of only 60 to 70%, while those stored in the Yi family's repository likely hover around 50 to 60%. A purity exceeding 90%, that verges on the realm of legendary supreme elixirs. Such potency would yield greater effects with fewer side effects, rendering its value multiplied. Elder Chin's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, striking the hearts of everyone present. Such a quality of qi-nourishing pill, not only is it impossible for the Yi family's repository to possess, but I dare assert that across the entirety of Luoyun City, no one could concoct such a creation. At the very least, I myself am unworthy. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao, whose complexion had turned a ghostly pallor, her eyes devoid of life, and cast a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Yi Qingshan, slowly adding, "This pill is certainly not something lost from the Yi family repository. The difference is akin to that between clouds and mud." Boom. Elder Chen's final, most authoritative pronouncement fell like the last straw that broke the camel's back, igniting an explosion akin to a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder, thoroughly detonating the entire courtyard. The clamor of astonishment, cries of disbelief, and fervent discussions surged like a tsunami, transforming the guests' gazes upon Zhao from suspicion to unadulterated mockery, disdain, and a piercing clarity of understanding. A baseless accusation, a brazen slander, to accuse an alchemist capable of refining supreme elixirs of a theft that could not possibly exist. This was nothing short of a monumental farce. Moreover, it was the Yi family and Zhao who had dealt themselves the most resounding slap to the face. Zhao could no longer bear the weight of it. Darkness enveloped her vision, her legs buckled, and had it not been for the quick reflexes of the nearby maid, she would have collapsed on the spot. Her face was ashen, her lips trembled, yet not a word escaped her mouth. Her eyes filled solely with boundless despair and venomous resentment. Yi Qingshan's chest heaved violently, his eyes abruptly closing as if he could not bear to witness this moment of utter disgrace and familial shame. He felt a searing heat on his cheeks, as though lashed by countless scornful gazes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained quietly standing, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding uproar, Zhao's collapse, or Yi Qingshan's humiliation. He slowly reclaimed the examined elixir from Elder Chen's hand, carefully resealing it with wax alongside the other two, then raised his gaze once more, his eyes calmly fixed upon the position of honor. The atmosphere of the banquet had irrevocably shifted, and a far greater storm seemed to be brewing just beyond the horizon. Chapter 33. Xiao Chun strikes back. Chen Xuanjing's resolute and resonant assertion echoed like thunder in the Yi family courtyard. This pill is certainly not something lost from the Yi family repository. The difference is akin to that between clouds and mud. The phrase "a world of difference" pierced Zhao's eardrums like four searing iron spikes, obliterating her last vestige of hope. She swayed violently. Had it not been for the steadfast support of the matron beside her, she would have crumpled to the ground. Her heavily powdered visage turned as pale as parchment, lips quivering, while her crimson-painted nails dug painfully into the flesh of her palms, drawing forth tiny beads of blood, which she remained oblivious to. The malice and ferocity that once resided in her eyes were now wholly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of humiliation, terror, and a sliver of fear she could scarcely acknowledge. She felt the gaze of the assembled guests, piercing her like countless burning needles, leaving her utterly exposed. Within those scrutinizing stares lay unabashed disdain, mockery fueled by schadenfreude, a dawning realization, and a profound contempt for her audacious attempt to vilify her son-in-law. It was over, utterly over. Zhao's mind blanked. The meticulously orchestrated birthday banquet had turned into a debacle she had believed would rid her of this worthless son-in-law and simultaneously showcase the integrity of the Yi family before the young master of the Shao clan, paving the way for her daughter Lingxi. Yet, she could never have anticipated that this insignificant parasite harbored such astonishing talents. Not theft, alchemy, or could he truly concoct a supreme energy elixir that even Chen Xianjing would envy? How could this be possible? For the past 3 years, he had lived in the Yi family's humble abode, in conditions worse than that of animals. Where had he acquired the alchemical formula? Where had he learned the art of alchemy? Could it be that the long-fallen Lin family possessed some long-hidden ancient legacy? Countless questions and regrets intertwined in her mind, gnawing at her heart like venomous ants. Had she known? Had she known? But where in the world is there a remedy for regret? From this day forth, she, Zhao Fengyi, would become the greatest laughingstock in Luoyun City. The Yi family's reputation would be utterly tarnished because of her. At the head of the table, Yi Qingshan's chest heaved violently, his complexion shifting from ashen to a mortifying gray, tinged with an undercurrent of red. He clenched his eyes shut, grinding his teeth, the lines of his jaw taut with tension. Every word from Elder Chen struck him like a slap, resounding painfully against his authority as the head of the Yi family. Accusation. Before all the prominent figures of Luoyun City, his esteemed family had been subjected to a farcical drama of the matriarch wrongfully accusing her son-in-law of theft during the celebration of a significant milestone. Furthermore, he had publicly declared the family law, intending to strip this son-in-law of his cultivation and expel him. An indescribable blend of humiliation and fury surged within him. But more potent was the sense of helplessness at the situation spiraling out of control. Lin Feng, whom he had never deemed worthy of a glance, had displayed powers and cards that exceeded all his expectations. the ability to incapacitate Zhao Hu with a single finger, and the possession of a top-tier energy elixir with over 90% purity, claimed to be personally refined. Each aspect was enough to command the respect of any faction. Yet, this individual had chosen to humiliate the Yi family in such a degrading manner at their own banquet. How could he resolve this? Should he acknowledge Zhao's falsehood and publicly apologize to this son-in-law? What would become of the Yi family's authority? What dignity would remain for him as the head of the family? But if he were to forcibly defend Zhao, with Elder Qin's judgment already pronounced? The collective gaze of the crowd was clear, and public sentiment was unmistakable. The Yi family would only further tarnish its name, becoming a target of scorn. Yi Qingshan found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma, veins throbbing on his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. The uproar and discussions in the courtyard crashed against his eardrums like a relentless tide, leaving him in a state of agitation. Among the guests, Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan exchanged glances once more, each perceiving the shock and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. With the situation having escalated to this point, Lin Feng's worth was unequivocally evident. A young man, potentially a high-tier alchemist with extraordinary combat prowess, regardless of his origins, was undoubtedly a figure worth courting. The Yi family, in this instance, had truly shown a lack of discernment, effectively undermining their own position. Both men found their thoughts racing, re-evaluating their relationship with the Yi family and contemplating any opportunity to engage with the suddenly ascendant Lin Feng. Xiao Chun remained seated, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table, the playful curiosity in his elongated eyes gradually giving way to a profound contemplation. He gazed at the gray-clad youth at the center of the tumult, who remained unsettlingly calm amidst the uproar, then glanced at Yi Qingshan, whose complexion shifted, and the precarious Zhao family, a faint yet chilling smile suddenly gracing his lips, just as the courtyard was engulfed in clamor. And the Yi family found itself in an excruciating predicament, with everyone anticipating that the farce would conclude with the Zhao family's accusations laid bare. Lin Feng would be vindicated. A soft but distinct cough, not loud yet piercingly clear, resonated through the gathering, exuding an air of unique nobility and coldness. The once boisterous courtyard, as if seized by an invisible hand, fell silent. The murmurings swiftly diminished. Countless gazes converged upon the source of the sound, Xiao Chun, the heir of the Xiao family. He slowly set down the jade cup he had been toying with, adjusted the ornate cuffs embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, his movements graceful and composed, as if the earlier intense confrontation had never transpired. Then, he rose leisurely. As he stood, an intangible aura seemed to envelop him, instantly capturing the attention of all present. As the foremost youth of Luoyun City, the heir of the Xiao family, with his advanced cultivation at the late stage of the furnace realm, strikingly handsome visage, and extraordinary lineage, he was an undeniable focal point wherever he went. A subtle smile danced on his lips, as if he were merely an observer of a drama in which he had no stake, his gaze first sweeping over the pallid Zhao family and the silent Yi Qingshan, laden with meaning, before finally resting upon Lin Feng at the courtyard center. His expression shifted from playful to sharply discerning, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and a hint of veiled interest, akin to that of a hunter who had spotted an intriguing prey. Elder Chun, a figure of profound wisdom and respect in the realm of alchemy, was undoubtedly authoritative in his assertions, beyond reproach. Xiao Chen's voice rang out, clear yet imbued with a natural chill, echoing in the suddenly hushed courtyard. Since the matter of the elixir has been clarified, it is evident that young Master Lin has not pilfered from the Yi family. He paused momentarily, his smile growing somewhat frosty, his gaze piercing as it directed toward Lin Feng. However, at this pivotal juncture, a collective shiver ran through the crowd, all breath held in anticipation. Xiao Chen's smile deepened as he continued. Even if the matter of the elixir is a fabrication and young Master Lin has committed no theft, there remains one fact, visible to all, with irrefutable evidence, undeniable and beyond dispute. He raised his hand, pointing towards Zhao Hu, who was still leaning against the corridor pillar, his right hand a bloody mess, his entire right arm hanging unnaturally, his complexion as pale as paper, and his breath feeble. His voice suddenly turned sharp. This scoundrel is the trusted guard of the matriarch of the Yi family, a member of the Yi clan. Lin Feng, as a son-in-law of the Yi family, you are, in name, also a member of the Yi clan. To act against authority, brazenly striking down the head guard of the main family with cruel methods, leaving him severely injured and permanently impaired, is unforgivable. His voice rose gradually, imbued with a chilling sense of righteousness. What place does such behavior leave for the dignity of the main family? What place does it leave for the family's rules and principles? A son-in-law injuring the main family's guard and acting against authority deserves punishment. The words "deserve punishment" fell like hail, sending a chill through many hearts present. Xiao Chen's accusation was vast, bypassing the debate over theft and seizing upon the irrefutable fact of Lin Feng's grievous injury to Zhao Hu. Moreover, he specifically highlighted Lin Feng's identity as a son-in-law, elevating the nature of this conflict to the realm of upholding the family's hierarchy and morals. Yi Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards Xiao Chun with a complex expression. In Zhao's ashen eyes, a glimmer of hope surged forth, akin to a drowning person grasping the last straw. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Lin Feng gravely injured Zhao, who cannot be erased. Xiao Chun, without waiting for the crowd's reaction, turned his gaze to the head seat. Bowing respectfully to Yi Qingshan, his tone shifting to one imbued with righteous indignation and concern. Uncle Yi, today's birthday banquet, meant to be a day of celebration, has been marred by such disgraceful acts that undermine the family, such evil deeds against authority, which is truly disheartening. As the head of the family, perhaps you are hesitant due to old sentiments or a moment of weakness, making it difficult to decide. He paused, a fleeting cold gleam flashing in his narrowed eyes, his voice suddenly resonating powerfully throughout the hall. As a humble nephew, I, too, understand that the principles of hierarchy and ethics cannot be disregarded. Witnessing such wrongdoing, it is hard to remain silent. He abruptly turned, confronting Lin Feng once more. A subtle aura belonging to the late stage of the nurturing furnace realm began to rise slowly around him, though it had not fully erupted. It already instilled a sense of pressure among the guests near his table. The final trace of a faint smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling severity. If Uncle Yi finds it difficult, I, Xiao Chun, am willing to execute the family's laws on behalf of the Yi family to punish this scoundrel, to rectify the situation and set a precedent. As his words echoed, the courtyard fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Chun, then swiftly turned to Lin Feng, who remained composed in the center. No one anticipated that. With the false accusations thoroughly exposed and the Yi family's reputation tarnished, the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Chun, would suddenly intervene with such an imposing stance of upholding principles and executing family laws. This was no longer an internal dispute of the Yi family. Xiao Chun's intervention instantly elevated the conflict to another level. The foremost youth of Luoyun City was personally stepping in to punish Lin Feng on behalf of the Yi family. The reasoning was grandiose and resounding. To act against authority, a son-in-law injuring the main family's guard, deserves punishment. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, his calm and undisturbed eyes finally meeting Xiao Chen's cold, sharp gaze, which contained both intent to kill and probing inquiry. He said nothing, merely watching Xiao Chen quietly, his face devoid of alarm, not even a hint of surprise. It seemed as if Xiao Chen's sudden assault was well within his expectations. Only he could sense that the moment Xiao Chen's words fell, a subtle aura of the furnace realm began to rise. Deep within his dantian, the long-dormant shadow of the 9 prisons sword trembled ever so slightly. A familiar, ancient sword intent flowed forth, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon awakening. Moreover, the second faintly visible chaotic chain on the 9 prisons sword seemed to resonate with a nearly imperceptible disturbance. Lin Feng's heart remained as tranquil as still water. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Chapter 34. The young master of the Xiao family takes the stage. Xiao Chun's authoritative declaration, delivered with a voice that commanded respect, swept through the courtyard like a chilling tide, instantly freezing the commotion that had arisen from Elder Chen's alchemical assessment. All eyes were drawn to this young master of the Xiao family, who walked slowly from the gathering. His step, though unhurried, exuded an extraordinary steadiness, as if imbued with immense power. The luxurious silk boots made a soft sound as they met the stone-paved ground of the courtyard. A low, barely detectable resonance echoed deeply within the hearts of all present, erupting as he set his foot down. From the point where Xiao Chen landed, a visible ripple of pale white energy spread across the ground. As it passed, minute dust was stirred into the air, and the cups and dishes in the courtyard chimed softly in response to the disturbance. What was even more disconcerting was an overwhelming, icy, and weighty invisible pressure that surged forth from Xiao Chen's seemingly elegant figure, sweeping over the entire banquet courtyard like a flood breaking free from its dam. Late stage of the furnace realm. Furthermore, it was a formidable power that approached perfection. This oppressive force was starkly different from Zhao Hu's mid-stage furnace realm presence. Zhao Hu's aura was more ferocious and outwardly aggressive, while Xiao Chen's pressure was more refined and profound, emanating an air of superiority derived from top-tier techniques and bloodlines. Cold and piercing, penetrating to the very soul. Guests in close proximity found themselves caught off guard, feeling as if an invisible boulder had crushed their chests. making it difficult to breathe. The true energy circulating within them felt sluggish, as if stifled by an overwhelming sovereign presence, rendering them hesitant to act. Those young disciples or servants whose cultivation levels were merely in the blood-moving or chi-gathering realms turned pale, their bodies swaying as they were compelled to retreat repeatedly until they reached the courtyard's edge, where the suffocating pressure finally began to ease. The air in the courtyard seemed to stagnate entirely at that moment. The sounds of wind, discussion, and even breathing were forcibly subdued by this terrifying pressure, leaving behind an eerie silence that sent shivers down the spine. The sunlight remained bright, yet it offered no warmth, only a pervasive chill. Yi Qingshan, seated at the head of the table, felt the weight of this pressure, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Xiao Qin's strength surpassed his expectations. To possess such cultivation at such a young age, the Xiao family's foundation was indeed profound. He cast a glance at Lin Feng, who was bearing the weight of the pressure alone in the arena, his expression inscrutable and complicated. Ultimately, he remained silent, his fists clenched slightly within his sleeves. Xiao Qin stepped forward. Regardless of the outcome, he had at least temporarily diverted the crowd's attention from the scandal of the Yi family, which could be seen as a small blessing in disguise. Zhao's family clutched the arm of the matron tightly, their dull eyes rekindled with a flicker of resentment intertwined with hope. Xiao Qin had made his move, and in such a commanding manner. How splendid! This waste, no matter how peculiar, could not possibly rival the foremost youth of Luoyun City, could he? Xiao Qin would surely crush him completely. Wang Zhinshan and Li Zhan exchanged grave glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. The oppressive force released by Xiao Qin appeared directed at Lin Feng, yet it was unmistakably a demonstration of the Xiao family's strength to all present, especially to the two families. This mastery and control over his aura truly matched his reputation. Yet, could Lin Feng withstand it? Xiao Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, positioned about 3 paces away from Lin Feng. He had not fully unleashed all his pressure, but the icy tip of the iceberg that enveloped the arena had already instilled fear in many hearts. His narrow eyes, resembling a hawk eyeing its prey, coldly fixated on Lin Feng, as if relishing the sight of his struggle under immense pressure. However, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he observed Lin Feng, poised at the epicenter of the pressure. Though his figure hesitated slightly, he did not pale as Xiao Qin had anticipated, nor did he stagger backward or collapse to the ground. Lin Feng remained steadfast, his humble gray attire clinging to him under the unseen weight, accentuating his slender yet remarkably upright form. He lowered his eyelids slightly, observing the fine dust rising from the ground beneath his feet, his expression devoid of any emotion, disturbingly serene. Only he knew the extent of the pressure he was enduring. It felt as though an invisible iceberg was slowly closing in from all sides, intent on grinding him to dust. The air had thickened, like molasses, each breath demanding several times the effort of normal. The icy aura infiltrated every pore, attempting to freeze his blood and solidify his vital energy. The blood and energy within him churned violently under this external, overwhelming oppression, akin to stones thrown into a lake, creating ripples that battered his meridians and acupoints with dull pain. Within his dantian, a strand of true energy, infused with a trace of the sword intent of Zhangjuan, surged forth spontaneously, racing through the 12 main meridians, desperately resisting the external pressure while safeguarding his heart and crucial acupoints. His bones emitted faint creaking sounds, as if they could hardly bear the strain. Yet, under this immense pressure, Lin Feng's gaze grew increasingly tranquil, even igniting a cold flame deep within him. At the moment of this internal and external struggle, as the pressure reached its zenith, a resonating hum erupted from the depths of his dantian. The shadow of the 9 Hells sword, which had long remained dormant, suddenly unleashed a sound that was several times clearer than before. This resonance did not echo outward but exploded directly within the depths of his consciousness. A vast, ancient terror, reminiscent of a primordial beast awakened from an eternal slumber, surged forth from the shadow of the 9 Hells sword. It was not the faint tremor that had previously revealed itself during moments of distress, but rather a more profound and primal stirring. Simultaneously, the second chaotic chain entwining the illusory image of the 9 purgatory sword began to tremble violently, its once indistinct form now visibly shaking. The ancient runes etched upon the chain, previously shrouded in obscurity, seemed to flicker with a faint, ephemeral glow. Lin Feng's heart jolted, not merely due to the chain's disturbance, but because, in that instant of upheaval, his consciousness felt as though it was forcibly torn from reality by an unseen force, plunging him deep into the essence of the 9 purgatory sword in the depths of the trembling, chaotic chain. Before him, light and shadow twisted, and time and space warped. An utterly desolate, vast, and silent wasteland suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The sky loomed in a somber, oppressive leaden gray, boundless and seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. The ground, parched and cracked, bore no life, stretching to the horizon where it melded with the dim sky. Scattered across this wasteland were countless broken weapons, tattered banners, and enormous, nameless bones, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust, whispering tales of unimaginable antiquity and brutality. At the heart of this desolate realm, where heaven and earth converged, surged an indescribably colossal, resplendent, and fierce sword chi, like a pillar of light supporting the very cosmos, erupting from the deepest recesses of the wasteland, piercing the leaden heavens. This sword chi was not a singular hue, but a magnificent amalgamation of countless glimmers, chaotic yet astoundingly pure. It tore through the heavy cloud cover, as if intent on puncturing the silence of the universe. Even across infinite time and space, merely witnessing this fleeting vision, Lin Feng could sense the resoluteness, unwillingness, fury, and a terrifying will to obliterate all contained within that sword chi. The sword chi soared into the sky. The vision lasted but an instant before shattering like a mirage. Lin Feng's consciousness abruptly returned to reality, still standing in the Yi family courtyard, bearing the terrifying pressure from Xiao Chen's late-stage furnace realm. Yet, everything seemed subtly altered. The turbulent energy and blood within him continued to surge. The external chill weighed heavily upon him like a mountain. However, the tremors of the 9 purgatory swords' illusory image within his dantian had not ceased, but intensified. The second chain's disturbance grew clearer, as if something was slowly awakening in the depths of that chain, resonating bizarrely with the pressure exerted by Xiao Chun from the outside world. With immense difficulty, Lin Feng lifted his drooping eyelids under Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura. His gaze traversed 3 zhong, colliding once more with Xiao Chen's coldly scrutinizing eyes. This time, beneath the surface calm that remained steadfast, his eyes reflected an indescribable vastness and a faint stirring that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed ever so slightly, keenly sensing that in that fleeting moment, the gaze of this son-in-law had undergone an ineffable transformation. Moreover, despite the oppressive force from the adversary, which appeared formidable, the opponent's spine remained unyielded. Chapter 35. The Emergence of Sword Intent, the 3 Moves Agreement. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, with only the wind lamenting. The terrifying pressure radiating from Xiao Chun, at the peak of the nurturing furnace realm, enveloped every inch of space like an invisible ocean of ice. Sunlight filtered through the ancient branches of the courtyard's trees, casting dappled shadows that failed to disperse the bone-chilling cold. All eyes were riveted on the 2 figures locked in confrontation, breaths instinctively softened. Lin Feng slowly lifted his eyelids, beneath which the remnants of his previous turmoil had quietly vanished, replaced by an almost ethereal calmness. As if the ancient vision that had emerged from the depths of his soul was merely an inconsequential dream. However, he alone was aware that the tremors of the 9 hell swords phantom in his dantian had not ceased. Rather, they formed a subtle resistance and resonance against the external pressure. The yearning from the depths of the second chain intensified. Pressure demanded greater pressure, or a battle. Facing Xiao Chen's cold, scrutinizing gaze, which held a hint of surprise, Lin Feng remained silent. Then, under the watchful eyes filled with shock and confusion, he moved, not in retreat, nor in submission. Instead, he took a small yet resolute step forward against the overwhelming pressure capable of shattering the bones of an ordinary gathering Qi realm practitioner, forcing them to the ground. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the courtyard's edge as this step was taken. Under the formidable pressure exerted by the young master of the Xiao family, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreated. Had he lost his sanity? This was nothing short of blatant provocation. The astonishment in Xiao Chen's eyes deepened, soon morphing into a frigid amusement. How intriguing! This ant possessed a measure of tenacity. With a slight shift in thought, the oppressive force enveloping the area subtly intensified, like an invisible shackle, pressing down heavier upon Lin Feng's location. He wanted to see just how resilient this son-in-law's spirit could be. With a creak, the pressure surrounding Lin Feng surged, causing his bones to emit faint, strained sounds. His internal energy surged violently, and his meridians throbbed with excruciating pain. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. Only a sharp glint akin to a sword flashed momentarily in his calm eyes. There was no time to linger. In a flash of determination, Lin Feng ceased to hesitate, unleashing the true cultivation hidden beneath the facade of his perfected blood-moving realm, which he had deliberately suppressed, in a resounding eruption. A deep rumble emanated from within him, not earth-shattering, yet remarkably clear. His gray attire fluttered without wind, the fabric clinging to him as his muscles tautened abruptly. A wave of pure, refined, and uniquely sharp vital energy surged forth, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, breaking free from the confines of his exterior. The initial stage of gathering qi. The foundation was solid, without any semblance of superficiality. Yet this was not the culmination. In the very moment his cultivation revealed itself, the vast sword intent that had long lain dormant in the depths of his dantian, coexisting with the phantom of the nine hells sword, seemed to have found an outlet, erupting forth with the torrent of vital energy. There was no resounding clang of swords, nor dazzling rays of light. Instead, an ineffable essence permeated the air. This essence was ancient, desolate, and pure, imbued with a resolute sharpness capable of severing all. It was formless and intangible, yet undeniably real, emanating from Lin Feng and spreading outward in all directions. At the moment this sword intent manifested, many in the courtyard inexplicably felt a shiver run through their hearts, as if an invisible blade hovered above them, causing their skin to prickle with a fine tremor. Those who were closer even sensed a piercing chill with every breath they took. The most immediate transformation occurred around Lin Feng. The oppressive force of the cultivation realm, which had been bearing down on him like a heavy, icy ocean, met the vast sword intent and crashed against it, as if it were a tidal wave striking an indomitable reef. Though still immense and overwhelming, it could no longer penetrate the 3 feet surrounding Lin Feng with the same ease as before. An invisible collision stirred subtle ripples in the air. Lin Feng remained upright, his figure resolute, though his complexion paled slightly, betraying the immense pressure he was enduring. Yet, he stood firm, unwavering, resisting the oppressive force that could easily crush an ordinary practitioner of the qi-gathering realm. With the nascent sword intent he had just begun to comprehend, he held his ground without retreating an inch. What? He actually withstood the pressure from young Master Xiao. In the early stages of the qi-gathering realm? When did he break through? No, it's not just his cultivation. That aura is exceedingly sharp. What kind of realm is this? Sword intent. Has he actually grasped the rudiments of sword intent? How is that possible? After a brief silence, a wave of astonishment surged forth, more tumultuous than any before. If Lin Feng's previous actions, defeating Zhao Hu and presenting extraordinary elixirs, had left everyone in shock and disbelief, now, with his early-stage qi-gathering cultivation, he boldly resisted the late-stage pressure of Xiao Chun, revealing a semblance of sword intent. He instigated a profound upheaval in their understanding. Though the gap between the qi-gathering realm and the nurturing furnace realm seemed merely one major tier apart, it was, in truth, a chasm of unimaginable depth. The nurturing furnace realm, with its dantian forged into a foundation furnace, possessed true qi of superior quality and quantity, as well as a mastery over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the qi-gathering realm could not fathom. The pressure was one of the most direct manifestations of this disparity in levels. While there may be instances of crossing realms in combat, to withstand the full pressure of a higher realm with a lower cultivation base without retreating was simply unprecedented, unless the lower-tier practitioner possessed an extraordinary comprehension of intent, a special physique, or remarkable treasures. Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan abruptly rose, unable to maintain their composure, their eyes filled with astonishment and gravity. Sword intent. It was undoubtedly the rudimentary form of sword intent. A son-in-law from a small family in Falling Cloud City, merely 17 or 18 years old, had not only advanced to the qi-gathering realm under dire circumstances, but had also grasped the sword intent that countless sword cultivators yearned for. Even if it were only in its infancy, it was enough to drive any faction to madness. This young man could not be measured by ordinary standards. Yi Qingshan's pupils constricted, his fingers gripping the armrest turned white from the force. He had truly taken a monumental step towards sword intent. No wonder he could incapacitate Zhao Hu with a mere finger. What had he missed over the past 3 years? Or did the Lin family truly harbor astonishing secrets? A wave of ineffable regret and fury coiled around his heart like a venomous vine. The hope on Zhao's face instantly solidified, transforming into a deeper resentment and a hint of fear she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. How could this waste, this lowly creature, become so formidable? At this moment, the one feeling it most acutely was naturally Xiao Chun in the arena. For the first time, his handsome yet indifferent visage displayed a significant fluctuation, astonishment, bewilderment, followed by a more profound coldness and a trace of offended anger. The pressure he exerted was unexpectedly blocked by an insignificant ant at the qi-gathering stage, through a peculiar manifestation of sword intent. Although the opponent clearly struggled, the mere fact of having withstood it was enough to make Xiao Chun, the foremost of the younger generation in Falling Cloud City, feel a blow to his pride. Xiao Chen's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, the chill within them almost tangible. He gradually retracted some of his outward pressure, not out of concession, but to condense and focus his strength further. He gazed at Lin Feng, who was not far away. His complexion pale, yet his eyes calm as still waters. Suddenly, a cold, cruel smile tugged at the corners of his lips. With the nascent sword intent, Xiao Qin's voice emerged, colder than before, yet tinged with a curiosity akin to discovering an intriguing toy. No wonder you are so audacious, daring to defy authority. It seems I have underestimated you. He paused, stepping forward slowly. Though his aura was restrained, it was even more perilous. However, a mere chi-gathering stage, relying on a meager sword intent, thinks it can contend with me? Xiao Qin shook his head, his tone dripping with condescension and cruelty. A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky. He extended a long finger, pointing at Lin Feng, his voice suddenly sharp. As if pronouncing judgment. Lin Feng, you have severely injured a guardian of the Yi family and committed an act of rebellion. The evidence is irrefutable. I acknowledge your arduous training and commendable talent. Thus I offer you an opportunity. He raised 3 fingers, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Every word clear and resonant throughout the arena. Endure 3 of my strikes. After 3 strikes, if you can still stand, I shall no longer intervene in today's affair. How the Yi family chooses to deal with you will not concern me. Should you fail to withstand it, the deepening curve of Xiao Qin's lips revealed his white teeth, signaling that your demise is well-deserved and regrettable. The agreement of 3 strikes. At the late stage of the nurturing furnace realm, against the early stage of the chi-gathering realm, this seemingly offered opportunity was, in fact, a declaration of more brutal oppression. No one believed that Lin Feng could truly withstand 3 of Xiao Qin's strikes. The earlier act of withstanding the pressure might have been his limit, and the true attack would be far more terrifying. Everyone's hearts raced as they turned to Lin Feng. He slowly exhaled a breath tinged with a chilling aura, his pale face still devoid of expression. Meeting Xiao Qin's icy gaze, he finally spoke, his voice calm and unperturbed. Good. A single word, crisp and decisive. There was no fear, no anger, only an extreme tranquility in accepting the challenge. Chapter 36. Profound Ice Sword Chi vs. Songyun Style Good. Lin Feng's near indifferent response was like a stone cast into an icy lake, though it did not stir up a tempest. It tightened the already stagnant atmosphere to its utmost limit. In Xiao Qin's narrow eyes, the last trace of amusement vanished, leaving only pure coldness and a sense of lethal intent. He spoke no further. For a slightly stronger ant, words were indeed superfluous. The sunlight continued to cascade down, and the shadows of the ancient branches in the courtyard danced in a mottled manner, yet no one had the heart to appreciate the scene. Every gaze was fixated intently on the 2 individuals, breath held in suspense, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Figures such as Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan, prominent heads of families, instinctively leaned forward, their spiritual energy coursing through their eyes, striving to discern the outcome of this seemingly unequal confrontation, which was laden with unpredictability due to Lin Feng's earlier display of sword intent. Zhao clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, his eyes brimming with a venomous anticipation, fervently wishing that Xiao Qin's next move would reduce the detested son-in-law to mere dust. Yi Qingshan's face was ashen, his expression a tempest of emotions. He loathed Lin Feng for bringing shame to the Yi family, yet felt a twinge of humiliation at Xiao Qin's assertive execution of family law, leaving him in a state of profound inner conflict. Xiao Qin made his move. There was no warning, no build-up. He simply raised his right hand, slender and fair, the well-groomed fingers coming together to form a blade-like gesture. The action was nonchalant, as if he were merely brushing away non-existent dust from his sleeve. However, at the very moment his fingertips lifted, a faint hissing sound, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, abruptly emanated from his fingertips. The temperature of the air within a few feet of him plummeted instantaneously. A pale white chill, as if alive, sprang forth, spreading through the atmosphere, condensing into countless minuscule frost crystals that shimmered with a cold luster. An intensely frigid and sharp aura instantly replaced the previous overwhelming pressure, akin to the prelude of a polar storm, locking its sights upon Lin Feng, who stood 3 zhang away. It was the Xiao family's ice sword chi. Observant guests gasped in awe. The Xiao family's esteemed position among the 3 great clans of Luoyun City was largely due to their ancestral martial arts, the true art of ice, and this ice sword chi was one of its most formidable offensive techniques, compressing and refining the icy true energy into sword chi, unmatched in sharpness while also possessing the terrifying ability to freeze blood and hinder true energy. Xiao Qin's gaze was devoid of warmth. His fingertips, now gathered, casually sliced through the air in Lin Feng's direction. A translucent blue sword qi, approximately 3 feet long and seemingly sculpted from solid ice, suddenly erupted from his fingers. The moment the sword qi appeared, the temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop even further. Where the sword qi traversed, a clear path of white, swirling frost was left behind, and the bluestone slabs beneath began to accumulate a thick layer of frost at a visible pace, emitting crackling sounds as they rapidly froze. Before the sword qi even reached its target, the soul-chilling coldness and the razor-sharp edge had already enveloped Lin Feng completely. Quick, cold, sharp. This single gesture of sword qi, seemingly casual, had seamlessly fused the essence of late-stage furnace realm true energy, the invasive properties of ice, and the inherent sharpness of the sword qi itself. An ordinary practitioner at the gathering qi stage would find it impossible to resist. They would likely be frozen in place before they could even react. And then pierced by the sword qi, everyone's hearts tightened, as if they could already envision the tragic fate of Lin Feng being pierced and frozen through. However, Lin Feng, at the center of the sword energy's focus, maintained a calm demeanor. In the fleeting moment when the pale blue sword energy sliced through the air, the techniques of the Zhangjuan sword cannon had already begun to operate rapidly within him, causing the strand of true energy imbued with sword intent in his dantian to surge forth like a stream, instantly flowing towards his arms. He neither braced himself to endure the strike nor had the time to evade the swiftly approaching sword energy. With a slight separation of his feet and a subtle lowering of his stance, his right hand extended, fingers poised not to slash but to trace a circular trajectory in the air before him with an unusual rhythm. Though unhurried, his movements exuded a grace akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. As his fingers glided, the pure Zhangjuan true energy surged forth. Yet it did not coalesce into a sharp sword energy. Instead, it rapidly spread out a foot in front of him, transforming into a pale azure, ethereal mist. This mist appeared delicate and insubstantial, yet it held together, subtly shimmering with minute, needle-like gleams that hinted at a profound tenacity, concealing a latent sharpness. It was indeed the defensive stance of the Zhangjuan sword cannon, the Zhangyun style. To employ softness to overcome hardness? An admirable thought, yet alas, the gap in realms was too vast. Observers well-versed in the art shook their heads in quiet disapproval. Just as words fell silent, the pale blue ice sword energy, accompanied by a chilling current and a tearing sound, crashed violently into the ethereal mist. The anticipated violent collision and explosion did not occur. The formidable ice sword energy, upon contact with the pale azure mist, was as if it had struck a remarkably resilient yet elastic mound of cotton. The mist rolled violently, denting but not tearing apart immediately. The terrifying icy force contained within the sword energy was strangely diminished and dispersed by the rhythmic undulations of the mist. The needle-like glimmers hidden within the mist darted about like fish, continuously wearing down the sword energy's sharpness. Hidden needles within softness. What an exquisite method of deflection. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Wang Jinshan's eyes as he could not help but murmur his praise. The ability to manipulate true energy with such meticulous finesse and achieve a harmonious balance of hardness and softness was not something an ordinary practitioner could accomplish. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's eyes, but he soon scoffed, his fingertips imperceptibly trembling. The ice sword energy, temporarily hindered by the mist, suddenly surged with blinding blue light, its chilling aura escalating as if an enraged ice dragon had surged forward. With a rippling sound, the pale azure mist was finally torn open, yet the once concentrated 3-foot sword energy had now dimmed, dispersing to a mere fraction of its original might. Moreover, its trajectory had subtly deviated under the mist's influence. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this, and at the moment the mist was rent asunder. His dexterous fingers deftly guided and redirected the remaining, altered pale blue sword energy, which grazed past the corner of his left garment, enveloping his left arm in a layer of frost, imparting a piercing coldness and a slight sting. The sword energy retained its momentum, crashing directly towards a sturdy blue stone pillar in the courtyard, as thick as 2 men embracing. With a thunderous roar, the stone shattered into fragments. The sturdy azure stone pillar, struck by the residual energy of the ice sword, was immediately blasted open, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin. Countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly from the breach, causing the entire corridor to tremble slightly, with dust cascading down. The breach was further cloaked in a thick layer of ice, reflecting a chilling sheen under the sunlight. As the sword energy dissipated, Lin Feng stood still, gradually lowering his right hand. He gently shook his left arm, dispersing the frost that had settled upon it. His expression remained unperturbed, though his breathing was slightly hurried, and his gaze remained calm as it met Xiao Chen's. Within the courtyard, silence reigned. All eyes were fixated on the damaged, frozen stone pillar, then back to Lin Feng, who remained unscathed, not even having shifted a step. Their faces were etched with disbelief. Xiao Chen's initial strike, that fierce ice sword energy, had been so effortlessly deflected by a mere early-stage qi-gathering practitioner, employing a previously unheard-of, exquisite sword defense technique. While Lin Feng's approach might seem underhanded, the undeniable fact remained that he had successfully countered the next move. The coldness on Xiao Chen's face was finally replaced by a palpable shadow of gloom. He slowly withdrew his fingers, placing them behind his back, his gaze piercing like an ice pick, directed at Lin Feng. First move. Lin Feng met his gaze, his voice calm, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Chapter 37. Snowflakes falling, not a flake to touch. First move. Lin Feng's voice, tranquil to the point of indifference, fell upon Xiao Chen's already darkened visage like frigid water on a bitter winter's day, intensifying the chill in the air. The courtyard was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the subtle sound of wind stirring the fine dust from the damaged stone pillar and the slow drip of melting ice from the breach, distinctly audible. All eyes were riveted on Xiao Chen, reflecting an unmistakable blend of astonishment, scrutiny, and a hint of inexplicable anticipation. This young prodigy of Luoyun City, the heir of the Xiao family in the late stage of the refining furnace realm, had unleashed his first strike in anger, only to have it met by a mere early-stage qi-gathering son-in-law with such finesse, emerging unscathed himself. Who would dare to believe it if they had not witnessed it firsthand? Xiao Chen's fingers, resting behind him, turned slightly pale. He could distinctly sense the subtle shift in the gazes directed at him. What had once been unwavering awe and respect was now quietly transforming into skepticism, surprise, and perhaps even a deeply concealed sense of schadenfreude. This was a situation he, Xiao Chen, would never permit to unfold. His strikingly handsome, yet icy visage darkened thoroughly. The earlier amusement, nobility, and condescending superiority dissipated, leaving only a bone-deep, chilling intent to kill born from offense. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, their sharpness akin to needles, fixating fiercely on the calm figure clad in gray, standing 3 paces away. Very well. Xiao Chen's voice emerged low and measured, yet imbued with a cold hardness reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. I underestimated you. To manipulate your true energy to such a degree, and with the nascent application of sword intent, you indeed possess commendable skill, sufficient for me to draw my sword. The moment the words "draw my sword" escaped his lips, a wave of even more intense and pure icy sword intent surged forth from Xiao Chen, rising like a tempest. The temperature in the air plummeted once more, causing a thicker layer of white frost to quickly form on the courtyard floor, the columns, and even the cups upon the guest tables. In the sky, delicate, crystalline ice particles began to coalesce and gently drift down, resembling snow in summer, strange yet beautiful. With a resounding clang, akin to a dragoness roar, the sound of a sword echoed throughout the courtyard. Xiao Chen's right hand moved to his waist, and with a gentle push of his thumb, a blade emanating a cool, blue-white radiance, reminiscent of autumn waters, suddenly unsheathed. The sword measured approximately 3 feet and 2 inches, its body seeming to coalesce from a clear, cold spring. The spine was straight, and the edges were as thin as a cicada's wings, reflecting a chilling light that stirred the heart under the sun. Near the hilt, 2 ancient seal characters inscribed the words "flying snow." As the sword was drawn, the surrounding ice crystals appeared to be drawn towards it, converging in a mesmerizing dance, enhancing the coldness and vitality of the scene. It was Xiao Xiaozhu's sword, flying snow, a low-grade spiritual weapon. A hushed voice exclaimed in awe. For spiritual weapons transcend mere iron. They embody a certain spirit that significantly amplifies the wielder's true energy and the power of their techniques. Xiao Chen, after merely one probing strike, had resorted to wielding his spiritual sword, demonstrating that his demeanor was devoid of any contempt, replaced instead by a resolute determination to kill. With a flick of his wrist, the flying snow sword emitted a melodic hum, its tip angled towards the ground, the icy sword intent melding seamlessly with his aura, presenting him as a sword master emerging from the realm of ice and snow. He no longer regarded Lin Feng, as if the latter had become a mere specter, and calmly stated, "Second strike." The Xiao family's ultimate technique, the 13 swords of falling snow. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure shifted slightly, seemingly without effort, vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared merely a yard in front of Lin Feng, the flying snow sword trembling lightly in his grasp. The first sword, Silent Snowfall. A nearly imperceptible, translucent light of pale blue sliced through the air silently, its speed astonishing, aimed directly at Lin Feng's throat. This strike exemplified speed and concealment to the utmost. The sword emerged without a sound, the chilling aura restrained until it was almost upon Lin Feng, at which point the bone-chilling intent erupted fiercely. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his feet shifting with a deftness that allowed him to sidestep just in time. The silent sword light grazing his neck, raising a flurry of minute bumps upon his skin from the frigid air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The second sword, snowstorm through the void. The third sword, north wind sweeps the snow. The fourth sword, cold plum adorned with snow. Xiao Chun's figure transformed into a ghostly apparition amidst the ice and snow, swiftly encircling Lin Feng. In his hands, the flying snow sword morphed into a series of dazzling and lethal blue-white lights, weaving an intricate net of swords. Each strike was directed, horizontal, diagonal, or swirling. Each angle meticulously calculated, the coldness overwhelming, imbued with exquisite follow-up maneuvers and a sealing sword aura. As the sword lights crisscrossed, it truly resembled a fierce blizzard descending upon a harsh winter, with snowflakes swirling down, carrying a lethal intent capable of freezing and engulfing all, completely enveloping Lin Feng within a radius of 10 feet, sealing off every potential avenue for evasion. The 13 Swords of Falling Snow, a renowned sword technique of the Shao family, once unleashed, manifests a flurry of sword energy akin to cascading snowflakes, relentless and unending. Each strike surpasses the previous in speed and strength, culminating in a breathtaking display reminiscent of an avalanche, wielding unfathomable power. Although Xiao Chun has not attained the pinnacle of mastery, the initial 4 strikes executed in succession reveal his extraordinary finesse and swift ferocity. In the courtyard, the air thrums with the howling of sword energy, its cold brilliance dazzling to behold, while the ground becomes a tapestry of intersecting pale, sword marks and frost. Witnesses find themselves entranced and alarmed, for such a dense and terrifying web of swords would likely spell doom for even those in the initial or mid-stages of the Qi-gathering realm. How could Lin Feng possibly withstand this? Could he resort to cunning? A triumphant, yet vengeful smile resurfaced on Zhao's face, as if he had already envisioned Lin Feng pierced by 1,000 blades. Yi Qingshan furrowed his brow, fixated on the unfolding scene. Yet, confronted with this impenetrable curtain of swords, descending like a blizzard, Lin Feng took an action that left the onlookers astounded. He closed his eyes. This was not an act of surrender, but rather an epitome of focus and return to essence. As the sword net approached, within Lin Feng, the battle instinct, born from the 9th reincarnation of the Tsang Jun sword master and forged through countless life and death struggles, erupted from its slumber like a volcano awakening. In the shroud of darkness behind his closed eyelids, the world did not vanish. Instead, it presented itself in a clearer, more fundamental essence. The sounds of wind, the slicing of sword energy through the air, the subtle rustle of Xiao Chen's robes against the atmosphere, and the unique chilling vibrations of his true energy all transformed into a multitude of distinct lines and trajectories, illuminating within Lin Feng's reincarnated mind's eye. What appeared to be an impenetrable, snowstorm-like sword net revealed itself to possess vulnerabilities between the beams of light. Due to the transition of techniques and the flow of true energy, minute gaps and weaknesses, almost negligible, emerged, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, vividly manifesting before him. Simultaneously, an enigmatic understanding of footwork, long buried within the fragments of memory, flowed effortlessly through his consciousness. Lin Feng moved. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, he, with eyes shut, transformed into a willow leaf caught in a tempest, or a small boat amid tumultuous waves, navigating with a seemingly chaotic yet profoundly intricate footwork through the gaps of the snow-laden sword light, gliding with both grace and precision. At times, he would lean to the side, sword light brushing past his chest, the chill caressing his face. At others, he would tilt his head back, the blade grazing the tip of his nose, or twist his waist, allowing the sword light to pass beneath his ribs. His movements were minimal yet astonishingly efficient, each shift executed with such exquisite timing that it seemed he had anticipated every trajectory of the sword light. Not a single flake of snow touched him. Xiao Chun's fierce and swift initial 4 strikes of the 13 Swords of Falling Snow, potent enough to decimate opponents of equal rank, had not even grazed the hem of Lin Feng's garment. All the sword light merely swept futilely through the air, leaving deep scars and frost upon the ground and pillars. What manner of footwork is this? Is he evading with his eyes closed? How is he achieving this? A specter. It was nothing short of a ghostly agility. The exclamations of astonishment could no longer be suppressed, rising like a tidal wave. The scene before them was even more heart-stirring than when Lin Feng had blocked the first strike. This had transcended their understanding of movement and combat. Xiao Qin's complexion became unprecedentedly grim as the sword light continuously missed its mark, even turning a shade of ashen. He felt as if his sword were pursuing an elusive specter, always falling just short of making contact with a tangible form. The frustration of striking at nothing, coupled with his opponent's serene composure, as if everything were under control, ignited a fierce blaze of anger within him. Seeking death, Xiao Qin bellowed, his sword intent shifting once more, unleashing an even more ferocious and relentless series of strikes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained with his eyes closed, standing amidst the dissipating remnants of the initial 4 sword strikes, his garments gently fluttering, his expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 38. Unleashing the Secret Technique. Sword pointing, in reversal seeking death. Xiao Qin's furious shout echoed like thunder in the tranquil courtyard. He abruptly halted, ceasing the pursuit of the elusive Lin Feng, and stood rooted with his sword, his chest slightly heaving. His handsome visage was now shrouded in darkness, almost palpable with tension. The once playful glint in his narrow eyes replaced by a chilling intent to kill, reminiscent of ancient ice, mingled with an unmistakable fury. 2 strikes. A full 2 strikes. The first strike of the ice sword chi had been deftly deflected by his opponent's exquisite defense. The second strike, the first 4 forms of the 13 snowfall swords, had been evaded entirely, as Lin Feng stood with his eyes closed, employing an astonishing technique that left not even a whisper of fabric touched. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Xiao Qin, the foremost of the younger generation of Luoyun City and the young master of the Shao family in the late stage of the furnace realm, was unable to land a blow against a mere early-stage, chi-gathering son-in-law of the Yi family, and appeared somewhat disheveled. He could distinctly sense the surrounding glances directed at him shifting from initial absolute reverence to astonishment, shock, scrutiny, and even a hint of thrill akin to witnessing a spectacle. The murmured discussions, though indistinct, pierced his eardrums like needles. Shame. This was an unprecedented humiliation. If he did not crush this ant before him in the most brutal and overwhelming manner, Xiao Qin would surely become the laughingstock of Luoyun City, and the reputation of the Shao family would suffer irreparably. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qin forced out those 2 words, his voice as frigid as ice. You have successfully enraged me. He ceased further words, slowly closing his eyes as if to quell the tumultuous flames of fury within his chest, or perhaps to reach a momentous decision. The next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, 2 clusters of ice-blue flames flickered. A low hum reverberated as an even more violent and expansive chill erupted from within him, like a slumbering beast awakened. The air around him violently distorted, a visible pale blue frost wave radiating outward from him, the ground crackling ominously as it instantaneously crystallized into thick, translucent ice several inches deep, swiftly spreading outward. What is even more heart-stopping is that he, who was initially at the late stage of the furnace-nurturing realm, suddenly began to soar like a rocket, his aura ascending wildly. The young master Xiao Qin, is he consuming his essence blood? Employing secret techniques? An experienced elder cultivator gasped in astonishment. One could see Xiao Qin's complexion rapidly pale, yet his imposing presence grew increasingly terrifying. From the pinnacle of the late stage of the furnace-nurturing realm, within just a few breaths, his cultivation aura forcefully broke through a minor level, stabilizing at the complete stage of the furnace-nurturing realm. Although his aura fluctuated slightly, lacking the steadiness of normal cultivation, the overwhelming pressure characteristic of the peak of the furnace-nurturing realm was undeniably present, weighing heavily upon everyone's hearts like a mountain. The crystalline ice in the courtyard began to fall more abundantly, creating a dense flurry, with temperatures plummeting to the point where breaths turned to frost. Numerous guests of lesser cultivation found themselves compelled to exert all their energy to resist the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, to contend with a mere Lin Feng. Xiao Qin had been forced to resort to a technique that harmed his vitality. Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity and shock reflected in the other's eyes. The unfolding events had utterly surpassed their expectations. Zhao's family trembled with excitement, her nails digging into her palms. Her face flushed with a sickly hue of exhilaration. Excellent. Excellent. Young Master Xiao is truly serious. This waste is doomed. He must be utterly annihilated. Yi Qingshan's expression was a complex tapestry as he gazed at the tempestuous aura of Xiao Qin, then at the still, silent Lin Feng opposite him. His heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. He both hoped Xiao Qin would thoroughly eradicate this source of shame for the Yi family, while simultaneously feeling an unsettling foreboding, as if something was slipping completely from his grasp. Xiao Chun felt the surging power within him, far exceeding anything he had experienced before, and a cold, cruel smile crept upon his pale face. He slowly raised the facious sword, its tip aimed directly at Lin Feng. The blade hummed with an overwhelming chill as it resonated with the colossal icy energy infused within it, radiating a dazzling blue-white brilliance. To compel me to invoke the blood-burning cold spirit technique, Lin Feng, you may take pride in that, Xiao Chen's voice echoed. Imbued with an ethereal coldness granted by his secret method, alas, this is where it ends. This third strike is the most formidable sword I can currently wield. With both hands gripping the sword, he raised it high above his head. The terrifying chill and sword energy enveloped him, wild and tumultuous, converging towards the blade. The facious sword blazed with resplendence, and illusory, crystalline snowflakes began to manifest around its blade, slowly swirling, each emanating a soul-freezing chill. A suffocating aura of destruction began to brew. Receive my avalanche. Xiao Chen bellowed, his eyes aflame with blue fire. The sword, having reached its zenith of power, was finally brought down with ferocity. No intricate sword techniques were employed, only the purest, most domineering, and ultimate force of obliteration. A massive sword energy, a blue-white torrent, condensed to its utmost, surged forth like a true avalanche, carrying with it the terrifying might to crush all and freeze everything in its path, crashing down with resounding force. Where the sword energy passed, the air erupted with explosive sounds under the unbearable strain. The ground was cleaved open, forming a deep ravine covered in thick ice. The frost rapidly spreading on either side. This strike locked onto all of Lin Feng's positions, leaving no avenue for evasion, only the option to confront it head-on. In the courtyard, a chorus of terrified gasps erupted, as many instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the grim fate that awaited Lin Feng, who seemed destined to be completely engulfed and frozen by the terrifying sword energy. However, just as the avalanche of sword energy was about to consume him, Lin Feng, who had remained silent with his eyes shut, as if processing the insights gained from his recent evasions, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within their depths, a profound and ancient sword intent emerged, no longer concealed, akin to a divine weapon drawn from its sheath, radiating an unmistakable brilliance. Faced with this unavoidable lethal strike, he neither evaded nor attempted to defend himself. Instead, he stepped forward, just a single step, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. As if determined to shatter all obstacles in his path, he raised his right arm, aligning his index and middle fingers together, wielding them like a sword, directly pointing at the crashing avalanche of sword energy. Within him, the Tsang sword cannon operated at its utmost limit. The seed of sword intent within his dantian trembled violently, resonating with the phantom of the Nine Hells sword. All of his true energy, all of his mental focus, all of his comprehension of the sword path converged at the very tips of his joined fingers. A point of resplendent, yet finely honed, pale golden brilliance flickered at his fingertips. Though not grandiose, it possessed a pure sword intent capable of cleaving mountains and transcending all laws. Break the mountain. Lin Feng's lips barely moved, uttering two calm yet weighty words. In the next instant, he pointed his fingers like a sword, unwavering in the face of the vast and terrifying blue-white avalanche of sword energy, and countered with a reverse strike. Chapter 39. A single finger splits the sword. The crowd erupts in awe. The sword pointed against the sword's edge. On one side was Xiao Chun, employing a secret method, igniting his essence blood, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the perfect realm of furnace nurturing, delivering his most powerful strike, the avalanche. The sword energy surged mightily, akin to a collapsing snow mountain, its blue-white radiance blinding, carrying with it the terrifying force to crush and freeze everything. Even before the sword energy reached him, the extreme chill had already caused frost to form on Lin Feng's brows and hair, the ground beneath his feet frozen to a depth of 3 feet. On the other side stood Lin Feng, his fingers aligned like a sword, concentrating all his true energy and the nascent Tsang sword intent, executing the reverse strike of the break the mountain technique. The point of pale golden light at his fingertip, though less grand than that of his opponent, embodied a pure and resolute intent capable of cleaving mountains and transcending all laws. One was grand, the other concentrated. One was icy cold, the other sharp. Under the wide-eyed gaze of all, amidst the Zhao family's bitter expectations, Yi Qingshan's complex scrutiny, and the astonished stares of the heads of the Wang and Li families, that point of pale golden sword energy struck decisively at the very center of the immense blue-white avalanche of sword energy, where its might was at its peak. Clang! Contrary to the anticipated explosive sound, a crisp and piercing clash of metal resonated, as if two unparalleled divine weapons had collided in the purest manner. The moment the sound echoed, the point of impact erupted into a blinding flash of light. Half was ice blue, half was pale gold. Following that, a series of jarring, crackling sounds erupted, reminiscent of ice unable to withstand an overwhelming force, suddenly emanating from within the blue-white avalanche of sword energy. The once formidable and seemingly destructive sword energy, upon contact with the delicate golden fingertip, exhibited visible web-like cracks akin to those formed on an ice pillar pierced by a heated iron rod. These fissures rapidly spread throughout the entirety of the sword energy, causing its previously solid structure to tremble violently, twist, and ultimately disintegrate. What? Xiao Qian's pupils constricted to pinpoints, his cold and cruel smile froze entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and disbelief. Gripping the flying snow sword, he acutely felt an indescribable, terrifying backlash emanating from the blade, as his all-out avalanche sword energy was being ruthlessly torn apart from within by a force far sharper and purer than his own. Hold steady. Xiao Qian's eyes widened with fury as he frantically invoked secret techniques, igniting his essence blood once more in a desperate attempt to stabilize the sword energy. Yet, it was too late. Lin Feng's two fingers, poised together, did not shatter under the immense pressure of collision. Instead, they seemed to be tempered further, becoming even more solidified. His gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well, with only the vast sword intent boiling like fire. Break! A low yet resolute command echoed, imbued with an indomitable will. Boom! The blue-white avalanche sword energy, which had been in a stalemate for less than a breath, finally shattered completely, exploding into countless chaotic, ice-blue sparks and violent gusts of freezing air, scattering in all directions. The shockwave swept across the ground, lifting and shattering the thick ice layer, stirring up a blizzard of ice fragments and dust. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's faint golden fingertip, having pierced through the avalanche sword energy, although dimmed considerably, still retained its momentum, tracing a perfectly straight trajectory to precisely strike the tip of the flying snow sword that followed closely behind the sword energy. Clang! Another resounding and resonant crash filled the air. Buzzing! The low-grade spiritual weapon, the flying snow sword, emitted a painful and intense tremor. The blade quivered violently, its blue-white radiance flickering erratically. Xiao Qian felt an unimaginable, razor-sharp force crash violently into his arms along the sword's body, a tearing pain emanating from his palms, causing them to rupture and bleed profusely. It felt as though he had been dealt a heavy blow, and with a muffled groan, he stumbled backward uncontrollably, taking 3 steps back. Each step left deep imprints on the frozen ground, his vitality surging chaotically, and the enhancement from his secret technique showed signs of instability. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, barely managing to keep the flying snow sword from slipping from his grasp. Looking down, his pupils constricted once more. He beheld a fine yet distinctly visible crack on the crystalline blade of the flying snow sword, resembling a cold spring, right where it had collided with Lin Feng's fingertip. Despite its diminutive size, this was a low-grade spiritual weapon. How could it have been forced to crack by a mere fingertip? In contrast, Lin Feng, after shattering the sword energy and striking the sword tip, merely swayed slightly before firmly establishing his stance, as if his feet had taken root in the ground, unmoving. He slowly retracted his right hand, and a drop of crimson blood gradually oozed from the tips of his joined index and middle fingers, dripping down, evidently, to clash with the ethereal sword using mere flesh and bone. Even with the enhancement of sword intent, he was not unscathed. His fingers were likely shaken to the core. Yet, that was the extent of his injuries. He stood his ground, blood seeping from his fingertips, his complexion paler than before, and his breath slightly quickened. However, his straightened spine and tranquil gaze seemed to silently declare a fact that rendered the entire arena hushed. He had withstood Xiao Qian's most formidable third strike. Furthermore, in this straightforward confrontation, with his cultivation at the initial stage of qi gathering, he had managed to withstand Xiao Qian, whose power was amplified by secret techniques to the perfected realm of furnace cultivation, wielding a spiritual weapon. Remarkably, Xiao Qian was pushed back 3 steps, his grip fractured, and his weapon damaged, while he himself had merely bled from his fingertips, not retreating an inch. This was not merely surviving. It was a clear indication of having the upper hand. The silence was shattered, replaced by an overwhelming surge of gasps and exclamations that swept through the courtyard like a tsunami. Did I not see correctly? Young Master Xiao Qian was actually pushed back? His snowfall sword seems to be cracked. Lin Feng only has blood seeping from his fingertip? He remained standing. To confront the perfected realm of furnace cultivation while being at the qi gathering stage and still gain an advantage in a direct collision? How could this be possible? This individual is undoubtedly a monster. All the guests, whether they had previously looked down upon, felt sympathy for, or were merely spectators, now found themselves engulfed in profound shock and absurdity. This scene before them completely overturned their understanding. They had heard of battles across realms, but to see someone at the Qi gathering stage contend with the perfected furnace cultivation and emerge superior in a head-on clash was akin to a myth. Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan were rendered speechless, fixating their gaze on the blood-dripping gray-clad youth as if attempting to see through him once more. The satisfaction on Zhao's face froze entirely, morphing into boundless fear and confusion. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yi Qingshan abruptly rose from his seat, toppling the teacup beside him without a hint of awareness, his face etched with shock and disbelief, along with a hint of profound regret that he himself had not yet recognized. Xiao Chun clutched the fractured snowfall sword, feeling the searing pain in his grip and the tumultuous energy within him, gazing at Lin Feng, who merely bled from his fingertip, while the surrounding crowd erupted in uncontrolled astonishment and exclamations. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury, threatening to consume his rationality, erupted within him like a volcano. His face flushed with a mix of red and blue, veins bulging on his forehead. "You seek death." He nearly forced these 3 words from the depths of his throat, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, his chaotic aura surging once more, as he resolved to disregard everything and strike again. Chapter 40. The Elder's Intervention. The banquet disperses. You seek death. The 3 words that Xiao Chen squeezed from his throat, infused with overwhelming humiliation and murderous intent, erupted like the roar of a wounded beast in the silent courtyard. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Lin Feng, who only bled from his fingertip, his expression still calm, while the fury within him threatened to burn away his sanity. The pain from the cracking of his mouth, the fissures on the blade of his spiritual sword, the turmoil of his vital energy caused by the backlash of forbidden techniques, and the unyielding gazes surrounding him, filled with astonishment and subtle shifts, struck him like a series of slaps, harshly landing on the face of this proud son of heaven. Throughout his life, Xiao Chun had never faced such a setback, especially at the hands of a despicable and lowly son-in-law whom he had never regarded with the slightest respect. If he did not eliminate this person on the spot, tearing him into countless fragments, how would he, Xiao Chun, ever establish himself in the falling Cloud City? What dignity would remain for the Xiao family? Buzz. Ignoring the injuries within his body and the instability of his true energy, he forcefully activated the profound ice true technique. The already cracked snowfall sword in his hand once again blazed with a piercing blue-white radiance, more frenzied, yet also more unstable than before. A destructive aura, more perilous than an avalanche and devoid of restraint, began to coalesce at the tip of his sword. The ice beneath his feet shattered with a sharp crack, evidently indicating that he was about to employ a forbidden move of even greater cost and power. "Chinner, cease this." At this critical juncture, a venerable yet commanding voice resonated, akin to the solemn tolling of a bell, suddenly emanating from the direction of the Xiao family's seating. The voice was not loud, yet it possessed a unique penetrating quality and a soothing rhythm that instantly quelled the tense atmosphere of impending violence and caused the frenzied Xiao Chun to halt abruptly. From a seemingly inconspicuous corner, an elderly man clad in gray robes, who had been quietly seated behind Xiao Chun, slowly rose. This elder had a gaunt visage, deeply etched wrinkles, and hair as white as snow. He appeared ordinary, yet his eyes, when they opened and closed, held a profound brilliance, and his aura was as deep as an abyss. He had remained low-key and silent until this moment, revealing his presence. It was none other than the protector elder accompanying Xiao Chun, Xiao Yuanshan, a seasoned expert who had long since entered the Yuanfu realm. In just a few strides, Xiao Yuanshan arrived at Xiao Chen's side, placing a seemingly casual, withered hand upon Xiao Chen's wrist that gripped the sword. Xiao Chun felt a gentle, yet overwhelming surge of pure true energy flow into his meridians, instantly calming the chaotic turbulence within him, while silently dissipating the dangerous power coalescing at the tip of his sword. "Elder," Xiao Chen growled unwillingly, his eyes filled with confusion and indignation. Xiao Yuanshan did not meet his gaze. Instead, his deep eyes first scanned Lin Feng, lingering for a moment on his tranquil face and bloodied fingertips. A flicker of profound surprise and scrutiny passing through his gaze before he withdrew it, turning towards the main seat with a formulaic, apologetic smile. His voice calm yet imbued with undeniable weight. "Lord Yi, esteemed guests, I beg your pardon." Chinner, in his youthful exuberance, has momentarily lost his composure in his eagerness to win. "I hope for your understanding." He gently patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his tone becoming grave, yet carrying the authority of an elder. "Chun'er, the agreement of 3 exchanges has elapsed, and Lin has already accepted. As members of the Xiao family, we must honor our words. This matter ends here." Xiao Chun trembled all over, blood rushing to his face, his teeth clenched so tightly that his lips bled. He understood the elder's intent. If he continued to entangle himself in this matter today, regardless of victory or defeat, both the Xiao family and he himself would suffer further disgrace. The fact that Lin Feng had accepted the 3 exchanges was undeniable in front of all witnesses. To continue fighting would mean they could not afford to lose. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, as his chest heaved violently. At last, with great difficulty, he gradually restrained the overwhelming intent to kill and the sword energy emanating from him. He abruptly turned his head, no longer gazing at Lin Feng, yet his rigid silhouette spoke volumes of his unresolved fury. Xiao Yuanshan then offered a slight nod to Yi Qingshan. "Master Yi, today is indeed your birthday celebration. The commotion has escalated beyond our intentions. As for the subsequent matters, I kindly ask you to make the decision, as the Xiao family shall refrain from further involvement." His words were meticulously crafted, preserving the dignity of the Xiao family while deftly returning the proverbial hot potato back to Yi Qingshan, simultaneously indicating that the Xiao family would withdraw from this affair. The pressure instantaneously shifted back onto Yi Qingshan. All eyes in the courtyard turned towards the birthday celebrant, the head of the Yi family. Yi Qingshan's countenance transformed from initial shock and complexity to a tempestuous mixture of pallor and anger. He beheld the devastated courtyard, the shattered stone pillars, the frost-laden ground, and the gray-clad youth standing there, seemingly at the very heart of the turmoil, yet detached from it all. His head throbbed painfully, and his heart was a tumult of confusion. How to deal with Lin Feng? Public punishment? On what grounds? The accusations of theft had been debunked, and the 3 strikes of the family law executed by Xiao Chun had already failed. The strength and potential Lin Feng had displayed had astonished everyone present. Should he attempt to deal with him forcefully, it would not only be difficult to justify, but might also irrevocably push this evidently secretive youth, whose future was boundless, into opposition, potentially attracting the covetous eyes of other factions, which would be detrimental to the Yi family. Yet, if he chose not to act, the Yi family's reputation would be thoroughly tarnished today. With the matriarch's false accusations, the guards rendered useless, and the birthday banquet thrown into disarray, what authority would he, as the family head, retain? How could the Yi family continue to establish itself in Luoyun City? Yi Qingshan wrestled internally, his gaze fleeting over the pale and trembling Zhao clan member, then across the inscrutable expressions of Wang Jinshan, Li Zhan, and the venerable elder Chun, who was currently stroking his beard in contemplation, along with the varied expressions of the guests filling the courtyard. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, seemingly expending all his strength, and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet clear, resonating throughout the gathering. "The events of today have been mired in misunderstandings, disrupting your enjoyment. I, Yi, am deeply ashamed." He paused momentarily, struggling to continue. "Lin Feng, you shall return to the side courtyard for now. Without my command, you are not to leave." This decree was so lenient, it was tantamount to no punishment at all. Merely confining him to the side courtyard, it sounded more like a temporary isolation than a penalty. Upon hearing this, Zhao raised her head sharply, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, opening her mouth to protest, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Yi Qingshan. Xiao Chun, with his back turned to the assembly, trembled slightly, yet chose not to turn around. Wang Jinshan and Li Zhan exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Yi Qingshan was fearful, a reluctant decision made in the face of circumstances, opting for a temporary cold treatment. The guests in the courtyard displayed a myriad of expressions, whispering amongst themselves. Their gazes towards Lin Feng had transformed entirely from the beginning of the banquet, now laden with curiosity, wariness, scrutiny, and even a trace of reverence. Lin Feng, upon hearing the words, maintained a tranquil expression, merely casting a calm glance at Yi Qingshan, surveying the entire assembly, before his gaze lingered slightly on Xiao Qin's rigid back and the elder from the Xiao family. He remained silent, refraining from any argument, simply tending to the wound on his fingertip with his uninjured hand before turning away and stepping forward. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he retraced his steps through the disheveled courtyard, making his way toward the corner gate leading to the secluded backyard. His silhouette stood tall, and his strides were steady, as if the earlier harrowing confrontation had merely been a leisurely stroll after a meal. With his departure, the taut atmosphere in the courtyard gradually relaxed, only to be replaced by an ineffable awkwardness and silence. The exquisite dishes had long since cooled, shattered cups lay unattended, and the damaged stone pillars along with the frost scattered on the ground bore witness to the recent turmoil. The guests exchanged glances, their appetite for festivity extinguished. Yi Qingshan wearily rubbed his brow, mustering his strength as he clasped his hands before the assembled guests, his voice hoarse. The birthday banquet concludes here for today. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality. Feel free to leave. Thus, a celebration that should have been joyous and lively ended in disarray, amidst a flurry of chaos. Chapter 41. The stillness of night. The night enveloped the Yi family mansion in a heavy darkness. The clamor of the daytime birthday celebration, the clash of swords, and the murmurs of the crowd had receded like a tide, leaving behind the unique, eerie stillness of the grand estate. In a corner of the courtyard, a low, dilapidated woodshed appeared more like a neglected nook in the darkness. The paper on the windows had torn significantly, allowing the night breeze to enter. Carrying the chill of late autumn, Lin Feng sat cross-legged atop a familiar pile of hay, his back against the cold earthen wall. The shed remained unlit, with only a few strands of cold moonlight filtering through the broken window, casting mottled shadows on the ground. He slowly raised his right hand, examining it in the moonlight. The wounds at the tips of his index and middle fingers had stopped bleeding, congealed with dark crimson scabs, yet a dull ache persisted deep within the bones, accompanied by mild swelling. Even with the protection of the Tsang Jun sword intent, the burden of clashing with a spiritual weapon was still too great for his body, which was still in the qi-gathering realm. The events of the day flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. The venomous accusations from the Zhao family, Zhao Hu's ferocious assault, Yi Qingshan's indifference, Xiao Chen's condescending 3-moves challenge, and the final clash between the avalanche-inducing sword strike and the mountain-shattering finger. Lin Feng's gaze remained calm and undisturbed in the darkness. There was no exhilaration from defeating a formidable foe, nor was there resentment towards the injustices faced by the Yi family, only a sense of detachment and contemplation born from the vicissitudes of life. To him, these were merely specks of dust on the path of the sword. What truly occupied his thoughts was the peculiar disturbance of the 9 Hells sword within him during the battle, as well as the pressure exerted by Xiao Chen's final strike, which seemed to have subtly awakened something within. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking deep within. The vital energy expended during the fierce combat was gradually being replenished through the operation of the qi-gathering chapter of the Tsang Jun sword classic, drawing in the thin spiritual energy from the surroundings. The residual chilling aura from Xiao Chen's profound ice sword energy in his meridians was also being gradually refined and dispelled by his pure Tsang Jun true energy. The wounds at his fingertips tingled and itched under the nurturing of true energy, slowly healing. However, as he directed his focus toward the depths of his dantian, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The silent specter of the 9 Hells sword, which typically floated in tranquil stillness, now trembled ever so slightly. The second chaotic chain that coiled around the sword's body appeared clearer than during the day's battle, vibrating with a peculiar frequency, as if the blurred ancient runes upon it had come to life, glimmering with an imperceptible ghostly light. A deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of a sound emanating from the depths of the soul, spread with the tremors of the chain. Simultaneously, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sense of summons, akin to the distant glimmer of a lighthouse, pierced through the infinite expanse of time and the barriers of flesh, directly illuminating his consciousness. The direction was southwest. This sense of summons was neither a voice nor an image, but rather a subtle pull, a resonance and yearning originating from a shared power. It was not forceful, yet exceptionally persistent, as if silently conveying a message, guiding him toward something. A grand opportunity in the southwest? Lin Feng mused, recalling the vast, desolate landscape that had manifested when the chain stirred. There must be a connection between the two. The second chain of the 9 Hells sword seemed to sense something of profound significance to either itself or him, located in the southwestern direction. This revelation clarified his original plan. The Yi family was no longer a place for him to linger. Departure was inevitable, and the summons from the southwest could serve as the next objective. Just as he was keenly attuned to this sense of summons, attempting to discern further information, a sound, almost indistinguishable from the rustling of leaves in the night breeze, reached his keen ears from outside the woodshed. Lin Feng's mind sharpened, and he immediately withdrew from his introspective state, heightening all his senses to their utmost. He remained seated with closed eyes, breathing steadily and deeply, seemingly immersed in healing and cultivation, yet his entire being was coiled like a lurking leopard, silently tense. The heightened perception brought by the Tsang Jun sword cannon, far surpassing that of his peers, combined with the battle instincts honed in his previous life, granted him acute awareness of the subtle movements around him. The sound of the night wind brushing against the overgrown grass in the courtyard, the distant echoes of a watchman's clapper, and the low chirping of insects under the eaves formed a natural background against which he distinctly detected several disparate presences, like stones cast into a still lake. One presence lurked beneath the shadow of the wall in the southeast corner of the courtyard, exuding a chilling and obscure aura, tinged with a faint scent of blood. Its cultivation level approximately mid-stage, gathering chi, yet adept at concealing itself. Another was crouched within the lush branches of an old locust tree to the northwest of the woodshed. Its aura even more elusive, nearly merging with the tree itself, possessing a slightly higher cultivation level, around late-stage gathering chi. A third presence lingered farther away, seemingly hovering near the moon gate leading to the outside world, its aura dense and intermittent, at least early-stage furnace nurturing, carrying a trained, formulaic air characteristic of a family guard. The three presences formed a triangular formation, subtly encompassing the corner of the courtyard where the woodshed was located. They exhibited remarkable patience, almost devoid of any superfluous movements. Had Lin Feng not possessed extraordinary perception, and had they not imperfectly concealed themselves, it would have been difficult to notice them. Surveillance. And not from a single party. Lin Feng chuckled coldly within. Yi Qingshan, indeed, would not genuinely let his guard down. It was entirely expected that he would dispatch someone to keep watch. The aura characteristic of the furnace realm was likely that of a protector from the Yi family. The other two cold, sinister presences, emanating a scent of blood, did not resemble the conduct of the Yi family's formal guardians. The one in the later stages of the energy-gathering realm exhibited remarkable stealth, unlike an ordinary servant. Was it an unyielding member of the Zhao family, seeking clandestine assistance? Or perhaps other entities interested in the events of today, or in Lin Feng himself? The Shao family? The Wang family? The Li family? Or other hidden figures lurking in Luoyun City? All possibilities remained open. At this moment, he resembled a piece of raw jade suddenly exposed to the gaze of the world. Still bearing the stigma of a son-in-law and the troubles of the Yi family, yet the potential and secrets he exhibited were sufficient to attract various interests. Whether through benevolent recruitment or malicious scrutiny, or even the possibility of someone attempting to exploit his vulnerability, none of it was surprising. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze sparkled like a cold star, devoid of any ripples. The faint pain in his fingertips, the distant summons, and the surveillance from the shadows all coalesced into a thread of resolve beneath his calm eyes. He closed his eyes again, feigning ignorance of the external world, and continued to circulate his energy for healing. However, a fragment of his consciousness remained alert, akin to the most vigilant sentinel, monitoring the slightest shift in those three auras. The night stretched on. Within the woodshed, silence reigned, save for the steady rhythm of the young man's breathing. Outside, the night wind wailed, shadows of trees danced gracefully, and several concealed figures melded with the darkness, patiently watching and waiting. An invisible undercurrent stirred quietly in this secluded corner of the courtyard. Chapter 42. Silver Gift. To light the way the next morning, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of pale golden light flickered in his gaze before subsiding into the depths of tranquil stillness. After a night of recuperation, the pain and swelling in his fingertips had largely dissipated. The true energy of the Zhangjuan Sword Classic had circulated through several cycles, not only replenishing the energy expended in the fierce battle of the previous day, but also refining its essence under the pressure of life and death, deepening his comprehension of the Zhangjuan sword intent. His cultivation in the initial stage of the energy-gathering realm had been thoroughly solidified. He listened intently. Outside the woodshed, the three watchful auras still lingered, albeit more concealed than the previous night, their positions having shifted silently. The Yi family's furnace realm guardian, the cold presence in the mid-stage of the energy-gathering realm, and the adeptly hidden individual in the later stages of the energy-gathering realm lay in wait, like patient hunters, lurking in the shadows. Lin Feng remained impassive, rising to brush off the grass clippings that clung to him. The woodshed remained cold and dilapidated, yet it was merely a temporary refuge for him. The call from the southwest had grown clearer in the morning light, akin to a distant, faint morning bell urging him onward. Just as he prepared to stretch his limbs as usual, the creaky, dilapidated wooden door of the woodshed was gently pushed open from the outside by a soft, yet irresistible force. There were no footsteps, no fluctuations in breath. It was as if the door had opened of its own accord. Morning light poured in, outlining a slender figure standing in the doorway against the light. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown adorned with faint silver cloud patterns, it shimmered with a cool radiance in the morning glow. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, partially held back by a simple white jade hairpin, the rest cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her visage remained exquisite, yet veiled beneath an impenetrable frost. Her gaze was clear yet indifferent. She was Yi Lingxi. She appeared abruptly at the entrance of the woodshed, as though she had traversed the watchful eyes of onlookers. Silent and unseen, Lin Feng halted his movements, lifting his gaze to meet hers, devoid of any expression of surprise, merely observing with tranquility, awaiting her words. Regarding this nominal wife, he felt no ripples of emotion within, only a slight scrutiny born from her complex demeanor. Yi Lingxi's eyes swept across the modest confines of the woodshed, pausing for a fleeting moment on Lin Feng's face, seemingly seeking something in his gaze. But there lay only an unfathomable calm. A barely perceptible furrow appeared on her brow before she restored her icy demeanor. You have incurred a grave disaster. She spoke directly, her voice resonating like the clash of jade, crisp yet laced with chill, devoid of any preamble. This mirrored her rare visit the previous night to deliver medicine. Her demeanor equally frigid, yet today her words bore a more unvarnished implication. Lin Feng regarded her in silence, offering no reply. Yi Lingxi seemed unperturbed by his lack of response, continuing to articulate in that cool tone, as if recounting a fact unrelated to herself, yet necessitating a reminder. Xiao Chun is a man who harbors grudges. Yesterday, you humiliated him publicly, stripping him of his dignity and damaging his treasured sword. He will not let this slide. The Xiao family would never allow an outsider, burdened with secrets and extraordinary potential, who had become an implacable enemy of Xiao Chun, to thrive in Falling Cloud City. They adhered to the principle of nipping threats in the bud. Her gaze appeared to pierce through the walls of the woodshed, perceiving the lurking danger outside. Do you think only the Yi family is watching you? Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, indicating that Yi Lingxi had sensed something, or perhaps she possessed greater knowledge. The Yi family cannot protect you, nor do they genuinely wish to. A hint of derision tinged Yi Lingxi's tone, whether directed at the Yi family or the current predicament was unclear. My father argued with several clan elders until the early hours last night. The outcome was merely a cold resolution, confining you here. This is nothing more than a delay, not a solution. She paused, fixing her gaze on Lin Feng, articulating each word with precision. If you remain in Falling Cloud City, your demise is certain. The methods of the Xiao family exceed your imagination. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, or on some evening when you let your guard down, the threat will descend. Finally, Lin Feng spoke, his voice tranquil. So leave. Yi Lingxi declared decisively, urging him to depart Falling Cloud City while the Xiao family had yet to mobilize greater forces. While others were still weighing their options, the farther away, the better. From her ample sleeve, she produced a gray cloth bundle, small yet seemingly substantial. With a flick of her wrist, the bundle floated towards Lin Feng, landing upon the haystack before him with a soft thud. Inside, there are 100 taels of exchangeable silver notes, redeemable at most banks across provinces. Also included is a rudimentary map of the surrounding regions. Yi Lingxi elucidated, her tone remaining devoid of warmth. The funds may be modest, but sufficient to secure your initial footing and facilitate your journey. The map indicates relatively safe routes and the locations of major cities. Lin Feng refrained from immediately touching the bundle, instead gazing at Yi Lingxi, posing a question akin to one he had asked before. Why help me? During the last delivery of medicine, he inquired why she had only now spoken, and she departed in silence. This time, he asked why she was assisting him. Yi Lingxi once more fell into silence. The morning light cast a gentle shadow across her exquisitely beautiful profile, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly. In her cold, clear gaze, an intricate array of emotions seemed to surge for a fleeting moment, only to be swiftly encased in a deeper layer of ice. It is not for your sake. She averted her eyes, gazing out at the desolate courtyard beyond the shattered window. Her voice softened, yet carried a greater sense of detachment. I merely wish to prevent the downfall of the Yi family due to you, and to avoid unnecessary troubles entangling me. This rationale, while seemingly logical, bore an air of implausibility. She paused, as if feeling she had said all that was necessary, and turned to leave. Leave within 3 days. She delivered this final admonition. Almost like an order, her white dress billowing slightly as she, like an ethereal presence, silently exited the woodshed. Her figure soon vanished into the morning mist and the chaotic scenery of the courtyard, as if she had never been there at all. The door of the woodshed closed once more, leaving behind the gray cloth package on the ground and a faint, elusive chill in the air. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon the package, his expression profound. He absorbed Yi Lingxi's warning. The threats posed by Xiao Chun and the Xiao family had long been anticipated. However, hearing them confirmed by Yi Lingxi rendered the danger all the more imminent. Time was of the essence, with merely 3 days remaining. He approached the pile of hay, bending to retrieve the gray cloth package, its weight slightly heavy in his hands. He did not open it immediately, merely running his fingers over the coarse fabric. Inside lay 100 taels of silver notes and a map, rather than assistance. This seemed more a form of severance pay, a compensation delineating boundaries, or perhaps a complex conclusion from Yi Lingxi. What was she truly contemplating? Was she merely afraid of implicating the Yi family and herself, or were there deeper secrets at play? Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing these inconsequential thoughts. Regardless, this timely gift was fortuitous. To depart from Luoyun City and seek opportunities in the southwest, he would require both funds and guidance. He set the package aside without immediate inspection. The pressing concern was to eliminate the final threats within these 3 days and then depart quietly. He resumed his seated posture, closing his eyes, though his senses had already silently locked onto the lingering presences outside the woodshed, particularly that chilling aura tinged with the scent of blood, emanating from a mid-stage gathering of energy. Chapter 43. The manifestation of the 9 provinces. As the morning light grew stronger, it filtered through the broken window of the woodshed, casting slanted beams upon the dust-laden floor, where minute particles danced in the illumination. Lin Feng sat cross-legged atop the haystack, his gaze resting upon the gray cloth package at his side. After Yi Lingxi's departure, he refrained from immediate inspection, instead continuing to meditate for half an hour, fine-tuning his state to perfection while meticulously sensing the movements of the lurking presences outside. Once he confirmed that there were no abnormalities, he reached for the package. It felt notably weighty in his grasp, the fabric a common coarse cotton, stitched tightly and neatly, devoid of any markings. Untying the fastenings, he unveiled the contents. The first sight that greeted him was a neatly folded stack of robust mulberry paper. The paper, slightly yellowed and with edges showing signs of wear, evidently bears the marks of time. This is the map referred to by Yi Lingxi. He carefully removed the map, placing it upon his lap to unfold. The map is quite large, measuring approximately 2 feet square when fully extended. While not exquisitely detailed, the outlines of mountains, rivers, cities, and roads are distinctly marked. It employs a technique that combines charcoal and vermilion, with black lines delineating the terrain and red dots indicating major towns, accompanied by small annotations in ink. Lin Feng's gaze first settled on the central lower portion of the map. There, in slightly larger ink characters, the name Luoyun City was inscribed, accompanied by a small leaf-shaped mark, presumably indicating the Yi family. Surrounding Luoyun City, smaller black dots and place names scattered across the map, representing nearby villages and towns, some of which he had heard of, while others were entirely unfamiliar. His attention then shifted beyond Luoyun City. The eastern and northern regions are annotated with relative detail, featuring numerous cities and a dense network of roads, with mentions of places such as Qingzhou and Lanzhou. These locations are not particularly distant from Luoyun City, clearly familiar territories for the Yi family or the practitioners of Luoyun City. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the southwestern portion of the map. There, vast areas are outlined with bold black lines, depicting undulating mountain ranges, along with shadows representing deserts and marshes. The towns marked here are sparse and distant from one another, rendering the landscape desolate and expansive. At the edge of this vast region, approximately 1,000 miles southwest of Luoyun City, a larger area is circled in striking vermilion, devoid of detailed topography, only bearing its name. The 4 archaic characters inscribed boldly read, Da Huang Jiuzhou. Beside the 4 characters, a line of tiny, meticulous script provides an annotation. Song, Yun, Lan, Li, Yin, Yu, Xian, Gu, Ling. The 9 prefectures stand side by side, with boundless territories, sex aplenty, monstrous beasts rampant. Peril and opportunity coexist. As Lin Feng beheld the words Da Huang Jiuzhou, a sudden resonance echoed from the depths of his dantian. As the ethereal shadow of the 9 hells soared, vibrated with clarity, infused with a yearning and resonance. The second chaotic chain entwined around it shimmered with a ghostly light. The call emanating from the depths of his soul became unmistakably clear and intensely strong. It is there. The direction of the summons pointed directly southwest. The area marked as Da Huang Jiuzhou lies precisely in the southwestern direction from Luoyun City, distant and fraught with unknown dangers, yet ripe with the potential for great fortune. Understanding dawned upon Lin Feng. The opportunity, sensed by the 9 hells, sword resides within that vast, legendary expanse of Da Huang Jiuzhou. This aligns perfectly with his plan to leave Luoyun City in pursuit of broader horizons. He carefully set the map aside and turned his attention to another item within the package. It consisted of several resilient banknotes, their edges adorned with intricate security patterns. The topmost note bore a value of 50 taels, followed by 2 notes of 20 taels each, and 1 note of 10 taels, totaling 100 taels. The banknotes appeared pristine, the ink vivid, issued by the largest bank in Luoyun City, Tongbao Silver Bank, redeemable at its branches spread across various states and counties. This sum of money, for the common folk, constitutes a considerable fortune, sufficient to ensure several years of untroubled sustenance. For lower-tier cultivators, it represents a significant initial investment, ample enough to procure essential elixirs, weaponry, and talismans, as well as cover the expenses of long journeys. Yi Lingxi's generous gift, seemingly a cold detachment, is in fact quite thoughtful. The currency alleviates survival and travel concerns, while the map delineates both direction and potential perilous zones. Notably, the annotations regarding the Great Wasteland's 9 provinces on the map may well surpass the value of the 100 taels of silver. Lin Feng meticulously rewrapped the banknotes and the map, securing them closely to his person. His expression remained composed, yet his mind had already devised a clear plan. Departing from Luoyun City, he would venture towards the Great Wasteland's 9 provinces, in pursuit of the opportunities hinted at by the 9 Hells sword. Embarking on the true path of the sword. This was an inevitable choice. However, before his departure, one matter must be addressed: the hidden threat of the Zhao clan. This woman harbors a narrow-mindedness and a vengeful disposition, prone to retaliate at the slightest provocation. Yesterday, at the birthday banquet, her meticulously orchestrated scheme of slander was publicly unveiled by him, resulting in her utter humiliation and the establishment of a mortal enmity. Given her temperament, it is implausible that she would acquiesce merely due to Yi Qingshan's admonition to confine her to the side courtyard. She undoubtedly possesses a contingency plan, and it will likely manifest swiftly and ruthlessly. The 3-day warning issued by Yi Lingxi may not merely indicate the potential for the Zhao clan to act, but rather that the Zhao clan may not be able to restrain themselves within that time frame. Among the observers outside, the chilling aura, reeking of blood, emanating from a mid-stage Qi gathering realm practitioner is highly likely to be one of Zhao's clandestinely arranged agents. Even the other individual, adept at concealment and in the late stages of Qi gathering, may also be linked. Without eliminating this threat, future troubles will be inexhaustible. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He wished to avoid the necessity of constantly guarding against hidden arrows while on his journey, and sought to deny Zhao any opportunity to involve innocence in her frenzied retaliation, such as his bedridden biological father. He must thoroughly resolve this venomous woman before his departure. At the very least, he must sever her grasping tendrils and impart an unforgettable lesson, rendering her incapable and lacking the audacity to pursue him further. How to resolve this? A direct confrontation? Unwise, as the Yi family's defenses are formidable, and it would leave incriminating evidence, resulting in a relentless feud that would hinder his discreet exit. Thus, he must lure the snake from its den, or bide his time like a patient hunter. Lin Feng closed his eyes once more, his spirit akin to the most precise radar, locking onto the cold aura emanating from the southeast corner beneath the wall outside the woodshed. Simultaneously, the Zhangjuan sword classic within him began to circulate quietly, and as his vital energy flowed, the last remnants of stagnation from his fingertip injury were thoroughly dispelled, restoring him to peak condition. He was now poised for action. What remained was to await a suitable opportunity, or to create one. Like the most patient of hunters, he sat quietly in the dilapidated woodshed, attuned to every subtle shift in the external environment. The daylight hours passed slowly in what appeared to be tranquil meditation and anticipation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the surroundings. The light within the woodshed gradually dimmed. Night was fast approaching. Chapter 44. The hidden thread of the night. The night enveloped the Yi family estate like thick ink, saturating it completely. In the daylight, the secluded courtyard still held a semblance of life, but now it lay shrouded in silence and desolation. The dilapidated woodshed loomed like a beast lurking in the shadows, with only a few pale beams of moonlight filtering through the broken window seams, casting cold silver lines upon the ground. Inside the shed, Lin Feng remained awake, seated cross-legged atop a pile of hay. His eyes were gently closed, his breathing long and even, appearing to have entered a profound state of meditation. Yet, his senses were keenly attuned, like the most delicate spider's web, silently enveloping every inch of the 10-foot radius surrounding the woodshed. During the day, the 3 presences that watched from outside had changed shifts but remained ever vigilant. The guards of the Yi family, steadfast in their duty, stood like nails by the moon gate. An adept of the late stage of Qi gathering, skilled in concealment, lay hidden within the old locust tree, his aura nearly indistinguishable from the tree's nocturnal essence, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. However, what concerned Lin Feng most was the cold, bloodthirsty aura emanating from the southeast corner, beneath the wall's edge. This individual exhibited remarkable patience, remaining motionless for nearly an entire day, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Time trickled away, and the hour of the rat approached. The night wind began to rise, stirring the wild grass in the courtyard, while the branches of the old locust tree whispered softly, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. At that moment, beneath his gently lowered eyelids, a flicker of light sparked in Lin Feng's gaze. They had arrived, not the presence beneath the wall, but rather a new, malevolent energy that seeped in from the direction of the outer wall, like ripples on water. Two of them. Their auras were dense and chaotic, imbued with the ferocity and bloodiness characteristic of brigands, both at the chi-gathering stage, one in the mid-stage, the other in the late stage. Their movements were remarkably deft. Rather than scaling the wall directly, they utilized the shadows of the outer wall and the cover of the night wind, gliding along the base like phantoms, landing soundlessly. Had it not been for Lin Feng's extraordinary perception surpassing that of his peers, he might have remained oblivious. More importantly, when these two brigands' auras manifested, the cold presence at the wall's corner quivered imperceptibly, as if greeting them, confirming their identities. Indeed, they were part of the same faction, or perhaps they were merely reinforcements. A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's mind. The Zhao family's actions were swifter and more ruthless than he had anticipated. On just the first night, the external assistance she had summoned had already arrived, and not just one, but two chi-gathering brigands, collaborating with the eyes that had already been clandestinely monitoring him. It was evident they were determined to eliminate him completely this very night, within the confines of the woodshed. Flashes of rumors regarding the brigands around Luoyun City flickered through Lin Feng's mind. Over 100 miles west of the city lay the treacherous Black Wind Mountain Range, home to a band of brigands who thrived on robbery and illicit deeds, their leader reportedly possessing the cultivation level of a furnace guardian, infamous for his ruthlessness. It seemed that Zhao had invested heavily, allying herself with these desperate outlaws. At this moment, the two infiltrating brigands had completed their silent communication with the eyes at the wall's corner. Instead of rushing towards the woodshed immediately, they dispersed like seasoned hunters, utilizing the shadows of the wild grass and piles of debris to encircle the woodshed from two different directions, advancing stealthily. The movements were agile, and their coordination was seamless. Clearly seasoned in the clandestine art of nocturnal infiltration and nefarious deeds. Within the woodshed, Lin Feng remained in a meditative posture, utterly still, even his breathing rhythm unchanged. However, within him, the energy of the Tsang Jun sword classic was akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, gradually accelerating its flow. As the profound essence of the sword began to coalesce, brimming with latent power, the tingling sensation from the previous day's confrontation with the spiritual weapon had completely dissipated. His state now at its zenith. He resembled an unsuspecting stone, quietly awaiting the impending storm. The two bandits drew ever closer. Under the moonlight, their dark gray attires suited for nocturnal movement became faintly visible, their faces obscured by black cloth, revealing only their piercing, malevolent eyes. In their hands were standardized, elongated curved blades, glinting with a chilling azure hue under the moonlight, evidently poisoned or forged from some rare metal, designed specifically for armor-piercing lethality. They were merely 3 paces from the woodshed. Exchanging a glance, a surge of murderous intent ignited in their eyes, and they nodded in unison. Action. No shouts were uttered. Their communication was conveyed solely through expressions and eye contact. In the next instant, both figures sprang forth like arrows loosed from a bow, crashing directly into the already decaying wooden walls of the shed. Boom. Crack. With a thunderous impact, 2 large openings were violently forced into the walls of the shed by their ferocious energy. Wood splintered and dust swirled. Like ravenous wolves, the 2 fierce figures surged into the shed, reeking of blood and radiating a cold glint of steel, their target fixated on the meditative figure atop the pile of straw. The bandit on the left, in the mid-stage of energy gathering, aimed a vicious downward slash at Lin Feng's head, the blade cutting through the air with a chilling whistle. The bandit on the right, in the latter stage of energy gathering, executed a more devious horizontal sweep aimed at Lin Feng's waist, effectively blocking any escape route. Their movements perfectly synchronized. A surprise attack. A lethal ambush without warning. The blade's glint arrived in an instant, filling the cramped woodshed with a palpable aura of death and the stench of blood, completely enveloping Lin Feng. Just as the seated figure seemed destined to be dismembered by the chaotic barrage of blades, Lin Feng's eyes, which had been gently closed, suddenly snapped open. Within his gaze, a pale golden sword light erupted, akin to stars igniting in the dark night, cold yet resplendent. Chapter 45, Thunderous Night. Counterattack for evidence. At the moment the sword light flared in his eyes, time appeared to stretch. The bandit on the left swung his blade down toward Lin Feng's head, the edge grazing his tousled hair. The bandit on the right's blade aimed for his waist, its frigid air penetrating his thin garment. Death loomed perilously close. Yet, Lin Feng moved, not to evade, but to counterattack. His seated form sprang forth like a spring compressed to its limits, defying the odds as he surged forward. Not retreating but advancing into the path of the leftward blade, he sidestepped, stepped forward, twisted his waist, executing the movements in one fluid motion, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Simultaneously, his right hand, poised like a sword, sliced upward at an angle. There was no dazzling brilliance, no grand display, only a sudden flash of blinding white lightning at his fingertips, and a pale golden trajectory that tore through the air, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Swoosh! A faint sound echoed, so subtle it was nearly drowned by the wind of the blade. The bandit on the left, at the mid-stage of the chi-gathering realm, felt a sinister smile freeze on his face. Suddenly, a chill gripped his wrist, followed instantaneously by an unbearable agony that surged through his entire arm. He lowered his gaze, astonished to see a fine red line, as delicate as a hair, quietly manifesting at the wrist of his knife-wielding hand. In the next moment, his hand, which clutched the curved blade, was severed at the wrist, cascading blood as it fell aside. Consequently, the force of his downward strike diminished significantly, veering off course as it grazed Lin Feng's shoulder, merely tearing away a few shreds of fabric. "Ah, my hand." The belated wail escaped his throat just as Lin Feng's figure, akin to a specter, swept past him. The poised finger, still imbued with intent, traced a delicate arc in the air and, in a split second, struck towards the bandit's heart. A flash of brilliant white lightning flickered and vanished. Thud! A muffled sound resonated. The bandit's chest caved in abruptly, and a violent explosion of blood mist erupted from his back. His eyes bulged, filled with disbelief and terror. All movement, all sound ceased. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, akin to a ragged sack devoid of bones, his breath extinguished in an instant. 3 moves. No. To be precise, from the moment of eruption to the lethal strike, it was merely 2 actions executed in the blink of an eye. As the bandit on the left fell, the blade light from the bandit on the right, at the late stage of the chi-gathering realm, swept ominously towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's previous strength waned, and new power had yet to arise. He had just crossed paths with the left bandit, seemingly at his most vulnerable. The hardest moment to evade. The murderous glint in the bandit's eyes flared, believing he had found his opportunity, and his strike intensified. Aiming to cleave Lin Feng in 2. Die! He roared, his true energy surging as the eerie blue sheen on his blade intensified, evidently laced with potent poison. In a critical moment, Lin Feng, as if possessing eyes at his back, did not falter. Instead, he bent his waist in an astonishingly flexible motion, arching his upper body backward until it was nearly parallel to the ground. Whoosh! The poisoned curved blade swept past his nose, the razor-sharp air slicing through several strands of hair, the frigid aura causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Now's the moment. Utilizing the backward lean, Lin Feng pivoted on his left foot, forcefully launching his right foot against the ground, spinning like a top, transitioning from stillness to motion in an instant. Twisting his form to confront the bandit who was slightly leaning forward due to his excessive force. The bandit, having missed his strike, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Just as he contemplated a defensive maneuver, he was met with a visage so serene it was unnerving, expanding before him, accompanied by a finger radiating a piercing brilliance that seemed to stab at his very soul. Lin Feng's sword finger struck once more. This time, the fingertip was no longer merely a distilled sword intent, but was imbued with a ferocity, a swiftness akin to the thunder of the heavens. It was the newly conceived Song Lei style, a synthesis of the sword intent he grasped during his duel with Xiao Chun, combined with the instantaneous ferocity of lightning captured in battle. Thunderous, a low chant, reminiscent of a thunderous command. The sword finger tore through the air, indeed as swift as a lightning bolt. A radiant white light intertwined with pale gold surged across the short distance, targeting the bandit's throat. It was too fast. The bandit, Fei Xiao, felt a blinding flash before a chilling sensation gripped his throat, swiftly followed by an explosion of excruciating pain and an abyss of darkness. He barely had time to attempt a defensive maneuver. His protective energy was pierced as if it were mere paper. Gasping, he futilely clasped his gushing throat with both hands. His eyes filled with despair and bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how a mere novice in the chi-gathering stage could possess such terrifying speed and lethality. Lin Feng's figure drifted back, evading the splattering blood, landing steadily 3 paces away. Thud! The second bandit's corpse thudded heavily to the ground, the curved blade clattering loudly. A jarring sound in the stillness of the night. From the moment the two bandits had burst through the wall to their simultaneous demise, the entire ordeal transpired in less than 5 breaths. Inside the shed, the air thickened with the scent of blood, mingling with swirling dust. Lin Feng's face paled slightly, his breath quickening. The continuous execution of the thunderbolt technique had drained his energy significantly, especially as he pursued the pinnacle of speed and explosiveness, placing a considerable strain on his body, which had only recently breached the qi gathering stage. Yet, in comparison to the spoils reaped, this expenditure was trivial. His gaze turned icy, showing no signs of hesitation as he approached the two bodies. He first reached the corpse of the mid-stage qi gathering bandit, bending down to swiftly retrieve an oilcloth bag from his embrace. Upon opening it, he discovered several silver notes totaling approximately 200 taels, along with some fragments of low-grade spirit stones. This was likely a portion of the advance payment. Setting these aside, he continued his search. Soon, in a concealed inner pocket, his fingers brushed against a solid object. Upon extraction, it revealed a jade token, roughly the size of half a palm. The jade was unremarkable in quality, yet exquisitely carved. The front bore the character Zhao, while the back displayed an intricate depiction of a pavilion, the emblem of the Jin's courtyard, where the Zhao family resided within the Yi family estate. This was a token only held by the Zhao family's closest confidants. Indeed, Lin Feng's eyes grew colder. Gripping the jade token, he proceeded to the corpse of the late-stage qi gathering bandit. This individual possessed even more valuables, alongside the silver notes and spirit stones. There were several vials containing pungent poisons and healing elixirs. Within a leather pouch at his waist, Lin Feng uncovered a pivotal piece of evidence, a folded note. Unfolding the note, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the shattered window, he discerned several lines penned in a delicate yet ruthless script. At the hour of the rat tonight, in the shed of the side courtyard, take Lin Feng's life. Upon completion, 100 taels of gold shall be offered. This serves as proof. Zhao. Although the note bore no signature, the distinctive style of handwriting and the concluding character Zhao bore an uncanny resemblance to accounts penned by Zhao, a member of the Yi family's treasury. More importantly, the paper used for the note was a costly snow orchid paper, faintly scented, which was favored by Zhao for personal use. The silver notes and spirit stones served as an advance. The jade token confirmed identity. And this handwritten note, or penned by a close associate, stood as irrefutable evidence. Ah, Zhao, how impatient you are, fearing that the evidence might be insufficient. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, carefully stowing the note alongside the jade token and some of the silver notes, as material evidence, into his garments. After completing these tasks, he slowly straightened, his gaze sharp as he swept towards the outside of the shed. In the southeast corner, beneath the wall, an ominous chill, belonging to the Zhao clan's surveillance, surged momentarily after the demise of 2 bandit cultivators, only to swiftly retract and vanish into the distance. He has fled. Evidently, he has returned to relay the news. On the ancient locust tree, the concealed aura also quivered slightly, seemingly startled by the brief and bloody skirmish. Yet it did not depart. Towards the moon gate, the presence of the Leaf family's furnace guardians became acutely alert, clearly sensing the unusual commotion deep within the courtyard. Hesitating over whether to investigate, Lin Feng chose not to linger. This place was no longer safe. The scent of blood would soon attract more individuals. He cast one last glance at the lifeless bodies on the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Then in a flash, he melded into the night like a wisp of smoke, silently slipping through another hole in the firewood room, vanishing into the deeper, chaotic shadows of the courtyard with a few deft movements. The night breeze mournfully carried the fresh scent of blood towards the more central areas of the Leaf family estate. Chapter 46. Meeting the Patriarch in the Night. Expelling the true dragon. The night was profound, yet the study within the Leaf family's inner chambers was brightly illuminated. Yi Qingshan, draped in an outer robe, sat behind a spacious seated wood desk, his expression fluctuating with the flickering candlelight. Before him lay an open ledger. Though his gaze did not rest upon it, his fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table, producing a monotonous sound. Following the birthday banquet, the Leaf family had descended into a peculiar atmosphere. Beneath the surface calm, turbulent currents swirled. The attitude of the Shao family remained ambiguous, while the Wang and Li families sent condolence gifts laden with veiled meanings, and several elders within the clan voiced their discontent. Yet, what troubled him most was the suddenly unfamiliar and perilous son-in-law residing in the courtyard. Outside the patriarch's study, the old steward's cautious voice broke the silence, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Yi Qingshan furrowed his brow. At this hour, unless it were urgent, The steward would never intrude. What is it? Lin Feng seeks an audience, stating there is an urgent matter that requires immediate attention from the patriarch. The stewardess' voice dropped even lower. Lin Feng, why is he not remaining in the courtyard? What urgent business could compel him to come at this hour? A sense of foreboding rose within Yi Qingshan, and his expression darkened. Let him in. The study door creaked open, revealing Lin Feng clad in gray attire, seemingly carrying the chill of night dew. He entered calmly, his footsteps steady, yet under the candlelight, it became apparent that the hem of his garment was dusted with a hint of dirt, and his breath bore a barely detectable urgency, as though he had just undergone a vigorous ordeal. Father-in-law. Lin Feng came to a halt, offering a slight bow. His demeanor respectful, yet his tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yi Qingshan scrutinized him, refraining from inviting him to sit immediately. Why have you come at this late hour? You are meant to be under house arrest in the courtyard. Lin Feng met Yi Qingshan's gaze directly, not mincing words. Not long ago, 2 bandit cultivators from the Black Wind stronghold infiltrated the firewood room in the courtyard, intending to take my life. What? Yi Qingshan's pupils constricted, and he abruptly rose from his chair, the sound of it scraping against the floor piercing the stillness. Bandit cultivators from the Black Wind stronghold? They dare to commit such acts within the Leaf family estate? This is intolerable. If word were to spread, what face would the Leaf family have left? What are the guards doing? However, he immediately sensed something amiss, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Lin Feng. Where are the bandits? How did you escape? He could not fathom that Lin Feng could single-handedly confront 2 bandits skilled in the gathering chi realm, especially with the possibility of a late-stage expert among them. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, as if he were recounting a trivial matter unrelated to himself. The bandits have been slain by my hand within the woodshed. Slain. Yi Qingshan's voice abruptly escalated, filled with disbelief. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, as if searching for the slightest hint of deception upon his countenance. Slain 2 bandits of the gathering chi realm, one of whom might be a late-stage expert? Even though Lin Feng had displayed astonishing combat prowess the previous day, it had occurred amidst the scrutiny of many, and there had been an element of cunning involved. To think he could turn the tide against 2 ruthless bandits adept at ambush in the dead of night. The bodies still lie in the woodshed of the side courtyard. My father-in-law may dispatch someone to verify. Lin Feng's tone remained unchanged, yet I did not arrive here solely to report the attack. He reached into his bosom, and under Yi Qingshan's scrutinizing gaze, extracted several items and placed them upon the Zeton wood desk. A jade token intricately carved with the character Zhao and the emblem of the Jinshi courtyard. A folded sheet of snow orchid paper, faintly infused with a delicate fragrance. Several banknotes of varying denominations, totaling approximately 200 taels. Yi Qingshan's eyes fell upon these items, initially taken aback. As he discerned the design of the jade token and unfolded the sheet of snow orchid paper, recognizing the familiar, fierce handwriting and the concluding character Zhao. His complexion drained to a pallid hue, his fingers trembling violently from the force of his grip. The atmosphere in the study seemed to freeze instantaneously, with only the flickering candlelight casting an erratic glow upon Yi Qingshan's distorted visage, twisted in fury. Where did you procure these items? Yi Qingshan's voice emerged through clenched teeth, rife with suppressed rage. From the corpses of the bandits, Lin Feng replied calmly. The jade token is a symbol of trust from Lady Zhao's closest confidant. The handwriting and paper should be familiar to my father-in-law. The banknotes serve as a deposit. Witnesses and material evidence are all present. Bang! Yi Qingshan slammed his palm onto the desk with great force. The solid Zeton would surface cracking under the impact, causing the ink, brush, and paper to tremble violently. Vile woman. Foolish woman. His chest heaved violently, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. After being publicly humiliated at the birthday banquet the day before, he had anticipated that the Zhao clan would exhibit some restraint, at least in the short term. To his astonishment, she had proven to be so deranged, so foolish. Colluding with the infamous Black Wind bandits from outside the city to commit murder within her own home. This was nothing short of trampling the reputation of the Yi family and the family regulations into the mire. Should this matter come to light, the Yi family would be irrevocably reduced to a laughingstock in Luoyun City, their name utterly tarnished. What infuriated him further was that Zhao had committed such a foolish act, leaving behind such blatant evidence. A jade token, a handwritten note. Was she so fearful that others might not know of her involvement? The flames of rage blazed within him, nearly consuming his reason. He yearned to rush to the Jinshi courtyard immediately and deal with that foolish, venomous woman on the spot. However, the remnants of his rationality, the responsibilities of his position as head of the family, and concerns for the family's reputation acted as buckets of cold water, dousing the fire in his heart. This cannot be publicized. It absolutely cannot be. The scandal surrounding the birthday banquet has yet to subside. And should news of the matriarch's collusion with bandits to conspire against the son-in-law, albeit an unsuccessful attempt, surface, the Yi family will indeed face ruin. Other clans, particularly the predatory Wang and Li families, will not let slip the opportunity to thoroughly dismantle the Yi family. The Xiao family will also look down upon the Yi family with even greater disdain. It is imperative to suppress this matter, to address it internally, and to mitigate the repercussions as much as possible. Yi Qingshan gasped for breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He slowly returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and took several deep breaths. When he opened them again, the fury in his gaze had been supplanted by a profound weariness and resignation. Yet his eyes remained cold as they fell upon the evidence laid out on the table. He turned his attention to Lin Feng, who stood there composed, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, as if he had anticipated Yi Qingshan's reaction all along. Such composure and strength, regrettably, would not serve as a blessing for the Yi family. Rather, it posed a grave threat. I am aware of this matter. Yi Qingshan's voice was hoarse and weighed down. The Zhao family has acted inappropriately and with audacity. I shall impose severe punishment. He paused, struggling to articulate his decision. From this day forth, the Zhao family is to be confined to the ancestral hall, reciting scriptures in repentance, and shall not step outside without my command. All affairs within their quarters will be managed by the second branch. Confinement to the ancestral hall, reciting scriptures in repentance? This punishment, for such a heinous crime of collusion with bandits and an intent to commit murder, is as trivial as a child's play, no different from lifting something high only to set it down gently. Lin Feng exhibited no surprise, as if he had foreseen this outcome. He merely gazed at Yi Qingshan in silence. Yi Qingshan felt a flicker of unease under Lin Feng's calm scrutiny, mingled with an ineffable irritation and a hint of apprehension. He knew this decision would neither satisfy Lin Feng nor resolve the underlying issues. Yet, for the sake of the Yi family, he had no other recourse. The study descended into an awkward silence, the candlelight flickering softly. After a prolonged pause, Yi Qingshan seemed to arrive at a grim resolution. He waved his hand, signaling the old steward to withdraw and secure the door. Only the two of them remained in the study. Leaning slightly forward, Yi Qingshan lowered his voice, regarding Lin Feng with an expression that was complex, tinged with a trace of admiration, yet predominantly filled with resignation and resolve. Lin Feng, you are an astute individual. You have witnessed today's events. The waters of the Yi family are murky and shallow. You are not a creature of this pond. I discerned that during yesterday's banquet. Remaining within the Yi family is a restraint and a peril for you. It is also a calamity for the Yi family. He inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his strength, and slowly uttered, you must leave. Depart from Luoyun City. Depart from the Yi family. This place cannot accommodate a true dragon. Upon uttering these words, Yi Qingshan appeared to age considerably, leaning against the back of his chair, wearily closing his eyes. This was not only a dismissal of Lin Feng, a troublesome presence, but also an acknowledgement of his own helplessness regarding the current state of the Yi family. Lin Feng listened quietly, his expression unchanged. He had anticipated this outcome as well. He felt no anger, no urge to debate, simply bowing calmly. Take care, father-in-law. Turning, he pushed open the study door, his figure melding into the deeper darkness of the night beyond. In the study, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on Yi Qingshan's inscrutable face and the cold evidence laid out upon the desk. Chapter 47. A document of severance. As night deepened and the dew thickened, Lin Feng stepped out of Yi Qingshan's study, hesitating to return to the courtyard or depart hastily. The night breeze caressed his face, carrying the chill of late autumn, which sharpened his senses. Yi Qingshan's words, the Yi family cannot accommodate a true dragon, echoed in his mind, laden with resignation and the finality of severance. Expulsion had become an inevitability. However, Lin Feng sought more than mere verbal dismissal. He craved a definitive resolution, one that was clear and unambiguous. His 3-year tenure as a son-in-law of the Yi family began with a transaction for fortune and culminated in today's tumult of swords and suspicion. The entwined grievances, humiliation, and animosity could not be succinctly articulated. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to him. He needed a document, a tangible proof to sever ties with the past and to avert any future entanglements or slanders. A divorce decree? No, that merely addressed the formalities of marital status. What he desired was a complete and public, at least on certain levels, dissolution of his relationship with the Yi family. With this thought in mind, he paused, not taking the path to the courtyard, but instead turning back toward the study, where the light still burned. The old steward, stationed outside the study, exhibited a look of surprise upon seeing Lin Feng return. He opened his mouth to announce him. But Lin Feng had already raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Tap, tap. A slightly irritable voice from within responded. What is it now? Lin Feng entered, standing once more before the expansive rosewood desk. Under the candlelight, Yi Qingshan's weariness and shadowy demeanor lingered. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, a frown creased his brow. His expression tinged with curiosity and a hint of barely concealed impatience. Father-in-law, Lin Feng began, his tone direct yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Before I take my leave, I have one request. Yi Qingshan leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. Speak. He assumed Lin Feng sought financial assistance or desired retribution against the Zhao family, mentally weighing his options. However, Lin Feng's subsequent words took him by surprise. I respectfully ask for a divorce decree, father-in-law, Lin Feng stated. His tone as unassuming as if he were requesting a cup of tea. A divorce decree? Yi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. Then a cloud of displeasure swiftly enveloped his countenance, anger flickering in his eyes. He leaned forward, fixing a sharp gaze on Lin Feng, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Lin Feng, do you truly believe that at this juncture, you possess the right to take Lingxi with you? Or do you think that with your current capabilities, you are worthy of her, seeking to entangle yourself further? In his view, Lin Feng's request for a divorce decree could only stem from two motives, either to inflict further discomfort upon the Yi family, solidifying the stigma of a Yi daughter being divorced, or to entertain foolish fantasies, believing that with such a decree, he could dissolve the nominal marital bond with Yi Lingxi, perhaps clinging to some unrealistic hope. Whichever the case, it displeased him greatly. Yi Lingxi is not only his daughter but also a pivotal asset for the Yi family's potential alliance with higher echelons of power, such as certain sections. How could her marriage be determined by this soon-to-be expelled son-in-law? Moreover, yesterday at the birthday banquet, Xiao Qin's evident interest in Yi Lingxi did not escape his notice. Lin Feng, facing Yi Qingshan's barely concealed anger, maintained an unwavering demeanor and slowly shook his head. My father-in-law has misunderstood, he clarified, his tone remaining tranquil. My request for a divorce document is not for Yi Lingxi, nor is it an attempt to entangle myself further. He paused, articulating each word clearly. What I seek is a formal document declaring the severance of ties between the Yi family and myself, Lin Feng, ensuring that we are no longer indebted to each other. A document that certifies my complete severance from the Yi family, affirming that I am no longer their son-in-law and that no further connections exist between us. It could be a divorce decree or a declaration of severance. The title is inconsequential. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. What mattered was that it bore your signature, my father-in-law, along with the Yi family head seal. Yi Qingshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng sought such a thing, not to cling to Yi Lingxi or to demand greater benefits, but rather, a definitive proof of their severed relationship. He scrutinized the eerily calm youth before him. This calmness and determination indicated that Lin Feng was indeed intent on cutting all ties with the Yi family, even willing to request such a document, which could be deemed a stain on his honor in the eyes of the world. This signified that Lin Feng was resolute in his departure and wished to avoid any future entanglements with the Yi family. In doing so, he aimed to conclusively end the humiliation, grievances, and potential troubles that his 3 years as a son-in-law had brought him. Yi Qingshan's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a more complex emotion. While he felt a sense of relief at this straightforward resolution, which spared him considerable future troubles, there was also an indescribable discomfort. It was as if the Yi family's 3 years of charity and shelter were merely viewed by Lin Feng as a burdensome past to be discarded. The study fell silent again, save for the occasional crackle of the candle flame. After a long pause, Yi Qingshan exhaled deeply, as if arriving at a decision. Very well, he said in a low voice, his expression regaining the authority and indifference befitting the head of the family. Since you are so determined, I shall grant your wish. He ceased further dialogue and reached for a wolf hair brush from the stand beside the table, unfurling a piece of sturdy, subtly patterned stationery typically used for important family documents, which was difficult to forge. Yi Qingshan dipped the brush in ink, pondering briefly. A divorce decree? It would be inappropriate in name, especially since Lin Feng and Yi Lingxi had not consummated their marriage, and the primary objective was to sever family ties. He put pen to paper with conviction, document of severance. The opening line set the tone. Subsequently, in a concise and formal tone, he inscribed, Yi family head Yi Qingshan hereby acknowledges that former son-in-law Lin Feng voluntarily severs ties with the Yi family. Henceforth, Lin Feng's actions and words shall have no relation to the Yi family, and all debts of gratitude between both parties are hereby resolved. This document is issued as proof. The content was cold and formulaic, entirely absolving any connection. Having completed his writing, Yi Qingshan inscribed his name and the date at the end of the document. He then opened a concealed compartment beneath the writing desk and retrieved a palm-sized, dark red jade seal, intricately carved with leaf patterns, the emblem of the Yi family patriarch. He opened the ink pad and meticulously coated the bottom of the seal with vibrant red ink. With a steady wrist, he pressed the seal firmly onto his signature. A soft thud echoed in the stillness of the study, strikingly clear. The vivid, distinct characters of the Yi family patriarch seal, along with the intricate border design, were indelibly imprinted onto the paper. A faint, unique wave of spiritual energy emanated from the seal's inscription, serving as the family's distinctive anti-counterfeiting mark. Yi Qingshan lifted the document, gently blowing on the ink to hasten its drying, before sliding it forward across the smooth surface of the desk, where it came to rest before Lin Feng. "Take it," he stated, devoid of any emotion, marking the severance of ties between Lin Feng and the Yi family. "I hope you act wisely." Lin Feng reached out, grasping the document that still bore the scent of ink and the lingering dampness of the seal. The paper felt cool to the touch, its characters bold and striking, while the vivid red seal was particularly eye-catching. After a careful glance to confirm its contents were accurate, he folded the document neatly and tucked it into his bosom. "Thank you," he said to Yi Qingshan, bowing slightly in acknowledgement, his politeness formal yet distant, akin to that of strangers. Without further words, he turned and made his way toward the door of the study. This time, he understood that he was truly departing, carrying with him this document of severance, and irrevocably severing the past with the Yi family of Luoyun City. Chapter 48. A Parting in the Garden. Henceforth a stranger clutching the document still imbued with the scent of ink, Lin Feng exited Yi Qingshan's study. The night had yet to fade, but a faint hint of dawn's light began to break on the eastern horizon, the darkness before dawn being the most profound and silent. He did not return to the side courtyard where the firewood shed was. There lay only 2 cold corpses and a scene of disarray, devoid of anything worth cherishing. The important belongings left by his mother, along with the package containing silver notes and a map from Yilingxi, had already been taken with him. He chose a relatively secluded path, winding through the Yi family's inner corridors and an unattended side door, making his way toward the back entrance of the estate. Beyond that door lay the streets of Luoyun City, marking the commencement of his complete departure from the Yi family and his journey into the vast world beyond. As he traversed a garden connecting the front and back courtyards, his steps momentarily faltered. The garden, shrouded in thin morning mist before dawn, rendered the rockeries, ponds, and flora into mere indistinct silhouettes, imparting an eerie tranquility. The night dew clung to the leaves, glimmering faintly. The air was perfumed with the dampness of the earth and the cool scent of withering chrysanthemums. Beneath an ancient osmanthus tree, its leaves mostly fallen, a white figure stood quietly amidst the hazy mist, as if it had melded into the serene and desolate scenery. Clad in a pure white gown that appeared even more ethereal in the morning fog, the silver cloud patterns on the hem dulled in luster. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely held in place by a familiar jade hairpin, with a few strands dampened by the mist, adhering to her jade-like visage. It was none other than Yilingxi. She stood there, facing the path that Lin Feng was about to traverse, neither appearing to wait deliberately nor to stroll idly. A veil of unyielding frost lingered over her exquisite features, her gaze clear yet indifferent, peering into the depths of the mist as if it transcended the fog. Landing somewhere distant and unattainable, Lin Feng halted his steps. Between them lay a distance of approximately 3 paces, separated by a swirling haze and a pebble-strewn path glistening with dew. Sensing another's presence, Yilingxi's gaze gradually shifted, resting upon Lin Feng. Those frigid eyes, upon meeting Lin Feng's tranquil countenance, revealed no hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated his arrival at that very moment. Deep within her eyes lay an ancient, unfathomable chill, yet under the morning mist, it seemed even more distant and desolate than usual. She remained silent, merely observing him. Lin Feng gazed back at her. Toward this woman, with whom he had ostensibly shared 3 years of marriage yet had grown as distant as strangers, he felt little turmoil within. The humiliation of the past stemmed largely from the Zhao family, Yi Qingshan, and others of the Yi clan. Yilingxi's indifference felt more like an external observation, cold yet not directly harmful. Moreover, she had delivered medicine and gifts the previous night, and today they encountered each other again amidst the morning fog, quietly locked in mutual gaze. Time seemed to thicken and slow in that moment. The garden was so still that one could hear the soft patter of dew sliding from the leaves into the earth, alongside the faint rustle of the Yi family servants beginning their morning chores in the distance. The mist flowed silently between them, obscuring their features while rendering their gazes strikingly clear. At last, Yi Lingxi's delicate lips, reminiscent of flower petals, stirred slightly. Her voice was soft and faint, as if wary of disrupting the tranquility before dawn, or perhaps it bore little emotion to convey. Clearly traversing the 3 paces of fog to reach Lin Feng's ears. Take care. Just 2 words. No explanation for her presence. No inquiry about his destination. No mention of the package from the previous night, nor any reference to their past, the Yi family, or the absurdity of their marriage. It was akin to a casual, distant farewell to a stranger about to embark on a journey, a mere formality. Lin Feng continued to watch her. Deep within those cold eyes, beyond the frozen exterior, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of an ephemeral emotion, perhaps a momentary complexity, perhaps an ineffable sense of melancholy, or perhaps it was merely a trick of his imagination. Yet that emotion vanished too swiftly to ascertain its existence, leaving behind only the familiar, daunting indifference. Suddenly, he understood. Yi Lingxi's heart had never truly belonged to the Yi family, nor to this small corner of Luoyun City. Her aloofness, her detachment, and the concealed depths beneath her breathtaking beauty were likely intertwined with her allegiance to that so-called sect. She regarded all conflicts involving the Yi family, including him as a son-in-law, as mere trifles in a fleeting existence, akin to dust that could be easily brushed aside. Her 2 appearances, delivering medicine and offering a picture, the serendipitous encounter and farewell at this moment, seemed less a manifestation of her particular attention or affection for him, and more a nearly instinctual resolution of karma based on certain principles, perhaps derived from the teachings of her sect, akin to the faint pity that a lofty being might feel when observing the struggles of insignificant ants beneath them. What she wished to sever was not merely the connection between the Yi family and Lin Feng, but perhaps also the last tenuous link she had with this absurd marriage. Nothing more than that. Lin Feng understood this clearly. He felt neither sadness nor resentment, only a profound clarity of mind. This was for the best, clean and unencumbered, with no debts owed to one another. Thus, he met Yi Lingxi's gaze and gave a slight nod, subtle yet sufficient for her to perceive. There were no words exchanged. This simple gesture served as a response, an acceptance of this distant farewell, and a definitive severance of the last visible tie to his 3-year tenure as a son-in-law with this nominal wife. After nodding, Lin Feng did not linger nor cast another glance at the ethereal figure beneath the osmanthus tree. He turned away, his steps steady as he continued along the pebble path, his silhouette soon enveloped by the thickening mist and the burgeoning morning light. Yi Lingxi remained standing beneath the ancient osmanthus tree, the morning breeze stirring the hem of her pale dress and her ink-black hair. She gazed in the direction where Lin Feng had vanished, a mist gathering in her cold, clear eyes. After a long moment, she slowly diverted her gaze, redirecting it toward an indistinct point deep within the garden, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an inconsequential illusion of dawn. The morning light finally dispelled the last remnants of night. Chapter 49, Returning Home. Departing from father, walking alone in despondence as the first light of dawn dispersed the night. It cast a delicate golden hue over the gray rooftops and streets of Luoyun City. Lin Feng exited the back door of the Yi residence, stepping into the cool and tranquil alleyway. The paper of severance nestled in his arms felt slightly warm, as if it still retained the warmth of the candlelight and the faint metallic scent of sealing wax from Yi Qingshan's study. He did not look back at the towering Yi family estate, a place that had borne witness to 3 years of humiliation and to the beginnings of his awakening. Instead of heading directly towards the city gate, he turned his steps toward a relatively dilapidated and quiet district of Luoyun City. There lay the Lin family residence. The Lin family had once been an inconspicuous clan in Luoyun City, and by his father's generation, it had completely fallen into decline. His father, Lin Xiaodian, was of illegitimate birth, possessing mediocre talent and a timid disposition that rendered him inept at managing affairs. He was marginalized within the family, inheriting little, merely a small courtyard and a few elderly servants. When his mother fell gravely ill and required expensive medicinal herbs to prolong her life, Lin Xiaodian was at a loss, which led him to acquiesce to the Yi family's proposal to marry Lin Feng into their household. In a certain sense, Lin Feng's experiences with the Yi family mirrored his father's circumstances within the Lin family. After traversing a few somewhat dirty and quiet alleyways, a low, dilapidated courtyard came into view, its door frame weathered and peeling. The old wooden doors stood ajar, with yellowed weeds sprouting through the cracks of the stone steps. This was the home where he had lived for 15 years. Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard appeared even more desolate and dilapidated than he remembered. Cluttered with debris, the ground slick with moisture, and the air thick with a faint herbal scent mingled with a sense of twilight. An elderly servant was drawing water from the well, and upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, he paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise and complexity flashing in his murky eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately lowered his head in silence, returning to his task without greeting or hindrance. Lin Feng proceeded directly towards a dimly lit room on the eastern side of the inner courtyard. As he approached, the bitter aroma of medicine intensified, intertwined with the distinctive decay characteristic of the ailing. The door stood ajar, and he gently pushed it open. Inside, the furnishings were sparse: an old bed, a chipped cabinet, a square table, and 2 chairs. The windows were tightly shut, allowing only a sliver of feeble light to seep in, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. On the bed lay a gaunt figure, half reclining beneath a thick, worn quilt, emitting a heart-wrenching cough. His complexion was waxy, and his eyes were deeply sunken. It was his biological father, Lin Xiaoyan. Upon hearing the door creak, Lin Xiaoyan's coughing momentarily subsided as he laboriously turned his head. When he recognized Lin Feng standing in the doorway, his previously dull eyes widened in disbelief, his pallid face momentarily illuminated by a flicker of incredulity, swiftly giving way to a deeper complexity, guilt, awkwardness, and a barely perceptible glimmer of reunion after a long separation. Feng. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with phlegm. He struggled to sit up, but his weakness and excitement triggered another bout of severe coughing, causing him to curl up in pain. Lin Feng hastily approached the bedside, refraining from offering assistance, instead choosing to stand silently until the fit passed. Observing his father's state, he felt little turmoil within. The 3 years spent as a son-in-law had initially been for his mother's medical expenses, yet his father's role in this situation had largely been one of resignation and acquiescence, providing him with little in terms of genuine shelter or warmth. The bond between father and son had grown thin and awkward since the moment he was sent to the Yi family following his mother's passing. "Please lie back." Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Xiaoyan, after a painstaking effort to regain his breath, leaned against the headboard, scrutinizing his son. 3 years had elapsed since they last met. His son had grown taller, his boyish features had matured into more defined lines, and his gaze had deepened to an unfathomable calm that even unsettled this father. He was aware that his son had not fared well in the Yi household, enduring disdain. Yet the astonishing rumors from yesterday's banquet had spread throughout Luoyun City, and he had certainly heard them. His son had publicly cleared his name and had boldly confronted the heir of the Shao family without faltering. Was this truly the same son who had once been taciturn and somewhat timid? You have returned?" Lin Xiaoyan stammered, at a loss for words. Inquiring about his son's well-being in the Yi family seemed futile. Asking about the banquet, however, might touch upon painful or secretive matters. "I have left the Yi family," Lin Feng stated plainly. His tone is neutral, as if remarking on the pleasantness of the day's weather, declaring an end to any ties with the Yi family. Lin Xiaoyan trembled slightly, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes, followed by a deeper sense of melancholy and self-reproach. Surely, his departure had been forced? Although the rumors spoke of his son's impressive prowess, how could the Yi family possibly tolerate him after offending the Shao family? "It is solely my ineffectual father to blame. Had it not been for the past, I would have wronged you." Lin Xiaoyan lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion, as murky tears cascaded down his sunken cheeks. Lin Feng remained silent, refraining from responding to this statement. The past's rights and wrongs have become meaningless. He had come for a singular purpose. From within his bosom, he retrieved a parcel bestowed upon him by Yi Lingxi, unfastening it to reveal 5 silver notes, each worth 10 taels, totaling 50 taels. He tucked away the remaining notes and the map, then approached the dilapidated square table. Upon it lay a half-broken ink stick and a worn-out brush, accompanied by a few sheets of scrap paper. He picked up the ink stick and, using a half bowl of clear water on the table, began to grind it slowly, the ink thickening gradually. Next, he spread out a relatively clean piece of scrap paper and dipped his brush into the ink. The strokes he penned were not characteristic of his usual handwriting. Instead, they radiated an ancient and robust essence, reminiscent of distant memories. This was an exceedingly simple, yet fundamental breathing technique for nurturing one's health, capable of harmonizing one's vital energy and blood, fortifying the essence of life. While it could not cure chronic ailments, it could alleviate pain and prolong life, making it particularly suitable for his father's afflictions stemming from years of repression and frailty. This technique was derived from fragmented memories of his 9th life, a simplified version of the foundational practice used by the master of the Zhangjuan sword in his early days. Though insignificant to him, it was a priceless treasure for mortals. He wrote slowly and with great care, ensuring each character was clear and precise. Once completed, he gently dried the paper containing the technique and placed it, along with the 5 10-tael notes, on the low stool beside his father's bed. Please accept these 50 taels. Whether for medicine or to improve your circumstances, practice this technique, sitting quietly for half an hour each morning and evening. It will be beneficial for your health. Lin Feng's voice remained calm, devoid of any explanation regarding the technique's origin. This was all he could offer. Lin Xiaodian stared blankly at the silver notes and the still wet paper on the stool, then looked up at his son's serene face. His lips trembled, tears streaming down his face, yearning to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Was it guilt? Gratitude? Or perhaps the realization that this marked the conclusion of their last ties? Lin Feng chose not to speak further. He had fulfilled his obligations. He bowed before his father, a gesture of gratitude for the gift of life, simultaneously severing the final threads of earthly attachment. Completing the bow, he straightened up, refusing to look at his father's tear-streaked visage, and turned to exit. As he reached the doorway, he heard faint footsteps and hushed murmurs from the courtyard outside. It appeared that his cousin Lin Yun and several younger relatives were congregated in the yard, peering inquisitively towards the room, their expressions a blend of curiosity, suspicion, and an unmistakable sense of alienation mixed with trepidation. Upon seeing him emerge, their discussions abruptly ceased. Lin Yun instinctively recoiled, his gaze evasive, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he once displayed when he had bullied him. No one approached to speak. No one called him back. Not even a single admonition to tread carefully on his way. Lin Feng regarded them as if they were invisible, his steps unwavering as he traversed the desolate courtyard. Passing through the weathered, old wooden door, leaving everything associated with the Lin family behind him for good. The morning light thoroughly illuminated the alley, casting a long shadow behind him. Alone, he moved steadily towards the city gates of Luoyun City, gradually distancing himself from the past that he could never return to. Ahead lay a future shrouded in mist, yet beckoning him forth. Chapter 50. The city gates blocked the path. Tension in the air, the morning sun dispelled the fog, gilding the gray walls and heavy gates of Luoyun City with a radiant golden hue. The gates stood wide open, welcoming farmers with their burdens, merchants driving livestock, and a few early travelers, all entering and exiting in clusters, bringing a new day's bustle and vitality to this ancient city. Lin Feng walked alone, his steps measured as he navigated the main street leading to the city gates. He donned a slightly oversized but sturdy deep gray outfit, stripped from a bandit, and layered an old black cloak over it. The hood was drawn low, concealing much of his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. Slung across his back, secured with cloth strips, was a sheathed longsword, a common iron-curved blade he had acquired from a late-stage chi-gathering bandit the previous night. The blade was slender and slightly curved. Though merely forged from ordinary iron and infused with poison, it was sufficiently sharp to serve as a weapon for the time being. The edges of a severed document pressed against his chest, a reminder of his complete severance from the past. The call from the southwest grew clearer in the morning light, like an invisible compass guiding his steps. Today, he would depart from Luoyun City, the place he had called home for 18 years. There was no sense of longing, only a serene acceptance, as if the dust had settled and a new journey awaited. Before long, the towering gatehouse loomed ahead. The massive ironwood doors stood ajar, the dim light within contrasting with the dust raised by the ebb and flow of people. Flanking the gates were several guards clad in leather armor, wielding halberds, who scrutinized the passers-by with routine diligence, occasionally issuing languid commands for the line to organize. Lin Feng adjusted his hood and mingled with a group of merchants exiting the city, making his way toward the gate. However, just as his foot was about to step into the shadow of the entrance, whoosh, 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 3 sharp sounds of slicing air erupted almost simultaneously from the shadows on either side of the gate. 3 figures materialized like phantoms, forming a triangular formation that instantly sealed off Lin Feng's retreat in all directions. All 3 were clad in matching dark garments, adorned with a small, icy blue emblem of the Shao family on their chests. Their expressions were impassive, their gazes sharp as hawks, exuding an oppressive aura thick with power, unmistakably at the level of the furnace cultivation realm. Among them, 2 were at the early stage, while 1 had reached the mid-stage. What was even more disquieting was the seemingly casual positioning of the trio, which subtly formed a peculiar triangular formation, their energies interconnected, firmly locking Lin Feng in the center. An invisible pressure descended upon him like an iron hoop, thickening the very air around him. The bystanders near the city gates sensed the sudden turmoil and the suffocating aura of the warriors, and a murmur of alarm rippled through the crowd as they hastily retreated to the sides, watching from a distance, too fearful to approach. A few guards exchanged glances, their faces paling, yet they tacitly chose not to intervene in the affairs of the Shao family. knowing well that they were not equipped to handle such matters. Lin Feng's steps came to a halt. His eyes, concealed beneath the hood, suddenly turned icy. He felt little surprise, since the counterattack against the bandit last night. He had anticipated that Xiao Chun would not easily allow him to depart. However, he had not expected such impatience from the other party, directly laying an ambush at the city gate. Ah, Lin Feng, you wretched dog. It seems this young master has waited quite patiently for you. A voice, laced with deep-seated malice, emerged slowly from the shadows within the city gate. Accompanied by a measured cadence of footsteps, a tall, slender figure, exuding a chilling aura, stepped forward. It was none other than Xiao Chun. Today, he donned a dark blue brocade robe, intricately embroidered with silver thread in the form of elaborate ice patterns at the cuffs and collar, exuding both opulence and a frigid demeanor. Yet, the once handsome visage was now shrouded in an enduring gloom, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng like a venomous serpent, brimming with resentment, indignation, and a lethal resolve that threatened to overflow. His right hand was heavily bandaged, a testament to the unhealed wound from the previous day, and he bore no sword at his waist. Perhaps the damaged Feishua sword was undergoing repairs. He stepped outside the triangular formation created by 3 guards, confronting Lin Feng from a distance, a cruel and icy smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Did you think that by stealthily changing your attire, you could slip out of the city like a rat? Xiao Chen's voice dripped with unabashed mockery. At yesterday's birthday banquet, you dared to offend me, injuring my sword and bringing shame upon me. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? His gaze swept over the meager iron sword at Lin Feng's back, the disdain in his eyes intensifying. Without even a proper weapon, do you dare to dream of departing from Luoyun City with this scrap metal? Lin Feng slowly raised his head, his calm gaze beneath the hood meeting Xiao Chun's venomous glare, ignoring the other's taunts. He spoke with a measured tone that resonated clearly and coolly through his hood. Young Master Xiao, the agreement of 3 exchanges has elapsed. The affair concerning the Yi family is concluded. It seems there are no further grievances between us. No grievances? Xiao Chun erupted with laughter, his voice rising sharply, tinged with a twisted sharpness. You made me lose face before all the prominent figures in Luoyun City. You injured my hand and destroyed my Feishua sword. Is that not a grievance? Lin Feng, you overestimate yourself. He advanced a step, the residual power from his cultivation level slightly receding, but still emanating a formidable chill that enveloped the air around him, resonating with the formation of his 3 guards. Significantly lowering the temperature within several feet of Lin Feng, frost began to form upon the ground. Do you think that escaping the Black Wind stronghold last night makes you invulnerable? Xiao Chen scoffed, evidently aware of the events that transpired in the courtyard the previous night. Those worthless fools were merely an appetizer. Now, the main course has arrived. He pointed a finger towards the 3 guards, their energies intertwined and poised for combat. His tone grave. These 3 are elite members of my Xiao family's Xianbing guards, skilled in combined assault formations. Do not think that, merely as a gathering chi cultivator, you can easily extricate yourself from this formation, even if you were an ordinary late-stage furnace cultivator. His gaze was akin to that of a predator observing prey ensnared in a trap, imbued with a cruel mockery. Lin Feng, he declared, this young master shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel, bow your head in repentance, forsake your cultivation, and surrender all your secret sword techniques and alchemical formulas. Perhaps then, I may consider allowing you to retain your life. A profound silence enveloped the vicinity of the city gate, punctuated only by Xiao Chen's icy voice echoing through the air. All onlookers held their breath, fixated on the figure clad in gray, encircled by 3 elite guards of the nurturing furnace realm, seemingly isolated and defenseless. No one believed Lin Feng had any chance of survival. The miracle of the previous day's birthday banquet, perhaps attributed to cleverness and the opponent's underestimation, now seemed a distant memory. Today, Xiao Chun was evidently enraged, having summoned his family's finest to orchestrate a deadly trap, leaving no room for mercy. Faced with Xiao Chen's menacing threat and the frigid killing intent emanating from the 3 guards, Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. Then, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he gradually raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the ordinary iron sword at his back, with a sound that was neither clear nor particularly resonant. The blade was drawn. The slender, slightly curved sword, its edge shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, was now firmly in his grasp, its tip angled toward the ground, reflecting a chilling glimmer in the morning light. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the gaps between the 3 guards, settling once more on Xiao Chen's face. Calm and unperturbed, yet seemingly imbued with an intangible intensity. There was no angry retort, no fearful retreat. He simply uttered 2 words, his voice low yet distinct, resonating in the ears of all present. imbued with an indescribable serenity and a hint of subtle provocation. Give it a try. The moment the words left his lips, the Tsang Jun sword classic within him began to circulate silently, the strand of Tsang Jun's sword intent in his dantian trembling slightly, resonating faintly with the ordinary iron sword in his hand. Though the sword was merely iron, the wielder's intent was as sharp as its edge. Before the city gate, the atmosphere tightened to an unbearable degree. Chapter 51. The Dance of Swords. Inflicting the first wound. Give it a try. Lin Feng's calm, yet provocative words ignited the already taut atmosphere before the city gate like a spark in oil. Arrogance. Seeking death. The three Xianbing guards simultaneously bellowed, their eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. As elite members of the Shao family, being so disdainfully regarded by a mere junior at the Gathering Qi realm was an utter disgrace. Xianbing Soul Lock Formation. Activate. The foremost guard, the most powerful among the nurturing furnace realm, roared, his hands swiftly forming a complex seal. Simultaneously, the guards flanking him also moved, their energies intertwining in an instant, unleashing a chilling and formidable force of the formation that descended upon Lin Feng. The air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeting as frost spread rapidly across the ground. Faint blue ice crystals beginning to coalesce in the atmosphere. A powerful restraining force surged from all directions, attempting to suppress Lin Feng's true qi and hinder his movements. This was the Shao family's signature combined attack formation, designed not only to amplify their collective strength, but also to severely restrict the actions of their foes, often employed to encircle and eliminate formidable enemies. Kill. As the formation took effect, the mid-level nurturing furnace guard surged forward, leading the assault. His figure moved like lightning, wielding a long spear of tempered iron that resembled a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. The spear's tip exuded a chilling azure glow, extending nearly a foot. Imbued with the formidable force of a formation, and aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. The wind from the spear was so fierce that it pierced the air with a sharp whistle. Almost simultaneously, a guard on the left swung a thick-backed cleaver with the force of a mountain-splitting stone, striking at Lin Feng's left shoulder. The guard on the right brandished a pair of water-splitting daggers, transforming them into 2 points of ethereal blue starlight, silently targeting Lin Feng's back and waist. The trio coordinated impeccably, attacking from all angles, up, down, left, right, further suppressed by the formation, sealing off every possible avenue for Lin Feng to evade. The ferocity of their assault left the onlookers at a distance aghast, as if they could already foresee the grisly fate of the figure in gray being torn asunder in an instant. Shao Qin stood outside the formation, hands clasped behind his back, a cruel smile playing on his lips as if he were relishing a preordained slaughter. He envisioned Lin Feng in a state of panic, desperately defending himself, only to be ultimately dismembered by the chaotic blades. However, at the eye of the storm, Lin Feng's gaze remained eerily calm. Just as the attacks were about to land, he made his move. The true energy from the Tsang Jun sword classic surged within him like a flowing stream, unaffected by the chill of the formation. Rather, it surged with even greater swiftness under pressure. The trace of sword intent within his dantian trembled slightly, resonating peculiarly with the ordinary iron sword in his grasp, the ethereal blue toxic light of the blade seemingly suppressed, faintly revealing a hint of golden radiance perceptible only to him. Without moving his feet, he gently rotated his wrist, and the ordinary iron sword traced a seemingly gentle arc, yet imbued with boundless resilience. The Tsangyan style. The sword light transformed into a pale azure mist, swirling and flowing, not a hard block, but akin to the most supple web, lightly brushing against the fierce spear tip that was thrusting toward him. Buzz. The violent, icy force contained within the spear tip was unexpectedly deflected by this seemingly weightless cloud-like sword light, mitigating much of its power. The long spear grazed Lin Feng's right rib, merely tearing a corner of his garment. The shards of ice propelled by the spear's wind splattered against his face, sending a piercing chill, yet failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's waist bent backward as if it were breaking, narrowly evading the cleaver that descended from the left, its edge brushing perilously close to his nose. With his right foot as the pivot, his left leg lashed out like a whip, propelling him sideways, and his sword transitioned from defense to offense, the momentum transforming into an explosive ferocity. Song Lei style, awakening thunder. A brilliant white lightning erupted from the sword's tip, its speed surpassing the limits of perception. Striking first, it accurately landed on the foremost dagger of the pair approaching from the right. Ding! A sound resonated, sharp enough to be jarring, as iron met iron. The guard wielding the dagger felt a piercing, numbing force penetrate his arm, rendering it instantly weak and trembling, almost causing him to lose his grip. He recoiled in horror, his palms split and bleeding. In a flash, Lin Feng not only neutralized the trio's combined assault, but also retaliated, injuring one of them. How could this be? The smile on Xiao Chen's face suddenly froze. His pupils constricting in shock. Change the formation. Trap him. The leader of the mid-stage furnace cultivation guard shouted, both alarmed and furious. The trio of adversaries shifted their strategy, no longer rushing to launch a vigorous assault. Instead, they circled around Lin Feng with a rapidity reminiscent of a revolving lantern, weaving a dense net of gunfire, blade flashes, and piercing lights, meticulously focusing on confinement and attrition. The chill emanating from their formation relentlessly constricted Lin Feng's space for movement, as they sought vulnerabilities. Yet, Lin Feng's figure resembled a lone boat amidst a tempest, appearing perilous yet deftly evading or deflecting attacks with minimal movement and utmost precision. His footwork was not bound by fixed patterns. At times, it flowed like drifting clouds, while at others, it surged with the swiftness of a gale. It was a nascent embodiment of the Zhangyun style, blending fluidity with a newfound understanding that emphasized speed and transformation. In his grasp, the long sword was remarkably agile, guarding with the ease of clouds unfurling, impenetrable, striking with the ferocity of thunder, unparalleled in sharpness, and moving with the subtlety of a gentle breeze caressing willows. Elusive and hard to grasp, the three realms of Zhangyun, Songlei, and Zhongfeng had begun to amalgamate in his hands, showcasing a remarkable adaptability, albeit not yet perfected. Even more formidable were his calm, unwavering eyes. In the face of the trio of furnace guardians unleashing a tempest of assaults, there was no trace of panic in his gaze. Instead, it mirrored the depth of an ancient well, clearly reflecting the trajectory of each attack, the vital nodes of the enemy's qi, and even the subtle stagnation in the flow of the formation's energy. This instinct for combat stemmed from countless life and death struggles experienced by the ninth-generation sword master Zhangjun, a terrifying intuition bordering on premonition. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 exchanges had transpired. The three Xianbing guards grew increasingly alarmed, sensing that each of their strikes seemed to land on nothingness or were artfully diverted, while their opponents' counterattacks emerged precisely at their most vulnerable moments, when their old strength had waned and new energy had yet to arise, causing them to flounder and disrupt the harmony of their formation. At the 10th exchange, the guard on the left, wielding a hefty broadsword, became restless after failing to achieve a breakthrough. Frustrated, he executed a powerful downward slash akin to a strike from Mount Hua, but a minuscule delay crept into his technique. Now was the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he, who had primarily relied on evasion, suddenly grounded himself. His long sword cut through the air, emitting a soft yet distinct whistle. It was no longer merely the swiftness of Songlei, nor solely the fleeting nature of Zhongfeng. It was a synthesis of both speed and rapidity. The sword light tore through the obscuring clouds like a startled phoenix, striking with an unimaginable angle and velocity from below, targeting the exposed opening at the guard's right ribcage, revealed in the motion of his swing. Beware! The leader of the guards sensed impending danger and thrust his spear in a desperate attempt to assist, but his response was a fraction too late. With a swift slice, the sword passed, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A pained grunt escaped the guard as he staggered backward, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone at his right rib, blood instantly staining his dark attire. Though it did not strike a vital point, the excruciating pain and loss of blood significantly diminished his combat capability, leaving the formation incomplete. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Useless. Xiao Chen's countenance darkened completely, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed a frigid wave of true energy that erupted violently. Stepping forward, he prepared to personally intervene in the fray. Chapter 52, The Icy Abyss, a surge of sword intent useless. Xiao Chen's roar, laden with wrath, reverberated like a thunderclap. Upon witnessing his subordinates, the Xianbing guard, suffer injuries and retreat beneath the blade of Lin Feng, the last remnants of his patience and the so-called demeanor of a young master evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fury and a murderous intent ignited by sheer rage. He stepped forward, his foot cracking the ground as it crystallized into a thick layer of ice, his figure darting across several zhang in an instant, directly plunging into the fray. The chilling true energy of his later stage cultivation, albeit slightly diminished due to backlash from a secret technique, erupted without restraint, more pure and domineering than the combined efforts of the three guards forming the Xianbing locking soul array. The air's temperature plummeted below freezing, causing even the breaths of distant onlookers to exhale as white mist, their skin prickling with discomfort. The injured guard, and the other two, as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated, reforming a loose encirclement at the periphery to block Lin Feng's potential escape routes. Yet their faces betrayed lingering trepidation. Xiaochen fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, his narrow eyes ablaze with an icy blue flame, an amalgamation of profound anger and humiliation manifesting as lethal intent. His right hand, bound in bandages, rendered him unable to wield a sword, yet his left hand rose, fingers splayed, revealing an exquisite jade talisman, roughly the size of half a palm, translucent and shimmering as if intricately carved from millennia-old ice. The talisman, diamond-shaped, was adorned with intricate silver patterns that seemed to flow, exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing the essence of the soul. Wisps of faint blue frost visibly emanated from the edges of the jade talisman, enveloping Xiaochen's entire left hand in a thin layer of ice, yet he remained oblivious to it. The ice-sealing talisman. A well-informed merchant in the distance gasped in terror, recognizing it as a secret talisman of the Xiao family. Rumor had it that even masters at the pinnacle of cultivation could be briefly encased in ice. Xiaochen, the young master, had resorted to such a treasure. He was utterly determined to take Lin Feng's life. The crowd began to stir, retreating further away in fear of being caught in the terrifying chill. A twisted smile, a blend of pain, cruelty, and satisfaction, crept across Xiaochen's face. This ice-sealing talisman was one of the life-saving cards bestowed by his father, difficult to craft and of considerable worth. Were it not for Lin Feng's provocation, he would never have utilized it so easily. Yet at this moment, he yearned to crush this wretched insect, who had repeatedly humiliated him, in the most ruthless and irrefutable manner. Lin Feng, Xiaochen's voice was hoarse and frigid. To compel me to use this talisman, you should feel honored. Now, let it freeze you completely. No sooner had he spoken than he clenched his left hand tightly, channeling the formidable icy true energy within him into the talisman. Buzz! The ice-sealing talisman erupted in a dazzling display of ice blue light. The silver patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, swirling rapidly and glowing. An indescribable cold, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, erupted violently from Xiaochen, centered upon him, sweeping toward Lin Feng. Where the chill passed, the air crackled with the sound of freezing, instantly crystallizing into countless fine ice shards. The stone slabs beneath shattered, covered by a thick layer of crystalline ice. Within a radius of 3 zhang, the area transformed into a veritable hell of absolute zero. Lin Feng stood at the forefront. A chilling sensation, far more terrifying than any previous assault, enveloped him in an instant. It was not merely a matter of low temperatures. Rather, it possessed an almost law-like force of immobilization and solidification. The protective energy surrounding his body was pierced as easily as paper, causing his skin to lose all sensation, as if his blood had ceased to flow. The vital energy coursing through his meridians suddenly became sluggish, its speed reduced by more than tenfold. Even more dreadful was the pervasive chill, relentlessly infiltrating his pores, invading his limbs and bones, and extending towards his dantian and sea of consciousness. His thoughts felt as if they were on the verge of freezing. His movements became stiff and slow, and the weight of the ordinary iron sword in his hand seemed to multiply 1,000-fold, nearly slipping from his grasp. A sense of alarm surged within Lin Feng. The power of this spirit talisman far exceeded what his current cultivation could withstand. He was but in the early stages of qi gathering. Even if he were in the furnace-nurturing realm, a direct hit from this icy force would likely reduce him to an ice statue, utterly defenseless. The shadow of death had never felt so vividly clear and heavy. Desperately, he attempted to activate the Zhangjuan sword classic, striving to summon the Zhangjuan sword intent for resistance. Yet his vital energy flowed sluggishly, and calling upon the sword intent became exceedingly arduous. As he watched the pale blue wave of frost inch closer to engulf him entirely, freezing him in place. At that critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, a faint yet remarkably clear sound resonated deep within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. It was as if an incredibly solid object had finally cracked open a minuscule fissure under extreme pressure. It was the Nine Hells sword. The spectral shadow of the Nine Hells sword, which had long hovered deep within his dantian, entwined with the first chaotic chain, responded to the chilling force that could freeze the soul. Under the immense pressure of life and death, the first chaotic chain, which had loosened due to his cultivation advancement, emitted a subtle sound, akin to some form of confinement being pried open. Immediately thereafter, an ancient, pure, and refined sword intent, seemingly distilled from eons of time and boundless brilliance, surged forth like a torrent from the fissure in the chain, fiercely flooding into his meridians, flesh, and soul. This newly infused sword intent, originating from the same source as his existing Songjuan sword intent, was far more potent and pure. It embodied a resolute will to sever all bindings and shatter all shackles, wherever it flowed. The terrifying cold that had invaded his body melted away like snow under the blazing sun, swiftly dissipating. The previously sluggish and frozen vital energy was suddenly infused with a wild vitality, roaring back to life. Lin Feng felt an immediate lightness throughout his body. As the once paralyzing chill receded significantly, although frost still coated his exterior, and his movements remained somewhat hindered, the power within him had revived. The long sword in his hand regained its agility, and the life-threatening icy peril was forcefully countered by this sudden influx of pure sword intent, opening a sliver of hope. In his eyes, a brilliant golden sword radiance, piercing enough to shatter ancient ice, flared to life. Chapter 53. The stunning rainbow breaks the ice. Escaping from danger deep within the sea of consciousness, a faint yet crisp sound resonated, akin to the first thunderclap heralding the dawn of chaos, instantly dispelling the profound chill that had nearly frozen one's thoughts. A surge of ancient and pure sword intent, far more potent than Lin Feng's own, seemed to have accumulated the essence of countless epics and boundless sharpness, erupting violently from the fissures of the first chain of the Nine Hells sword. This sword intent carried an unwavering will to sever all restraints and shatter every shackle, akin to an ancient beast of legend awakening from slumber, unleashing a silent roar. The terrifying chill that had infiltrated Lin Feng's limbs and bones, threatening to encase him in ice from within, began to dissipate under the onslaught of this pure and immense sword intent, akin to thin ice melting beneath the scorching sun, emitting a hissing sound as it rapidly crumbled and retreated. The once sluggish and frozen azure essence surged forth as if injected with a torrential force, breaking through all obstructions, roaring through his meridians, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. The heavy frost enveloping his body shattered with a crisp crack, transforming into delicate ice crystals that cascaded down. The chilling essence from the freezing talisman, which sought to completely immobilize his thoughts and actions, was forcefully resisted and expanded by this sudden influx of pure sword intent. In Lin Feng's eyes, the golden sword radiance that had dimmed under the assault of the cold suddenly erupted into dazzling brilliance, akin to a radiant sun rising in the dark night, piercing through the eternal ice. His aura surged explosively, although he still resided at the initial stage of the gathering Qi realm. The penetrating sword intent emanating from him caused Xiao Chun, who was nearby and exerting his full power to activate the spirit talisman with a cruel smile, to feel a sudden jolt of apprehension. What? The smile on Xiao Chen's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of incredulity. He distinctly sensed that the extreme chill released from the freezing talisman, potent enough to instantly encase a furnace realm master in ice, was being countered by an extraordinary force erupting from Lin Feng's body. Though it had not been entirely dispelled, a significant breach had already appeared in the icy grip. How could this be possible? That was a spirit talisman, a treasure imbued with the power of the laws. Just as Xiao Chen's mind was shaken and a slight delay occurred in his control over the talisman, break. Lin Feng uttered a low yet resonant command that echoed like the clash of metal. The accumulated azure essence, now at its zenith, merged with the newly surging, even more pure and ancient sword intent, and was unreservedly channeled into the ordinary iron sword in his grasp. The sword hummed under the strain, its surface's eerie blue poison light completely subdued, replaced by a layer of radiant golden brilliance, shimmering like molten gold beneath a blazing sun. Buzz! The sword trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering, yet an invisible sword intent forcibly bound and solidified it. Lin Feng moved, his form, once hindered by the chill and slightly rigid, transformed into a blurred shadow, breaking free from the last vestiges of coldness. The long sword in his hand became a brilliant golden arc, tearing through the air with a speed and sharpness that was both direct and unparalleled, aiming straight for Xiao Chen's throat. This strike was no longer gentle like the cloud style, nor swift like the thunder style, and certainly not fleeting like the wind style. This is a culmination of his entire essence, an amalgamation of the ancient and contemporary sword intents, erupting under the pressure of life and death, a final, desperate strike that transcends the understanding of his current realm. The name of the sword has yet to be uttered, yet its intent soars to the heavens. The sword's radiance is akin to a rainbow, its momentum as swift as lightning. The air is effortlessly torn apart, emitting an excruciatingly sharp howl. In the wake of the sword's passage, a faint blue chill retreats as if encountering its nemesis, carving a straight, frost-free groove into the ground. Swift. So swift that it surpasses thought. Fierce. so fierce that it strikes directly at the vital points, devoid of any embellishment. Xiao Chen's pupils constrict to the size of a pinprick, and overwhelming terror seizes his heart. He has never experienced such a piercing, such a pure intent to kill. As if the cold fingertips of death have already brushed against his throat. He wishes to evade, to shield himself, yet the terrifying pressure brought forth by the sword intent, coupled with the unimaginable speed of the sword light, renders his muscles rigid, his thoughts sluggish. He can only instinctively summon the remnants of his icy true energy to its utmost limit, forming a thick, crystalline armor of profound ice before his neck, while simultaneously arching his head and upper body backward, desperately attempting to create distance. Be cautious, young master. Protect the young master. The three exterior ice guardians react, emitting terrified shouts as they recklessly surge forward to rescue him. Long spears, sabers, and water-splitting stabs strike toward Lin Feng from various directions, attempting to extricate him from peril. However, it is still a moment too late. Hiss! The golden sword light, akin to a dazzling comet, effortlessly cleaves through the hastily formed profound ice armor as though it were butter. The sword's edge, imbued with bone-chilling sharpness and searing heat, grazes against Xiao Chen's neck, barely missing a fatal blow. Time appears to freeze at this moment. Xiao Chen maintains his rigid, arched posture, and along the side of his neck, a slender, crimson line gradually materializes. Initially, it is but a faint red line, but soon blood droplets swiftly seep out, coalescing into a shocking wound. Blood gushes forth, instantly staining the collar of his dark blue robe. The chilling pain engulfs him, leaving him icy and aware of death's shadow looming ever closer. Had he not desperately leaned back at the last moment, had the profound ice armor not mitigated part of the sword's momentum, this strike would have undoubtedly pierced his throat. A guttural sound escapes Xiao Chen's throat, his eyes filled with an immense dread and unrelenting resentment as he clutches his bleeding neck, staggering backward, no longer daring to linger in the direction of Lin Feng's sword. Kill him for me, he shrieks, his voice distorted by fear and fury. The three guardians' attacks are now upon him, the winds of spears and the chill of blades piercing to the bone. Lin Feng, having successfully executed his strike and repelled Xiao Chen, has achieved his objective of shattering his courage. His complexion pales, the exertion from that strike is immense, and the fusion of old and new sword intents brings waves of exhaustion. Faced with the furious, life-and-death assault from the three guardians, he no longer lingers in battle. His steps shift, his figure swaying like willow fluff in the wind, deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the oncoming spear shadows and blade lights. With a graceful twirl of his sword, he deflects the side-approaching water-splitting stab, using the momentum to rise anew. Whoosh! He surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, forsaking the furious and alarmed shouts of Xiao Chen and the frenzied advance of the guards behind him, propelling himself to the utmost limits of speed as he raced toward the looming, wide-open city gates. Stop him! Xiao Chen bellowed, clutching his throat, his eyes ablaze with rage. A city guard instinctively moved to impede his passage. Yet upon meeting the chilling gaze of Lin Feng, still imbued with the remnants of overwhelming sword intent, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, his limbs weakening, compelling him to yield the way. With a gust of wind, a gray shadow flitted past, under the watchful eyes filled with shock, fear, and complexity. Lin Feng's figure emerged as an eagle freed from its cage, boldly bursting through the towering gates of Luoyun City, disappearing into the radiant glow of the morning sun that illuminated the road beyond, swiftly vanishing from sight. Within and beyond the city gates, only the venomous roar of Xiao Chen, the panicked shouts of the guards, and the scattered remnants of frost remained, all bearing testament to the breathtaking turmoil that had just transpired. Chapter 54. A glance back at the lonely city. The call of the 9 provinces 10 miles outside the city, amidst a thicket of weeds and jagged stones on a desolate slope, Lin Feng came to a halt, slowly turning around. The hood of his cloak had long since been blown away by the wind during his flight, revealing a face that appeared somewhat pale, yet remarkably composed. The morning breeze, imbued with the arid essence of the wilderness, brushed against him, tousling the damp strands of hair on his forehead, while whisking away the clamor of the city and the brutality of the recent conflict. Standing atop the slope, his gaze traversed the undulating wilderness, reaching toward the horizon. The silhouette of Luoyun City, with its bluish-gray hue, stood majestically against the dawn, its familiar walls and gatehouses visible. Even the outline of the Yi family's contiguous rooftops faintly discernible. This city, which had been the backdrop of his 18 years of life, encompassing childhood memories, 3 years of humiliation, and ultimately his awakening and retaliation, now receded into the distance, becoming increasingly blurred, akin to a faded painting. There was no exultation in avenging great grievances, no elation in the release of pent-up emotions. There was no sorrow in departing from home, nor uncertainty about the path ahead. Even his sentiments toward the Yi family, Xiao Chun, and past grudges evoked no trace of nostalgia or resentment. Within his heart lay only a tranquil lake, undisturbed by winds or waves, reflecting all that had transpired without a single ripple. Past experiences, be they bullying, slander, betrayal, or the journey of awakening, arduous cultivation, and retaliation, now slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, leaving behind only the sediment of wisdom and a more steadfast resolve. He exhaled gently, releasing a breath tinged with the scent of blood and dust. Inside, the Zhangjuan sword classic commenced its slow, natural rhythm, soothing the slight disarray within him caused by consecutive battles and the lengthy escape. His fingertips grazed the cold edge of the severed document he carried, brushed against the contours of the package gifted by Yi Lingxi, and finally rested upon the rough hilt of the iron sword. The dried blood on the blade had turned a dark crimson under the sunlight. All of this had come to an end. The chapter of Luoyun City had been turned. Yet, just as tranquility enveloped his spirit, and he prepared to fully turn away, embarking on the unknown path ahead, a sudden vibration erupted deep within his dantian. The shadow of the nine hells sword trembled violently, unprecedentedly. It was not the faint resonance of previous crises or pressures, but rather a frenzied throb, as if yearning to break free from some invisible shackles, a desperate craving for something. The second shadowy chain of chaos entwining the sword's silhouette now appeared as tangible as reality itself. The indistinct ancient runes upon the chains flickered with a frenzied, dark luminescence, while the chains themselves emitted a clattering sound, as if reverberating through the endless corridors of time and space. A summons, far stronger and clearer than ever before, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, ruthlessly overwhelming his entire consciousness. The direction was unmistakably southwest. It was both precise and fervent. Lin Feng's heart quaked, instinctively attuning himself to the call. This time, the sensation of summons transcended mere vague allure or indistinct imagery. Under the impact of this torrent-like sensation, his consciousness seemed forcibly drawn by an invisible might, instantly traversing infinite distances, projecting towards the nebulous void in the southwest. Before him, the light and shadows twisted. Time and space transformed. A scene of unparalleled clarity and profound awe, imbued with an ancient and desolate aura, suddenly manifested before his eyes like a brand. It was an endless, lifeless expanse, the ruins of an ancient battlefield. The sky loomed eternally leaden, hanging low as if to crush the earth beneath it. The ground was cracked and scarred, dotted with colossal, unimaginable remnants of shattered weaponry, resembling tombstones as they jutted from the charred soil, rusted and mottled, yet still emanating a chilling aura of carnage. Tattered banners swayed slowly in the ethereal wind, akin to a soul-calling ensign. In the distance, the contours of collapsed ancient city walls, rivaling mountains in scale, could be faintly discerned, alongside colossal, unidentifiable skeletal remains, partially buried in the sand. At the heart of the ruins, an unusually expansive clearing was densely populated with countless long swords. These blades varied in form, some splendid, others ancient, some fierce, and some sacred. But they all shared a commonality of being deeply flawed, their blades marred by cracks, some broken, some rusted, others devoid of their once glorious radiance. The myriad swords stood erect like a silent army, akin to a forest of death. And at the very center of this sword grove, an indescribably immense, resplendent, and mournful sword aura erupted from the depths of the ruins, piercing the leaden sky that seemed eternally impenetrable. The sword aura was not a singular hue but a chaotic intermingling, embodying an endless sharpness, defiance, fury, determination, and a profound lamentation as if abandoned for eons. The myriad swords seemed to resonate, emitting a low, sorrowful hum, as if weeping, mourning, and calling out for their lost master, yearning for the king who could lead them to battle once more. The sword aura soared into the heavens. The lament of myriad swords echoed. This vision lasted but an ephemeral moment, yet it imprinted itself indelibly upon Lin Feng's very soul. The desolation, grandeur, and unyielding spirit, intertwined with boundless opportunities and perils, left him momentarily breathless. The vision shattered, and consciousness returned. Lin Feng stood atop the desolate hill, gazing into the distance at the city of falling clouds. Yet, everything seemed transformed. The call from the southwest had morphed into a vivid image of ancient battlefield ruins, resonating with the piercing energy of swords and the mournful cries of countless blades. It echoed in his heart with an undeniable urgency. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his hands, almost sensing the yearning and tremor of the nine hells soared within his dantian, as if it were desperate to break free. The disturbance of the second chain was undoubtedly linked to the remnants of that ancient battlefield. In a hushed tone, he murmured the name of the vast land known as the 9 provinces of the Great Wilderness, recalling the 4 imposing characters inscribed on the map, alongside the annotations: Song, Yun, Lan, Li, Yan, Yu, Xian, Gu Ling. This expansive, mysterious realm, fraught with danger yet ripe with opportunity, was the source of the call. The direction indicated by the 9 hells sword lay there. The true beginning of his newly forged path of swordsmanship awaited him there. The city of falling clouds had become a mere memory. The road ahead unfolded with unmistakable clarity toward the southwest, toward the 9 provinces of the Great Wilderness. There lay ancient secrets awaiting his exploration, formidable foes and perilous challenges to hone his sword, and the monumental fortune he must pursue, intertwining the past and present with the supreme path of the sword. The tranquility in Lin Feng's eyes gradually transformed into a profound, tempered resolve, glowing with a steadfast light. He cast one last glance at the blurred outline of falling clouds that would soon vanish into the morning mist, feeling no regret. Resolutely, he turned to face the rising sun in the southwest, which appeared even more radiant. The morning breeze stirred his deep gray robe, rustling like whispers of fate. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his iron sword, as if grasping the key to his future. With steady and powerful strides, he embarked on the long journey toward the southwest, toward the 9 provinces of the Great Wilderness. Behind him lay the solitary city of the past. Before him stretched the vast, beckoning new world. Chapter 55. Mountains sharpening the sword, gathering herbs for healing. 3 days had passed since leaving falling clouds. The terrain rose steadily to the southwest, with human presence dwindling. The official road had come to an end, replaced by winding, rugged paths obscured by wild grasses and shrubs. As he gazed into the distance, the undulating mountains resembled a slumbering gray behemoth, stretching to the horizon, shrouded in a faint mist that exuded an aura of primal wilderness. This was the Kangmang mountain range marked on the map, the first natural barrier leading toward the 9 provinces of the Great Wilderness. Lin Feng, clad in deep gray attire now dust-laden, bore the scars of thorns from yesterday's trek upon his cloak. Yet, his steps remained steady, and his gaze sharp as ever. The iron sword was ever present in his grasp, its sheath bearing fresh scratches from the journey. Within his dantian, the phantom of the 9 hells sword continued to quiver slightly. Although the disturbance of the second chain was less intense than on the desolate hill, the call from the southwest remained a constant shadow, a lighthouse in the dark, unwaveringly guiding his path. Within the mountain range, ancient trees towered, and vines intertwined, as light filtered through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of shadows. The air was humid, imbued with the scent of earth and decaying leaves, occasionally interrupted by the eerie calls of unknown birds and beasts, adding an extra layer of depth and danger to the surroundings. Amidst the lush thicket on the left, a faint rustling sound, distinct from the whispers of the wind through the grass, emerged. Lin Feng's steps remained unbroken, yet a subtle shift crossed his expression, causing his grip on the sword to tighten. Over the past 3 days, he had not merely been on a relentless journey. Though the outskirts of the vast mountain range harbored no formidable beasts, lesser creatures were abundant, serving as excellent opportunities to hone the sword techniques he had recently comprehended and to solidify his newly attained chi-gathering realm. A low growl, laden with the scent of blood, suddenly reverberated through the air. A gray-brown figure lunged forth from the underbrush with lightning speed, aiming directly for Lin Feng's neck. It was a wild boar, comparable in size to a calf, its body covered in bristly, steel-like hair. 2 curved tusks gleamed with a yellow-brown sheen, and its small, blood-red eyes were filled with aggression and fury. This creature was a first-tier low-level beast, equivalent in strength to a human in the late blood-moving stage to the early chi-gathering stage, with tough hide and immense power, capable of rampaging through the forest, making it quite a nuisance. The foul breath swept towards Lin Feng, the tusks nearly within reach. Yet, his gaze remained calm, devoid of any panic. He did not confront the beast head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped to the right, evading the wild boar's ferocious charge with a ghostly grace. Simultaneously, his wrist flicked, and the sword transformed into a wisp of pale azure cloud, effortlessly brushing against the boar's thick flank. Sanyan style, the blade met the creature with a dull thud, akin to striking soaked cowhide. A patch of the boar's bristly hair was severed, leaving a faint white mark on its skin, from which a few beads of blood emerged, though it did not incur severe damage. Instead, the boar, stung by the pain, became increasingly enraged, its massive form twisting violently, as its powerful hooves stomped the ground. tusks lunging forward once more. The force was considerable, yet the speed was lacking. Lin Feng mused inwardly, his form shifting like willow fluff in the breeze, once again eluding the assault with ease. Throughout the past 3 days, he had faced similar attacks no less than 10 times, evolving from a state of intense focus to a state of effortless mastery. His proficiency with the Songyun style's force release and the Tsongfeng evasion technique had grown increasingly refined, as had his control over his own vital energy and strength. It is time to conclude this encounter, as the wild boar charged again with a furious roar. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. He ceased his evasion, instead stepping boldly towards the oncoming beast. His internal energy surged, transitioning instantaneously from tranquility to tumult. Song Lei style, Thunder Awakening. The sword gleamed with a brilliance akin to lightning. A point of brilliant white light erupted at the sword's tip, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. This time, the blade did not seek a wide arc. Instead, it coalesced into a singular point, precisely targeting the vulnerable junction where the boar's neck met its back, an opening in its cervical vertebrae. With a sharp thrust, the blade sank into flesh. The fierce sword energy, imbued with the essence of Songjun, instantly breached the boar's tough hide and muscle, reaching deep into the cervical spine. The wild boar let out an ear-splitting wail. Its charge abruptly halted, as if its very spine had been severed, crashing to the ground. Its limbs twitching a few times before falling still. Blood gushed from the wound at its neck, staining the fallen leaves a deep crimson. Lin Feng sheathed his sword, standing with a slight breathlessness. This strike had exacted a considerable toll, yet the outcome was unmistakably triumphant. He crouched down, skillfully using his sword to cleave open the wild boar's skull, extracting a demon core the size of a pigeon egg, emanating a faint earthen hue. Although a first-tier low-level demon core holds little value, it is better than nothing. He also sliced off several succulent pieces of tenderloin, wrapping them in clean, large leaves and placing them into his satchel. In this wilderness, sustenance is indeed a crucial resource. As he continued onward, his keen gaze swept through the corners of the forest. In a shadowy crevice of a rock, he discovered several stalks of hemostatic grass, their serrated leaves edged with purple. By a crystal-clear stream, he found a few blossoms of dew flower, exuding a delicate fragrance. These were common ingredients for concocting low-tier healing potions. As dusk descended, Lin Feng located a relatively dry hollow beneath a wind-sheltering rock face and decided to spend the night there. He gathered some dry twigs and ignited a campfire with flint, grilling the wild boar meat until it sizzled and oozed with juices, filling the air with an enticing aroma. While the meat cooked, he retrieved the hemostatic grass and dew flowers, rinsing them in the stream before placing them on a flat stone, meticulously mashing them into a paste with another clean stone. Next, he produced a small leather pouch from his bosom, pouring out a modest amount of basic wound powder he carried for treating injuries. Mixing it with the herbal paste, and adding a few drops of juice extracted from the dew flower, stirring it thoroughly. A unique scent, blending the bitter essence of herbs with floral notes, wafted through the air. Lin Feng dipped his finger into the salve and applied it to a shallow wound on his arm, inflicted by thorns the previous day. Instantly, a refreshing sensation washed over him, and the slight sting of the injury diminished rapidly. Although this self-prepared healing ointment cannot compare to refined elixirs, it is significantly superior to mere wound powder, adequate for addressing ordinary flesh wounds. As night deepened, the campfire crackled. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the fire, slowly savoring the roasted meat while quietly circulating the Songjun sword classic. The thin yet pure spiritual energy of the forest gradually converged, entering his body, flowing through his meridians, refining his true energy, and solidifying his cultivation at the initial stage of qi gathering. The battles fought during the day not only honed his swordsmanship, but also deepened his understanding of true energy manipulation and timing. Under the stimulation of real combat, his cultivation subtly crystallized further. He cast a glance towards the deep night sky in the southwest, where the stars appeared particularly bright. Tomorrow, he would delve deeper into these vast mountains. According to the map, only upon traversing this mountain range would he truly step into the periphery of the great wilderness. The 9 provinces. The journey ahead is long and fraught with unknown dangers, yet within his heart, there exists only tranquility and resolve. Chapter 56. Toxic Swamp. Pure heart lotus seed. On the 5th day of venturing deeper into the vast mountain range, the trees grew increasingly dense and towering, obscuring the sun and casting shadows. The air was thick with a stale, oddly sweet and pungent aroma. Beneath his feet, the ground was no longer solid rock or soil, but rather a soft, damp black mire, occasionally bubbling with murky effervescence. Dead trees leaned precariously in the mire, their branches draped with vibrant moss and fungi, taking on bizarre shapes. Lin Feng cautiously slowed his pace. Based on the rough markings on the map and his observations over the past few days, he realized that he might have strayed from the relatively safe hunting trails and inadvertently ventured into the perilous region known as the Miasma Swamp, deep within the mountains. It was rumored that this area was perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, characterized by its complex terrain, with treacherous marshes and hidden pits, and home to bizarre creatures that had adapted to the noxious environment. It was one of the locations within the vast mountain range that instilled fear in the hearts of lower-tier cultivators. He attempted to discern his direction and retreat, but the surroundings appeared almost identical, with thick, vividly colored fog having silently enveloped the area, obscuring his vision and even interfering with his spiritual senses to a certain extent. The fog was not merely vapor. Its colors were strikingly bizarre, accompanied by a sweet, acrid scent that, when inhaled, caused a slight burning sensation in his lungs. And even his internal vital energy began to exhibit a barely perceptible sluggishness. Poisonous miasma. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately held his breath, shifting to circulate his internal energy. However, the miasma was insidious, capable of infiltrating through his skin's pores and eroding him slowly. He tried to channel his vital energy to form a protective shield around his body, but the ordinary vital energy, upon encountering this vibrant miasma, emitted a faint hissing noise, as if being corroded and swiftly consumed, dimming in intensity. Indeed, the miasma was as corrosive as the rumors suggested, posing a significant threat to both the physical body and the vital energy, which would be gradually depleted if exposed for an extended period, ultimately leading to exhaustion and entrapment, becoming sustenance for the swamp. The path of retreat was blocked by the miasma, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Ahead, the fog thickened, and dangers lurked in every corner. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, yet he remained unperturbed. With a mental prompt, the Tsang Jun sword classic surged within him, unlike the previous simple protective layer of vital energy. This time, he immersed his consciousness into his dantian, invoking a strand of Tsang Jun sword intent. A resonant hum emanated faintly from within him. Pure Tsang Jun vital energy radiated outward, but instead of dispersing into an ordinary shield, it coalesced and compressed, forming an incredibly thin yet exquisitely refined layer of sword chi around him, shimmering with a delicate golden glow. This layer of sword chi was not static. It flowed and oscillated like a living entity, silently slicing and shredding the encroaching miasma, repelling it outward. The will contained within the sword intent, sharp and unyielding, seemed to possess a natural restraint against this corrosive miasma. As the miasma made contact with the sword chi, the sound it produced was significantly diminished, and the rate of corrosion slowed considerably. Although the sword chi was still depleting, with Lin Feng's current level of purity and recovery of vital energy, it was sufficient to sustain him for a while. This was feasible. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he focused on a direction where he sensed the miasma was relatively thin, with faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, and stepped into the dense fog. The ground beneath him was soft and slippery, concealing a hidden pull, requiring more effort than usual with each step. The murky mud concealed unknown horrors, with occasional cold, slick sensations brushing against his ankles, sending chills down his spine. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the subtle sounds of the miasma and the squelch of his feet sinking into the mud. Lin Feng concentrated fully, heightening his perception to its utmost. The sword chi layer continuously flowed around him, resisting the pervasive corrosion of the miasma. In his grip, the ordinary iron sword was ever ready to be unsheathed, prepared to confront any unknown peril that might emerge from the mists or marshes. After advancing for approximately half an hour, fatigue began to set in, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just as he contemplated seeking a firmer ground to recuperate, the dense, multicolored noxious fumes ahead suddenly began to roil violently, as if stirred by some unseen force. Lin Feng immediately halted, his sword half drawn, his mind alert and vigilant. Yet, the anticipated assault did not materialize. Instead, as the toxic miasma writhed, a small patch of relatively clear ground gradually came into view. The fog here was markedly thinner, revealing a small, deep black, yet remarkably tranquil, muddy pool at its center. In the midst of this pool stood an extraordinary plant, elegantly poised. It was a lotus, but utterly distinct from the ordinary variety. Its entire form radiated a gentle, jade-white hue, with leaves as round and pristine as emerald plates, untouched by any speck of dust. Most striking was the fully bloomed lotus flower, its petals layered and translucent, as if sculpted from the finest white jade. At its heart, several lotus seeds, each the size of longan fruits, exuded a faint golden glow, shimmering with ethereal light. Within a 3-foot radius of the lotus, the vibrant toxins dared not encroach, creating a peculiar vacuum where the air was suffused with a refreshing fragrance of lotus, invigorating to the spirit. The clear heart lotus, moreover, of a quality exceeding a century. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The clear heart lotus is a rare spiritual herb, known for its abilities to clear the mind and brighten the eyes, dispel toxins, and aid in cultivation. The potency increases with age. A century-old clear heart lotus, particularly its seeds, possesses extraordinary value, enough to entice many cultivators at the furnace refining stage. To think that such a spiritual entity lay hidden at the heart of this perilous toxic marsh. It seemed that the very essence emitted by the clear heart lotus purified the surrounding noxious fumes. The opportunity lay before him, yet Lin Feng did not rush forward. Such spiritual treasures are often guarded by ferocious beasts or other dangers. He meticulously observed the black muddy pool in the vicinity of the lotus, his spiritual sense sweeping delicately over the area. The pool remained calm and undisturbed, with no signs of life beneath the murky waters. The lotus itself exhibited no signs of malevolent energy, utterly pure. Perhaps the extreme conditions of this toxic environment rendered it inhospitable for other creatures to exist near the clear heart lotus. Exercising caution, Lin Feng retrieved a small piece of beast meat he had previously hunted, wrapped it in a stone, and gently tossed it into the muddy pool beside the clear heart lotus. Plop! The meat sank into the inky waters, gradually disappearing beneath the surface. The pool remained tranquil, only faint ripples disturbing the stillness. After waiting a moment, there was still no movement. Lin Feng hesitated no longer, maintaining his sword aura as a protective veil. He cautiously waded through the outer marsh, edging closer to the black pool. The nearer he approached, the more potent the fragrance of the clear heart lotus became. Inhaling its essence left him feeling refreshed, alleviating the mental fatigue brought on by the toxic miasma. He gauged his position, took a deep breath, and with a nimble leap, his toes lightly touched a slightly firm patch of grass at the pool's edge, propelling him towards the exquisite jade-white lotus. With a swift motion, his right hand shot forth, a gentle surge of true energy flowing to his fingertips, precisely severing the slender stem beneath the lotus flower. The jade lotus, now in hand, felt warm and cool to the touch, its fragrance enveloping him. The few pale golden lotus seeds rolled slightly in his palm, brimming with spiritual energy. Success! Lin Feng's figure gracefully descended, firmly establishing himself at the edge of the muddy terrain. He swiftly extracted the entire heart-purifying lotus, along with a small segment of white jade-like root, and carefully wrapped it in the prepared oiled cloth, placing it close to his chest for safekeeping. With such a precious spiritual item, his future cultivation and healing endeavors would undoubtedly receive considerable assistance. Having completed his harvest, he dared not linger. He promptly turned, retracing his steps guided by the faint impressions and subtle differences in spiritual energy, propelling himself towards what he presumed to be the periphery of the marsh. Once again, he summoned his sword chi attire and hastened away. Behind him, the vibrant toxic mists gradually closed in, submerging the small patch of purity he had just occupied. Chapter 57. The marsh's edge, intercepted by wandering cultivators clutching the century-old heart-purifying lotus. Lin Feng felt no inclination to tarry. Following the faint discrepancies in spiritual energy and the path etched in his memory, he navigated through the colorful toxic miasma for approximately half an hour. The layer of sword chi attire enveloping him had dimmed considerably, its energy depleting significantly. Yet, fortune favored him, as the fog ahead began to thin, and the acrid, sweet scent of decay started to wane. As he progressed further, the mire beneath his feet grew firmer, allowing him to occasionally tread upon exposed gravel. The bizarre, desolate trees and vibrant moss dwindled, making way for the return of ordinary timber. Raising his gaze, he finally glimpsed the long-absent, untainted daylight filtering through the dense canopy above. He had emerged. A sense of relief washed over Lin Feng as he dissipated the sword chi attire enveloping his form, retaining only the basic protective shield of his true energy. The cool mountain breeze greeted him, infused with the refreshing aroma of foliage, dispelling the last remnants of burning sensation within his lungs. Glancing back, he beheld the marshland shrouded in vibrant mist, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait, silent yet perilous. Starkly contrasting with the normalcy of the forest ahead, he located a dry rock near a stream and seated himself cross-legged to recuperate. He extracted his water pouch and savored a few refreshing sips of the stream's crystal-clear water, followed by a small piece of self-prepared herbal paste designed to aid in the restoration of true energy. Although the heart-purifying lotus was invaluable, it was a treasure meant for life-or-death situations or breakthroughs, and thus should not be used lightly. After a brief incense's duration, his true energy had replenished significantly, and his spirit was once again invigorated. Rising to his feet, he oriented himself and prepared to continue westward, aiming to traverse the vast mountain range as swiftly as possible. However, scarcely had he walked downstream along the creek for less than 100 paces when, around a bend in the sparsely wooded slope ahead, 3 figures brazenly emerged, forming a triangular blockade that obstructed his path. All 3 were men clad in a mix of worn coarse cloth and leather armor, their faces bearing the marks of hardship and an unmistakable ferocity. They wielded weapons. One brandished a ghost-headed knife, another a chain spear, while the third held a pair of finely crafted iron short daggers. The aura they exuded unmistakably indicated they were in the late stage of chi gathering. Though their energy seemed somewhat erratic and less refined than that of disciples from established sects, the palpable bloodlust they emanated was thick, revealing their habitual existence in the wilds, living by plunder. The trio's gazes roamed over Lin Feng like famished wolves, particularly fixating on his somewhat tattered, yet decent attire, the scabbard at his back, and his not so full but bulging satchel. Upon noticing Lin Feng's youthful visage and solitary presence, a glimmer of greed and disdain flickered in their eyes. "Look here, brothers. Who do we have but a lost little chick? How dare you wander alone in the depths of these vast mountains?" The scarred man brandishing a ghostly blade grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his tone laced with mockery. His attire, though made of fine fabric, was regrettably tattered. "Boy, hand over everything of value you possess, including that bundle." The tall, thin figure wielding a chain spear spoke ominously, casually swinging his weapon to produce a threatening clatter. "Why waste words with him? Look at that delicate skin. He must be a young master from some insignificant clan, foolishly venturing out to hone his skills. Let us dispose of him swiftly." The stout, short man, brimming with impatience, glinted with malice in his eyes. The 3 clearly regarded Lin Feng as an unsuspecting lamb, having wandered into a den of wolves. In this desolate wilderness, murder and plunder were commonplace, especially against a lone young cultivator who appeared to be no more than 20. His cultivation seemingly at the initial stage of chi gathering. Lin Feng, accustomed to concealing his aura, presented himself as an inviting target. Halting his steps, Lin Feng calmly surveyed the trio, feeling little surprise at their presence. Encountering bandits in such a place was entirely expected. He had recently engaged in numerous skirmishes, but most opponents were lowly beasts devoid of intelligence, lacking the life and death struggles necessary to truly sharpen his swordsmanship and adaptability. The 3 before him, all at the late stage of chi gathering, exuded a hollow aura, and their coordination was far from flawless, making them suitable for honing his skills. "You desire something?" Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of the 3 with clarity. "Come and take it." With that, he grasped the hilt of the ordinary iron sword sheathed at his back. With a metallic clang, the sword was drawn, producing a sound that was both dull and chilling. The slender blade, slightly curved, reflected a cold, hard gleam of blue and metallic hues under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. With the blade pointing slightly downward, Lin Feng stood poised, the previously restrained calmness around him now augmented by a faint but palpable sharpness. The trio was momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting this plump target to draw his weapon instead of begging for mercy. The scarred man, enraged yet amused, laughed. "Ha! What a daring little brat. You possess some courage. Alas, courage will not save your life. Attack. Subdue him." The stout man could no longer contain himself, bellowing as he propelled his twin short blades forward like 2 dark streaks, aiming for Lin Feng's vital areas with the ferocity of a striking snake. His heavy footsteps stirred up clouds of dust, signifying the force of his onslaught. Simultaneously, the lanky man with the chain spear advanced like a stealthy scorpion, aiming a swift thrust toward Lin Feng's waist, the spearhead vibrating ominously as it threatened several critical points with precision. Meanwhile, the scarred man's ghostly blade swept in from another angle, blocking Lin Feng's escape with a fierce intent to cleave him in 2. Though their coordination was not flawless, the 3 executed their assault with a practiced methodology, one striking head-on, while the others flanked him, effectively sealing off all avenues for Lin Feng to evade. In the face of this coordinated attack from 3 opponents of equal cultivation, Lin Feng's gaze remained tranquil as water. Within him, the Tsang Jun's sword classic surged into motion, the thread of Tsang Jun's sword intent within his dantian flickering with anticipation. He settled his stance, his figure lowering slightly, and his long sword traced a seamless arc through the air. Just right, Let me test my sword against you. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the gleam of his sword ignited. Chapter 58. 10 strikes to vanquish the enemy. Seeking the map to the town just right. Let me test my sword against you. Before Lin Feng's voice faded, the radiance of his blade had already illuminated the air, facing the fierce dual halberds of the stout man charging directly at him. Lin Feng neither flinched nor evaded. With a masterful step, he sidestepped deftly, resembling a phantom as he moved half a foot to the side, allowing the darkened halberd tips to narrowly graze beneath his ribs, the fierce wind rustling his robes. Simultaneously, the slender, slightly curved iron sword in his hand transitioned from stillness to motion, moving so swiftly that it left behind a faint azure trail in the air. The cloud-wrapping style. The sword did not thrust directly, but instead coiled upward like a supple vine, adhering to the halberd's shaft and wrapping around it. The blade trembled lightly, and a surge of viscous, resilient force erupted forth. The stout man perceived an unusual pulling force emanating from his halberd, causing his previously relentless advance to be involuntarily diverted, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Alarm surged within him, and he hastily lowered his center of gravity, attempting to stabilize his weapon. However, in the fleeting moment when his old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, Lin Feng's gaze hardened, and the momentum of his sword abruptly transitioned from soft to fierce, from slow to swift. The thunderclap style. With a piercing sound, a burst of blinding white lightning erupted from the sword's tip. The long sword disengaged from the halberd and transformed into a dazzling streak that tore through the air, striking upward at an incredible angle and speed, targeting the stout man's exposed throat, wide open due to his desperate attempt to steady his halberd. Swift, ruthless, precise. In this strike, Lin Feng embodied the utmost speed and explosiveness of the thunderclap style, seamlessly blending in a hint of decisiveness gleaned from the brutal skirmish at the city gate, directly aimed at the vital point. Old 3, be careful. The scar-faced man wielding the ghost-headed knife shouted in a mix of fear and anger, striving to intervene, but it was too late. The stout man felt a chill in his throat, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain and darkness. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed upon the calm, unperturbed visage of the young man before him. His hands futilely clutched his gushing neck, and his massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, convulsing twice before falling silent. One strike, and the enemy was vanquished. From the moment of engagement to the decisive blow, merely 3 strikes had transpired. Old 3. The lanky figure and the scar-faced man simultaneously emitted furious howls, utterly unprepared for the merciless decisiveness of this seemingly youthful prey, whose strength was astonishingly formidable. In their shock and rage, the two intensified their assault. The chain spear struck like a venomous serpent, a constellation of cold stars enveloping Lin Feng's vital points. The ghost-headed knife sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, aiming to cleave Lin Feng in two. However, the sudden demise of their companion had sown seeds of fear in their hearts. Their coordination faltered, and though their attacks were fierce, they lacked the previous synergy and ruthlessness. Infused instead with an anxious impatience for victory, Lin Feng remained as calm as still water, his body fluid like a dragon. His steps, guided by the gale wind technique, allowed him to maneuver effortlessly through the flurry of blades and spears, narrowly evading lethal strikes at every turn. The long sword in his hand transformed into clouds to deflect the knife's momentum, morphed into lightning to pierce the spear's tip, and flowed like the wind to exploit openings for counterattacks. After 5 more strikes, the lanky man's chain spear lunged with the ferocity of a venomous dragon, aiming for Lin Feng's back. But Lin Feng had anticipated this move, sidestepping gracefully as the spear's tip grazed his clothing, striking nothing but air. Lin Feng seized upon the flaw in his opponent's technique, exploiting the moment of vulnerability with a swift counterattack. His long sword swept through the air, unleashing a finely honed stream of pale golden sword energy. With a piercing sound, the blade's energy accurately sliced through the right elbow of the tall, gaunt figure wielding a spear. A cry of anguish escaped the man's lips as the chain spear clattered to the ground, his right arm hanging limply, blood staining his sleeve in an instant, the tendons of his elbow severed by the sword energy, rendering him forever incapacitated. In less than 10 exchanges, one lay dead, while another suffered grievous injury. The remaining scarred-faced man, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of terror coursing through him. The thought of murder and treasure was completely eclipsed by fear. With a frantic scream, he abandoned his companion, fending off Lin Feng with a feigned strike to create a moment's distance, then turned and fled into the depths of the forest, moving with astonishing speed until he vanished amidst the dense foliage. Lin Feng sheathed his sword and stood still, breathing slightly heavier. The continuous execution of sword techniques, Particularly the final release of sword energy had taken a toll. He chose not to pursue the fleeing scarred man, adhering to the principle of not chasing a desperate foe, and considering the inappropriateness of lingering in this location, as the scent of blood might attract further complications. Approaching the corpse of the stout man, he examined it expressionlessly. From the man's bosom, he retrieved a small cloth pouch containing several inferior spirit stones, their energy dim and of mediocre quality. He also discovered a poisoned dart and some scattered coins. Next, he found a folded, somewhat tattered piece of beast hide parchment tucked within the leather lining at the corpse's waist. Unfolding it revealed a crudely hand-drawn map, the handwriting rough. Yet the markings of mountains, rivers, and principal paths were relatively clear. The map encompassed an area extending from the periphery of the vast mountains to the opposite side. In one corner of the map, a small dot was circled in red ink, labeled with the words Qingyun Town, accompanied by a note stating, a gathering place for cultivators, with a market for supplies. Lin Feng committed the name of Qingyun Town to memory. It was evidently a sanctuary for cultivators located on the far side of the vast mountains, near the border of the great wilderness. Precisely the refuge and source of information he currently sought. He then approached the tall, gaunt figure, who was now pale from blood loss and agony. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, terror filled the man's eyes as he struggled to crawl backward. Lin Feng spared his life, merely casting a cold glance in his direction before picking up the chained spear from the ground and tossing it into the nearby stream. He then turned and swiftly departed towards the direction marked on the map, leading to Qingyun Town. Behind him lingered the heavy scent of blood, a cooling corpse, and a wretched figure writhing in pain on the ground. The forest returned to silence, with only the gentle babble of the stream, as if the brief and bloody skirmish had never transpired. Chapter 59. Qingyun Town. First encounter with the 9 provinces. Following the guidance of the rudimentary map found on the scattered cultivator, Lin Feng trekked for another 2 days, finally traversing the most rugged stretch of the vast mountains. When the landscape opened before him, revealing a town nestled between 2 hills on a gentle slope, he knew he had arrived at Qingyun Town. Though referred to as a town, it resembled a sizable settlement, lacking the imposing and orderly walls of Luoyun City. It was instead surrounded by rudimentary wooden fences and watchtowers, symbolically encircling the area. The architecture within the town is characterized by a varied elevation, predominantly constructed from rough-hewn timber and stacked stones. The rooftops are adorned with thick thatch or dark slate, emanating a rugged, utilitarian essence reminiscent of the wilderness. Several narrow main streets intersect, bustling with a greater throng than those found in the common thoroughfares of Luoyun City. Lin Feng slowed his pace, blending into the flow of pedestrians entering and exiting the town gates. The demographic here is remarkably diverse, featuring squads of disciples from various sects or families clad in uniform attire and exuding an air of determination, solitary wanderers, like himself, with weary yet vigilant expressions, merchants driving pack animals laden with goods, and even a few individuals from foreign tribes, clad in peculiar garments that hint at their distinct origins. The air is thick with a melange of scents, sweat, dust, medicinal herbs, metallic rust, and an assortment of culinary aromas, intermingled with the clamor of haggling voices, boisterous shouts, and the clanging of weapons. Flanking the streets are numerous shops, some displaying signs like 100 Weapons Pavilion and Spirit Materials Workshop, where weapons, armor, low-tier elixirs, and various materials are sold. Others are taverns and eateries, their signs fluttering, filled with the sound of boisterous revelry, while some vendors directly along the roadside hawk animal hides, ores, herbs, and an assortment of curious items seemingly procured from nowhere. The entire town pulsates with a raw vitality, interwoven with an unabashed aura of profit and peril. Lin Feng adjusted the hood of his cloak, concealing much of his visage, as he discreetly ventured deeper along the main street. He sought to procure some provisions and fresh water, to replace his attire with something more suitable and inconspicuous. More importantly, he needed to gather detailed intelligence regarding the path ahead, particularly concerning the vast expanse of the great wilderness. He noticed a modest yet relatively clean tavern with a sign inscribed with the characters "Welcoming Pine." Such establishments are typically excellent venues for gathering information. He stepped inside. The tavern's interior was dimly lit, permeated with the scents of alcohol and cooking oil. Several rough-hewn wooden tables were occupied by patrons engaged in hushed conversations or indulging heartily in their meals. The proprietor, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man sporting a goatee, stood behind the counter, manipulating an abacus. Approaching the counter, Lin Feng ordered a pot of the simplest tea and 2 provisions, paying with a few pieces of silver. Seizing the moment while the proprietor turned to prepare his order, he casually inquired, "Good sir, may I ask about the route continuing southwest? What should I be wary of?" The proprietor cast a glance his way, noting the youth's composed demeanor and the marks of a recent journey through the wilderness, leading to a swift assessment. As he handed over the tea and provisions, he lowered his voice and replied, "Young man, is this your first time traversing the Kangmang Mountains? Proceeding southwest will indeed lead you into the true heart of the great wilderness, far beyond our humble border town." He gestured towards a crude, stained regional map hanging on the wall. "See here, our Qingyun town lies at the southern foothills of the Kangmang Range, a remote corner of Zhangzhou's northwestern boundary. Only after traveling several hundred miles southwest from this town will you truly enter the borders of Zhangzhou." "Zhangzhou?" Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, Zhangzhou," the proprietor continued. "Perhaps encouraged by the exchange and the modest payment for tea, it seems you are quite unfamiliar with this land. The vast expanse beneath our feet is collectively referred to as the Great Wilderness. In the vast expanse of the Great Wilderness, it is not a monolithic entity. Since ancient times, it has been divided into 9 major regions, collectively known as the 9 prefectures of the Great Wilderness." He counted on his fingers. The prefectures are Zhangzhou, Yinzhou, Lanzhou, Lishou, Yinzhou, Yuzhou, Xianzhou, Guzhou, and Lingzhou. Each prefecture boasts an extensive territory, with Zhangzhou alone stretching over 1,000,000 miles in all directions. Within its borders, countless towering mountains and grand rivers abound, and the realm of mortals is filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of sects and cultivation families, as numerous as the stars in the sky. The innkeeper spoke with a tone imbued with the awe and yearning of a rustic soul recounting distant legends. "Our city of Luoyun, including this town of Qingyun, is merely a small area nestled against the vast Kangmang Mountains, located at the far northwest edge of Zhangzhou. It is a remote and impoverished place, lacking even a respectable sect. The true heart of Zhangzhou, as well as the other 8 prefectures, is a flourishing world that cultivators yearn for. It is said that the cities there soar higher than the mountains, where the spiritual energy is so dense that it can manifest as rain, and powerful cultivators can overturn rivers and seas, chasing stars and moons with ease." Listening quietly, Lin Feng felt a subtle stirring within. Although he had long known of the existence of the 9 prefectures through maps and the resonance of the 9 Hells sword, hearing the specific names and such a grand description struck him with an invisible sense of shock and pressure. In the vast backdrop of the 9 prefectures, Luoyun City, the Yi family, and the Shao family appeared as insignificant as dust. He lifted a rough pottery cup, sipped the slightly bitter tea, and inquired, "Do you know the way to travel to other prefectures? Are there recognized safe routes or perilous areas along the way?" The innkeeper shook his head. "That poses quite a challenge for an old man like me. The distance between the prefectures is not measured in mere millions of miles. It is said that ancient teleportation arrays connect them, but such matters are beyond the ken and capability of folks like us. Ordinary cultivators traveling between prefectures typically rely on massive merchant caravans or flying vessels, or they must rely on their own abilities to traverse the terrifying desolation, forbidden zones, and endless wastelands between them. It is rumored that the journey is fraught with hordes of demonic beasts, spatial turbulence, and countless dangers, where even formidable cultivators in the golden core and nascent soul stages cannot guarantee their safety." He glanced at Lin Feng and kindly advised, "Young man, you are still quite young, and your cultivation level is, well, modest. It would be wise not to aim too high too soon. First, hone your skills in the outskirts of Zhangzhou, and when your abilities have grown, consider joining a larger sect or caravan before making further plans." Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries, silently consuming his rations, yet the contours of the great wilderness and its 9 prefectures were already deeply etched in his heart. Zhangzhou was merely the starting point. The direction indicated by the 9 Hells sword and the call of the ancient battlefield ruins may lie in a more distant and mysterious prefecture. The road ahead is long and winding. Chapter 60, Tavern Rumors. Ruins summoned the sword upon leaving the Welcome Pine Tavern. Lin Feng did not immediately seek an inn to rest. Qingyun Town is a place of both chaos and opportunity, with news circulating rapidly. He wished to gather more information regarding the Southwest, particularly any intelligence that might be related to the summons of the 9 Hells sword. He strolled leisurely along the main street, his gaze sweeping over the bustling shops and stalls on either side. The rhythmic clanging of metal resonated from the blacksmith shop, while a medley of medicinal aromas wafted from the apothecary's entrance. A group of burly men huddled around a vendor selling materials from mystical beasts, engaging in fervent negotiations. Various cultivators brushed past one another, some hurried on their way, while others gathered in clusters, engaged in animated discussions. The air was thick with a palpable sense of restlessness and anticipation. Turning a corner, a more potent scent of roasted meat and spirited voices assailed the senses. Before him stood a three-story wooden tavern, slightly weathered yet spacious, its facade adorned more lavishly than its counterparts, boasting a gilded sign that read Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Inside, the cacophony of voices echoed through the open doors and windows, revealing a bustling establishment, evidently one of the town's most renowned for its lively atmosphere and diverse clientele. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng stepped inside. The expansive hall on the first floor was filled with numerous wooden tables of varying sizes, nearly all occupied. A nimble waiter weaved through the crowd, balancing plates of food and drink, while the sounds of boisterous laughter, spirited games, and fervent debates melded into a buzzing symphony that threatened to lift the roof. The air was a concoction of wine, sweat, roasted meat, and the distinctive aromas of various cultivators. Lin Feng found a relatively quiet corner and settled down, ordering a jug of coarse wine and a couple of small dishes. With his gaze lowered, he appeared to be dining in silence. Yet in truth, he heightened his spiritual awareness to discern any potentially valuable information amid the surrounding clamor. Have you heard? The Black Wind Bandits have recently ambushed a caravan north of the Kangmang Mountains, acquiring quite a haul. One voice drifted through the din. Brother Wang. Any news on that blood-red ginseng you mentioned last time? The price is negotiable. Damn it. I lost out on this mountain excursion. That beast nearly ripped my heart out. The craftsmanship of Lee's blacksmith in the west part of town is impressive. My sword is much sharper after being reforged. Most of the chatter consisted of mundane daily matters or hunting tales. Lin Feng remained unhurried, savoring the slightly spicy coarse wine. Suddenly, the volume at a large table occupied by 5 or 6 cultivators surged, capturing the attention of many nearby. A burly man with a scarred face, his aura suggesting he was in the late stage of qi gathering, abruptly downed a bowl of wine, wiped his mouth, and bellowed, "Brothers, enough of the trivialities. Have you heard? To the southwest, about 3,000 miles from here, something monumental has occurred in the depths of the Dragonfall wasteland." A lanky cultivator at the table interjected, his tone laced with excitement. "Scarred Lu, are you referring to the matter of the ancient sword ruins? I heard a passing merchant mention that recently. Sword energy has illuminated half the sky there. Is it true?" "Absolutely true." Scarred Lu slammed the table. "A brother of mine just returned from there, and he witnessed it with his own eyes. They say this ancient battlefield, long dormant for countless millennia, has suddenly begun to stir, especially the central area, where terrifying columns of sword energy erupt into the sky, visible even from hundreds of miles away. The ground nearby has cracked open, revealing bizarre remnants of ancient seals and rusted weapons. Ancient battlefield? Ancient sword ruins? Another cultivator's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That is the legendary site of a cataclysmic battle from antiquity. It is said to harbor countless treasures of ancient cultivators and lost legacies. Was there an extraordinary treasure on the verge of emerging? It seemed highly probable. Scarred Lu lowered his voice, yet it resonated clearly among those nearby. The news had not fully circulated, but factions with connections in the neighboring states had already begun to stir. Rumor had it that even the Bloodslaughter sect and the Profoundine sect, both second-rate sects, had dispatched elders to investigate. Not to mention the wandering cultivators who flocked to the scent of opportunity. At this moment, I estimate that a considerable number of people have already gathered at the outskirts of the wasteland. Goodness. The Bloodslaughter sect and the Profoundine sect are both in motion? Surely, something valuable is at stake. The gaunt cultivator rubbed his hands together. Should we also take a chance? What if we stumble upon a windfall? Are you seeking death? Scarred Lu glared at him. Is that place one we can visit casually? The remnants of murderous intent and shattered prohibitions left from the ancient battlefield could ensnare even experts from the Yuanfu realm. Not to mention the recent surge of sword energy, which has amplified the danger. With our meager cultivation, merely approaching the periphery could strip us of our skins. My brother mentioned that many reckless individuals have already been shredded into pieces by the suddenly erupting residual sword energy. Around several tables, cultivators listening to the discussion displayed varying expressions. Some were filled with trepidation, while others were eager and engaged in hushed conversations. The terms ancient sword ruins, ancient battlefield, sword energy soaring to the skies, and extraordinary treasure emerging ignited the greed and adventurous spirit within any cultivator's heart. In a corner, Lin Feng's fingers momentarily paused around his wine cup. The keywords ancient sword ruins, ancient battlefield, and sword energy soaring to the skies struck him like thunder, reverberating within his mind. Instantly, the image of the boundless wasteland, the shattered walls, and the forest of swords pierced through his thoughts. Reminiscent of the moment, he witnessed the second chain of the 9 Hells swords stir on the desolate slope, a magnificent sword energy tearing through the heavens. The location, wasteland. The characteristics, ancient battlefield, forest of swords, and the phenomenon, sword energy soaring, aligned perfectly. Could it be that the summoning sensed by the Nine Hells sword? The source of that vision was indeed this ancient sword ruins undergoing a transformation. As if to affirm his speculation, deep within his dantian, the phantom of the Nine Hells sword emitted a tremor more intense and vivid than any prior occurrence. The second chaotic chain entwined around it thrashed violently, flickering with ghostly light, as an incredibly fervent and urgent sense of summoning struck his consciousness like a heated iron spike. Direction: southwest. Target: ancient sword ruins. That is the place. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, his gaze sharpening significantly. The opportunity guided by the Nine Hells sword was not out of reach. It lay merely 3,000 miles away in the falling dragon wasteland. Moreover, it seemed to be actively calling forth, due to some reason, the emergence of an extraordinary treasure. He set down his wine cup, ceasing to heed the surrounding discussions. The objective was now crystal clear. The forthcoming challenge was to navigate safely and discover the fortune that awaited him amidst the inevitable chaos and lurking dangers of the ruins. He lifted his head, his gaze penetrating through the raucous throngs of the tavern, as if he could already envision the location in the southwest, where the sword energy soared to the heavens. Chapter 61. Companions in the Wasteland. Old Zhou's peril, leaving the drunken immortal pavilion. Lin Feng wasted no time and immediately commenced preparations for his journey to the ancient sword ruins. He first visited a reputable general store within the town, procuring a considerable supply of preserved jerky, flatbreads, and water sealed in skins, enough to sustain him for over a month. Subsequently, within a protective haven dedicated to novice cultivators, he expended 20 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a rudimentary leather armor crafted from the tanned hide of a first-tier demon beast, the iron-skinned rhinoceros. The armor only shielded the chest, back, and shoulders, appearing somewhat coarse and heavy. However, its defensive capabilities significantly surpassed those of ordinary garments, providing a degree of resistance against sharp blades and low-tier spells. Ultimately, he replaced his tattered cloak with a thicker, unremarkable gray mantle that offered better protection. With all preparations complete, he did not linger, setting forth in the general direction of the Dragonfall wilderness, as gleaned from his eavesdropping in the tavern. Departing the bustling Qingyan town. Upon exiting the town, the landscape began to transform. The sprawling mountain ranges receded into the distance behind him, revealing an endless expanse of desolate plains with sparse vegetation ahead. This was the Dragonfall wilderness, said to be the site where a true dragon fell in ancient times, its blood saturating the earth and rendering the land barren, permeated by a sinister aura and inhospitable conditions. The ground was predominantly composed of gravel and exposed brown soil, with occasional sightings of low, resilient, and oddly shaped thorny plants. The sky perpetually bore a gray hue, with fierce winds occasionally swirling up clouds of dust that stung his face. Lin Feng tightened his cloak, braving the wind and sand as he pressed on. The wilderness was not entirely devoid of human presence. He occasionally glimpsed other cultivators or small merchant caravans, most hurrying past while maintaining a wary distance from one another. All appeared to head southwest, evidently drawn by the rumors surrounding the ancient sword ruins. Thus, he journeyed alone for 5 days. On this particular noon, he paused beneath a large stone shielded from the wind, gnawing on a hard piece of bread. In the distance, 2 figures, a man and a youth, were slowly traversing the dry riverbed. The elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, bore a gaunt visage marked by deep wrinkles and white hair, clad in a faded gray robe. He carried a bulging leather pouch at his waist and a polished machete, exuding an aura suggestive of being in the mid-stage of qi gathering, yet his eyes radiated a profound steadiness and wisdom born of experience. The youth, seemingly around 15 or 16, was slight in stature, his face still holding remnants of boyish innocence, dressed in ill-fitting, worn clothing, and burdened with a large pack on his back. His cultivation was merely at the late stage of blood transformation, and he followed closely behind the elder, his gaze timid. The two soon noticed Lin Feng beneath the boulder. The elder nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while the youth curiously scrutinized him. "Young friend, you too are headed for the ancient sword ruins?" The elder inquired as he approached, stopping several paces away from Lin Feng, and inclined his hands in greeting with a gentle tone. Lin Feng raised his eyes and nodded slightly. "Indeed. The road across the wilderness is long and fraught with unknown dangers. Seeing you travel alone, would it not be prudent to journey together for mutual support?" The elder proposed, his gaze sincere. "I am surnamed Zhou, and my acquaintances call me Old Zhou. This is my son, Xiao Wu." The young Xiao Wu quickly emulated his father's gesture of greeting. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Old Zhou appeared to be quite seasoned, and though Xiao Wu's cultivation was modest, his intentions seemed pure. Traveling alone could indeed be lonely. and having companions might allow them to detect dangers that he might overlook. As long as he maintained vigilance, it could be advantageous. Lin Feng, he simply introduced himself, signifying his agreement. Excellent. Young Lin, your straightforwardness is commendable. Old Zhou chuckled, settling down with Xiao Wu not far away and sharing his provisions. Xiao Wu obediently offered water to Old Zhou. After a brief rest, the trio set off together. Indeed, Old Zhou was quite familiar with this desolate expanse, adeptly avoiding areas of quicksand and nests inhabited by venomous serpents and scorpions, opting for a relatively easier path. Along the way, he pointed out peculiar plants unique to the wilderness, some of medicinal value while others best left untouched, with Xiao Wu attentively listening and occasionally inquiring. How well does the esteemed Old Zhou know about the ruins of the ancient sword? Lin Feng ventured to ask as they reached a flatter section of land. Upon hearing this, a hint of solemnity replaced Old Zhou's previously relaxed demeanor as he sighed. To be candid, my young friend Lin, 30 years ago, I accompanied a group of adventurers who ventured near the periphery of those ruins. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes as he continued. At that time, the ruins were eerily quiet, with only sporadic sword energy seeping from fissures in the earth. Even so, it was fraught with peril. The land is soaked with the blood of ancient powerhouses and shattered weapon fragments, imbued with terrifying intent to kill and chaotic restrictions. A moment's carelessness could set off a lingering restriction or be struck by a sudden surge of shattered sword energy, resulting in instant demise for those at the gathering chi or furnace nurturing stages. Xiao Wu's complexion paled at this, instinctively drawing closer to Old Zhou. I have heard that the ruins have recently stirred, with sword energy soaring into the sky. Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, Old Zhou replied gravely. That is the most alarming aspect. The once quiet ruins are now teeming with danger. The murderous intent within is likely tenfold or even 100-fold compared to before. The sword energy erupting from the core is astonishing. What terrors must lie at the heart of the ruins? I have heard of a master at the Yuanfu stage who was gravely injured while probing the outskirts by a sudden burst of sword intent. He looked at Lin Feng's youthful face, his tone turning earnest. Young friend Lin, I see you are still young, yet your cultivation is quite solid. With an immeasurable future ahead, heed my counsel. Upon reaching the outskirts of the ruins, take in the spectacle and feel the atmosphere. But do not let greed lead you deeper. Such opportunities are not meant for lowly scattered cultivators like us to covet. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction, annihilation of both body and soul. Although many will venture forth, I fear that few will return. Lin Feng listened quietly, offering no rebuttal, merely nodding in agreement. Thank you for the warning, senior. I shall exercise caution. He had his own calculations in mind. The calling of the Nine Hells sword was so intense that there must be something deeply related to him within the depths of the ruins. While the risks were undeniably grave, the opportunities were equally compelling. However, Old Zhou's words of experience granted him a more concrete understanding of the dangers that lay ahead, necessitating even greater vigilance. The three continued onward, the winds and sands of the wasteland seeming to intensify. In the distance, beneath the gray, cloud-laden sky, a peculiar, sharp glimmer intermittently appeared. Old Zhou also noticed it, pointing towards that direction, and quietly remarked, "Look, that should be the direction of the ancient sword ruins. The anomalies have begun to manifest." Lin Feng gazed intently, sensing a subtle yet persistent tremor from the Nine Hells sword within his dantian. Chapter 62. The pressure of sword energy, resonance of the Nine Hells as they journeyed further southwest, the desolation of the falling dragon wasteland grew ever more profound and lifeless. The ground's gravel was gradually supplanted by a hard, dark red earth, as if scorched by flames and soaked in blood, producing a dull sound with each step. An eerie atmosphere, a blend of rust and dust, permeated the air, entering the nostrils with a faint sting. The sky remained overcast, yet in the distant horizon, a flicker of sharp brilliance had become distinctly visible. No longer merely a transient glimmer, it now stood steadfast like a pillar of light, supporting heaven and earth, exuding a sense of sharpness and desolation even from afar. This direction pointed towards the ruins of the ancient sword, a manifestation of soaring sword energy. As I drew nearer, the surrounding environment began to exhibit marked changes. First came the wind. The once rampant gales of the wasteland seemed subdued by an invisible force, becoming erratic and feeble, occasionally halting abruptly or unexpectedly swirling into a vortex of dark red dust, producing a wailing shriek. Next was the pressure. A heavy, intangible force, seemingly emanating from all directions, began to quietly pervade the air. This oppressive aura was not aimed at the physical body, but rather felt like a piercing brilliance and an atmosphere of slaughter that penetrated the soul, causing an involuntary quickening of the heartbeat, labored breathing, and a profound sense of mental oppression and agitation. Do you feel it? Old Zhou, walking beside me, spoke in a grave tone. This is the sword energy pressure emanating from the ancient sword ruins. The closer one gets to the core of the ruins, the stronger this pressure becomes. It is said that within 100 miles, even flying becomes exceedingly difficult and perilous. As if to validate his words, not far ahead, a young cultivator of modest lineage, approximately at the mid-stage of the chi-gathering realm, perhaps unable to endure the slow pace or eager to show off, attempted to harness his true energy for a low-level aerial glide. However, as soon as his form rose less than 3 yards above the ground, the surrounding invisible pressure of sword energy seemed to find its release point and surge dramatically. A faint yet spine-chilling sound of trembling blades echoed in the air. "Ah!" The young cultivator gasped, his face paling instantly, feeling his true energy stagnate, as if countless invisible blades were slicing through his protective aura. Accompanied by a heavy mental pressure that unsettled his spirit, he barely managed to endure for 2 breaths before plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance, now too frightened to attempt flight again, his face betraying his fear. The other cultivators on the path observed this scene with a mix of indifference and heightened vigilance. Those whose cultivation was limited to the blood-moving realm or newly entered the chi-gathering realm were already sweating profusely, their steps noticeably heavier, requiring them to adjust their breathing more frequently. Lin Feng silently perceived this omnipresent pressure of sword energy. For him, while potent, it was not beyond endurance. The true energy cultivated from the Zhang sword classic was pure and condensed, imbued with a natural sword intent, seemingly enhancing his resistance to such pressures. More importantly, the reaction of the spectral image of the 9 prisons sword deep within his dantian drew his attention far more than the external pressure. As they approached the ruins, the tremors of the 9 hells sword intensified, undeterred by external pressures. This was not mere excitement. It was a profoundly intricate resonance. A blend of joyous anticipation akin to a longing for home, intertwined with a thread of sorrow and lamentation. As if mourning fallen comrades while simultaneously lamenting the injustices of fate. The second chaotic chain coiling around it gleamed with an ever-quickening ethereal light. And the unmistakable call now felt like a searing iron, incessantly scorching his heart and mind, unequivocally directing him towards the very core of the ruins, a mix of exhilaration and a mournful wail. Lin Feng silently pondered, deepening his conjecture regarding the connection between the 9 hells sword and this ancient battlefield. Beside him, Xiao Wu, the least experienced, turned pale, gripping old Zhou's sleeve tightly, his breaths becoming labored. "Grandpa Zhou, I feel a bit suffocated, as if many needles are pricking me." Old Zhou quickly patted his back, channeling a gentle stream of vital energy to alleviate his discomfort, while his gaze shifted anxiously to Lin Feng. "Lin, my young friend, how do you feel? This pressure is already so formidable at just the outer 100 miles. Approaching the ruins, especially the core region." He paused, lowering his voice to a grave whisper. "I must remind you once more. The core of the ruins is said to be the epicenter of the ancient cataclysm, where innumerable formidable beings fell. Their lingering remnants, shattered paths, and unwilling sword intents have endured through the ages, now ignited by this disturbance. For those lacking in cultivation and comprehension of the sword path, that place is an absolute death trap, merely approaching a certain range, without triggering any restrictions. The chaotic and terrifying remnants of ancient sword intent are enough to rend the soul and shatter the foundation of one's path." He glanced at Lin Feng's composed profile and earnestly advised, "Lin, you possess extraordinary talent, but do not let youthful arrogance lead you into danger. Once we reach the outer gathering area, assess the situation and proceed with caution. Those from great powers may have treasures for protection and strong guardians, which emboldens them to venture deeper. For us, the priority is survival." Understanding old Zhou's good intentions, Lin Feng nodded. "I comprehend, and I shall act within my means." Yet, despite his words, his gaze had already transcended the desolate plains, fixated on the direction of the sword energy pillar. The call of the 9 hells sword was so compelling that his fate with these ruins felt preordained. While danger loomed, perhaps opportunity lay hidden within the most perilous of places. As they progressed, the sword energy pillar loomed larger in their sight, the intangible pressure accumulating like a tidal wave. On the barren land, more figures of cultivators became visible, most with solemn expressions, silently making their way forward, the air thick with a tense atmosphere. Reminiscent of an impending storm, they were nearing the boundary of 100 miles. Chapter 63, A Gathering of Cultivators. Concealed powers having traversed the final stretch shrouded in the invisible pressure of sword energy, a peculiar scene unfolded before them. The terrain here dipped slightly, forming a relatively open basin. At the basin's edge, the outlines of ancient foundations and fractured stone pillars, mostly buried beneath the dark crimson soil, were faintly discernible, like the blurred remnants of a colossal structure that had succumbed to erosion and oblivion. The air is thick with a chilling and sharp atmosphere, intensified several-fold compared to the journey here, as if each breath carries a subtle sting. What captures attention even more is the throng of people gathered in the basin. A dense mass. Upon cursory inspection, it appears there are no fewer than 400 to 500 individuals. These individuals are not arranged in neat lines, but are clustered in groups of 3 to 5, either sitting or standing, scattered throughout the basin like a swarm of ants. The cacophony of voices, arguing, shouting, blends into a buzzing backdrop, yet is suppressed by the omnipresent pressure of sword energy, creating an oddly oppressive dullness. Lin Feng, Old Zhou, and Xiao Wu stand atop a slightly elevated earthen mound at the basin's edge, gazing down. Old Zhou's expression is grave as he whispers, "We have arrived." This is the currently acknowledged gathering point at the outskirts of the ruins. Further ahead, the sword energy pressure will intensify, and there may be residual prohibitions or bursts of shattered sword energy at any moment. Generally, few dare to venture recklessly alone. Xiao Wu, both curious and fearful, widens his eyes as he observes the throng below. Lin Feng scans the scene, quickly assessing the situation. The cultivators exhibit a wide range of abilities, as Old Zhou had previously mentioned, spanning from the Gathering Qi realm to the Yuan Mansion realm. However, the majority are in the mid to late stages of the Gathering Qi realm and the early to mid stages of the Furnace Nurturing realm. The late-stage Furnace Nurturing realm practitioners are few and far between, while Lin Feng's gaze lingers on several distinctive areas within the crowd. To the left of the basin's center, a group of about 20 individuals clad in dark red attire adorned with grotesque skull patterns exudes a fierce and menacing aura. These are the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, who, as he had heard in the tavern, have already arrived. Leading them are 3 elderly figures with profound auras, seated with closed eyes, their bodies subtly radiating a sanguine glow. The latent pressure they emit compels the surrounding cultivators to instinctively create a wide berth around them, hesitant to approach. Judging by their energy, they are at least in the early stages of the Yuan Mansion realm, if not the mid-stages. To the right, near a crumbling stone wall, another group of approximately 15 or 16 individuals is gathered, predominantly dressed in deep black with silver crescent moon patterns, their presence exuding a chilling and eerie energy. They belong to the Xianin sect. Leading them is a pale-faced middle-aged scholar with deep-set eyes and an old woman leaning on a serpent-headed cane, both of whom similarly possess a profound aura, likely also in the Yuan Mansion realm. Beyond these 2 prominent second-rate sect factions, several other areas in the basin host smaller clusters of individuals. Though fewer in number, they possess remarkable energy. For instance, in the northeast corner, 3 cultivators in simple gray robes, bearing long swords on their backs, sit quietly on a large stone. They do not exchange words. Yet the pure and refined sword intent emanating from them is not to be underestimated. One elder, meditating with closed eyes, gives Lin Feng the impression of being even more perilous than the 3 from the Bloodslaughter sect. In the southwest, a loose alliance of about 7 or 8 rogue cultivators is led by a burly one-eyed man wielding a massive axe the size of a door, his wild aura unmistakably indicating he is also in the Yuan Mansion realm, animatedly gesturing and speaking to his subordinates. Further afield, there are smaller groups or solitary figures, each occupying a small space, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Among them are those with concealed and profound auras, although they do not exhibit the same flamboyance as the major factions. The occasional glances they cast evoke a sense of wariness in Lin Feng. "Do you see it now?" Old Zhou whispered nearby, his tone tinged with reverence, confirming that the Bloodslaughter sect and the Xianin sect had indeed arrived, led by elders of the Yuanfu realm. The figure clad in gray robes, bearing a sword, was likely from the Qingyun sword school. Though few in number, their prowess in swordsmanship was formidable and not to be trifled with. The one-eyed dragon, known as Kuang Axe Lei Hong, was a fierce character among the rogue cultivators at the early stage of Yuanfu, commanding a band of desperate followers. He pointed towards the deeper recesses of the basin, where the light grew dimmer and the pressure of sword energy intensified, with only a handful daring to approach the edge for exploration. Those who ventured closer were either experts of the Yuanfu realm or possessed special protective means. It was said that the true entrance to the ruins lay in that direction, sealed off by more potent sword energy and lingering restrictions, and everyone awaited their opportunity. Lin Feng silently nodded, validating Old Zhou's insights with his own observations. He discerned at least 6 or 7 cultivators emanating Yuanfu energy. not counting those who might be concealing their true capabilities. The congregation of such formidable forces, drawn by the opportunities within the ancient sword ruins, underscored the magnitude of this unprecedented disturbance. He noted the clear delineation between these factions, each establishing their own territories while maintaining a wary distance from one another. Minor skirmishes and verbal disputes arose intermittently, but were swiftly suppressed by their respective leaders, clearly indicating that no one wished to expend their strength unnecessarily before entering the ruins. Lin Feng, accompanied by Old Zhou and Xiao Wu, selected a relatively secluded corner near the edge, conducive for observation. He lowered his hood, obscuring much of his visage, and began to meticulously observe the dynamics of the basin, particularly the movements of the Yuanfu experts and their subordinates, as well as the subtle interrelations among them. Within his dantian, the nine-hell sword thrummed incessantly, its resonance sharpening as he approached the periphery of the ruins. That sense of summons distinctly pointed towards the depths of the basin, where the sword energy was most concentrated and perilous. He understood the necessity of patience. In a landscape rife with wolves and experts, hasty actions would only render him a target. Perhaps the opportunity lay hidden within an inconspicuous shift. At the center of the basin, the grand column of sword energy connecting heaven and earth remained silently erect, emanating a palpable pressure that sent shivers down the spine. All present were in eager anticipation, waiting for the moment to enter the ruins or the fleeting instant when an opportunity to seize fortune might arise. Chapter 64. The sword energy diminishes. The grave of 10,000 swords. 3 days passed slowly, marked by anxious waiting and heavy tension. The number of cultivators gathered at the basin's periphery swelled by nearly 100 during this period, rendering the area increasingly congested. The air was thick not only with the oppressive sword energy, but also with a nearly tangible restlessness and greed. Minor frictions between different factions erupted into a few bloody confrontations, which were barely quelled under the suppression of their leaders, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Everyone's gaze was transfixed on the depths of the basin, on that colossal column of sword energy reaching towards the heavens. It stood like a silent giant, exuding an ancient desolation and authority, akin to the most alluring treasure, drawing countless moths to the flame. Lin Feng, Old Zhou, and Xiao Wu remained in their relatively secluded corner. Old Zhou, seasoned in experience, cautioned Lin Feng and Xiao Wu to maintain a low profile and conserve their strength. The initial novelty that had captivated Xiao Wu had been dulled by the tense atmosphere of the past few days, leaving him somewhat dispirited. Lin Feng, on the other hand, spent most of his time with closed eyes, ostensibly meditating, yet he was acutely attuned to the happenings within the arena, particularly the reactions of the masters at the Yuanfu level. The 9 prisons sword within his dantian trembled incessantly, its resonance with the distant column of sword energy growing increasingly pronounced. On the 3rd day, just past noon, beneath the overcast sky, the once stable and resplendent column of sword energy trembled subtly, without warning. This minute quiver was so faint that it would have gone unnoticed had one not been vigilant. Yet, among the gathered hundreds of cultivators, who was not entirely focused, almost simultaneously, the cacophony within the basin was abruptly stifled, as if an invisible hand had seized it, plunging the crowd into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed intently upon the column of light. Then, the column quivered again, this time with a greater amplitude. Concurrently, its blinding brightness seemed to dim ever so slightly. Had the sword energy weakened? A voice broke the silence in a startled exclamation, its sharpness cutting through the stillness. As if to validate this assertion, the towering sword energy column began to visibly darken and contract before the astonished gaze of the crowd. The once overwhelming pressure of the terrifying sword energy, which had enveloped the area for miles, began to recede like a receding tide. It was no illusion. It was indeed real. The fearsome sword energy and pressure sealing the core of the ruins were diminishing. An opportunity. The blockade at the entrance was loosening. Quick, rush in ahead. Charge forth. The chance lay before them. The silence shattered, replaced by a fervor akin to a cataclysmic wave. It was impossible to discern who was the first to roar and charge forth, but in the next instant, hundreds of cultivators surged forth like a swarm of agitated hornets. Their eyes ablaze, heedless of all as they rushed toward the depths of the basin, the direction of the sword energy column. The scene spiraled into chaos. The major powers, such as the Blood Fiend sect, the Xianyin sect, and the Qingyun Sword School, reacted swiftly. The 3 Yuanfu elders of the Blood Fiend sect opened their eyes simultaneously, their blood-red radiance surging as they transformed into 3 crimson rainbows shooting forth, with their disciples following closely behind, forming a formation that brazenly pushed aside any obstructing loose cultivators. The middle-aged scholar and the elderly matron of the Xianyin sect exchanged glances, their bodies enveloped in a chilling black mist as they led their disciples forward like phantoms. The three gray-robed sword cultivators of the Qingyun sword school employed a simpler approach, pointing their fingers like swords, unleashing three piercing beams of sword light to clear their path. Moving with astonishing speed, the loose cultivators were thrown into disarray, some calling out to each other as they pressed forward, while others maneuvered nimbly through the crowd. Yet, some ill-intentioned individuals covertly set traps, employing underhanded tactics, and soon cries of agony, curses, and the clash of weapons filled the air, exposing the depths of human greed and depravity in their desperate bid for an advantage. Lin Xiaoyu. Old Zhou's face turned pale as he observed the chaotic frenzy unfolding before him, instinctively tightening his grip on Xiao Wu. With their strength, becoming ensnared in such a torrent would spell certain doom. Senior Zhou, you must remain here and not venture inside. Lin Feng swiftly rose, his tone calm, yet resolute. It is far too perilous within. It is not a realm for you to traverse. Having said this, he left the majority of his remaining provisions and fresh water to old Zhou. Brother Lin, Xiao Wu looked at him with concern. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, offering no further words, and turned his gaze towards the tumultuous throng ahead. Unlike the others who rushed forward in haste, he discerned a few gaps, relatively sparse after the powerful forces had surged through, and executed the technique of the Zhangfeng, blending seamlessly into the wind like a willow leaf. Agile and swift as he navigated through, artfully avoiding the most chaotic confrontations, his pace remained unperturbed, and he soon merged into the forefront of the tide flowing deeper within. As he ventured further into the basin, the remnants of ancient relics on the ground became increasingly pronounced. The shattered remnants of colossal stone foundations and the fractured, towering columns hinted at the grandeur of millennia past. The air, thick with a palpable sense of impending doom, did not dissipate with the sword's energy. Rather, it intensified as he approached the core, becoming more concentrated and pure, as though the faint echoes of ancient battle cries and the clash of metal could be heard. Passing through an expanse veiled in a light gray mist, the scene before him suddenly opened up, yet fell into a profound silence. The source of the towering column of sword energy appeared to be not far ahead, now diminished to a dim, flickering phantom only a few yards in height. Surrounding the column, the vistas that greeted the eyes of all cultivators who had charged to this point compelled them to halt, drawing in breath with astonishment, captured by a chilling shock that resonated deep within their souls. Before them lay an expansive core of ruins, seemingly boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were only crumbling walls and shattered remnants. The collapsed palaces and towers had been reduced to foundations and charred segments of walls, while enormous, grotesque skeletons lay half buried in the earth, remnants of some unfathomable creature. The ground was not soil, but layers upon layers of densely packed sword remnants. Countless swords of various forms and sizes, some intact, some fractured, and others reduced to mere fragments, stood like abandoned gravestones, leaning quietly into the dark red earth. Most were rusted and lost their former luster, their blades marred with cracks and notches, some even fused with the ground beneath. As far as the eye could reach, there was naught but swords, as if one stood in a deathly forest composed entirely of blades, extending deep into the shadows of the ruins. The air was thick with the scent of rust, dust, and an ancient sorrow that lingered like a specter. The previous clamor from the periphery seemed to be cut off by an invisible barrier. Here, silence reigned, broken only by the wind's mournful whisper as it wove through the sword thicket. The various factions that had entered before now dispersed, cautiously surveying their surroundings, refraining from any rash actions. Each face bore the weight of seriousness and vigilance. The scene before them far exceeded their prior imaginings. This was no treasure trove. It was evidently a graveyard of 1,000 swords. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the endless cemetery of blades. Within his dantian, the tremors of the Jiujian reached an unprecedented intensity, not fear, but a sharp resonance akin to a lament. He could distinctly feel that the source of the power calling to him lay deep within this sword sepulchre. He gripped the ordinary iron sword tightly, the hilt emanating a chilling sensation. The true peril and opportunity were only just beginning at this moment. Chapter 65. The shadows of swords surge like tides. Intent avoids 3 points upon entering the core area of the ancient sword ruins, an overwhelming stillness and murderous intent, steeped in the echoes of ages long past. Enveloped, all present like an invisible tide. The atmosphere was thick not merely with the scent of rust and dust, but also with a subtle yet pervasive sharpness of intent. This was the lingering essence of countless ancient swords, having melded with the land over eons, forming a unique aura. The first wave of cultivators from various factions, after the initial shock, were swiftly driven by greed, cautiously venturing deeper into the sword tombs. Each individual held their breath, heightening their senses to the utmost. Vigilant against any impending danger, their gazes scanning the dense array of sword remains, searching for any remnants of ancient blades that still bore spirit or value. Lin Feng mingled within the crowd, neither hasty nor reckless. He attuned himself to the intricate sword intent flowing through the air, while within him, the resonance and call of the 9 hell swords served as a precise compass, guiding him towards a specific direction, deeper into the ruins, where the remnants of sword energy were most concentrated and perilous. After progressing approximately 10 miles, the terrain grew increasingly rugged, with ancient swords jutting from the ground in greater density, compelling some to navigate through the narrow gaps between the blades. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the sound of footsteps, suppressed breaths, and the faint rustling of garments brushing against the blades. Suddenly, a low and resonant sound of sword cries erupted without warning from all directions. The sound did not emanate from a single blade, but rather, it was as if the entire sword tomb was resonating in unison. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, wisps of translucent, ethereal sword shadows, varying in form, simultaneously rose from the rusted remnants embedded in the earth. These shadows, though indistinct, radiated an eerie chill and an aura of lethal intent, awakening like apparitions, directing their tips towards all living beings that dared to intrude. This is bad. It's a manifestation of residual sword intent attacking. A senior elder from the Blood Demon sect exclaimed, quickly calling for defensive formations. Before the words could fully leave his lips, countless ethereal sword shadows surged forth like a torrential downpour. They possessed no physical form, yet were more elusive than tangible blades, moving with astonishing speed. Their trajectories cunningly aimed at the weaknesses of both spirit and protective energy. Block them. Save me. The cries of despair erupted in rapid succession. Some cultivators of lower cultivation levels, caught off guard, bore the brunt of the assault. The sword shadows pierced through their protective energy, inflicting no physical harm, yet directly impacting their souls, causing their internal energies to spiral into chaos. In that moment, over a dozen individuals clutched their heads in agony, blood seeping from their orifices, collapsing to the ground, their vitality rapidly draining. Several others were struck simultaneously by multiple sword shadows, their protective energy shattered, their minds overwhelmed, rendered motionless as the subsequent onslaught of sword shadows passed through them effortlessly. Though they bore no external wounds, their eyes dimmed swiftly, extinguishing their life force. The disciples of formidable factions such as the Bloodslaughtergate and the Xianyin sect formed a defensive formation that trembled under the onslaught of the sword shadows, their brilliance flickering uncertainly as several emitted muffled groans of injury. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and within him, the Zhangjuan sword cannon surged to its utmost limit. Unlike others who resorted to passive defense or panicked evasion, he immersed his consciousness into his dantian, channeling every ounce of pure Zhangjuan sword intent. An ancient, vast, yet exquisitely pure will of the sword emanated from his being. Though not grandiose, it coalesced into a tangible essence, creating an invisible field of intent around him. A wondrous phenomenon occurred. The ethereal sword shadows, which had initially surged towards Lin Feng like sharks sensing blood, hesitated and veered away as they encountered this field of Zhangjuan sword intent, as though faced with a superior yet familiar presence. They no longer lunged at him with the same lethal precision as they did with others, instead flowing around him like a stream circumventing a rock. Or their power and accuracy diminished significantly, gliding past him or being effortlessly deflected by his sword. Not all sword shadows retreated entirely. Some, still imbued with fierce murderous intent, continued their assault, but their might had notably waned. Lin Feng activated the Zhangfeng skimming steps beneath him, wielding his ordinary iron-long sword to carve arcs of light, redirecting or dispersing the incoming sword shadows. Though the pressure was substantial and the consumption considerable, he appeared remarkably composed compared to the other cultivators who were in disarray. This spectacle drew astonished glances from nearby cultivators. Was it as if the sword shadows were avoiding him? There was something peculiar about his sword intent. Was it a unique protective sword technique? Even the elders of the Bloodslaughtergate and Xianyin sect, who were engaged in fending off sword shadows from a distance, cast incredulous looks his way. They sensed the distinct purity of Lin Feng's sword intent, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and violent remnants of sword intent in this desolate ruin, seemingly possessing a restraining effect. Lin Feng had no time to regard the attention of others. Seizing this opportunity, he quickened his pace, delving deeper in the direction indicated by the 9 hell sword. The Zhangjuan sword intent swirled around him, carving out a relatively safe passage through the tumultuous tide of sword shadows. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The further he ventured, the more potent the residual sword intent would become, and the manifestations of attack would grow increasingly terrifying. Chapter 66. The Sword Tomb Platform. Bones pressing the sword. The assaults of the sword shadows resembled an unending tide, each wave more formidable than the last. Initially, the ethereal sword shadows could be countered by protective treasures, intricate movements, or formidable cultivation, but as he ventured deeper into the ruins, the sword shadows rising from the sword tomb became more solid, their hues transitioning from translucent to soft gold, dark red, deep blue, and other varied colors. Their assault methods evolved beyond mere piercing to include cleaving, slicing, flicking, and shearing, as if invisible swordsmen were orchestrating them, even subtly forming simple sword arrays. Their power surging exponentially. Puff. Ah. Retreat. Quick, retreat. We can't withstand it. The shrill cries of agony and the frantic sounds of retreat grew increasingly dense. Numerous cultivators found their defenses breached, their protective treasures dimming and shattering, their bodies eroded by sword intent, and their souls suffering grave injuries. In the later stages of the Qi-gathering realm, scattered cultivators and small factions began to falter or retreat in disarray, their eyes filled with terror and resentment. The once formidable group of 400 to 500 had diminished by a third in a mere instant, and casualties continued to rise. Even the major sects like the Blood Fiend sect and the Mystic Een sect found their advancement significantly hampered, with disciples beginning to fall. The three elders of the Blood Fiend sect, at the Yuanfu realm, were compelled to intervene, conjuring a blood-red barrier to withstand the onslaught. A middle-aged scholar from the Mystic Een sect summoned a bone banner shrouded in ominous energy, manifesting numerous ghostly figures that devoured the sword shadows. While an elderly matron wielding a serpentine staff unleashed chilling gusts of energy, freezing and shattering the incoming sword strikes. The three sword cultivators from the Qingyun Sword Pavilion met the attacking sword shadows head-on, their sword energy clashing fiercely, the sound of their blades ringing out incessantly. Though they struggled, they did not yield an inch. Lin Feng's circumstances were relatively better. The deterrent and evasion effects of the Zhangjuan's sword intent still lingered. Yet as he delved deeper, their efficacy waned. The number of sword shadows targeting him multiplied, and the will they contained grew increasingly frenzied, ancient. Some even imbued with intense resentment and bitterness, as if seeking to drag the intruder into an abyss of eternal despair. He was compelled to wield his sword with greater frequency, maximizing the techniques of Zhangyun's force release, Songlei's rupture, and Songfeng's evasion, his focus razor-sharp. Yet his vital energy was depleting rapidly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the grip of his sword became numb from the force of impact. However, in contrast, the resonance and tremor of the Nine Hells sword within his dantian grew ever more potent, nearly breaking free from his body. It was no longer a mere call, but a searing desire, a poignant yearning to return to familiar ground. The second chain quivered violently, its ethereal light almost breaking through the surface. This intense resonance, combined with the external onslaught of sword shadows, created an extraordinary pressure of internal and external conflict. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute and bright. He sensed that with each step he took, his understanding of the Zhangjuan's sword intent deepened, and his comprehension of the sword path accelerated under the duress of life and death. At long last, after what felt like an eternity of arduous progress, he was met with an expanse ahead. It was not the destination he had sought, but rather an immense, bottomless chasm. Opposite the chasm, a gray mist loomed, obscuring the massive shadows of dilapidated structures in the distance. Below the chasm lay an abyss of utter darkness, seemingly connecting to the Nine Hells, with only the thick, almost tangible sword energy, like boiling magma, continuously surging from the depths, slicing through the air at the chasm's edge with a hissing sound. This place seemed to be the wound of the ancient battlefield, the ultimate convergence of sword energy and murderous intent. Fewer than 100 cultivators had made it to this location, each bearing injuries and disordered breaths. They halted at the precipice of the chasm, gazing down into the terrifying void and the almost liquid sword energy, their faces betraying deep trepidation and hesitation. While the opportunity was undeniably tempting, this place reeked of desolation. Old Zhou and little Wu had not followed. Lin Feng had instructed them to remain on the periphery. At this moment, a familiar middle-aged wanderer, who had fortuitously followed him to this spot, glanced at the abyss, his face paling as he whispered to Lin Feng, "Brother Lin, we cannot proceed any further. I have heard that beneath this precipice lies the very fissure that once served as the heart of the battlefield, a repository of the most dreadful murderous intent and shattered sword souls. Even those below the Yuanfu realm would find themselves on the brink of death. The implication of his words was unmistakable. For those scattered cultivators who managed to arrive here, it was a feat in itself. Facing this evident realm of peril that far exceeded their capabilities, survival became the foremost priority. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Lin Feng felt the wild wind whip at the tattered edges of his garments. The sword aura rising from below caressed his face, delivering a stinging pain akin to a blade's cut. At this moment, the resonance of the Nine Hells sword reached its zenith. Its call so clear it seemed to whisper directly into his ear, guiding him towards the depths of the abyss. Danger? The chasm below surely promised a realm of certain death. Yet, within that peril lay the opportunity, the coveted object of the Nine Hells sword's yearning. He cast a glance back at the remaining cultivators behind him, then turned his gaze towards the consuming darkness and the surging sword aura below. Without further hesitation, his eyes sharpened with resolve. Amidst a chorus of incredulous gasps from those around him, Lin Feng leapt forth, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, resolutely plunging into the unfathomable depths of the terrifying abyss where sword energy soared skyward. As he descended, he was enveloped by the howling winds and a sword aura more piercing than the gales themselves, slicing through his body like countless fine blades. The darkness deepened as he fell. The light from above was swiftly devoured by the encroaching gray mist and the rising sword energy, plunging his surroundings into chaotic obscurity. Only the omnipresent, seething sword aura emitted a dim yet fierce glow, illuminating the jagged cliffside and revealing the sinister outlines of ancient swords deeply embedded within the rock. With only fragments protruding, the sensation of weightlessness from his descent, coupled with the oppressive pressure of the sword aura from all sides, made it difficult for Lin Feng to breathe. His protective true energy was rapidly depleting, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Pain coursed through his skin as if it were being pierced by countless needles, as if he were on the brink of dismemberment. He exerted every ounce of effort to operate the Tsang Jun sword cannon, enveloping himself in the intent of the Tsang Jun sword, forming a thin yet resilient barrier that staunchly resisted the encroaching sword energy. His descent accelerated, the abyss seemingly infinite. Just as Lin Feng felt his true energy waning and his consciousness beginning to blur from agony and pressure, a faint, warm white light, distinct from the sword energy, unexpectedly caught his eye in the darkness. Though weak, this white light radiated with an extraordinary steadiness and purity, akin to a lighthouse in the gloom. That's the direction. Lin Feng's spirit surged as he summoned his last reserves of true energy, adjusting his falling posture to pivot towards the source of that white light. With a rush, he penetrated a layer of dense sword energy as viscous as water, and suddenly, the pressure surrounding him lightened. His feet touched solid ground, greeted by the hard, icy sensation beneath him. He stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady himself. Gasping for breath, his lungs ablaze with pain. Looking down, he saw that he stood upon a platform, approximately 10 yards in diameter, paved with an unknown gray-white jade. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, utterly unblemished, standing in stark contrast to the jagged, dark surroundings. The gentle white light guiding him emanated from the jade platform itself, illuminating this small expanse of space, suspended within the abyss. The platform was surrounded by a relentless swirl of darkness and razor-sharp sword energy, yet here, it felt as if one had found tranquility within the eye of a storm. At the center of the platform, the scene is truly breathtaking. There stands a sword, a fragment of a stone sword. The blade is colossal, approximately the height of a person, exhibiting an ancient grayish-white hue akin to the material of the platform, yet riddled with intricate fissures, as if it might shatter at any moment. The sword is broken in the middle, its jagged edges starkly contrasting, with the lower half firmly embedded in the center of the platform. Despite its damaged state, this half of the stone sword emanates an indescribable heaviness, an aura of antiquity and sharpness, as if it embodies a severed, glorious history and an indomitable will of the swordsmanship. What sends a shiver down Lin Feng's spine is the presence of a skeleton seated cross-legged beside the stone sword. The skeleton radiates a gentle and exquisite white jade-like luster. Distinct from the usual ashen and withered remains, it glimmers with a soft, ethereal light, as though carved from the finest spiritual jade. The bones are intact, maintaining the posture of its former life, with its head bowed, seemingly gazing at the ground before it, lost in contemplation. Most striking are its hands. The fingers of the right hand are slightly splayed, resting gently upon the hilt of the stone sword, the gesture seemingly casual, as if merely resting. The white jade skeleton and the half-stone sword together create an extraordinarily eerie, mysterious, and solemn tableau upon this secluded platform suspended over the abyss. The turbulent sword energy permeating the air diverts itself as it approaches the edge of the platform, as if reluctant to desecrate this sacred ground. Upon the platform resides only an ancient silence and the overwhelming, soul-chilling presence exuded by the skeleton and the stone sword. Lin Feng stands at the edge of the platform, acutely aware of the tremors of the nine hells sword within his dantian, which have reached an unprecedented peak. It is no longer mere resonance. It is a near weeping exhilaration and sorrow, as the second chain of ghostly light radiates forth. Fixated on the white jade skeleton and the half-stone sword, the source of his summons lies here. Chapter 67. The jade bone raises its head. The ninth generation arrives. Silence envelopes the platform. Only the distant roars of the sword energy surging and swirling in the surrounding abyss echo like a far-off tide, accentuating the isolation of this grayish-white jade stone platform. Lin Feng stands at the edge, his breath gradually steadying. His gaze is unwavering, locked on the white jade skeleton and the half-stone sword at the center of the platform. The tremors of the nine hells sword within him have become almost frenzied. The second chain of ghostly light flaring brightly, nearly breaking free from his being. A stirring from the depths of his soul compels him forward. He inhales deeply, lifts his foot, and strides toward the center of the platform. Each step upon the mirror-like jade surface produces a soft tap sound, piercing through the absolute silence with remarkable clarity. With every step he takes, the invisible pressure emanating from the white jade skeleton and the half-stone sword intensifies. This is not a deliberate display of might, but rather a form of innate dominance, honed through eons of time, ingrained in their very essence. Much like a commoner gazing upon a towering mountain or an ant looking up at the vastness of the starry sky. Lin Feng senses his vital energy becoming sluggish, the flow of his blood slowing, with even his bones creaking under the weight of an unbearable burden. Yet his gaze remained resolute, the essence of the azure sword rising from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones like a layer of resilient armor, steadfastly resisting the omnipresent pressure. A distance of 10 zhang felt like 1,000 li at that moment. He advanced slowly, each step demanding the full exertion of his being. The veins at his temples slightly protruded, and sweat trickled down from his temples, evaporating before it could reach the ground, consumed by the faint luminescence emanating from the platform. As he approached the skeletal remains, merely 3 zhang away, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp pain and searing heat suddenly surged at the center of Lin Feng's brow. A glimmer, deep and abyssal, ignited at his forehead, and in an astonishing turn of events, an ethereal sword shadow erupted uncontrollably from his brow. It was the phantasmal image of the nine-prisoned sword. This apparition appeared more solid than ever before, still shrouded in a haze. Yet the ancient sword form was distinctly recognizable, its blade entwined with 9 chains, the second chain now trembling violently, its ghostly light intensifying, producing a cacophony of sounds. The shadow hovered 3 feet above Lin Feng's head, its tip unwaveringly aimed at the white jade skeleton, quivering slightly, emitting a mournful and profound resonance. Within that sound of the sword, there was excitement, sorrow, longing, and the weight of endless cycles of reincarnation. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the 9 prisons, sword's phantom, a faint yet resonant crack echoed, reverberating deep within Lin Feng's soul. In the center of the platform, the white jade skeleton, which had remained in a bowed posture for what seemed like an eternity, slowly lifted its head. The movement was deliberate, imbued with an ancient heaviness, as if a rusted mechanism from millennia ago had begun to function once more. The bones creaked softly, producing a delicate sound. When the hollow eye sockets fully raised to meet Lin Feng and the suspended sword shadow, 2 brilliant golden lights ignited within those depths, akin to eternal flames ignited in the darkness. The golden glow, while not blinding, conveyed a profound and majestic aura that pierced through time and illuminated the cycles of life and death. Under the gaze of those twin golden orbs, Lin Feng felt his entire being stiffen, as if his very thoughts had crystallized in that instant. Every secret, every past moment, even the most concealed corners of his soul, were laid bare before that gaze. Then, a grand and ancient wave of thought, as if traversing the expanse of eons, crashed into Lin Feng's consciousness like a boulder disturbing a tranquil lake. This was not merely sound, but a direct imprint upon his awareness, imbued with an ineffable antiquity and weight, the 9th life. The thought paused momentarily, as if to confirm, to sense, and to recall the memories long obscured by the river of time. You have finally arrived. In those 7 succinct words lay the weariness of countless years of waiting, the relief of finally encountering the visitor, and a subtle hint of unnoticeable comfort. Lin Feng's spirit surged, his consciousness roiling. He strained to steady his nearly fracturing mind. Raising his gaze to meet the twin golden lights, his lips moved as if to utter something, yet found his throat parched, producing no sound. The golden gleam within the skeleton's eyes flickered gently, and that ancient thought resonated once more, this time imbued with a touch of warmth. Akin to an elder watching a wayward child return home, no words are necessary. Now that you have arrived, it is both fate and consequence. Step closer, come before me. The thought emanated an undeniable authority, yet curiously instilled a sense of intimacy within Lin Feng, leaving no trace of resistance in his heart. He inhaled deeply, bracing against the increasingly oppressive aura, and took another step forward, one foot after the other, until he stood merely 3 paces away from the white skeletal remains. In such proximity, the intricate details of the bones became vividly apparent. The ivory-like skeleton was smooth and delicate, its surface glimmering with a faint brilliance, devoid of any hint of mortality, exuding instead an aura of sanctity and immortality. The posture of the skeleton, seated with the steadiness of a mountain, featured its right hand gently resting upon the hilt of a stone sword, the bony fingers distinctly defined, as if poised to grasp the hilt and draw the sword at any moment. The ethereal shadow of the 9 hells sword hovered above Lin Feng, resonating with the golden light in the skeletal eyes, producing an increasingly urgent and fervent hum. The golden gleam from the skeleton's gaze swept over Lin Feng, gradually settling upon his lower abdomen. Though separated by flesh and blood, that gaze seemed capable of piercing directly into the trembling essence of the 9 hells sword within him. The chains of the 9 hells still lingered, and the fruit of enlightenment had yet to return. A profound sigh escaped the ancient consciousness. Imbued with endless sentiment and a trace of sorrow, "You have suffered, my child." Lin Feng's mind surged with countless questions. Who are you? Why do you await me? What does the 9th generation signify? What truly is the 9 hells sword? What is the Sword Emperor City? As if attuned to his thoughts, the golden light in the skeleton's eyes flared brilliantly, and that grand consciousness no longer lingered, bursting forth like a flood unleashed, carrying a torrent of information surging toward Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Calm your mind and embrace this thought. This is I, the Sword Emperor City, the Great Lord. The final obsession left in this place. It is also the beginning of the karmic protection bestowed upon you. Chapter 68. The obsession awaits. The Sword Emperor seal shatters. Boom. A deluge of colossal information surged into his consciousness, and Lin Feng felt a resounding thud in his head as his vision was instantly filled with countless fragmented and ancient images. In his ears, the sounds of myriad swords ringing, battle roars, and the thunderous sounds of collapse echoed. He let out a muffled groan, his legs weakening, and he sank to one knee upon the cold jade floor, his hands desperately bracing against the ground, his fingertips turning white from the strain. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat poured down like rain. The torrent of information was overwhelmingly vast, had it not been for his 2 lifetimes of experience. The essence of his soul far surpassing that of his peers, along with the 9 hells sword emanating a cooling presence from his lower abdomen to protect his consciousness. He might have been overwhelmed and rendered senseless in an instant. He tightly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and summoned all his strength to accept and sort through the influx of thoughts. The images gradually sharpened, and the information within the consciousness became increasingly coherent. The first sight that greeted him was a city so magnificent, so resplendent, so awe-inspiring, it defied description. The City of Swords. The city walls soared into the clouds, not constructed from bricks and stones, but forged from countless ancient swords of various forms, each radiating a formidable sword intent. The sword tips pointed outward, the hilt inward, densely packed and extending endlessly. The entire city wall was itself an unparalleled super sword. Under the sunlight, millions of sword bodies reflected a chilling yet sacred sheen, their sword energy piercing the sky, stirring and tearing apart the clouds above. Within the city, pavilions and palaces stood in splendid array, each connected to the theme of the sword, towering like a sword piercing the heavens, with palaces resembling the scabbard of a blade and long bridges akin to colossal swords. The streets are bustling with pedestrians. These individuals, regardless of age or gender, are enveloped in varying intensities of sword intent, their very presence exuding an aura of sword energy. The entire city appears as an immense realm of swordsmanship, with every breath infused with the purest essence of the sword. At the heart of the city stands a magnificent palace, reminiscent of a divine mountain, where 3 ancient characters, etched with supreme sword intent, emanate a formidable pressure that still resonates through the ages. Sword Emperor City. This place is revered as the ultimate sanctuary for sword cultivators across the world, the origin and pinnacle of the sword path. The owner of the alabaster skeleton, the the source of a profound and weathered consciousness, holds an esteemed position within Sword Emperor City. Revered by countless sword practitioners. Though not the city's ruler, he is one of the oldest and most powerful guardians, the most trusted aide of the Sword Emperor. A living legend of the sword path. However, this glorious sanctuary, seemingly eternal in its splendor, faces its impending demise. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark, oppressive atmosphere, thick with the scent of annihilation. Above Sword Emperor City, the firmament shatters, not from natural causes, but torn apart by an indescribable, incomprehensible force of terror. Instead of revealing a starlit sky, a chaotic and destructive darkness rolls forth, from which countless eerie, twisted, and ominous shadows emerge. Accompanied by a cataclysmic force capable of corroding spiritual energy and obliterating laws, descending upon the city. The alarm bells of Sword Emperor City resonate through the heavens. Millions of sword cultivators draw their swords towards the sky, their collective sword energy converging into a vast sea, clashing against the descending calamity and shadows. This is a fierce battle, rare across the myriad realms, where sword light intertwines with calamity light. In every fleeting moment, countless sword practitioners sacrifice their souls, shattering their blades. Their blood staining the heavens, all to fend off the external catastrophe from breaching the city's walls. The venerable guardian leads the charge, wielding a divine sword. His sword light stretching across millions of miles, vanquishing countless shadows as he plunges into the depths of the rift in the sky. The scene reveals a towering, indistinct figure ablaze with overwhelming sword intent and the essence of life, confronting the most terrifying eye of calamity within the rift. Ultimately, Sword Emperor City crumbles. The ancient swords atop its walls shatter, the once magnificent palace collapses, and countless sword practitioners fall, their blood and fire staining the sacred ground of the sword path. In that final decisive battle, the venerable guardian expends all his cultivation, spirit, sword path, and life essence to forge the last sealing sword imprint, barely imprisoning the greatest eye of calamity, thwarting the main force of the external disaster, granting Sword Emperor City and the sword path of the heavens a fleeting chance of survival. He perishes in battle. His form and spirit should have perished together. Yet, an unwilling and intense obsession, transcending life and death to reach fulfillment, intertwines with the last remnants of his unscattered true spirit and fractured memories, affixing itself to a shard of the sword he once bore. Descending into the lower realm and landing in this place. Through countless epochs, it merges with the earth's sword energy, transforming into this alabaster skeleton. Standing guard beside the broken stone sword. What he awaits is the reincarnation. He is Lin Feng, the 9th incarnation, bearing the 9 Hells sword. Inheriting the fate of Sword Emperor City. A remnant of my thoughts lingers in this realm, not for the sake of immortality, but rather in anticipation of your return. The weight of the ages reverberates within the sea of consciousness, imbued with profound weariness and the liberation that comes from fulfilling one's mission. In the days of yore, when the imperial city fell and the imperial seal shattered, His Majesty the Sword Emperor, in the final moments, shattered the emblem of authority and legacy of the Sword Emperor City into 9 fragments, which were hidden across the myriad realms and dimensions. Within this stone sword lies one such shard. Retrieve it, O 9th reincarnation. This is your duty. And the hope for reuniting the imperial seal and rekindling the glory of the sword path is tethered to it. My mission has concluded, and my lingering thoughts shall dissipate. The path ahead is fraught with peril, as dark hands lie in wait, and the calamities from beyond have not yet ceased to threaten you. Take heed of your actions. As my consciousness wanes, the golden glimmer in the eye sockets of the skeletal remains begins to fade slowly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of extinguishment, the skeletal form, crafted of white jade, remains poised as if grasping a sword, yet its skull subtly turns towards the wind. The hollow eye sockets glowing softly, as if offering a final gaze and farewell. Do not betray this sword. A final, almost imperceptible thought surfaces, laden with boundless expectations and entrustments, and then the golden light is utterly extinguished. The bones remain lustrous as jade, yet devoid of any divine essence, transforming entirely into a serene relic of white jade. Only the hand bone, firmly grasping the hilt of the stone sword, remains steadfast as a rock, seemingly pointing towards a specific destination. Lin Feng kneels upon the ground, motionless for an extended period. The words left by the ancient consciousness echo within his mind. The remnants of the grandeur and tragic collapse of the Sword Emperor City linger before him, a profound sorrow constricting his chest, burdened by an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The 9th reincarnation, the esteemed lord of the Sword Emperor City, the shard of the imperial seal, the calamities from beyond. Each astonishing revelation assaults his senses. He slowly raises his head, his gaze falling upon the fragment of the stone sword. Following the direction indicated by the white jade hand bone towards the crossguard of the stone sword. Chapter 69. Touching the fragment, a torrent of memories upon the platform. Silence descends anew, even more profound than before. After the golden light in the eye sockets of the white jade skeleton has completely faded, the faint pressure that enveloped the platform seems to have dissipated significantly, leaving only the ancient and heavy aura emanating from the stone sword itself. Lin Feng gradually rises from the ground, his knees stiff from prolonged kneeling. He takes several deep breaths, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. The volume of information conveyed by the esteemed lord is overwhelming, spanning realms far beyond his current cultivation and understanding, rendering it impossible for him to fully comprehend and digest. He can only imprint it deeply within the recesses of his memory. Yet, he grasps the core essence. He is the so-called ninth reincarnation, intricately bound to the illustrious yet tragic Sword Emperor City. The Nine Hells sword is the key. The shard of the imperial seal concealed within the stone sword is an essential prize for him to obtain, pivotal to the potential reunification of the imperial seal, and perhaps also crucial in the confrontation against the calamities that annihilated the Sword Emperor City. His gaze shifts once more to the crossguard of the stone sword. In the direction indicated by the outstretched fingers of the white jade hand bone, there lies a rather inconspicuous recess at the center of the stone sword's crossguard. This recess is merely the size of a fingernail, irregular in shape. Its edges, like the stone sword itself, are riddled with fine cracks. Unless observed closely, one might mistake it for mere weathering marks from the passage of time. At this moment, under the subtle tremors of the Nine Abyss sword's ethereal manifestation and the focused gaze of Lin Feng, he discerned, deep within the recess, a faint glimmer of bronze hue, distinct from the stone itself. It was indeed there. Lin Feng stepped forward, positioning himself beside the stone sword, in close proximity to the white jade skeleton. The ancient, desolate aura of the stone sword was even more compelling up close, as if he were not confronting a broken blade, but rather a segment of a frozen, tragic history. He extended his right hand, his fingers quivering imperceptibly, not out of fear, but from an indescribable complex emotion. His fingertips slowly approached the recess of the sword guard. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the edge of the recess, the ethereal image of the Nine Abyss sword above him suddenly emitted a clear, resonant sword cry. The apparition plunged downward, nearly coinciding with Lin Feng's outstretched right hand. Simultaneously, the white jade hand resting on the sword hilt seemed to move ever so slightly at the fingertips. It was not a genuine action, but rather a residual thought transcending eons, a natural relaxation following the completion of a final directive. Lin Feng hesitated briefly, then, without further doubt, he allowed his index and thumb to delve into the recess's edge, feeling its icy, unyielding texture. He summoned a trace of true energy to his fingertips, cautiously securing the hint of bronze hue, gently drawing it outward. A soft click echoed as a bronze fragment, roughly the size of a fingernail, with irregular edges and the thickness of a coin, was extracted from the recess of the stone sword. The fragment felt unexpectedly heavy in his hand, far exceeding the weight one would anticipate from an equivalent volume of bronze, as if he were cradling not metal, but a miniature mountain. Its surface was adorned with intricate, esoteric patterns, which appeared not as carvings, but as natural formations, subtly forming a fragmented image, reminiscent of a grand tapestry's corner. The fragment exuded an ineffable aura of antiquity and majesty. Though broken, it still conveyed the supreme essence that once commanded the swordsmanship of the heavens during its zenith. Is this the fragment of the Sword Emperor's seal? Lin Feng held his breath, scrutinizing the diminutive bronze shard in his palm. However, before he could examine it in detail, a resounding hum erupted from the fragment. The bronze shard he cradled in his palm suddenly burst forth with a powerful radiance. This light was not blinding, but rather a gentle, warm glow that enveloped Lin Feng entirely. Simultaneously, the essence of the Nine Abyss sword within his dantian trembled violently. The ghostly light of the second chain surged, resonating with the fragment's brilliance. This is not good. Lin Feng barely had time to entertain this thought when an unimaginably vast torrent of memories surged forth. Using the bronze shard as a bridge and the Nine Abyss sword as a conduit, crashing violently into the depths of his consciousness. This impact was tenfold, 100-fold more intense than the previous transmission of thoughts from the elder. If the earlier thoughts were a coherent stream of information, what flooded in now were pure, chaotic memories, emotional fragments, and temporal imprints. It was the true recollection of the Sword Emperor's seal fragment itself, encompassing the legacy of the Sword Emperor City, the Sword Emperor. In the epic of glory and downfall, Lin Feng emitted a painful groan, his eyes suddenly losing focus as he stood frozen in place, cradling fragments that radiated a gentle luminescence in his palm. His consciousness was irrevocably drawn into a tumultuous tide of memories. He beheld the towering Sword Emperor city, not as a mere static image, but as a living entity. He witnessed countless sword cultivators, each dawn, gathering in the city's square to pay homage. The sword chi soaring into the heavens, merging into an immense sea of sword intent, resonating with a unified chant. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Sword Emperor. Their voices were fervent and devout, reverberating throughout the universe. Deep within Sword Emperor City, in the highest temple, a vague yet imposing figure sat upon the Sword Emperor's throne. Cloaked in an endless radiance of swordsmanship, the figure's face remained obscured, save for a pair of eyes that seemed to encompass the celestial rivers and the cycles of creation and destruction. Wherever their gaze fell, the void birthed sword lotuses, and the principles of the Dao bowed in deference. That was the Sword Emperor, the supreme being who governed the sword path across the heavens, revered by all. He observed the Sword Emperor occasionally rise, demonstrating swordsmanship in the square before the temple. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, merely a casual flourish, where the direction of his sword brought forth harmonious echoes of the Dao, hinting at the flowing currents of time and space. This swordsmanship transcended technique and principles, nearing the essence of the Dao itself, representing the ultimate manifestation of the sword. Countless sword cultivators watched from afar, entranced. Even a mere glimpse of its rhythm was enough to benefit them for a lifetime. He also saw a much younger Sword Emperor within the city, exuding an aura of vitality, unlike the skeletal forms of other formidable beings. He engaged in profound discussions with the Sword Emperor regarding the development of the celestial sword path and adjudicating the disputes among the myriad realms. At that time, Sword Emperor City was undeniably one of the central hubs of the cosmos, a symbol of order and majesty. However, this beautiful tableau was abruptly shattered. Darkness descended. The heavens tore apart, and horrific calamities and shadows surged forth. The alarm bells of Sword Emperor City rang out mournfully. The scene transformed into chaos, bloodshed, and despair. He beheld the Sword Emperor standing atop the crumbling city walls, gazing up at the rift in the sky. The once indistinct figure now emanating an overwhelming sense of solitude and fury. A sigh, echoing as if from eons past, resonated through his memory. The calamity from beyond the heavens had indeed arrived. He saw the Sword Emperor wielding a sword that seemed both real and illusory, as if forged from the very essence of all sword laws across the cosmos. Perhaps this was the culmination of the complete Sword Emperor seal, defying fate. The sword light cleaved through the layers of calamity, plunging into the depths of the rift. Wherever the sword light passed, shadows dissipated, and the force of the calamity was quelled. Yet beyond that rift, an even more massive and indescribable terror writhed. In the end, there was a resolute silhouette, accompanied by a grand decree resonating throughout the shattered world, imbued with undeniable authority and a tinge of melancholy. The imperial seal shatters, scattered across the heavens. When my lineage returns, gather the imperial seal anew, and once more, the path of the sword shall be opened. I depart. Boom. The memory finally crystallized upon a complete bronze seal, radiating boundless brilliance and majesty, which, under the last vestiges of the Sword Emperor's power, shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into 9 streams of light that shot toward different corners of the myriad realms. A radiant beam descended from the heavens, piercing through layers of temporal and spatial barriers, ultimately embedding itself within the fractured stone sword, safeguarded by the last vestige of the Lord's lingering will, awaiting eternity. Every image, sound, and emotion surged through Lin Feng's consciousness like a tsunami. In an instant, he felt as if he had personally traversed the epochs of the Sword Emperor City, from its zenith to its fall, experiencing the fervent devotion of countless sword cultivators, the supreme majesty of the Sword Emperor, the loyalty and sacrifice of the Lord, and the overwhelming despair and indomitable spirit of the final moments. With a sudden gasp, Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. His trembling hand clutched the fragments tightly, still enveloped in a silvery glow, the onslaught of memories continuing unabated. He gritted his teeth, his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed in intense agony. Yet through sheer willpower, he endured the torrent of memories, striving to maintain the last flicker of consciousness, refusing to succumb to oblivion. He understood that these memories were crucial, the key to comprehending the past and clarifying the future. No matter the pain, he must bear it. He must remember. As the fragments shimmered, the memories flickered, revealing even more fragmented and profound imprints waiting to be unearthed. Chapter 70. The clarity of cause and effect. Fragments returned to source. The deluge of memories continued to wash over him. Lin Feng knelt on one knee, his left hand pressing firmly against the cold jade floor, while his right hand gripped the bronze fragment. The luminous glow enveloped him like a cocoon. He shut his eyes tightly, his brow knitted, veins throbbing on his forehead, blood from the corner of his mouth still fresh. His consciousness drifted through countless shattered and ancient images, at times feeling as though he stood in the grand plaza where billions of sword cultivators worshipped. Immersed in a sea of fervent sword intent, at other times he was pulled into a cataclysmic battlefield where the heavens were torn asunder, with the deafening sounds of shattered weapons and the anguished cries of fallen cultivators echoing in his ears. The glory of Sword Emperor City. The supreme dignity of the Sword Emperor, the loyalty and sacrifice of the Lord, and the overwhelming despair and tragic grandeur that swept through time. All these memories, spanning eons, violently assailed his present soul. Were it not for his 2 lifetimes, the resilience of his essence, and the cool emanation of the 9 Hells sword within his dantian safeguarding his consciousness, he would have long since succumbed to madness. Enduring these truths was essential. Lin Feng clenched his jaw, nearly shattering his molars, fresh blood seeping from between his teeth once more. He cast aside all distractions, no longer resisting but actively guiding his mind to accept and untangle the tumultuous fragments of memory. Like stabilizing a fragile boat amidst a furious storm, he sought to capture the most vital threads of information. Gradually, coherent images began to crystallize within his consciousness. He perceived that the so-called calamity from beyond was not an ordinary disaster. It emanated from realms beyond comprehension, a manifestation of chaos and destruction, a terrifying entity that eroded all order and laws. Its intent seemed not merely to annihilate, but to devour and assimilate in ways beyond understanding. As the pinnacle symbol of the sword path across the heavens, Sword Emperor City was the foremost target. That battle shattered the stars and caused the great Dao to lament. The Sword Emperor led countless sword cultivators in the city, boldly confronting the external calamity with the supreme sword path. Sword light spanned millions of miles, annihilating myriad shadows. Yet, the calamity's power was boundless, and the enigmatic calamity emerged from the depths of the rift in the firmament, continuously devouring the sword light and tainting the sword intent. At a critical juncture, the venerable guardian, one of the oldest protectors of the Sword Emperor City, sacrificed all of his cultivation, soul, sword path essence, and even his true spiritual mark, transforming them into an everlasting sword seal. This seal, like the most resilient of wedges, was driven deep into the heart of the greatest calamity in the scene, that towering, indistinct figure. Amidst the endless calamity light and the soaring sword flames ignited by his own sacrifice, cast a final glance at the crumbling Sword Emperor City, his gaze imbued with determination and reluctance, before ultimately dissolving into light, merging with the darkness of the calamity The expansion of the calamity was forcibly restrained, and the surging power of calamity momentarily halted. This sacrifice bought precious time for the evacuation of the Sword Emperor City and the preservation of the sword path's flame, averting the immediate spread of the disaster across the myriad realms. Witnessing the demise of the venerable guardian and the destruction of much of the imperial city, the Sword Emperor made his final decision. The imperial seal shatters, scattered across the heavens. When my lineage returns, we shall reunite the imperial seal and reopen the path of the sword. The sword emblem, representing the supreme authority of the Sword Emperor City and containing the ultimate mysteries of the sword path, shattered under the last remnants of the Sword Emperor's power, transforming into 9 radiant streams of light, shooting forth like meteors into various temporal corners of the myriad realms, disappearing into the vast void. One of these streams descended to the lower realm, piercing through layers of barriers, ultimately embedding itself within a fractured ancient sword. The last vestige of the venerable guardian's lingering spirit, entwined with the shards of the sword, also fell, attaching itself to this sword. Through countless eons, the obsession remained unbroken, and the true spirit merged with the earth's sword chi and the jade platform, forming this white jade skeleton, standing vigil in eternal solitude, awaiting the reincarnated bearer of this destiny. In Lin Feng's mind, the aged thoughts and memories of the venerable guardian overlapped with the images in his consciousness. He, Lin Feng, was the 9th reincarnation, the awaited returner of the shattered Sword Emperor seal, the inheritor of the Sword Emperor City's legacy, burdened with the 9 Hells sword. The 9 Hells sword, the shard of the Sword Emperor seal, and the external calamity's abyss. This name flickered at the edges of his fragmented memories, imbued with cold malice. A faint thread of causality began to weave together within his heart. It became clear that the so-called memories of the ninth incarnation, the Azure Lord of the Sword, were not the starting point. Beyond the preceding 8 lives lay an even more ancient, grand, and tragic causality, stemming from the fallen Sword Emperor city. Furthermore, the Nine Hells sword, the mysterious and forbidden blade accompanying his rebirth, likely bore intricate connections to the Sword Emperor city, the shattered Sword Emperor seal, and the struggle against the external calamity. What exactly did those 9 chains bind? Was it the fruits of his past 9 lives, or something else entirely? More questions arose. Yet the core secrets of the Nine Hells sword remained undisclosed within the fragmented memories. Finally, the faint luminescence emanating from the bronze shard in his palm began to wane, and the surging torrent of memories gradually receded. At last, the image of the Sword Emperor's seal shattering, its light scattering like a faded ancient painting, quietly vanished into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath as if he had finally surfaced from drowning. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale as parchment, yet his gaze shone with an extraordinary clarity, laden with the weight of newfound understanding. He opened his palm, and there lay the bronze fragment, quietly resting within, its subtle radiance contained, revealing only the ancient patterns and its heavy texture. A profound sense of connection surged between the fragment and him, as if it were a missing piece of his very being. Simultaneously, within his dantian, the 9-prisoned sword, which had been resonating and trembling violently with the fragment, suddenly fell silent for a fleeting moment. Following this, an overwhelming desire and force of attraction erupted from the 9-prisoned sword, aimed directly at the bronze fragment nestled in his palm. Chapter 71. Chains break, divine powers awaken. The yearning and pulling force emanating from the 9-prisoned sword was so intense, it resembled a famished beast catching the scent of the most exquisite flesh. The bronze fragment in Lin Feng's palm also trembled slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum, its surface patterns shimmering with a faint light, as if responding to an unspoken call. The two were inherently connected, and now, in such proximity, that ethereal bond was thoroughly activated. Was this a fusion? Lin Feng's thoughts raced, instantly grasping the intent of the 9-prisoned sword. Without hesitation, indeed, he had no room for hesitation. He relinquished his control over the fragment, allowing his consciousness to sink into his dantian and actively guide the process. Buzz! The bronze fragment abruptly detached from his palm, transforming into a stream of bronze light that flowed into the position of his lower abdomen's dantian. Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain or rejection, the fragment integrated as smoothly as a droplet merging into the ocean, effortlessly melding into the dantian space of the 9-prisoned sword. In the next moment, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Boom! A terrifying roar, resonating from the depths of the soul and echoing through the boundless void, exploded within Lin Feng's body. In the dantian, the shadow of the 9-prisoned sword, dark and profound, entwined with 9 chaotic chains, now radiated with brilliant light. The second chain, which had previously sensed the call and trembled most violently, seemed to be infused with boundless power at the instant the bronze fragment merged. As if an ancient seal had been broken, the chains glowed with a ghostly luminescence, transforming into tangible black flames that blazed fiercely. Within the flames, countless intricate and arcane runes flowed, disintegrating and reconstituting. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering resonated incessantly. In that moment, the midsection of the second chaotic chain, under the scorching embrace of the black flames and the immense force from within, astonishingly snapped. Though it was merely a short segment, about 1/10 the length of the entire chain, the aura released at that moment was utterly terrifying. It was an essence of ancient, vast, and pure sword intent, imbued with unmatched majesty and a poignant hue of solemnity. Unlike the ancient and vast essence of the Zhangjuan sword intent, this particular sword intent exudes a more majestic and grandiose aura, seemingly having once commanded the celestial sword path and issued decrees to countless sword cultivators. It is the sovereign of swords, one of the primordial sources of swordsmanship. An overwhelming and pure sword intent surged forth from the shattered chain's breach, instantly flooding Lin Feng's dantian and forcefully coursing through his limbs and meridians. Lin Feng trembled violently, feeling as if countless sharp, yet gentle sword energies were wildly traversing within him, cleansing every inch of flesh, every meridian, and even each cell, which greedily absorbed this exceptionally pure sword energy. This was no ordinary spiritual energy. It was a higher, more fundamental power of the sword's essence. It emanated from the shard of the Sword Emperor's seal, nourished and transformed by the Nine Hells sword. His cultivation began to surge at an astonishing rate, visibly and perceptibly accelerating, from the mid-stage of Qi gathering to the late stage, and then to the pinnacle of Qi gathering. He encountered nearly no obstacles, seamlessly transcending each phase. True energy surged within his meridians, both in quality and quantity, while the spirit and body, previously drained from absorbing memories, rapidly recovered and grew more resilient under the nurturing of this magnificent sword intent. Yet, this was not the end. The overwhelming power of the sword intent propelled his cultivation to continue its ascent. Qi gathering reached perfection. True energy brimmed to its peak, forming a small vortex within his dantian, pure and refined, ceaselessly circulating. His body felt thoroughly cleansed, impurities expelled further, and a faint glow of precious light coursed beneath his skin. As his eyes opened and closed, a fleeting glimpse of a sharp sword radiance flickered. At this moment, he stood at the zenith of Qi gathering, his true energy overflowing, harmonious and flawless. Before him lay an invisible yet formidable barrier, the refinement furnace stage. The refinement furnace is constructed within the dantian, using one's true energy and will as the foundation, forming a cauldron. This cauldron serves not only as the core for storing and transforming true energy, but also as the basis for future cultivation of divine abilities, nurturing treasures, and even communing with the heavens. The materials, form, and stability of the cauldron directly influence the breadth and limits of one's future path. For ordinary cultivators, transitioning from perfect Qi gathering to attempting to establish a furnace requires extensive time to refine their true energy, comprehend their realm, and prepare various auxiliary materials. With a low success rate, however, at this moment, propelled by the overwhelming sword intent, Lin Feng distinctly sensed the presence of that barrier and recognized that his vitality had reached the critical point to break through it. If he wished, he could now attempt to invoke the sword intent to confront the barrier and construct his own sword furnace within his dantian. Yet, just as he stirred with intent, preparing to make a decisive push, the breach of the second shattered chain once again gathered a ghostly light, an even more ancient and complex thought form, intertwined with the overwhelming sword intent, surged into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. This was not a memory image, but a nascent form of a divine ability inheritance. An imprint embedded within the shard of the Sword Emperor's seal, transformed by the Nine Hells sword, which Lin Feng, at his current level, could barely comprehend and attempt to invoke as a forbidden technique. The information is shrouded in ambiguity and is incomplete, yet it conveys a singular core idea along with an exceedingly concise method of guidance. It is referred to as summoning the shadow of the Sword Emperor. More precisely, it entails invoking the ethereal manifestation of the Great Lord's true self, unleashing a strike reminiscent of his zenith. According to the data, this technique utilizes the Nine Hells sword as a conduit, employs fragments of the Sword Emperor's seal as coordinates, and requires the practitioner's own essence, vital energy, and even fragments of their soul as sacrificial offerings. In an instant, it can connect with the remnants of the Great Lord's battle imprint, either lingering in the cosmos or sealed within the Nine Hells sword, thereby summoning his ethereal form to deliver a sword strike capable of annihilating all. Its might is beyond measure, far surpassing the limits of Lin Feng's current realm of understanding. However, the cost is equally immense. The information explicitly conveys a warning. With Lin Feng's current cultivation at the gathering Qi stage, forcibly activating this embryonic divine ability could very well result in the instantaneous depletion of all his essence and vital energy, inflicting severe damage upon his soul, undermining his foundation, and possibly leading to his demise. It is a genuine gamble for one's life, to be employed only in dire circumstances. As Lin Feng absorbed this information, he felt an indescribable shock within his heart. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable and perilous trump card at his disposal. Its power was sufficient to threaten and potentially slay adversaries far beyond his own level, yet the terrifying price left him shivering with trepidation. He gradually calmed the tumultuous sword intent within him, suppressing the urge to immediately challenge the furnace refinement stage. Having just attained the perfection of the gathering Qi stage, it was imperative to stabilize his realm. Moreover, attempting to break into the furnace refinement stage was no trivial matter. It required meticulous preparation, particularly in determining the foundational intention for the furnace. Should it be the Azure Titan sword intent, or this newly acquired, unparalleled sword intent derived from the Sword Emperor's city? While he was immersed in the insights gained from his cultivation surge and the astonishment of his newfound divine ability, a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air suddenly erupted from the darkness above the platform. Not just one, Multiple entities, moving with great speed, were hurtling toward the platform where he stood. Lin Feng abruptly raised his head, a glint of sharp awareness flashing in his eyes, instantly snapping out of his contemplative state, and warily gazing at the shroud of darkness enveloped by the abyssal sword energy overhead. Chapter 72. The Pursuit of the Malevolent Star. Life-threatening pressure. The sound of the wind grew closer, sharp and jarring, swiftly tearing apart the stillness of the abyssal platform. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, his form tensed instantaneously, and his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the mundane iron longsword at his waist. The vital energy he had just perfected at the Gathering Chi stage began to circulate quietly within him, the azure titan sword intent held in abeyance. While his senses expanded to their fullest, the rolling gray mist and the fierce sword energy were forcibly parted as three streaks of crimson light, akin to vultures catching the scent of blood, suddenly descended. As the crimson light dissipated, three figures emerged, landing steadily at the edge of the gray-white jade stone platform, nearly a dozen paces away from Lin Feng. The newcomers were all men, clad in matching dark red attire, with their cuffs and lapels adorned with the menacing imagery of dripping blood skulls. They belonged to the Bloodslaughter sect, one of the factions that had previously gathered at the outskirts of the ruins, later delving deeper into the fray. Three individuals exuded an overwhelming aura, their presence shrouded in a faint but palpable scent of bloodlust. Their eyes were sharp as blades, brimming with unabashed greed and an oppressive superiority. As they instantly fixed their gaze upon Lin Feng, who stood in the center of the platform, along with the crystalline white skeletal remains at his feet and the half-broken stone sword. Ultimately, their scrutiny settled firmly on Lin Feng's right hand, which still faintly clutched something. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a sinister visage, possessing elongated cheeks and thin lips, his cold gaze betraying a chilling demeanor. He was the most formidable among them, his essence profound like an abyss, unmistakably at the Yuanfu realm, though merely at the initial stage of this realm. The unique pressure he emanated surpassed that of any chi gathering or furnace nurturing cultivator Lin Feng had encountered before, resonating subtly with the surrounding natural energies to create an invisible field. On either side of him stood two others. To his left was a stout, tower-like brute, his face adorned with coarse features, bearing a massive sword akin to a door panel, exuding a fierce aura, his cultivation at the late stage of furnace nurturing. To his right stood a tall and lean individual, his eyes flickering with cunning, fingers unusually long, and a glossy black whip coiled at his waist, also at the late stage of furnace nurturing. As the trio of Blood Fiend sect cultivators surveyed the platform, their avarice intensified upon the sight of the extraordinary white skeletal remains and the half-broken stone sword. However, their attention was swiftly captivated by Lin Feng, or more precisely, by the exceedingly faint yet distinct residual fluctuation emanating from the palm of his right hand, a remnant of the sword emperor seal. Though subtle, that fluctuation bore an ancient and majestic quality, stirring their very souls, unmistakably a rare treasure. Young man, the sinister middle-aged man rasped, his voice grating like sandpaper. Was it you who caused the recent disturbance in sword energy and the flickering of treasure light? What do you possess in your hand? Hand it over. His words, though devoid of embellishment, conveyed an undeniable command, the pressure of the Yuanfu realm descending upon Lin Feng like an invisible mountain. Lin Feng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation escalating rapidly. The three Blood Fiend sect cultivators, one at the Yuanfu realm and two at the late stage of furnace nurturing, were formidable opponents he could not confront directly, especially the Yuanfu cultivator whose mere presence caused his breath to falter and his internal energy to sluggishly wane. Though his mind raced, Lin Feng maintained an impassive facade, gradually releasing his right hand, which now held nothing. The fragment of the sword emperor seal had long since merged with his nine hells sword, making it nearly imperceptible unless the opponents possessed extraordinary secret arts or unparalleled cultivation. My esteemed seniors must be jesting, Lin Feng replied calmly, tinged with a well-measured tension and reverence. I am merely a fortunate soul who has fallen here, just awakening from my stupor, and have witnessed no treasures nor disturbances. As for my empty hand, it appears you have misjudged the situation. Misjudged? The stout man sneered, stepping forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Do you take us for blind fools? That fluctuation, though fleeting, was unmistakable. It could not have emanated from these mere bones and broken sword. Speak. Have you concealed the treasures here, or have you already devoured them? The tall, lean man interjected ominously, his fingers lightly caressing the whip at his waist. Do not attempt to play tricks, boy. This place is peculiar. Surviving here indicates a certain level of skill. However, if one possesses any sense, it would be wise to surrender whatever treasures they have obtained. Perhaps our sect leader, in a favorable mood, might grant you a swift death, allowing you to pass with some dignity. Such is the blatant threat, devoid of any room for negotiation. The Blood Fiend sect is notorious for its ruthless and tyrannical actions. Murder and plunder are merely routine. To them, Lin Feng, a mere novice at the Qi gathering stage, is no more significant than an insect. The sinister middle-aged man surveyed Lin Feng with the gaze of a venomous serpent, seemingly attempting to discern something deeper. He noted that although Lin Feng's aura was merely that of the Qi gathering stage, it was remarkably dense and stable, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Even in the face of their oppressive presence on this abyssal platform, he displayed a certain tension. Yet his eyes betrayed no overwhelming panic. This young man is not to be underestimated. This only solidified the man's suspicion that Lin Feng must have acquired something of great value in this place. What could embolden a Qi gathering practitioner to withstand the pressure of a Yuanfu stage expert without crumbling? This is your final chance, the sinister man intoned, his voice turning cold as a malevolent aura began to surge around him. The oppressive force of the Yuanfu stage was unleashed, crashing down upon Lin Feng like an unrelenting tide. Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, leaving you in a state of eternal torment. Boom. The tremendous pressure caused Lin Feng's bones to emit faint cracks, and the jade floor beneath him seemed to sink slightly. His complexion paled, and his form swayed, yet he stood firm, refusing to retreat. He could not yield, nor was he able to. The shard of the Sword Emperor had already fused with the Nine Hells sword, serving as the cornerstone of his future path and bearing the weighty legacy of the Sword Emperor city. Surrendering it was utterly out of the question. Moreover, even if he did surrender, they would undoubtedly not allow him to leave unscathed. Thus, only one path remained. Lin Feng slowly inhaled, raising his head to meet the gaze of the sinister middle-aged man. The respect and anxiety in his eyes receded like the tide, replaced by a chilling calmness. I have no treasures to offer, he pronounced, the clarity of his voice unwavering. But I do possess one life. If you wish to take it, come forth. His tranquil words bore an unmistakable resolve. The three Blood Fiend sect practitioners, taken aback initially, were soon engulfed in a furious rage. Seeking death, the stout man bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. A mere Qi gathering waste dares to act so brazenly before us. Master, allow me to crush this insect. The sinister middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He ceased any further discourse and simply gestured, seize him. Leave him with a breath to search his soul. Understood. The stout man grinned wickedly, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, exuding a ferocious aura as he lunged at Lin Feng. His right hand spread wide, dark red blood essence coiling around it, forming a massive blood-red claw the size of a grinding stone, descending upon Lin Feng. The sharp winds of the claw and the nauseating stench of blood essence completely enveloped Lin Feng. The true crisis erupted in an instant. Chapter 73. Rune escape for 30 Li. The blood-red giant claw descended, accompanied by the foul wind. The stout man's face twisted into a malicious grin, as if envisioning Lin Feng being torn apart, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome spectacle. For many years, he has trained in the Blood Fiend claw technique, which not only boasts a fierce claw wind, but also harbors a venomous essence of Blood Fiend energy capable of corroding protective true energy and decomposing flesh and bone. Even cultivators at the furnace refinement stage would not dare to confront it head-on, let alone a mere boy at the Qi gathering stage. However, at the very moment the blood-red claw shadow was about to graze Lin Feng's hair, he moved. Without attempting to block or evade the astonishing power of the Blood Fiend claw, he resolutely reached into his robe, his fingertips brushing against a cool, smooth talisman, the very one that old Zhou had secretly given him before their parting on the way to the ancient sword ruins. Lin Feng remembered this act of kindness. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, he poured his true energy into the talisman and crushed it forcefully. Crack! The paper disintegrated with a sound. Buzz! A rich, steady, earthy yellow light erupted instantly from the shattered talisman, enveloping Lin Feng entirely like an inverted bowl. The light shimmered, exuding a profound aura of the earth. The stout man, determined to seize his prey, struck his claw fiercely against this suddenly manifested earthy light barrier. Sizzle! A sharp sound of friction resonated on the platform as the blood-red claw clashed violently with the earthy shield, ripples spreading across its surface, yet it proved remarkably resilient, managing to absorb the majority of the claw's might. Although the residual force sent Lin Feng's blood surging, he skillfully slid backward, propelled by the impact. What? A talisman for earth evasion? The stout man was momentarily stunned, then furiously bellowed, trying to run? Leave him to me. His reaction was swift. His other hand transformed into a blood claw as well, both claws tearing through the air, lunging once more at the light barrier. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Stop him!" The sinister-faced middle-aged man and the lanky figure both darkened their expressions. They did not anticipate that this chi-gathering boy possessed such a life-saving talisman and employed it with such decisiveness. Cunning little thief. The lanky figure's whip, coiling like a venomous serpent, lashed toward Lin Feng's lower body, aiming to disrupt his escape. The sinister middle-aged man let out a cold snort, and without any visible movement, a solidified blood-red finger beam shot forth, targeting the core of the earthy light barrier. Where the beam passed, the air hissed ominously, its power far exceeding that of the stout man's claw technique. Yet, it was ultimately a moment too late. Once the Earth Evasion Talisman was activated, the process was incredibly swift. Within the earthy light barrier, as Lin Feng faced the dual claws, the whip shadow, and the finger beam, he seemed to sink into water. The gray-white stone ground beneath him transformed into a viscous quagmire, allowing his body to descend effortlessly. Splash! The blood-red finger beam struck empty, creating a small crater an inch deep in the ground. Both claws and whip shadows fell short as well. Earth Evasion. It's a mid-level Earth Evasion Talisman. A glint of cold light flashed in the sinister middle-aged man's eyes as he immediately deduced the situation. Ordinary Earth Evasion Talismans allow only short distance, shallow burrowing, easily intercepted or forced out. In contrast, a mid-level Earth Evasion Talisman can delve deeper underground, moving more swiftly and making it harder to track. Pursue him. He just used the talisman. He can't escape far. The residual energy is still present. The sinister middle-aged man, with unwavering resolve, transformed into a beam of crimson light, dashing towards the location where Lin Feng had vanished below the platform. Simultaneously, he formed intricate hand seals, imbuing a blood-red rune into the earth, seemingly in pursuit of the underground's essence. Damn it, that little brat. The stout man cursed vehemently, closely followed by the lanky figure. Together, the three of them resembled three streaks of blood-colored meteors, plunging into the swirling darkness of the sword aura below, relentlessly chasing the faint yet palpable tremors of Earth escape. Beneath the surface, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in a heavy, earthy glow, as if submerged in a viscous stream, surrounded by rapidly receding soil and rock. The power of the Earth Escape Talisman propelled him swiftly in a singular direction. His vision blurred, illuminated only by the dim, yellowish light of the rune. The dull sound of earth and stone scraping against the rune echoed in his ears. He sensed himself quickly distancing from the abyssal platform, yet his mind remained vigilant. Behind him, three formidable and murderous presences clung to him like parasites, unyielding in their pursuit. Though the layers of earth seemed to obscure the distance, it was evident that they possessed a means of tracking him and had not lost his trail. Truly, the tracking methods of the Yuanfu realm were formidable, Lin Feng mused, a chill running through him. While the Earth Escape Talisman could momentarily create distance, it consumed talisman power. Once depleted, he would have to reveal himself. Given their speed, they would likely catch up swiftly. He needed to create sufficient distance or find a way to elude their pursuit. As he maintained his subterranean state, he urgently pondered his options. Simultaneously, he turned his focus inward, sensing the robust true qi cultivated to perfection within him, as well as the spectral glow of the Nine Hells sword in his dantian, its second chain fragment having been broken. The knowledge of the newly acquired summoning technique of the Sword Emperor emerged clearly in his mind. However, he was reluctant to resort to that costly divine ability unless absolutely necessary. Old Zhou had mentioned that this talisman could support an escape of approximately 30 miles, and Lin Feng calculated the distance and the talisman's energy consumption. The protective shield formed by the rune began to flicker, its brilliance gradually waning. The three pursuing presences continued to lock onto him with relentless determination. Time slipped away, second by second. At last, the earthy glow enveloping him flickered violently before extinguishing abruptly. Lin Feng felt an immediate lightness, the supportive force dissipating, as the oppressive weight of soil and rock bore down upon him from all sides. He swiftly summoned his true qi to form a protective barrier while using his limbs to strive upwards. With a resounding crash, he erupted from a thicket on a hillside, scattering dirt and grass in his wake. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he inhaled the air infused with the scent of vegetation. Yet he could not afford to catch his breath. He warily surveyed his surroundings. This appeared to be the edge of a desolate mountain forest, with sparse ancient trees and rugged boulders. In the distance, he could vaguely discern the silhouette of the ancient sword ruins, marked by scattered remnants of ancient blades. His recent emergence had remained relatively concealed. But there, the talisman's power had been exhausted, and he had now revealed himself. They were closing in, Almost simultaneously with his reappearance, 3 menacing shouts filled with murderous intent erupted from 3 distinct directions. The crimson light sliced through the air, moving with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures formed a triangular formation, suddenly appearing several dozen zhang away from Lin Feng, completely sealing off all his avenues of retreat. They were the sinister middle-aged man, the stocky brute, and the lanky individual. Their faces bore a mocking expression akin to a cat toying with a mouse, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Clearly having calculated his position once his spiritual energy was depleted, the sinister middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A pressure emanating from the Yuanfu realm gradually enveloping the area, sealing it off, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Why have you stopped running? Chapter 74. Pressure like a prison, a quagmire of despair. The 3 figures, positioned in 3 directions, loomed like 3 towering walls exuding a bloodthirsty aura, completely surrounding Lin Feng upon this desolate hillside. The sinister middle-aged man stood at the forefront, his narrow eyes glinting with a cold light. The aura of the Yuanfu realm rising slowly like a waking beast of prey. On either side, the stocky brute's hands, as large as grinding wheels, cracked ominously as they clenched, his face quivering with bloodlust as he eyed Lin Feng like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The lanky figure moved silently, his dark, supple whip writhing like a living creature at his waist, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, seeking the most lethal angle for a strike. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, thick with an oppressive intent to kill and the stench of blood. Lin Feng stood at the center of the encirclement, gripping his ordinary iron sword tightly, its tip angled toward the ground. His expression was calm, yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the surroundings for any possible escape route or exploitable terrain. None. This hillside offered a relatively unobstructed view, with rocks and shrubs providing no effective cover. The encirclement was executed with extreme cunning, blocking off all conventional escape routes. The absolute disparity in cultivation levels loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. 1 in the Yuanfu realm and 2 in the later stages of the nurturing furnace realm posed an almost hopeless power disparity for him. A newly ascended master of the gathering chi realm. You possess quite a few tricks, the sinister middle-aged man spoke first, his voice gravelly and laced with mockery. Unfortunately, your cultivation is far too low. In the face of absolute strength, these petty tricks merely invite ridicule. He took a step forward. Boom. The unique pressure of a Yuanfu realm practitioner descended like a tangible mountain. This was not merely a simple show of might, but the embryonic form of a domain resulting from a preliminary connection with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The air thickened and became heavy, the tiny grains of sand on the ground trembling slightly, as the spiritual energy within several dozen zhang seemed to be affected by his will, becoming sluggish and repulsive. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming weight enveloping him, as if he had suddenly plunged into an unfathomable abyss. The terrifying force of oppression closed in from all sides, intent on crushing him. Breathing became exceedingly difficult, and the true chi within him, which had once flowed freely, became ensnared in a quagmire, sluggish and thick, requiring immense effort to circulate even a fraction. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain, and his muscles tightened to their limits. Though his back remained straight, the hard earth beneath his feet silently sank half an inch. This was the pressure of the Yuanfu realm. It represented an essential distinction from the gathering chi and nurturing furnace realms. It was not merely a difference in the volume of true chi, but an initial mastery over the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, a partial transcendence of life, levels leading to a suppression of status. Once the embryonic form of the Master-S blood fiend domain manifests, this little insect will scarcely be able to move. The stout man, upon witnessing the scene, erupted into a triumphant laugh, his gaze toward Lin Feng brimming with disdain. Weren't you quite the runner just now? Why not run another lap for me to observe? The lanky figure, with a sinister chuckle, remarked. Run? At this point, he can barely muster the strength to lift a finger. Master, it appears we need not lift a hand. This oppressive aura alone could crush him to death. Their mockery pierced the air like daggers, yet under the overwhelming pressure, Lin Feng found it laborious even to muster a retort. Veins throbbed on his forehead as sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the parched earth, evaporating almost instantly. With all his might, he channeled the Tsang Jun sword classic, the cyclone of energy within his dantian swirling furiously as he endeavored to shatter the invisible shackles. The essence of the Tsang Jun sword surged within him, valiantly resisting the suffocating aura steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. A faint, ethereal presence emanated from the fragments of the sword Emperor seal and the second chain of the Nine Hells sword, inadvertently revealing itself as he withstood the pressure. The malevolent middle-aged man, sharp-eyed, caught wind of this anomaly, his eyes glistening with avarice. Indeed, this lad possesses a treasure of immense value. The aura of this sword intent is ancient, formidable, and unparalleled, far beyond the reach of ordinary sword cultivators. The fluctuations from the abyssal platform must be linked to this. Hand over the treasures upon you. The middle-aged man's tone turned severe, the pressure intensifying further. And everything you've acquired beneath. I may consider granting you a swift end. Otherwise, he paused, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his gaze. I trust you've heard of the blood fiend sect's soul extraction and blood puppet refining techniques. If you wish to avoid the torment worse than death, I suggest you act wisely. Lin Feng felt the pressure mount once more, his legs quaking slightly. On the verge of collapse, he clenched his teeth, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood from his bitten gums. I cannot kneel. His gaze turned icy as he slowly lifted his head. Despite his face being as pale as parchment, his eyes remained sharp, locking onto the sinister middle-aged man. With great difficulty, he forced the words through clenched teeth. There are no treasures. Only one life remains. If you dare, come and take it yourself. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, exuded an indomitable defiance. Seeking death, the middle-aged man lost all patience, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. A mere insect in the gathering chi realm dared to speak so defiantly under his pressure. It was the utmost insult. Since you court death, I shall oblige, he bellowed, refraining from striking personally, instead commanding his subordinates. Break his limbs, incapacitate his dantian, but leave him with a breath. I shall personally extract his soul. Understood. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment. The stout man and the lanky figure cackled in unison, springing into action. The stout man propelled himself off the ground, creating a small crater as he charged toward Lin Feng like a rampaging bull, his right fist coalescing with blood fiend energy, aimed squarely at Lin Feng's chest. The rush of wind and explosive air signaled his intent to shatter Lin Feng's ribs with one blow. Blood fiend mountain-breaking fist. Get down. Meanwhile, the lanky figure moved like a wraith, silently maneuvering to Lin Feng's rear, his dark, supple whip coiling around Lin Feng's legs like a venomous serpent, its tip glimmering with a ghostly blue light, evidently laced with deadly poison. Once ensnared, the toxins invade the body, instantly paralyzing the muscles and bones, rendering one utterly helpless. The two adversaries, one bold and the other sinister, demonstrated an impeccable synergy, clearly not their first encounter in such a deadly ambush. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained firmly bound by the oppressive aura of the Yuanfu realm, as if mired in a quagmire, his movements severely hindered. With a fist and a whip poised to strike, life and death hung in the balance. Chapter 75. Blood as a guide, shadows tread the void. The force of the punch approached his chest, while the whip coiled around his leg. The shadow of death loomed like a frigid hand, tightening around Lin Feng's throat. The pressure of the Yuanfu realm acted as an invisible shackle, pinning him in place, his actions slowed to a fraction of their usual speed. Faced with such a flawlessly coordinated and devastating assault, an ordinary practitioner at the Gathering Chi realm would likely lack the reflexes to evade, resulting in either obliteration or poisoning. But Lin Feng was no ordinary practitioner. With the experiences of 2 lifetimes, the innate combat instincts of the 9th generation Sangjuan swordmaster, and the resilience of a spirit tempered by the torrent of memories from the Sword Emperor city, he retained an unparalleled calm even in the face of despair. To withstand the attack? Impossible. The gap was too vast. To evade? The oppressive force limited his speed, making complete avoidance unfeasible. Thus, only one path remained. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He bit down on his tongue with fervor. With a burst, a mouthful of blood, rich with vital essence and the intent of his sword, was violently expelled into the air before him. The blood mist swirled, appearing especially tragic in the dim light. Simultaneously, the vital energy within him, nearly stifled by the oppressive force, erupted with a thunderous roar. Instead of surging outward, it all rolled back, wildly flooding into his dantian, infusing the shadowy specter of the 9 Hells sword. With my blood as the guide, with my sword intent as the bridge, with the 9 Hells as the pivot, I summoned the eternal sword soul, silently chanting the fragmented incantation imparted by the embryonic divine power. Lin Feng's consciousness forcibly fused with his sword intent, disregarding the terrifying pressure and the lethal assault bearing down upon him. All his focus plunged into his dantian, deep into the mysterious ancient sword entwined with 9 chains, of which the second had already been shattered. Buzz! The specter of the 9 Hells sword within his dantian suddenly radiated brilliant light. From the fractured end of the second chain, a ghostly glow erupted like a volcanic eruption. The bronze fragment, a shard of the Sword Emperor's seal, embedded within the sword trembled violently, emanating a faint yet supreme resonance. The expelled blood did not dissipate. Instead, under the guidance of Lin Feng's consciousness, now intertwined with the Zhangjuan sword intent and a hint of newly acquired Sword Emperor's intent, it swiftly began to trace intricate patterns in the air. These were not mere characters or ordinary symbols, but rather simple, archaic sword marks imbued with an ineffable rhythm of the Dao. Each sword mark that emerged caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, and the domain formed by the Yuanfu realm's pressure began to show signs of instability. The blood-soaked, malevolent aura in the air seemed to encounter its nemesis, crackling ominously, hinting at dispersion. What in the world is this? The stout man, poised to shatter Lin Feng's ribcage with a punch, was momentarily stunned by this sudden anomaly, his attack faltering. The sword marks etched in the air by the blood stirred an inexplicable, profound fear deep within his soul. As if confronted by an existence of unimaginable stature, the tall, slender figure at the side also felt a surge of anxiety. The soft whip entwined around Lin Feng's legs instinctively faltering for a moment. Even the middle-aged man, who stood aloof with his hands clasped behind his back, commanding the situation, now exhibited a sudden change in expression. Possessing the highest cultivation and the keenest perception, he sensed an ancient, majestic, and supremely powerful will of the sword emanating from the few blood-red sword marks, sending tremors through his very soul. Such an essence, even in the slightest leak, was far beyond the comprehension and endurance of one at the Yuanfu realm. Stop him. Quickly. Eliminate him. The middle-aged man, no longer able to maintain his composure, shouted sharply, his figure erupting into motion, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, his fingers clawing directly at Lin Feng's head. This time, he acted personally, determined to deliver a fatal blow, ensuring that this enigmatic youth would not be allowed to conjure any further anomalies. However, it was already too late. Just as the three were momentarily delayed by terror, at the precise moment the middle-aged man moved, the final blood-red sword mark before Lin Feng was completed. A miniature formation, composed of 9 simple sword marks, imperfect yet resonant, floated in the air, slowly rotating. At the core of this formation was the blood mist, birthed from Lin Feng's own essence. Boom. Although no thunder resonated, all 4 present, including Lin Feng himself, felt as if a cataclysmic sound reverberated deep within their souls. Within Lin Feng's dantian, the ethereal image of the 9 prisons sword blazed with unparalleled intensity. The ghostly light at the second chain's breakage surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, hurtling through a mysterious passage, and crashing outward to connect with the blood-red formation in the air. The void trembled violently, centered around the blood-red formation. The space within several feet began to ripple as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating layers of visible waves. The air distorted. The light dimmed, and an atmosphere of vastness, antiquity, and tragic yet endless majesty emerged, akin to a primordial giant beast awakening from an eons-long slumber. Crack! The pressure domain of the middle-aged man at the Yuanfu realm shattered like fragile glass under the impact of this trembling void and ancient aura, instantly marred by cracks and then collapsing. Ugh! The middle-aged man grunted, his form momentarily faltering in the air, a look of horror finally dawning on his face. His domain had been forcibly shattered? How could this be possible? The stout man and the tall, slender figure were struck as if by a tremendous blow, their faces paling, blood surging, their assault completely dismantled, as they staggered back several steps, gazing in terror at the distorted void. In the next moment, under the gaze of all astonished witnesses, the suspended miniature formation, composed of blood-red sword marks, had its center part like a curtain, as if an invisible hand gently parted the air. A figure stepped forth from the rift in the void. The silhouette was exceedingly vague, barely discernible as humanoid, standing no taller than 3 inches, resembling an exquisitely crafted jade figurine. It was enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow, seemingly formed from endless starlight and fragmented sword intent, obscuring its features and attire. Save for a pair of eyes that shone with a profound light, capable of penetrating the cycles of time, reflecting the birth and demise of the heavens. Though merely 3 inches in height, the moment it manifested, a resonant hum echoed. An indescribable ancient sword's might surged forth, akin to an invisible tempest, sweeping outwards from that diminutive figure. The mountain wind stilled. The chirping of insects ceased. Even the faint, pervasive resonance of sword sounds lingering in the nearby ancient ruins fell silent in that instant. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as though only this indistinct, 3-inch shadow remained, emanating an unparalleled sword power that transcended all beings, as if it had severed the rivers of stars, and cleaved through chaos. The sinister middle-aged man, the stout fellow, and the lanky figure stood frozen as if ensnared by a spell, their faces etched with boundless fear and disbelief, their pupils reduced to pinpricks, fixated on that minuscule apparition, their very souls trembling beneath the weight of its sword power, their thoughts nearly immobilized. Lin Feng's complexion was as pale as paper, his body swaying perilously. Feeling as though all his vitality had been instantaneously siphoned away, his dantian depleted, his meridians aflame with pain, a tearing weakness coursing through his spirit. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb, his bloodshot eyes equally fixed upon the 3-inch shadow emerging from the 9-nether sword. Had the summoning succeeded? Chapter 76. The finger that destroys the Yuan mansion. Silent thunder. The world lay in utter silence. The winds had ceased, the insects were mute, and even the distant echoes of sword sounds from the ruins had vanished. Only that 3-inch shadow, enveloped in a hazy luminescence, floated quietly, as if it were the very center of existence. Its profound gaze swept indifferently over the 3 bloodthirsty sect cultivators below, and wherever its gaze fell, it seemed as though light and air had been frozen in time. The sinister middle-aged man, the stout fellow, and the lanky figure bore expressions of extreme terror and incredulity. Their pupils pinpricked, their bodies rigid as stone, unable to move even a finger. The oppressive force of the Yuan mansion had long since shattered, replaced by an absolute suppression and dread emanating from the essence of life itself, deep within their souls. They could feel that the sword might radiating from the 3-inch shadow had transcended their comprehension, a power that belonged to a higher echelon of life and strength. Escape? Such thoughts could not even arise. Resistance? It would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a mountain. Even the act of thinking grew sluggish and stagnant beneath that supreme majesty. Lin Feng knelt partially on the ground, his face as pale as parchment, his body trembling uncontrollably from excessive exhaustion and injury, sweat mingling with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He strained to lift his heavy eyelids, gazing towards that shadow. The price of the summoning was manifesting. His dantian was depleted, his meridians felt as though they were about to rupture. His spirit was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, yet a glimmer of light burned in his eyes, fixated on the shadow's movements. The shadow seemed to slightly lower its head, casting another glance at the 3 bloodthirsty sect cultivators below, resembling insects trapped in amber. In that gaze, there was no fluctuation of emotion, no anger, no intent to kill, only a sense of indifference, as if looking down upon dust and casually brushing away the grime. Then, it slowly raised its right hand. The motion of the arm was incredibly slow and natural, as if merely stretching at leisure, yet it carried an ineffable rhythm, as though it subtly resonated with the very pulse of the cosmos. There was no earth-shattering eruption, no dazzling brilliance of a sword's light, nor the shrill whistle of tearing air. The ethereal figure merely extended its indistinct right index finger, cloaked in a hazy aura, towards the 3 bloodthirsty disciples of the bloodslaughter sect, who stood motionless below, and gently tapped from a distance of several dozen jam. The motion was delicate, akin to a mischievous child pointing at fish swimming in a pond. Yet, at the very instant of that gentle tap, the stout man, the lean figure, and the stocky fellow shuddered violently. It was not as if they had been struck by an external force. Rather, it felt as though an uncontrollable and unfathomable spasm erupted from the depths of their souls, from the very core of their life essence. The frozen expressions of terror on their faces had no time to alter. Soft, muffled sounds, almost inaudible, punctuated the air, 3 distinct yet faint thuds that seemed to resonate not from their bodies, but rather as if an invisible entity had been precisely pierced within their skulls. Observing closely, one could see their foreheads silently fissuring, each forming an exceedingly minute crimson. This red mark, as fine as the tip of a needle, glistened vividly, resembling a delicate touch of the finest vermilion brush, yet it did not bleed, leave a wound, nor disrupt the surrounding skin texture. However, the last flicker of life in their eyes extinguished in an instant, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Their pupils dilated, rapidly hollowing out, devoid of all vitality. The stocky man swayed slightly, maintaining a forward-leaning stance as he threw a punch, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust, and fell silent. The lanky figure collapsed limply as if all the bones had been extracted from his body. The dark, soft whip at his waist slackened, coiling beside him like a lifeless serpent. The middle-aged man, with the highest cultivation, seemed to cling to a vestige of resistance. His lips quivered, as if attempting to articulate something, his eyes filled with inexpressible horror and despair. Ultimately, he could only emit 2 meaningless gasps from his throat, after which his eyes dimmed completely, and he fell backward, his head striking heavily against a protruding rock, motionless thereafter. 3 formidable presences, akin to flames extinguished by an unseen hand, vanished entirely from this desolate hillside. There was no explosive cacophony, no gruesome display of flesh and blood, nor even a hint of residual energy dissipating into the air. Only 3 gradually cooling corpses remained, each bearing an eerie and fatal crimson mark on their foreheads, silently narrating the unfathomable terror contained within that singular tap. With just one delicate touch, the 3 practitioners of the bloodslaughter sect, at least in the late stages of the furnace-nurturing realm, with one even a master of the Yuanfu realm, had their souls obliterated, meeting their demise on the spot. A profound stillness, heavier than before, enveloped the area. Even the birds and beasts in the distant woods seemed to sense the overwhelming authority that silenced all nature. Daring not to utter a single sound, Lin Feng fixated intensely on the 3 corpses, then abruptly raised his gaze to the 3-inch ethereal figure above. His heart racing and a chill creeping down his spine. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power that this divine ability possessed. However, witnessing the seemingly effortless and silent annihilation of 3 formidable adversaries left him in unparalleled shock. Was this the strike of the esteemed Lord's ethereal projection? Even if it were merely a trivial fraction of power's reflection, one could only imagine the grandeur of the true Sword Emperor Lord at the peak of his prowess. What kind of terror must have accompanied the cataclysmic event that obliterated the Sword Emperor city? The overwhelming disparity in strength and the trepidation towards the unknown foe intertwined within his heart. At this moment, the ethereal projection that had executed this astonishing strike appeared to dim slightly, its hazy radiance flickering. It slowly retracted the finger it had extended and then performed an unexpected gesture. It gently tilted its head, and those 2 profound glimmers of light seemed to settle upon Lin Feng, who was half kneeling and utterly weakened. Chapter 77. The Ethereal Glance. The sword returns to the void as those 2 abyssal beams of light settled upon him. Lin Feng instantly felt an indescribable chill and a frightening sense of being entirely seen through. Although this projection had been summoned through his essence, true energy, and sword intent via the 9 Hells sword, the scrutiny it cast upon him made Lin Feng feel as though he stood naked at the precipice of an immense cliff, with all his secrets, thoughts, and even the faintest tremors of his soul laid bare. The projection's gaze lingered upon him for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it was but a brief moment. His muscles tensed, and he forgot to tremble, gritting his teeth and raising his chin in a desperate attempt to meet those 2 glimmers of light, despite being unable to discern the projection's visage. Then, he distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the meaning behind that gaze. The initial indifference and condescension quietly faded away, replaced by an intricate and enigmatic emotion, an amalgamation of scrutiny, affirmation, and a nearly imperceptible sense of solace. Yes, solace. It was akin to a weary craftsman, having devoted endless effort, finally witnessing the nascent form of his creation. Or like an elder returning from distant travels, at the twilight of life, gazing back upon his homeland, and finding a legacy that continues. This feeling arrived unexpectedly, yet it was profoundly authentic, indelibly inscribed upon Lin Feng's spirit. The vague contours of the projection's face seemed to shift ever so slightly, as if nodding in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the ethereal glow enveloping the projection dimmed once more, and its form began to grow increasingly insubstantial and translucent, as if it might dissipate into the wind at any moment. It cast one last glance at Lin Feng, devoid of scrutiny or solace, replaced instead by a serene calmness that seemed to transcend the cycles of eternity, accompanied by a hint of weariness that spanned the ages. Then, in an instant, the ethereal projection transformed into an almost imperceptible stream of light, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, swiftly vanishing into Lin Feng's lower abdomen, merging once again with the shadowy 9 Hells sword, disappearing from sight. At the very moment the projection melded into his being, a gasp escaped him. Lin Feng could no longer endure. He suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark red blood, his body feeling as though all bones and strength had been extracted, rendering him utterly limp. He collapsed onto his knees, barely managing to support himself with his hands to prevent a complete fall. The pain, an indescribable agony radiated from every corner of his body. It was not an external injury, but rather a profound emptiness and tearing sensation originating from the very essence of life itself. He felt as if he were an empty husk, hollow within. His Dantian's energy reservoir was utterly depleted. The once abundant and surging true qi had now dwindled to nothing, and even the walls of his Dantian conveyed a faint sting and dry cracks. His meridians resembled a riverbed ravaged by a violent flood. riddled with fine fissures that sent sharp pain coursing through him at the slightest provocation. More severely, the depletion of his vital blood had taken a toll. That single mouthful of essence had nearly drained him of 90% of his life force. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. His lips cracked and purplish, and his hair seemed to have lost its luster, becoming dry and brittle. His heartbeat was slow and feeble, each pulse a laborious effort. His limbs cold, and darkness encroached upon his vision as a powerful dizziness assaulted his consciousness. His spirit was also affected, feeling as though it had been scraped by a dull blade, bringing waves of weakness and tearing sensations, causing his thoughts to stall. This was the price of forcibly invoking the projection of the Sword Emperor's phantom. To summon such an existence with his level of cultivation, even the slightest trace of power nearly cost him his life. Had he not just attained the peak of the gathering Qi realm? With his body strengthened by the sword intense nurturing, his foundation far more solid than that of others at the same level, he would have likely been utterly exhausted. Meeting his demise on the spot, coughing, Lin Feng expelled a few more mouthfuls of blood-tinged phlegm, his breath resembling that of a worn-out bellows, rapid and labored. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 cold corpses nearby, devoid of any elation at surviving, only heavy dread and solemnity. This divine ability was indeed earth-shattering in power, yet the cost was terrifyingly high. If he were not driven to the brink, he would never dare to use it again. He must leave this place immediately. Although the earlier commotion had been suppressed by the phantom's power, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't attract other cultivators or the subsequent forces of the Bloodslaughter sect. In his current state, even a practitioner from the blood-moving realm could easily crush him. He had to move. Clenching his teeth, Lin Feng exerted all his strength in an attempt to rise. However, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, as if he were treading on cotton, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. After 2 attempts, he nearly fell again. He could not remain here. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He abandoned the effort to stand and instead used his hands and knees to painfully crawl toward a nearby slope where rocks were more abundant and the underbrush slightly denser. Every inch of movement sent waves of pain throughout his body, cold sweat mingling with dirt, leaving him in a wretched state. Behind him lay 3 corpses marked by crimson streaks on their foreheads, silently narrating the brief, yet horrific events that had just transpired as dusk descended. Chapter 78. 3 days in the cave. New marks of chains. Lin Feng had lost track of how long he had been crawling. Consciousness teetered on the precipice of excruciating pain and dizziness, the world oscillating between clarity and obscurity, driven solely by instinct. He moved incrementally towards what he believed to be a more concealed location, further removed from the blood-soaked hillside. His palms and knees were abrasively scraped by the coarse gravel, stinging fiercely. Yet, in comparison to the profound emptiness and the torment of his ruptured veins within, such pain was trivial. At last, just before consciousness succumbed entirely to darkness, he rolled into a narrow crevice partially obscured by massive boulders and dense vines. The gap extended inward, resembling a shallow natural cave, barely large enough for a single person to curl up within, yet sufficiently concealed, with vines cascading down at the entrance, rendering it nearly impossible to detect from the outside. A fleeting thought of temporary safety crossed his mind before darkness enveloped him completely, and he collapsed onto the cold, damp stone floor. Darkness, endless darkness, and a sense of weakness descended upon him, as if he were sinking into the icy depths of the ocean, his consciousness unraveling. Time lost its meaning in a haze of unconsciousness and semi-consciousness. On the first day, Lin Feng lay as if lifeless, with only the faintest rise and fall of his chest betraying his existence. His body was frigid, his breath so faint it was nearly extinguished. The ethereal glow of the 9 Hells sword was the sole beacon of light within him, gradually absorbing the sparse spiritual energy in the cave, transforming it into a trickle of warmth that soothed his nearly shattered meridians, sustaining his flickering life force. On the second day, his consciousness would occasionally flicker back to life for brief moments, allowing him to perceive the omnipresent agony in his body and the profound sense of depletion. Yet he lacked the strength even to move a finger. He could only passively endure the feeble self-healing powers of the 9 Hells sword and the foundational techniques of the Tsang Jun sword scripture, akin to a gentle rain falling upon a parched land. By the third day, circumstances began to improve. At last, a thread of vital energy, thinner than a hair, began to coalesce within his dantian. Though this energy was feeble, it resembled a spark of flame, bringing a modicum of warmth and strength. The duration of his consciousness remained awake, gradually lengthened. Lin Feng commenced the tentative guidance of this nascent energy, synchronizing it with the ethereal glow of the 9 Hells sword. and began to circulate it along the path delineated by the Tsang Jun sword scripture, slowly mending the least damaged of his main meridians. Each complete cycle of circulation felt akin to scraping bone with a dull knife. Agonizing, yet the restorative effects became manifest. Minute quantities of new vital energy were painstakingly refined from the surrounding spiritual essence, integrating into the cycle. Though slow, it steadily swelled. By the evening of the third day, Lin Feng had, at long last, managed to regain a semblance of mobility. He laboriously shifted his body, leaning against the cold stone wall to sit up. His entire being remained sore and weakened, as if he had just emerged from a grave illness. Nevertheless, at least his limbs were once again responsive to his will. His complexion remained pallid, yet compared to the previous deathly white, it bore a semblance of vitality. His lips were chapped, and his throat felt as if it were ablaze. From his bosom, he retrieved the last remnants of his provisions, a half-piece of hardtack meticulously wrapped in oiled paper, and a small leather water pouch. The water within the pouch was scant, and he cautiously sipped a few drops, moistening his parched throat akin to cracked earth. He then broke off a small morsel of hardtack, savoring it slowly. The meager sustenance and water provided a fleeting warmth and a modicum of strength. Having regained a semblance of vitality, Lin Feng immediately turned his focus inward, examining his own condition. His first point of inquiry was the Dantian. The energy sea within the Dantian remained vast and empty, yet it was no longer in the state of utter depletion and imminent collapse that had previously afflicted it. At its center, an exceedingly tiny, slowly rotating pale golden vortex had begun to reform. Though its size was merely 1 or 2% of its former glory, it was pure and concentrated, brimming with nascent life. This was the true energy core of the perfected gathering chi realm. As long as it persisted, his foundation remained intact, allowing his vital energy to gradually recuperate. The condition of his meridians was more dismal. They resembled a parched riverbed, riddled with fine cracks. Though the nascent energy barely held and nourished them, they remained frail. Without 10 days to a month of nurturing and the aid of spiritual herbs, it would be difficult to endure the vigorous circulation of energy. The most pressing issue was the depletion of his vital essence. The loss of life's quintessence could not be swiftly replenished, and he still felt his limbs cold and his head spinning, a typical manifestation of blood and energy deficiency. The need for substantial replenishment through potent elixirs or rare natural treasures was evident to expedite his recovery. The cost was indeed exorbitant, and Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. Surviving this ordeal had been a stroke of luck. Should he be compelled to invoke such powers again, he must be better prepared or hasten his cultivation to mitigate the backlash. Having assessed his physical condition, his consciousness delved deeper into the Dantian, where the ethereal shadow of the 9 hells sword lingered. The shadow of the sword hovered quietly, its brilliance subdued, significantly dimmer than during its zenith, indicating that this summoning had drained considerable strength from it. His attention first rested upon the sword's body. The fragment of the Sword Emperor's seal had utterly fused with the 9 hells sword, indistinguishable from one another. The location of the fragment had now formed an exceedingly subtle line upon the sword's body, emanating a faint bronze luster and an ancient majesty, as if it had always been a part of the 9 hells sword. This complete integration allowed Lin Feng to sense a tighter bond with the 9 hells sword, granting him a clearer perception of the elevated sword intent that originated from the Sword Emperor's city. Yet, his current cultivation was insufficient to truly invoke or wield it. He then shifted his gaze to the 9 chaotic chains entwined around the sword's body. The first chain remained intact, its ghostly light swirling. The second chain, however, had evidently suffered a fracture. The break was jagged, with the ghostly light swirling near the rupture, attempting to mend itself, albeit slowly. It was this broken segment that had unleashed a formidable sword intent to aid his breakthrough and provided the conduit for summoning the ethereal shadow. As his consciousness meticulously sensed the fracture in the second chain, an unexpected discovery jolted his heart. Deep within the chasm created by the severed second chain, the shadowy interior of the sword, seemingly leading to an endless void, revealed a faint silhouette of yet another chain. This outline was exceedingly dim, nearly blending into the surrounding darkness. Had it not been for the rupture of the second chain, which allowed a whisper of its inner essence to escape, it would have gone entirely unnoticed. However, this fleeting glimpse caused Lin Feng to instantly ascertain that it was the third chaotic chain, concealed deeper within. It was shrouded by the second chain. Now, with a segment of the second chain broken, a mere tip of the iceberg had been exposed. Each of the 9 chains lay deeper hidden than the last, each sealed more tightly, stirring a profound awe within Lin Feng. The unshackling of the second chain had unveiled fragments of the Sword Emperor's seal and summoned divine powers. What secrets lay beyond the third chain? More memories? Greater strength? Or perhaps even more terrifying secrets? He felt powerless to explore further at this moment, yet he understood that the path ahead was not shrouded in uncertainty. The mysteries of the nine-prisoned sword were gradually revealing themselves with the enhancement of his strength and the acquisition of keys, such as the fragments of the Sword Emperor's seal. Regaining his focus, Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After 3 days of recuperation, he had barely regained the ability to move, yet his strength was reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. This place was ill-suited for lingering. The Blood Fiend sect was likely still searching in the vicinity. He needed to depart swiftly, seeking a safer location to heal thoroughly and replenish his energies. Struggling to his feet, he moved his still sore and stiff limbs, straining to hear the sounds beyond the cave. The mountains were silent, save for the whisper of the wind weaving through the crevices of the rocks. It was time to leave. Chapter 79, Sealing Off the Hunt. Rumors afloat as dawn's light gently filtered through the fissures of the stones and the gaps of the vines. It cast dappled spots of illumination upon the damp ground. Lin Feng awoke from a shallow slumber, his ears twitching as he carefully listened to the sounds outside the cave. After a night of recuperation, the faint thread of true energy within him had grown slightly stronger, alleviating some of the pain in his meridians. Yet the weakness from his depleted blood essence and the coldness in his limbs remained acutely evident. His current strength was likely only equivalent to 1 or 2/10 of his prime, barely allowing him to manifest the early stages of qi gathering. He could no longer afford to linger. Cautiously, he tidied up the traces he had left behind, pushing aside the vines that hung at the cave's entrance. And like a nimble feline, he slipped out, swiftly merging into the mist-laden forest. The mountain air was imbued with the freshness of flora, but Lin Feng keenly sensed that within this freshness lingered a faint yet unsettling aura of bloodthirst. This aura was not a natural occurrence, but rather the residual essence left by practitioners of specific techniques who had lingered too long. The Blood Fiend sect. They had indeed not given up the search. A shiver ran through Lin Feng, prompting him to proceed with even greater caution, concealing his presence to the utmost. Utilizing the cover of trees and rocks as he stealthily moved in the opposite direction from his escape yesterday, towards the periphery far from the core area of the ancient sword ruins. Indeed, within less than half an hour, faint voices and footsteps echoed through the forest ahead. Lin Feng immediately lowered his posture, concealing himself behind a thicket of dense shrubs, peering through the gaps in the branches to observe the unfolding scene. In the distance, along a forest path, 5 or 6 cultivators clad in dark crimson attire, adorned with blood-dripping skull motifs on their sleeves, were meticulously searching. They formed groups of 3, dispersing along either side of the road, their gazes sharp as they occasionally wielded their swords to part the underbrush, inspecting traces behind the rocks, and even employing devices akin to compasses to survey the surroundings. Search thoroughly. The sect leader has commanded that we must either find him alive or his corpse, barked a mid-stage furnace cultivator, his expression grim. Wang Tiao, we've been searching for half a day now, and not a single shadow has been spotted, muttered a younger disciple of the blood slaughter sect, fear evident on his face. Silence. The cultivator, known as Wang Tiao, interrupted sharply. Elder Li and the others' command tokens have shattered. They must have met with foul play. This matter is of utmost importance, and the sect is already enraged. Not only us, but several other teams are also stationed nearby, watching the peripheries of the ruins closely. That young man is either hiding nearby or attempting to slip away. Stay alert. Yes. The disciples responded resolutely, intensifying their search. Lin Feng held his breath, his mind racing. The blood slaughter sect's response was indeed swift. They had not only dispatched a team, but had also sealed off potential escape routes. In his current state of severe injury and weakness, a direct confrontation was futile. Being discovered would yield dire consequences. He had to devise a way to blend in. He glanced at his tattered, dirt-stained garments, and then felt within his bosom. The few ordinary spiritual herbs he had gathered earlier remained. Although not of high quality, they would suffice. An idea sprang to mind. Quietly, he retreated from the searching disciples of the blood slaughter sect, seeking a secluded stream where he quickly washed his face and hands, removing the most conspicuous traces of blood and grime. He then carefully took out the few spiritual herbs, tearing some leaves to smear on his clothing and makeshift backpack, crafted from branches and vines, creating the appearance of having accidentally stained himself with their sap. He held one of the better quality herbs in his hand. Once he completed this, he regulated his breathing, striving to make his pale complexion appear as if it were merely the result of exhaustion. He hoisted the makeshift backpack and, grasping the herb, intentionally created some noise as he made his way toward another path that seemed to bear the marks of human activity. Not far along, 2 disciples of the blood slaughter sect emerged around a bend, blocking his way. Stop. What are you doing? One of the disciples demanded sharply, scrutinizing Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. At the opportune moment, Lin Feng feigned panic and trepidation, retracting his neck and slightly raising the herb in his hand, stuttering. I am just a wandering cultivator gathering herbs in the mountains, just collecting some ordinary medicinal plants to exchange for some money. The other disciple's gaze swept over Lin Feng's tattered attire, the backpack stained with herb juice, and the common silver thread grass in his hand. His vigilance lessened slightly. Yet he still coldly replied, gathering herbs? This area is currently sealed off by my bloodslaughter sect. No outsiders are permitted to approach. Which way did you come from? Have you seen any suspicious individuals? Sealed off? Lin Feng's face bore a timely expression of confusion as he shook his head repeatedly, insisting, no, I haven't seen anyone. I came from the low hill to the east, where I found a cave to spend the night. I only emerged this morning to gather some herbs. What has happened, brothers? He appeared much like a timid, cautious herbalist, merely seeking to earn a meager living. The two disciples of the bloodslaughter sect exchanged glances and carefully sensed Lin Feng's aura, which was faint and disordered, confirming he was merely at the initial stage of qi gathering. His energy felt hollow, reminiscent of someone malnourished and overexerted, exactly the traits of a wandering herbalist. Do not ask what you should not. One of the disciples waved his hand impatiently. Quickly move westward. There's a path out that way. Do not loiter in this forest, lest you lose your life. Yes, yes. Thank you, brothers. I shall leave at once. Lin Feng exclaimed, visibly relieved. He nodded and bowed, shouldering his basket as he hastily made his way along the indicated westward path, his retreating figure resembling that of a frightened, impoverished wanderer. It was only after he had distanced himself considerably and slipped beyond the disciples' line of sight that Lin Feng exhaled slowly, breaking into a cold sweat. Had the disciples conducted a more thorough inquiry or utilized their probing devices, he might not have escaped their scrutiny. Fortunately, their primary focus was evidently on searching for the culprit, and they did not linger on what appeared to be an inconsequential herbalist. He oriented himself, confirming that west indeed led away from the ruins of the ancient sword and toward the surrounding towns. Without hesitation, he advanced along the path, eager to depart from this perilous place. After walking for about an hour, the road ahead opened up, revealing a crossroads and signs of human habitation. Occasionally, he spotted hurried cultivators passing by, most bearing expressions of fatigue or vigilance. At a modest tea stall by the roadside, Lin Feng paused. Spending a few copper coins on a bowl of the cheapest coarse tea, he settled into a corner, sipping silently while straining to catch snippets of conversation around him. The tea stall was sparsely populated. Aside from the proprietor, there were only 2 other tables occupied. One table held 3 weary wanderers, while the other consisted of 2 young men clad in the attire of a minor clan. Have you heard? Something significant has occurred in the ancient sword ruins. One of the wandering cultivators whispered conspiratorially. How could one be unaware? The sword energy has been soaring for days, with all sorts of folks entering. But I've heard it's perilous within. The sword intent has taken form, and many have perished. His companion chimed in. I'm not referring to that. The previous speaker lowered his voice further. It was yesterday. It seems there's a rare treasure that has emerged from the depths of the ruins, with its brilliance shining forth. But then something happened. I heard that an elder of the bloodslaughter sect and 2 experts fell within. The elder of the bloodslaughter sect? Is that true? The young men from the clan were now intrigued, unable to resist interjecting. Absolutely true. I have a brother who mingles in Qingyun town and is well informed. He said the bloodslaughter sect members have been frantically searching for a mysterious sword cultivator today, convinced that person has acquired the central treasure and has even slain their people. A mysterious sword cultivator? What is their background? Can they truly kill someone at the Yuanfu stage? Who knows? Some speculate that he might be a hidden swordsmanship genius from a powerful faction, while others believe he could be an opportunistic rogue cultivator who stumbled upon a fortuitous chance. Regardless, the bloodslaughter sect has become fervently obsessed, and other sects such as the Xianin sect and Qingyun Sword Studio appear to be discreetly inquiring, all eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic swordsman who has acquired the treasure. Alas, possessing such a coveted item often incurs peril. That individual, having obtained the treasure, is likely to find it difficult to enjoy peace. Is it not so? The currents of intrigue are surging in this vicinity. For us mere minnows, it is wise to keep our distance, lest we be swept away by the ensuing chaos. After a moment of lamentation, the group shifted their conversation to other matters. Lin Feng silently finished his cup of coarse tea, placed the coin down, and rose to depart from the tea stall. The mysterious swordsman, evading pursuit, could only smirk coldly within. The bloodslaughter sect, having suffered such a significant loss, would undoubtedly not relent easily. Other factions were surely coveting that so-called core treasure. Although he had managed to evade detection for the time being, It was imperative that he distance himself swiftly from this area, as well as find a way to conceal his identity and aura. He felt the simple map of the rogue cultivator in his possession, his gaze settling on one of the marked points. Qingyun Town was no longer a suitable destination. It was rife with people and spies. His finger traced the map until it landed on another mark, located far from the ancient sword ruins, in the southern region of Zhangzhou. There, the words Qingyun Dao Sect were inscribed. Chapter 80. The Distant Escape of the Dao Sect, a pivotal choice ahead as the sun set. It painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. After leaving the tea stall, Lin Feng did not linger but continued westward, completely distancing himself from the influence of the ancient sword ruins. He deliberately chose seldom trodden paths or traversed through the woods, striving to minimize contact with other cultivators. The injuries and depletion of his vital essence rendered him incapable of maintaining a swift pace for extended periods. After every hour or two of travel, he required a pause to recuperate. For 3 consecutive days, he journeyed by day and concealed himself by night, exercising utmost caution. Along the way, he occasionally spotted other groups of cultivators or solitary travelers from afar, and he always managed to avoid them. If unavoidable, he simply disguised himself as a rogue herbalist. Hurrying past with his head bowed, thanks to his current weakened state and tattered appearance, he attracted no undue attention. On the evening of the 3rd day, he crossed a low ridge and found himself in a wide open area. A relatively gentle hilly terrain unfolded before him, with wisps of smoke rising in the distance, hinting at the outlines of villages and towns. Although the spiritual energy in the air remained thin, it was markedly fresher and more tranquil than the environment around the ancient sword ruins, which was tainted by sword energy and malevolent aura. Here, he was far removed from that contentious land. Lin Feng settled behind a large stone that shielded him from the wind, retrieving the map to reconfirm his direction. Based on the map's markings and the sporadic information he had gathered over the past few days, the ancient sword ruins lay in the wild outskirts of northeastern Zhangzhou, while the Qingyun Dao sect was situated on the periphery of the Yunmeng mountain range in the southern part of central Zhangzhou, a considerable distance of tens of thousands of miles apart. Given his current pace and condition, without any means of transportation, it would likely take him several months to reach his destination. Yet he had to go. The reason was simple. First, resources. The path of a rogue cultivator is fraught with thorns. Cultivation demands techniques, elixirs, and spiritual stones. Battles require magical artifacts, talismans, information, and healing necessitates safe havens and medicinal materials. For those solitary cultivators without roots or a sense of belonging, acquiring resources poses an immense challenge, often necessitating perilous endeavors to seize opportunities. In contrast, a sect, particularly one of moderate standing, can at least offer a relatively stable foundation of resources and access. The establishment of Qingyun Dao sect and its recruitment of disciples presents a golden opportunity. Secondly, there is the aspect of protection. The Blood Fiend sect will undoubtedly not let the mysterious sword cultivator who has slain their elder escape unscathed. Although he has managed to disguise himself and flee, there remains the risk of leaving traces or being tracked through special means. Alone and with a conspicuous target, he becomes an easy mark. Joining a sect, even as an outer disciple, would provide an additional layer of identity concealment, while the sect itself would serve as a formidable deterrent. The Blood Fiend sect reigns over the northeastern region of Zhangzhou, yet they do not extend their reach into the central areas, and would think twice before provoking a sect defended by a master of the Yuanfu level or stronger. Thirdly, there is the potential for growth. One cannot forge greatness in isolation. Within a sect, there are mentors to guide, peers to spar with, missions for practical experience, and a more systematic legacy of teachings, all of which can expedite his development. Bearing the burdens of the Nine Hells sword and the entanglements of Sword Emperor City, he is destined to confront unimaginably formidable foes in the future, necessitating rapid enhancement of his strength. The Qingyun Dao sect serves as an ideal stepping stone. Fourthly, there is the map's guidance. This acquired map from the wandering cultivators fortuitously marks the location of Qingyun Dao sect, perhaps an indication of fate's design. Lin Feng silently recited the name of Qingyun Dao sect. From previous scattered discussions among Old Zhou and others, he learned that it is a sect primarily focused on Taoist practices, with an integration of swordsmanship, regarded as a second-tier force in Zhangzhou, neither the strongest nor the weakest. Possessing a reputation that is neither stellar nor abysmal, with relatively respectable sect rules, making it well suited to his current needs. Of course, joining a sect also entails constraints and potential conflicts. Yet, he is confident in his ability to navigate within the confines of the rules to obtain what he requires. His plan is to head to the nearest town, procure some supplies, ideally acquire a more detailed map, and ascertain the specific requirements and timeline for recruitment by Qingyun Dao sect. After resting briefly and waiting for nightfall, he stealthily made his way toward a distant village illuminated by flickering lights. This village, significantly smaller than Qingyun Town, is called Shiqiao Town, named after an ancient stone arch bridge at its entrance. The townsfolk primarily sustained themselves through farming, hunting, and operating inns and taverns, with few cultivators passing through, mostly low-tier wanderers seeking to make a living in the nearby mountains and forests. With his last few coins, Lin Feng rented the cheapest room at an inn on the outskirts of town and purchased some clean coarse cloth garments to change into, discarding his tattered, dirt-stained clothes. Although his funds were nearly depleted, the essential act of cleanliness and rest would diminish the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention. The following day, at the only grocery store in town, he exchanged a somewhat decent spirit herb for a markedly more detailed map of the eastern mountains and rivers of Zhangzhou, along with some provisions and fresh water. From the storekeeper and a few scattered cultivators enjoying tea, he gleaned further information about Qingyun Dao sect. Indeed, they are set to open their doors for new disciples in approximately a month and a half, with the recruitment site located at the Qingyun market just outside their main gate. The requirements stipulate that candidates must be under the age of 18 and possess at least the cultivation level of qi gathering. It is said that the assessment consists of several stages, the specifics of which remain unclear, but it is known that a significant majority of participants are eliminated each time. With a month and a half to traverse thousands of miles, time is of the essence, yet with utmost effort, he should manage to arrive on time. He meets the cultivation prerequisites, and his age is perfectly aligned, as this body has just turned 17 not long ago. With a month and a half to embark, he must set out promptly, allowing time on the journey to recuperate from injuries and adjust his condition. Lin Feng did not linger. He departed from Shiqiao Town that very day, embarking on the long journey toward the southern region of Zhangzhou. He chose not to procure a steed or any form of transport, primarily due to insufficient funds, and additionally because riding would render him a more conspicuous target. Relying solely on his own 2 feet, he traveled by day and sought refuge to rest and cultivate by night, concurrently studying the newly acquired map of the mountains and rivers to devise the quickest and safest route. The journey was long and monotonous, yet his resolve remained unwavering, and he did not perceive it as arduous. Instead, he regarded this trek as a form of cultivation, continuously operating the Zhang sword scripture to absorb the sparse spiritual energy along the way, nurturing his damaged meridians. He persistently contemplated the essence of the Zhang sword intent and the lofty sword intent derived from the fragments of the Sword Emperor. Although he could not yet wield it, the insights gained through observation and comprehension could nonetheless enhance his perspective on the sword path. His injuries gradually improved, and his vital energy slowly began to restore, deepening his understanding of the sword art in subtle ways. However, his blood essence remained severely depleted, leaving his complexion persistently pallid, necessitating future adjustments or the procurement of spiritual herbs to replenish his vitality. Throughout his journey, he was not entirely isolated from the world. Occasionally, he would rest and resupply in the towns he passed, hearing more about the ongoing rumors regarding the ancient sword ruins incident. The gossip intensified, depicting the mysterious sword cultivator as a miraculous figure. Some claimed he was a reclusive heir of the sword path. Others insisted he had inherited the legacy of an ancient sword immortal, and still others speculated that he might be the pivotal figure behind the disturbances in the ruins. The Bloodslaughter sect's hunt appeared to have expanded its reach, yet evidently, there was no substantial progress. These rumors heightened Lin Feng's vigilance and solidified his determination to join a sect for protection as swiftly as possible. Day and night, he persevered through wind and rain, traversing mountains, rivers, plains, and hills. Over the course of more than a month, time slipped quietly away amidst the monotony of travel and relentless cultivation. One day, after crossing a lush, wooded hillock, the scene before him transformed abruptly. In the distance, at the horizon's edge, a vast and majestic mountain range emerged, shrouded in mist. Resembling a slumbering green dragon sprawled across the earth. The peaks were extraordinary, piercing the clouds, and even from afar, one could feel a profound and overwhelming surge of celestial spiritual energy, strikingly distinct from the thin energy of the lands previously traversed. That place was the renowned gathering of spiritual veins in Zhangzhou, the Yunmeng mountain range. The entrance to the Qingyun Dao sect was nestled among several exquisite peaks on the periphery of this mountainous expanse. Standing atop the hill, Lin Feng gazed into the ethereal vistas enveloped in mist, feeling the noticeably rich and vibrant spiritual energy in the air. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. After more than a month of arduous travel, he had finally arrived. However, just as he was preparing to descend the mountain and continue towards the range, a sudden cacophony of frantic shouts, the roars of beasts, and the sharp clashing of weapons echoed from not far ahead. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. It appeared to be a wide road, flanked by dense woods, obscuring the precise situation, yet it was clear that a conflict was unfolding. Although he had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, the vicinity was already close to the influence of the Qingyun Dao sect. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to approach and observe. Suppressing his presence and lightening his steps, he glided down the hillside like a wraith, stealthily making his way towards the tumult. Chapter 81. By the Blackwater River, the rhino blocks the path. Lin Feng silently traversed a dense thicket, and ahead lay a broad dirt and stone thoroughfare. On one side loomed a steep mountainside, while the other revealed a rapidly flowing river, its waters a deep, somber hue, crashing against the rocky banks with a tumultuous roar. This river, undoubtedly, was the Blackwater River marked on the map. At this moment, the road beside the Blackwater River was in disarray. A caravan, consisting of 7 or 8 beast-drawn carts, found itself ensnared in an unforeseen crisis. The cart-pulling beasts, common blue-horned cattle, were now in a state of panic, emitting distressed bellows, some even breaking their reins and scattering in all directions. Several wooden carts laden with goods had been overturned, their cargo strewn about, while one cart had been completely wrecked. The caravan comprised over 20 individuals, most of whom were ruggedly clad guards wielding swords and clubs, forming a loose circle to valiantly fend off the charge of a colossal creature. It resembled a rhinoceros, but was far larger than the ordinary beast, standing nearly 10 feet tall and stretching close to 20 feet in length. Its entire body was encased in a heavy, iron-like gray-black hide that gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the sun. Most striking was the long, spiraled horn, nearly 5 feet in length, with an exceptionally sharp tip, now glimmering ominously in a dark, bloody hue. The iron-armored rhino, a pinnacle beast of the forge realm. An experienced elder among the guards gasped in despair. The iron-armored rhino is renowned for its formidable defense and ferocious strength, making it nearly impossible for cultivators of the same tier to breach its armor, let alone this one, which was clearly in a peak state, its aura menacing and its horns stained with blood, indicating it had gone berserk. Block its path. Protect the lady and the goods, roared a middle-aged man, seemingly the leader of the guards, wielding a hefty broadsword. With all his might, he swung the blade against the side of the iron-armored rhino. Clang! Amidst the resounding clash of metal, the man's sword was forcefully deflected, leaving only a faint white mark on the beast's armor, while the impact shattered his grip, causing blood to flow from his wounded hand as he staggered back. The iron-armored rhino merely swayed slightly, appearing provoked. It let out a low growl and pivoted its massive form, targeting the man with its horn, charging forth like a runaway war chariot. The speed was astonishing. Watch out, Chief! Several guards nearby cried out, desperately swinging their weapons in an attempt to halt the beast. But their strikes seemed as futile as mere tickles against the iron-armored rhino's hide, instead being violently thrown aside, suffering broken bones and grievous injuries. The leader of the guards wore a ghastly expression, his strength waning as the new had yet to return. Just as the blood-stained horn of the terrifying beast seemed poised to pierce him, a figure, not particularly tall and somewhat gaunt, emerged from the woods like a wraith. It was Lin Feng, initially intending to observe from a distance. Upon witnessing the peril faced by the guard leader and the panic among the ordinary crew members of the caravan, as well as a somewhat lavishly adorned carriage, he furrowed his brow and ultimately decided to intervene. This was not born from an excess of compassion, but rather a desire to forge a benevolent connection and perhaps glean more specific information, as he was new to the realm. Although the armored rhinoceros was ferocious, its movements were somewhat clumsy, and its attack pattern singular. Lin Feng moved with great swiftness. Although his internal energy had only recovered to the mid-stage of the gathering Qi realm, the quality of the energy refined by the Zhangjuan sword cannon was exceptionally high. As he executed the Zhangfeng movement, he left behind a series of afterimages, narrowly avoiding a direct confrontation with the charging rhinoceros. The beast's attention was entirely captivated by the guard leader, rendering it oblivious to the sudden emergence of this small insect from the side. This was the moment Lin Feng had been waiting for. A glint of fierce determination shone in his eyes as he extended his right hand, fingers poised like a sword. His internal energy trembled rapidly at a unique frequency, compressing and gathering at his fingertips, emanating a piercing intent that seemed capable of slicing through anything. This was the Zhang Lei technique. Although it was not a complete sword technique due to his insufficient energy and lingering injuries, Attempting to execute a full technique could exacerbate his internal wounds. The finger strike, infused with the essence of the Zonglei, retained formidable penetrating power. His target was not the armored rhinoceros's thick carapace or its formidable horn, but rather its relatively vulnerable eye sockets, which were exposed during its furious charge. The eyelids of the rhinoceros were also covered with thick skin, but in comparison to other areas, they were undoubtedly its weak point. Lin Feng, like a gust of wind, darted in from the side. Seizing the moment when the rhinoceros charged blindly, its vision impaired. With his long-prepared finger strike, imbued with a barely perceptible golden electric glow, he struck with deadly precision at the rhinoceros's right eye, which was the size of a bronze bell and glistening with blood. With a soft thud, reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter, Lin Feng's finger strike penetrated deeply into the eye socket of the armored rhinoceros. The fierce sword energy erupted instantaneously, not only shattering the eyeball, but also penetrating directly into the brain. The armored rhinoceros let out a deafening roar of agony. Its charge abruptly halted. Its massive body writhed in madness from the excruciating pain and brain injury, staggering as it wildly swung its horn, gouging deep trenches into the ground and snapping nearby trees like twigs. Seizing the opportunity, the guard leader rolled and crawled away, his heart still racing as he cast a stunned gaze at the figure that had suddenly appeared, delivering such a devastating blow to the armored rhinoceros. The other members of the caravan were equally astonished, unable to fathom how this fearsome beast, which had instilled despair in them, could be so severely injured by a seemingly young boy whose aura appeared rather unremarkable. However, after Lin Feng successfully struck, he immediately withdrew, his face growing even paler. With a slight rise and fall of his chest, that seemingly effortless jab had, in truth, consumed nearly half of his available vital energy, and the exertion had aggravated an old injury in his meridians, sending sharp pangs coursing through him. The iron-armored rhinoceros, with its indomitable vitality, despite suffering a blow to its head, did not succumb immediately. Rather, the excruciating pain drove it into a frenzied state, deprived of sight. It began to charge indiscriminately in all directions, trampling everything in its path. It's blind. Do not approach. Utilize ranged attacks to wear it down. Lin Feng steadied his breath and commanded in a low voice. The captain of the guards, regaining his composure, quickly directed the remaining able guards. Hurry. Use bows and arrows. Strike its wounds. Aim for its other eye. Among the caravan guards, some were armed with bows, and upon hearing the command, they swiftly readied their weapons. Although their strength was insufficient to penetrate the iron armor, targeting the bloodied eye socket would still inflict continuous damage. Some audacious souls even attempted to assault the intact eye. The iron-armored rhinoceros bellowed in rage, yet, having lost its sight, its movements were severely hindered, resembling a headless fly as it crashed about, sustaining more and more wounds. Bleeding profusely,